Chapter 2999. Then let's go to the city lord's mansion. Li Jiao waved his sleeve. Kai Shi hurriedly led the way. A few breaths later, the group arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Blood flowed like a river here. Many Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples disguised as cultivators had died here. Even the city lord's mansion's gate had collapsed. Kai Shi pointed over there and said, "Master, it's here." Li Jiao swept the area with his divine sense and found the aura of the Emperor realm inside, but it was somewhat different from the information he knew. There were actually two people inside, not just one. The aura wasn't too strong, only at the level of a first-order emperor. "Wait outside, this king will be back soon." Li Jiao snorted, not worried about the change in numbers. His figure flickered, and he rushed into the city lord's mansion, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Kai Shi heard Li Jiao's shout, "Bold Junior, how dare you offend the Wind Cloud Pavilion? This Li is here, surrender immediately, and I can spare your lives." As soon as these words fell, a dense emperor pressure spread out like a tide, and with the city lord's mansion as the center, the world within a radius of 1,000 meters buzzed. Kai Shi's face changed slightly, revealing a look of admiration. A third-order Emperor Realm Master is indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this attack is really different. It's not something a first-order or second-order Emperor like me can compare to. Now, it seems that the Pavilion Master wasn't being modest when he said this person was stronger than him. He was indeed stronger than the Pavilion Master. This is good. With this masterly taking action, there shouldn't be any more changes. It's just a pity that the second elder and many of the pavilion's disciples died tragically at the hands of that adulterous couple. If this masterly had come earlier, perhaps it would have been a different ending. Thinking so, Kai Shi sighed. His cultivation wasn't as good as the second elder's, but he was able to survive in the end. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. For a cultivator to cultivate in defiance of the heavens, wasn't luck also an opportunity and strength? Faintly, his narrow escape from death this time actually allowed him to gain a trace of enlightenment in his heart, and the bottleneck that had been there for many years actually showed signs of loosening. Realizing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and if he could break through, he would be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such strength was enough to rank him in the top 3 of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Elder Hall. He secretly made up his mind that once this matter was over, he would immediately go back and cultivate in seclusion. He would not come out until he made a breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. As Kai Shi's mind was in turmoil, the city lord's mansion began to rumble. These were the sounds of battle from the Emperor realm, and the energy radiating from the battle seemed capable of overturning the heavens and earth, shattering the earth and causing large swathes of buildings to collapse. Kai Shi couldn't take his eyes off him. His heart was pounding, and his respect for Master Li grew. The sounds of fighting came to an abrupt end, and the clamor died down. Solved? Kai Shi was stunned. Wasn't this a little too fast? He had fought with that adulterous couple before and knew how ferocious they were. He had never thought that Master Li would be able to deal with them so easily. A figure flew out from the ruins of the collapsed city lord's mansion and galloped over. Kai Shi looked over. Who else could it be but Master Li? He greeted him with a pleasantly surprised expression and cupped his fists from afar. "Thank you, Master, for taking action. Congratulations on your victorious return, Master." This Master Li didn't greet him with a smile as he had expected. His brows were tightly furrowed as if he had encountered a difficult problem. What surprised Kai Shi the most was that there was actually a bruise on Master Li's eye socket. That was obviously caused by a punch. This punch was very heavy. Even someone as strong as Master Li actually had a crack at the corner of his eye. His eye socket was swollen, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. Master Fu? Kai Shi was a little dazed. He didn't know what had happened to him. AI. Li Jiao sighed heavily. He raised his head to look at the sky, speechless and choking on his tears. After a long while, he tilted his head to look at Kai Shi. Who did I offend? What? Kai Shi didn't understand and looked at him foolishly. You're called Kai Shi, right? Li Jiao asked. Kai Shi nodded, feeling more and more that Master Li was acting a little strange. His previous high spirits had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a lonely and pained expression. What could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master show such an expression? This king wants to borrow something from you. Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Kai Shi's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a little uneasy. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked bitterly, "What does Master want to borrow?" "I want to borrow your life," Li Jiao said as he suddenly reached out to grab Kai Shi. Although the 2 of them were both from the Emperor realm, there was still a gap of 2 minor realms between them. Each minor realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, so how could Kai Shi resist his sudden attack? In a daze, Yang Kai felt his neck tighten as Li Jiao grabbed him. A terrifying surge of energy came from the large hand, which rushed into his flesh and meridians without any fear, causing his entire body to tremble. His mind was in chaos, and he was unable to summon the strength to resist. Master, why are you doing this?" Kai Shi continued to struggle as he looked at Li Jiao in disbelief. Wasn't he the helper invited by the pavilion master? Didn't he say before that he would deal with that thief? Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye and turn from friend to enemy? Kai Shi felt that the world was changing too quickly and he couldn't accept it. It's Wind Cloud Pavilion's fault for provoking someone it shouldn't have. That person inside. This king can't afford to offend him. AI, let's not talk about it. You'll have so many companions on your way to the Yellow Springs, so you won't be lonely. What? Even he couldn't afford to provoke that person inside? Kai Shi even suspected that he had misheard. Just as he was about to say something, a violent force pressed down on him from all directions. With a bang, Kai Shi's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving not even a corpse behind. The remaining Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all dumbfounded, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Their original savior and hope had suddenly become an executioner, even crushing 9th Elder Kai Shi with a single hand. What was going on? Without time to think, they all scattered like birds and beasts. A huge cyan palm suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping a large area and slamming down viciously. With several miserable cries, these Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all wiped out in an instant. Their cultivations weren't high, so how could they resist Li Jiao's attack? They were all turned into meat patties. Woof woof. 2 dog barks came from behind. The indifference on Li Jiao's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless flattery. Turning his head, he bowed and said, Palace Master Yang, I've already killed them all. Look. Where was the prestige of a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master? The dignified Northern Territory Fire Dragon Palace Master was no different from a pug at this moment. At least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai lightly snorted. Li Jiao sweated profusely, knowing that Yang Kai's anger had yet to subside, so he hurriedly explained, Palace Master Yang, this Li is innocent. This Li didn't know anything about this. If this Li had known it was you, this Li would never have come here. He was already cursing Hua Xing in his heart. A while ago, he had just gotten rid of Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and the others. After a few days of freedom, he actually took the initiative to run into them again and was caught red-handed. This was the most sorrowful thing in the world. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, It sounds like you hate me very much. Li Jiao was sweating profusely as he hurriedly said, No. This Li means that if I knew Palace Master Yang was here, I would have come here immediately. How could I dare be your enemy? What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Enough. Yang Kai waved his hand. I know what you're thinking. Tell me, what happened between you and the Wind Cloud Pavilion? Why are you working for them? Li Jiao was embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Yang Kai listened while glancing at Lin Yun. The little girl was playing with the little black dog in her arms. She opened her small mouth and bit at the little black dog. She even made sounds. The little black dog also seemed to like this childish game, wagging its head and tail happily. Strangely enough, when Yang Kai and Lin Yun reunited a few days ago, the little girl didn't care much about the little black dog, but after spending some time together, she actually loved it so much that she couldn't bear to part with it, sticking to it all day long. After all, this little beast's appearance was quite good and it was always liked by women. After Li Jiao finished explaining, Yang Kai said, "So, you have a good relationship with the Wind Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master?" Li Jiao hurriedly said, "We just met by chance and nodded at each other. Moreover, we haven't contacted each other for 100 years, so even if there was some friendship, it has already faded, heh. Not to mention that his friendship with Hua Xing really wasn't that deep, even if it was, he couldn't tell the truth at this moment. He really couldn't afford to offend Yang Kai. Everyone was making a living in the Northern Territory, and he was also a big creditor. If he really offended Yang Kai, the Fire Dragon Palace would probably have no way to survive in the future, not to mention that Yang Kai had an extremely close relationship with the dragon race. In comparison, what did his little friendship with Hua Xing count for? If it weren't for Hua Xing, how could he have walked right into a trap and been caught by Yang Kai? Thinking of this, he actually felt some resentment towards Hua Xing. He felt that this guy was too unkind and gave him false information. Now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, it was all Hua Xing's fault. "Palace Master Yang, this girl is..." Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai was silent and hurriedly tried to find something to talk about, inquiring about Lin Yun. This little girl was incredible. Just now, when he was punched in the eye by her, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he was a dragon descendant, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a small injury. That punch was enough to make him dizzy. In a battle of life and death, that moment of absent-mindedness was enough to make him lose his life. This little girl had extraordinary strength. Could it be another dragon race? Li Jiao's heart jumped in fright. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Yang Kai. Not long ago, he had just dealt with a 9th Order red dragon, and in just a few days, he had already gotten himself another one? Li Jiao maliciously speculated in his heart that if Zhu Qing and this little girl were to meet, they would definitely have a fierce battle. Who would be stronger and who would be weaker? When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely be in a terrible fix. As these images flashed through his mind, Li Jiao's mood improved greatly. Chapter 3000. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Li Jiao instantly kept quiet out of fear. "Please do me a favor." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master Yang is too kind. This Li owes you a life-saving grace, so if you have any instructions, this Li will not refuse." Although he put on an extremely forthright expression, he was secretly feeling bitter. In fact, he had already guessed what Yang Kai wanted him to do. It was nothing more than a grievance with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Now that he had arrived in Long Cloud City, it was obvious he wanted to kill his way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. Thinking to himself, "Hua Xing, oh Hua Xing, this king has no choice but to do this. Take us into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion." Li Jiao puffed out his chest. "No problem, leave this Li to me." After a cup of tea's time, Li Jiao flew over from outside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he wrapped Yang Kai and Lin Yun around him. Even the little black dog was not spared. The 2 people and 1 dog seemed to be under some kind of restriction and obediently followed behind him. "Is it Master Li?" A Wind and Cloud Pavilion elder stood behind the sect defending array and cupped his fists and asked. He had obviously received the news from Hua Xing, so he had specifically waited here. At this moment, with the sect defending array activated, Hua Xing obviously did not place all his hopes on Li Jiao and had made other preparations. "It is this Li." Li Jiao quickly responded. "Those 2 are..." The elder asked suspiciously. "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Is this woman the murderer of your young pavilion master? This king has captured them." The elder fixed his eyes on her and was overjoyed, nodding, "Yes, it's this lowly servant. Master Li captured her so easily. If the pavilion master knew, he would definitely be overjoyed." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the array. This king will hand these 2 over to your pavilion master to deal with." "Yes, yes, yes." The elder responded quickly before taking out a token and circulating his Emperor Qi to form a few seals. Immediately, a stream of light shot out from the token and hit the sect defending array. An opening appeared in the array, and Li Jiao flashed through. Brother Li has returned victorious. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Hua Xing suddenly and strangely appeared, flying over from not far away. It was unknown if he had been hiding nearby, waiting for Li Jiao to return. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Li Jiao chuckled. You're that annoying guy's father? At this moment, Lin Yun suddenly frowned as she looked at Hua Xing and asked. Without waiting for him to answer, she said, It's you. You two look similar. You bitch. Hua Xing turned his head to look at Lin Yun, the flames of fury burning fiercely, and killing intent surged like a tide as he shouted angrily, How dare you kill my son, today I… As he spoke, he suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. This was because this young girl's power was actually surging. How did she look like she was being restrained? Just as he was feeling suspicious, he saw Lin Yun suddenly dash out like a bolt of lightning, a pair of pitch-black gloves appearing out of thin air on her pair of pink fists. Her fists became round and round as she fiercely punched towards him. Z. Hua Xing was startled. Although the change happened suddenly, it was not enough to surprise him. What surprised him was the strength this young girl had displayed in an instant. Her small fists seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. If he were hit by such a fist, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would not feel good. You're courting death. Hua Xing was furious and immediately attacked. He wanted to torture this young girl and let her taste all the tortures in the world before killing her, but now, how could he care less? His Emperor Qi surged as he sent out a palm towards Lin Yun. In mid-air, a huge palm suddenly appeared, condensed purely from Emperor Qi. The palm formed a seal in mid-air and pointed its middle finger at Lin Yun, causing the world energy to become turbulent and principles to appear, as if it could erase everything in the world. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. All the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion trembled under this palm and could not help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship it. Even the nearby sect defending Grand Array began to ripple, as if it would break at any moment. A third-order Emperor Realm Master attacking with all his strength was naturally extraordinary. Lin Yun's fist smashed into the palm and involuntarily let out a muffled groan as her whole body was knocked down by a powerful force, like a kite with a broken string. Although she was strong, her realm was still too low, so she was lacking in comparison to a veteran master like Hua Xing and was at a disadvantage after one move. A soft sound rang out as Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and as the power of space principles surged, a huge moon blade flew up to meet the incoming attack. The moon blade slashed down, shattering the void. A cut appeared on the palm that was forming hand seals, and its power was greatly reduced. The pressure on Lin Yun, who was being pushed down, suddenly disappeared and her feet tapped the void as she rushed out of the crack like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Hua Xing in an instant and punching out with both fists like dragons emerging from the sea. Hua Xing's expression changed as he opened his mouth and spat out a blue ruler. The ruler spun leisurely and instantly gave birth to countless ruler shadows that turned into a barrier in front of him. Hong Hong Hong. Lin Yun, punched out again and again, each punch filled with her full strength. The sound of explosions was deafening, and the violent power caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The ruler shadows were endless and firmly defended in front of Hua Xing, making all of Lin Yun's attacks useless. Chop! Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent moonblade after moonblade towards Hua Xing. Hua Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, the ruler phantoms in front of him flew out to meet the moonblade, accurately neutralizing it. Not only that, but a massive ruler phantom also descended from the sky and slammed down towards Yang Kai. Li Jiao coldly snorted and raised his hand, sending out a dragon phantom to meet the incoming ruler shadow, smashing it to pieces. Lin Yun floated back and returned to Yang Kai and Li Jiao's side, panting slightly. The round of fierce attacks just now had consumed a lot of her strength, but it did not cause any trouble to Hua Xing. It was obvious that the ruler emperor artifact was not ordinary. Everyone exchanged blows in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, and it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. The surrounding wind and cloud pavilion cultivator did not even have time to react before they retreated. Hua Xing's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Li Jiao! This Hua treated you sincerely, yet you colluded with outsiders to bully me?" This man and woman seemed to have been captured by Li Jiao, but in fact, they were not imprisoned at all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to exchange blows with him. Coupled with Li Jiao's help just now, if Hua Xing still could not see the problem, he would be an idiot. He could not understand. Li Jiao had only been out for a short while, so how did he suddenly turn from a helper to an enemy? This man and woman should not have the ability to make Li Jiao switch sides, right? What was going on here? Although he did not understand, Hua Xing already bore a grudge against Li Jiao. If he had not trusted him, he would not have let the enemy into the sect defending array. This was a matter of face. It did not matter if they killed their way to Long Cloud City, but if they killed their way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters and broke into the sect defending array, it was a slap in the face. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had been slapped in the face not lightly, the sect defending array was the last layer of cloth. This was great. The last layer of cloth was torn apart. In the future, the people of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would not have the face to see anyone. Hua Xing hated Lin Yun to the bone because his son had died at her hands. However, compared to Li Jiao's actions, he hated Li Jiao even more for going back on his word and double-crossing himself. Facing Hua Xing's questioning, Li Jiao's expression did not change. He only coldly snorted and said, "Brother Hua's aura is vigorous. It seems that you have recovered well. How amazing! In such a short time, Brother Hua was actually able to recover from his internal injuries. This Li really admires you. I wonder what kind of pills Brother Hua took to have such a miraculous effect. If it's convenient, can you give this Li a few as well?" He avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. He was too embarrassed to talk about his own matters, so he directly pointed out that Hua Xing had tricked him into taking action. He could now see that this old man Hua Xing definitely did not have good intentions when he asked him to take action. Thinking of this, the guilt in his heart immediately lessened by a lot. Hua Xing turned his head to look at Yang Kai and Lin Yun. He then looked at Li Jiao and said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, in these few days that you have been in my Wind and Cloud Pavilion, has this Hua not received you well?" "Not at all. Brother Hua has made this Li feel at home," Li Jiao replied indifferently. Hua Xing bitterly said, "If that's the case, why did you betray this Hua and actually join forces with them?" Li Jiao said, "I had no choice." Hua Xing looked at him in disbelief. "You had no choice?" This was what he did not understand the most. Why would Li Jiao rather join forces with this man and woman to go against him? He gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have been friends for hundreds of years, yet you can't beat a single person who had no choice?" Li Jiao scratched his cheek and said, "Friendship is not as important as life, right?" Hua Xing could not help but become absent-minded. Who are they? He knew who Li Jiao was. He was a descendant of the dragon race, a third-layer emperor realm master, and a palace master in the Northern Territory. Now that he could say such words, it was clear that his previous guess was correct. This man and woman really had great backgrounds and could even threaten Li Jiao's life. If not for this, Li Jiao would not have said such words. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Li Jiao's betrayal had already upset him, and although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was not ordinary, there was still a comparison. If this man, woman, and Li Jiao really caused trouble here, it was likely that half of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would be destroyed. Even if the Wind and Cloud Pavilion won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. When he thought up to here, the intention to retreat arose in his heart, and he sent a voice transmission silently. "Brother Li, tell me the truth. Are these two people related to the emperor?" If this was really the case, even if he had to lose face today, he could not let the conflict worsen. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not afford to provoke people related to the great emperors. Li Jiao glanced at him, then at Yang Kai, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he casually replied, "No. No." Hua Xing could not help being stunned. Chapter 3001. He had nothing to do with the great emperors, yet he dared to be so arrogant and despotic? Hua Xing's expression instantly turned cold. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was lecturing Lin Yun. Didn't we agree to launch a sneak attack together? Why did you attack so quickly? Lin Yun scratched her head. I forgot. Yang Kai sighed. Now that we've alerted the enemy, it won't be so easy to take him down. Then what do we do now? Lin Yun looked at Yang Kai innocently. She had exchanged a few blows with Hua Xing just now and had also realized how difficult this guy was to deal with. Ever since she came to the Star Boundary, she had been cultivating in seclusion with her master and had never really fought with anyone. Until this time, when she left home, the people outside seemed to be unable to resist killing and would often be killed by her with a few punches and kicks. She had thought that everyone was like this. Hua Xing's performance had broadened her horizons and made her realize that there were still strong people in this world. What else can we do? We'll just have to force ourselves. Yang Kai shrugged. Lin Yun understood tacitly and nodded. So it's like this, then we'll kill him together later. She said it as if it was only natural, as if she had absolute confidence in winning. When Hua Xing heard this, his nose became crooked from anger. Impudent juniors! I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but you just had to walk right into my trap. Good, good, good. Today this place will be your burial ground. Since these two people had nothing to do with the great emperors, he suddenly felt emboldened and felt that he had been too cautious. Young people were always hot-blooded. Wasn't he also like this when he was young? Every time, he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Even if there were thorns in front of him, he would still press forward and forge ahead. But now that he was old, he had to be cautious. Not every young person had a deep background. He secretly swore in his heart that he would teach these two juniors a lesson today. Gritting his teeth and looking at Li Jiao, Hua Xing said, "Brotherly, if you leave now, we can still be good friends." He was not afraid of these two juniors, but he was afraid of Li Jiao. After all, this guy had a dragon bloodline and was a bit stronger than him. Is there such a deceitful friend like you? Li Jiao bluntly replied, full of resentment. Hua Xing sighed. If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. He raised his hands and roared, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. The green ruler once again transformed into a sky full of ruler shadows, smashing down on Yang Kai and the other two. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion also attacked simultaneously. Secret treasures danced in the air, and the brilliance of secret techniques bloomed, instantly enveloping the three of them. Palace Master Yang, this Li will keep this old man busy. Come help me after you've dealt with these small fries. Li Jiao roared and grabbed at the void with one hand. An ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll quickly unfolded and shot out rays of mysterious light to protect the surroundings. The defense was watertight. With a rumble, all the attacks were blocked by Li Jiao. His figure flashed, and he pounced towards Hua Xing. Hua Xing angrily shouted, "Old dog Li, you're shameless." He was about to go mad with anger. When Li Jiao came to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, he treated him with courtesy. Not only did he serve him good food and drink, but he also gave him many beauties for his pleasure. He never imagined that Li Jiao would be so ruthless after just one trip. His heart was filled with hatred, and he immediately engaged Li Jiao in battle. The two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fought with their lives on the line, and in the blink of an eye, their battle shook the heavens and earth, shattering the void and causing the world's energy to tremble. While the two of them were fighting, the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally did not remain idle. Relying on their numbers, they launched a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun. The effect was minimal. Most of these cultivators were only in the Dao Source realm, so how could they be a match for Yang Kai and Lin Yun? When the attacks came, the two of them swayed their bodies and disappeared from their original position, causing the attacks to hit nothing but air. Immediately after, screams rang out as the Wind and Cloud Pavilion cultivator exploded into a mist of blood. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 40 people died on the spot. The remaining people were shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror and fear. They thought that even if Yang Kai and Lin Yun were Emperor Realm Masters, they wouldn't be too strong. After all, their auras were still there, but after this fight, they realized that they were completely wrong. These two were simply humanoid meat grinders, and wherever they went, no one would be able to withstand a single blow. Their fellow brothers and sisters were cut down like straws. How could they fight? The cultivator who was still alive did not have the courage to fight the two at all. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. At this moment, shio 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 sounds came from afar. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this, they were overjoyed. Great Elder is here. And the other elders. And the other brothers and senior sisters. Save us, elders. Cries rang out one after another. Looking at the great elder of Wind and Cloud Pavilion who was flying over, they were like drowning people who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. In addition to Hua Xing, a third-order emperor realm master, there were 2 second-order emperors and nearly 10 first-order emperors. This kind of foundation could not be described as weak. The 2 second-order emperors were the Great Elder and the Second Elder respectively. Unfortunately, the Second Elder was killed in Long Cloud City, causing the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to lose a master. At this moment, the Great Elder and the others had clearly received a message from Hua Xing, so they led a team here. Behind him were hundreds of people, all of whom were at least in the third-order Dao Source realm. They were obviously the elites of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It had been a long time since the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had used the power of the entire sect to deal with an enemy, but in this critical situation, there was no hope if they did not do this. The Great Elder's sleeves fluttered as he flew over. When he saw the scene of his own disciples being slaughtered from afar, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Junior, stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a simple long sword appeared in his hand. Circulating his emperor chi, he slashed down at Yang Kai. The sword flew through the air, and a sensational sword intent filled the air, causing people's skin to tighten as a chill ran down their spines. The sword light flew over and accurately cut through Yang Kai's body, splitting him in two. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this scene, they immediately cheered. Great Elder is mighty. Great Elder is so strong. How could a trivial thief resist the might of Great Elder's sword? In terms of sword Dao cultivation, Great Elder can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Western Territory. Ha! Who told you to be arrogant? Now you know how strong I am. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had just been scared witless and were fleeing in all directions had their morale boosted, their hearts filled with joy. Lin Yunner's pretty face instantly turned pale as she screamed, "Uncle Yang!" HM? On the other side, the Great Elder did not show the slightest joy. He knew his own sword Dao very well and did not feel like he had cut anything at all. When he looked again, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to shiver all over. The figure that was cut in half was not a real person, not even a drop of blood flowed out. It was clearly an afterimage. It was just that this afterimage was too lifelike, deceiving so many pairs of eyes. Where is he? Since it's just an afterimage, that little brat must be fine. Where did he go? I didn't even notice. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of him. See? The Great Elder sucked in a breath of cold air and stabbed forward with the long sword in his hand without thinking. This long sword was definitely a high-grade Emperor artifact, exuding bursts of Emperor pressure. It had been refined by the Great Elder for many years and had long since become one with it. The sword stabbed down with incredible precision. No matter the angle or timing, it was perfectly grasped. The sword intent was condensed without dissipating, and the sword intent was hidden but not released. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He had encountered many second-order Emperor Realm Masters and had even killed some of them, but compared to this Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Great Elder, they were not even slightly inferior. This sword seemed simple, but in fact, it had sealed off all his escape routes. Yang Kai found that he could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Holding the myriad sword in his hand, a shocking sword light bloomed as Yang Kai swung it forward. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the two exchanged countless moves in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yang Kai retreated and looked at the Great Elder in surprise. Not far away, the great elder's face was ashen, and the hand holding the sword could not help but tremble. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What is this?" In terms of sword technique, this young man opposite him was not even worthy to carry his shoes, but with his First Order Emperor realm cultivation, he was able to block his attacks. He was not relying on his sword Dao cultivation, but his ability to adapt and his terrifying strength, especially the latter, which made the great elder tremble in fear. Every time they exchanged blows, the power of his opponent's sword would cause his blood to boil. If it were not for his profound cultivation, he might not even be able to hold his sword. Too shameless. Absolute strength. Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled, praising, "Great Elder's sword technique is extraordinary." As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out from his arms and thighs, and even the clothes on his body were torn to pieces. In this exchange, he was the one who suffered a loss. Although the great elder was shaken by his strength, he was still injured. If he had not been wearing the flying great ink dragon armor, he would have been injured even more. "Uncle Yang, you're fine," Lin Yun'er's voice came from the side. Wherever her two fists passed, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples would be killed. When she saw Kai Yang split into two halves, she thought he was dead. She was so sad that she almost cried. Fortunately, Kai Yang immediately reappeared, allowing her to understand that it was only her eyes that were playing tricks on her. Only then did she relax. "Of course I'm fine." "Little Yun, be careful," Yang Kai exhorted. Lin Yun nodded repeatedly, "They can't beat me." This arrogant and careless attitude caused the great elder and the other elders to become furious. They could also see that Yang Kai and Lin Yun were extraordinary, and if they were to remain in a state of disunity, they might really end up failing miserably at such an easy task. Turning their heads to look at the other side of the battlefield, Li Jiao and Hua Xing were locked in a fierce battle and would not be able to determine the victor in a short time. Naturally, they could not count on the pavilion master to come and help. A haze flashed across the great elder's eyes, but he made a decision in his heart and shouted, "Set up the spirit array." Chapter 3002. The Tao of formations had a long history and could often turn something rotten into something miraculous. In the entire world, which great sect didn't have their own formations? Not to mention large-scale formations like the Great Sect Protection Formation and the Great Mountain Protection Formation, there were also many formations that were formed by people. Because they were all brother and junior brothers of the same sect, they had plenty of opportunities to practice their teamwork on a daily basis. When they were facing a strong enemy, they would often have a miraculous effect. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally had their own formations. Moreover, it was a powerful sword formation that focused on killing. This sword array was called the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mystic Sword Art. It was an item passed down from the ancestors of the Wind Cloud Pavilion and had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In the history of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, there were many times when they relied on this sword array to avert danger and allow Xinhua to pass down his legacy. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword Diagram could be formed by at least 5 people. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. Usually, it would only take 10 disciples of the Third Order Tao Source Realm to set up a formation, and they would be able to contend with an ordinary disciple of the Emperor Realm. If there were 20 of them, they could easily kill a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Every disciple of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had to cultivate this spirit array after reaching the Tao Source Realm. Every month, there would be a large-scale joint exercise, so every cultivator of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who was above the Tao Source Realm was already familiar with this spirit array. The reason for this was to prevent the Wind and Cloud Pavilion from provoking a powerful opponent, just in case. The last time the Wind and Cloud Pavilion used the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram was over 100 years ago. At that time, Hua Xing had yet to return from his travels. The previous pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was already in his twilight years. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was showing signs of decline. As a result, some of the major forces in the Western Territory coveted the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and joined forces to invade. At that time, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master had broken into the sect defending Grand Array. The Wind Cloud Pavilion's disciples had relied on this formation to repel their enemies. After that battle, the Wind Cloud Pavilion's fame soared. It was only after Hua Xing returned and took over the Wind Cloud Pavilion that the situation gradually stabilized. 100 years later, the Yin-Yang Five Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram rose again. And this time, his opponents were only two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It wasn't that the Great Elder was making a mountain out of a molehill, but he knew how terrifying these two people were. During this time, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had sent many masters to hunt them down, and more than one Second-Order Emperor Realm Master had been attracted by the 20 million high-rank source crystals, but what was the result? These two juniors were still alive and kicking. They even killed their way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, while those so-called experts were all defeated. The Great Elder was only a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Learning from his predecessor's mistakes and experiencing Yang Kai's strength after exchanging blows with him, he did not hesitate to use his trump card. The expressions of the Wind Cloud Pavilion's elders and disciples turned solemn when they heard this. "Activate the formation," the Great Elder roared. He raised the long sword in his hand towards the sky. "Sword will fill the air." 5 or 6 First-Order Emperor Realm Elders and hundreds of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples from the Third Order Dao Source Realm also summoned their swords in unison. Forming different hand seals, they waved their swords and unleashed dazzling sword moves as they shouted, "Array!" The voices of hundreds of people converged into a single line, and even their auras seemed to be connected by some mysterious force. The world buzzed and the void trembled. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he did not know what kind of spirit array this was, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He turned his gaze towards the densest part of the crowd and whispered, "Million sword waves, moon swallows the wolf." The myriad swords swung down, and an overwhelming number of sword waves appeared, bombarding the Dao Source Realm cultivator like a swarm of locusts. Under normal circumstances, even a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to easily block such an attack, and a Dao Source Realm cultivator would only be killed. But when the sword wave struck, the Dao Source Realm cultivator did not panic at all. He just watched indifferently, maintaining the circulation of his sword force and sword intent. "Withdraw!" The Great Elder waved his sword, creating a sword flower in the air as he shouted. In mid-air, a strange spirit array appeared. This spirit array slowly rotated and turned into a barrier visible to the naked eye, blocking in front of the Dao Source Realm cultivators. Hong 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 hong. All the sword waves hit the spirit array, but unexpectedly, these sword waves did not have any effect. Instead, they were all absorbed by the spirit array. Yang Kai raised his brow, feeling that this was a little tricky. This spirit array seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Before he could finish his thoughts, the Great Elder shouted again, "Go!" The spirit array suddenly rotated in the opposite direction, and sword waves rushed out from it, attacking Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Yang, be careful!" Lin Yun cried out. Yang Kai was already prepared. When he waved his myriad sword, he blocked the sword waves. He raised his brow and said, "Reflected." He realized that these sword waves were actually the ones he had just sent out. Thinking about the mysteries of the spirit array, he immediately understood. The spirit array that appeared out of thin air could not only absorb his attacks, but also release them back. This spirit array was heaven-defying. "Rotate!" The Great Elder on the other side used another set of sword force and shouted. In the next instant, the world changed. Everyone suddenly disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have changed greatly. Looking around, there were long swords with awe-inspiring auras standing in the void. Those long swords were both real and illusory, like stars in the sky. There were so many that one could not see the end of them. This was simply a world of swords. Sensational sword intent pressed in from all directions, and invisible sword chi cut everything in this world, causing Yang Kai to feel pain all over his body. A drop of sweat slid down from Yang Kai's forehead. He felt that something was wrong. Although he had not experienced the true power of this spirit array, Yang Kai still had some eyesight. How could he not see the strangeness of this spirit array? Enter the sword diagram, there is no way out. Junior Thai. The great elder's voice came from the void, ethereal and untraceable, making it impossible to grasp his position. Enter the sword diagram, there is no way out. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and there seemed to be a shocking sword intent in their words, which turned into invisible sharp swords and rushed towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun's minds. This was obviously a spirit attack, and it was a spirit attack that contained sword intent. Its power was unfathomable. Yang Kai only felt a pain in his head, and his knowledge sea was turbulent. His knowledge sea's defense was broken, and in his knowledge sea, a huge sword chi slashed towards his spirit. Yang Kai was shocked, and hurriedly urged the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus to turn into a shield in front of him. With a boom, the sword chi was blocked by the shield, and a rainbow light bloomed. Both sides were in a deadlock for a while before the sword chi dispersed. Yang Kai was shocked, and turned his head to look at Lin Yun, only to see the little girl staring with wide eyes, clenching her fists, looking around for the four people, and was not affected in the slightest. This little girl is so heaven-defying. It was obvious that the divine soul attack just now could not have been aimed at him alone. Lin Yun, must have been among the targets of the attack. However, the little girl was actually completely fine and did not even have any reaction. This was somewhat inconceivable. Lin Yun's cultivation was the same as his, but Yang Kai felt that in terms of spiritual energy, she could not be stronger than him. His soul had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus for so many years, and it was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it would be unreasonable for Lin Yun to be stronger than him. The reason why she was safe and sound was either because of her physique, or because she was wearing some powerful artifact. Yang Kai was more inclined to the latter. The uniqueness of the tyrant body of strength was mainly reflected in one's flesh and blood, and should have nothing to do with one's soul. Without time to think about it, Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived beside Lin Yun, reaching out and hugging her, and urging his space principles, they disappeared. This spirit array was strange and unpredictable, and if they continued to stay here, they would most likely fail miserably, so it was best to escape from this spirit array as soon as possible. Want to leave? Great Elder coldly snorted, and a long sword suspended in the void suddenly trembled slightly before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the void. The next moment, the figures of Yang Kai and Lin Yun staggered out from a short distance away, Lin Yun holding a long sword in one hand, a look of anger on her face. This is not good. Kai Yang's expression changed slightly. The space divine technique was rarely broken, but when such a situation occurred, it meant that the enemy's strength was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Space principles? Great Elder was also a little surprised. Normally, with his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through Yang Kai's space principles, but inside this sword diagram, he was the array eye and controlled everything inside, so he could grasp Yang Kai's movements and traces. It was by relying on this that he was able to force Yang Kai out of the void and ruin his plan. Are you afraid? Yang Kai glanced around coldly. Although he pushed his divine sense to the limit, he was still unable to find where the people from Wind and Cloud Pavilion were. There were only swords, sword intent, and sword force here, nothing else. I'm not afraid. Lin Yun replied, and with a squeeze of her little hand, the long sword she was holding broke apart and turned into specks of light before disappearing. It was just an illusory sword, but it was lifelike inside this sword diagram. Good, Yang Kai laughed. Then let's break this bullshit sword diagram together with Uncle Yang. Shameless boasting. Great Elder shouted, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, don't even think about escaping from this spirit array. As soon as his voice fell, the countless long swords in the surroundings trembled and changed direction, their tips pointing towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun. Yang Kai's face sank as he was enveloped by the thick sword intent, causing his emperor chi to stagnate slightly. With an angry roar, the sound of swords breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Looking around, countless long swords attacked Yang Kai and Lin Yun, from all directions, each sword blooming with astonishing sword chi, as if they could cut through everything in front of them. The entire sword diagram world was filled with such attacks, and Yang Kai and Lin Yun had nowhere to hide. Yun, squat down. Yang Kai shouted. Lin Yun didn't even think about it and directly squatted down with her head in her hands. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai roared again. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the sword diagram shook slightly, as if it had been impacted by something. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly swelled, turning into a 4.5-meter-tall behemoth with dragon horns on his head, dragon claws on his hands, scales all over his body, and a monstrous aura. He squatted down and curled up his huge body, protecting Lin Yun in his arms. Chapter 3003. Hong Hong Hong. Swords rained down on Yang Kai's body, creating a dazzling splash of sparks. His huge body swayed from side to side from the attacks coming from all directions, as if he could fall at any moment. Chi chi chi. As blood splattered, Yang Kai grimaced in pain, making his already ferocious face even more terrifying. He stayed where he was, not moving at all. His entire body was curled up into a ball, exposing his back, protecting Lin Yun from any harm. Uncle Yang. Xiao Yun raised her head and cried out, shock and surprise flashing in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly change so much, but after feeling the attacks Yang Kai was enduring at this moment, her eyes turned red. Yang Kai grinned, I'll avoid them for now. I'll deal with them later. Lin Yun nodded, a fierce look flashing across her face. The endless rain of swords continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. This Great Elder's voice rang out, obviously extremely surprised. He really didn't expect Yang Kai to survive the sword chart. This was the Yin-Yang 5 elements profound sword array formed by 100 people, with him, a second-order Emperor Realm Master acting as its array core and 5 or 6 first-order Emperor Realm Masters assisting him. The rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would be reduced to ashes after suffering such an attack, right? But not only was this guy alive, he had changed his appearance. There were 2 bulges on his head, his hands had turned into sharp claws, and his exposed skin was covered in scales. What the hell is this? Great Elder was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His mind raced as he urged the power of the sword chart again. Originally, after that round of sword rain, there were not many long swords left in the sword diagram. However, after this moment, sharp swords of different shapes and auras appeared one after another in all directions. It was as if there was no end to them. These swords were illusory, and it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In any case, each and every one of them was filled with sword chi. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, his heart filled with anxiety. Both he and Lin Yun were trapped in this sword diagram, so if they did not find a way to break out or escape, sooner or later, their strength would be exhausted. After all, the enemy outnumbered them, so by relying on the might of this spirit array, they could exert their strength to the greatest extent. However, he and Lin Yun were alone, so even if they could hold on for a while, they would not be able to hold on forever. However, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he did not find any loopholes in this place. He did not have a deep understanding of the Tao of array formations. He thought that if the Southgate army was here, they might be able to provide some advice. Just as he was frowning, Lin Yun said angrily, Uncle Yang, buy me some time. In the past, she had killed many people, but she had always been calm and collected, as if she was not killing people, but casually kicking away small stones on the side of the road. Previously, she had been targeted and attacked many times, but she was not angry. This time she was really angry. In order to protect her, Uncle Yang had suffered serious injuries. Yang Kai was stunned. You can break the array? Lin Yun said, I have a trump card that should be able to break it. That's good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Don't worry, Uncle Yang will not let them disturb you. After Lin Yun finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged, closed her beautiful eyes, placed one hand flat in front of her lower abdomen, and formed a strange seal with the other, her aura fluctuating. Yang Kai did not know what she was going to do, but since Lin Yun had said so, he could only give her the greatest trust. He probably would not be able to break this spirit array in a short time, so if Lin Yun had a way, he would naturally let her try. He hoped that she could bring him a surprise, and even if she did not succeed, he would think of another way. Juniors want to break the array, what shameless boasting. The great elder's voice came again, apparently having heard the conversation between the two, his tone full of disdain. If the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram was so easy to break, it would not have been able to save Wind and Cloud Pavilion from dangers so many times. Even if these two juniors had some attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays, they would not be able to pry into the flaws of this spirit array. Saying so, the great elder roared again, slash. A huge sword chi slashed down, its target being Lin Yun. The sword chi was more than 10 meters long, like a pillar supporting the sky. When it slashed down from above, even the void cracked. The power of this attack was comparable to the full strength of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so its power was naturally extraordinary. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his huge body standing between Lin Yun and the sword chi. His window-sized fist punched forward, hitting the sword chi right in the middle. With a loud bang, the sword wave collapsed and Yang Kai was forced back 2 steps. His fist had been split open and blood flowed freely from it. Good skill. Great Elder's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used to allow his body to become so large, being able to withstand a blow from the Great Change Profound Sword picture with just his flesh and blood was already an incredible feat. Coldly snorting, he said, "This old master wants to see how long you can last." Slash. One after another, huge sword chi slashed down, intending to kill Yang Kai and Lin Yun. Unlike the endless rain of sword chi just now, each of these sword chi was infinitely powerful. Although there were fewer of them, their power had increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Yang Kai took a big step forward, his huge body moving with indescribable agility and elegance. His fists danced as he blocked one sword chi after another. Every time he blocked a sword chi, he had to take a few steps back. Every time he blocked a sword chi, a wound would appear on his fists. Blood dripped onto the ground, making a dripping sound. With the last sword chi, his fists were badly mangled and the dragon scales covering them cracked. Stealing his heart, he met the sword chi head-on. With a bang, the sword chi struck Yang Kai's head, embedding itself more than an inch deep. His entire body was hit so hard that his body bent down, blood dripping down his cheeks. See. The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. He can't die. What is this guy's background? Why is his defense so strong? Even after taking so many sword chi attacks, he still hasn't fallen. If it was any other third-layer Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't be standing here, right? This little brat is going to turn the heavens upside down. A fierce light flashed in the great elder's eyes as he sent another sword chi towards Yang Kai, but this time, another sword chi silently attacked Lin Yun. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least kill that little girl, right? As soon as the sword chi was sent out, the great elder suddenly shivered, feeling like he was being locked onto by a powerful divine sense. Under this terrifying divine sense, it felt like the other party could kill him with a single thought. Who is it? The great elder exclaimed. No one answered. Strangely enough, that feeling just now had strangely disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. The first elder frowned, not knowing what was going on. He secretly wondered if he was too nervous. He was now the eye of the formation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword Diagram. He had merged with the hundreds of disciples and was integrated into the sword diagram. If someone really wanted to harm him, they would have to break the sword diagram to find his real body. That inexplicable killing intent couldn't have directly locked onto him, so it was probably just an illusion. The sword chi had already arrived in front of Lin Yun, but Lin Yun remained motionless, as if she didn't notice the approaching danger, silently casting her technique, preparing to use her trump card. He didn't know why this trump card of hers took so long to prepare. This made Yang Kai secretly curse little Yun's master for being unreliable. With such a long preparation time, So what if this trump card was powerful? In a real life or death battle, who would give you time to prepare? Although he was dealing with the Great Elder and the others, he didn't relax his attention on Lin Yun. So as soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai noticed it. As a last resort, he could only summon the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The small Mountains and Rivers Bell was held in his big hand like a child's toy. As it spun, the Mountains and Rivers Bell had already enveloped Lin Yun. The sword chi arrived as expected, but hit the bell. This is... The Great Elder was shocked again, his gaze piercing through the void and biting the Mountains and Rivers Bell like a leech, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With his eyesight, how could he not see the mysteries of this artifact? The aura it gave off seemed to come from ancient times, giving people the illusion that they had entered an ancient world. An ancient exotic artifact. The Great Elder exclaimed, his eyes suddenly becoming greedy. He couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect that this young man would have such a precious artifact. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had his own Emperor artifact, but Emperor artifacts and ancient exotic artifacts were two different concepts. At the later stages, Emperor artifacts were rare, but their power was unpredictable. If he could get his hands on one, it would be of great benefit to his strength. Looking at the bell again, it was extraordinary. Obviously, even among ancient exotic artifacts, this bell was a high-grade one, not something ordinary ancient exotic artifacts could compare to. Greed immediately rose in his heart, and he secretly decided that he must snatch this ancient exotic artifact. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such a treasure? It would be a waste for him to have it. If he could get his hands on this ancient exotic artifact, the Great Elder was confident that he could even exchange blows with a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. This was simply too attractive to him. As the Great Elder's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, Yang Kai wiped the blood off his face and took a deep breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have used the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The suppressive power of this ancient exotic artifact was too strong. Although it could provide a strong protection for Xiao Yun, she was currently preparing her trump card, so the suppressive power would interfere with her. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Xiao Yun wouldn't be disturbed too much. For this reason, he had weakened the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell as much as possible. Now we can go all out and fight. Old dog, you better hide well and don't let this young master find you. If I find you, I'll skin you alive. Yang Kai looked around coldly and sneered. Junior, how dare you be so arrogant? The Great Elder shouted angrily, flustered and exasperated. He was also a little embarrassed. After all, they had even summoned the spirit array, and with over 100 people working together, they should have been able to quickly get rid of Yang Kai, but this guy was not only alive and kicking, he even dared to threaten them. This was simply intolerable. Chapter 3004. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, heaven and earth shook as the world energy surged. When the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram was activated, the world energy of the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion seemed to be drawn over to support the operation of the Spirit Array. The sword intent within the sword diagram tumbled and blurred, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Countless Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples heard the commotion and gasped. What kind of powerful enemy had come to the pavilion to actually use the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram? Although they wanted to help, the Spirit Array had already been activated. Even if they were Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples, they couldn't break in. If they overestimated themselves, they would only be turned to dust by the boundless sword intent. They couldn't see the situation inside the profound sword diagram, so they could only look at the other battlefield. It was a battle between two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters. Every move was earth-shattering, and every move seemed to be able to dim the sun and moon. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples were dazzled and shocked. Li Jiao, those two juniors have already entered the sword diagram and will definitely die without a burial place. Why do you still want to risk your life for them? Hua Xing asked as he fought with Li Jiao. His cultivation was comparable to Li Jiao's, but Li Jiao wasn't human. He was a flood dragon, a descendant of the dragon clan. If they really fought, Huaxing knew he wasn't his opponent. The reason he could fight with him until now was because he had the advantage of time and place. After all, he was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master and was connected to the fortune of this land. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he could display a little more than usual. Even so, he was barely able to fight to a draw with Li Jiao. A descendant of the Dragon Clan was indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Dragon Clan. He had only inherited a tiny bit of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, yet he could display such powerful strength. If he fought with Li Jiao outside, Huaxing estimated he would have lost long ago. He hated Li Jiao's double-dealing, but he also knew that if he continued to fight, it wouldn't do him or the Wind and Cloud Pavilion any good. Two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters attacking with all their strength would destroy the foundation of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, he wanted to make peace with Li Jiao. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. In any case, those two juniors were definitely not injured, so there was no point in him continuing to fight with Li Jiao. So what if there was a winner were decided? Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't say anything, Huaxing could clearly feel that he had withdrawn some of his power. Huaxing's Li Jiao was his Lord Realm Master wasn't as if he had no choice but to become enemies with him. Li Jiao, so, and Li Jiao sect, we are you Yang Realm Cultivator? Li Jiao's Yang we sects. If and Yang are sects, Dragon Sword sects Earth would be Redicto Realm Cultivators to become a? Heavens, sect. Yang sect great sect. Li Yang Realm, sect Li Realm great Young true sect. Li Jiao didn't say anything, but he wasn't as aggressive as before. Huaxing knew that Li Jiao sect leader was losing face. After all, Li Jiao sect leader was a bit capricious. Li Jiao sect leader didn't stop because he was worried that those two juniors would come out of the profound sword diagram and see him slacking off. Sneering in his heart, Huaxing didn't try to persuade him. As long as he didn't destroy the Wind Cloud Pavilion's foundation, Huaxing would follow him. As long as he killed those two juniors, Great Elder and the others would be free, and Li Jiao would know the consequences of offending the Wind Cloud Pavilion. The fight here was like a game. Neither of them used their full strength, but on the surface, it was still fiery, making the Wind Cloud Pavilion's disciples who had gathered around watch with great interest. Inside the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Yang Kai's days weren't so good. After all, it was a sword array set up by 100 people. Even if he used the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he still couldn't break it. Facing the waves of sword light, he could only passively defend. The more Great Elder fought, the more shocked he became. Using the power of the spirit array to attack continuously, it actually didn't have any effect. Was this guy still human? Although the young man's giant form was in an extremely sorry state, covered in blood, his monstrous aura didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, he became braver and braver as he fought, often bursting out with great power, causing the profound sword diagram to shake. Although they didn't have to worry about him breaking the spirit array, Great Elder and the others would need to consume their strength to neutralize his attacks. In the long run, he might really be able to escape from this predicament. Thinking of this, Great Elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sent a voice transmission. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the Wind Cloud Pavilion's third elder, one of the people who had set up the spirit array with him. Main spirit array. Great Elder ordered. Hearing this, third elder was shocked and asked in shock, Great Elder, are you going to use that move? Great Elder solemnly said, apart from this, there is no other way. Third elder pondered for a moment before nodding, then Great Elder, be careful. This boy is a bit unusual. The Great Elder nodded and handed over the formation eye to the third elder. He took a step forward and waved his hand. Not far away, a stream of light flew over and was caught by him. It was his Emperor artifact sword. Not only did the profound sword diagram need a person to set up the spirit array, but it also needed a sword as the base. The cultivator who set up the spirit array had to be someone who cultivated the sword Dao. Great Elder's Emperor artifact had been fused with the spirit array, so it was obvious that he was going to use some powerful secret technique to summon it back. Holding the sword in front of him, Great Elder formed a few seals with one hand and suddenly wiped the sword with his finger. Blood flowed out, but not a single drop fell. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the sword. In an instant, the sword turned blood red. The surrounding world energy was like a flock of cats that had smelled blood, flocking over and pouring into the sword. Great Elder's Second-Order Emperor realm aura rose steadily, his clothes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, he erupted with the aura of a Third-Order Emperor realm master, and it showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until Great Elder's face turned red, as if he would explode at any moment, that the rising aura finally stopped. At this moment, Great Elder's aura was so terrifying that even Hua Xing and Li Jiao couldn't compare to him. It wasn't that he had such a strong foundation, but rather that he had borrowed the power of the spirit array to support himself with the yin-yang 5 elements Great Change Profound sword diagram. Great Elder's scarlet eyes locked onto Yang Kai as he suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as his words fell, he merged with his sword and turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was inside the sword diagram, also tensed up at the same time as an aura of death enveloped him, causing the Emperor Qi in his body to surge. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately sensed the source of the danger. In the void, a dazzling sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sword light was extremely dazzling, and its sword intent was so condensed that it seemed to be able to cut through all barriers in the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although such a terrifying blow couldn't compare to the great demon god's attack from afar, it was still not something a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master could produce. Yang Kai, who had transformed into a half-dragon, felt as if he was unstoppable. Before the sword light even reached him, he felt as if his body would be torn apart. As if facing a great enemy, Yang Kai quickly formed a series of seals with his hands and shouted, "Flowing Time Great Emperor, Shuttle Art." Yang Kai thrust his palm forward and the sword light tore through the void. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle art actually exploded, and the sword light continued to slash down without losing any momentum. Yang Kai was startled. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could break through the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle art head-on. Even if he hadn't fully mastered the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle art, it was still a divine technique of the Great Emperor's. How could it be broken so easily? How could it be so fierce? Yang Kai was thinking about whether he should hide inside the sealed world bead and temporarily avoid the brunt of this attack when he suddenly heard a tender shout, "Uncle Yang." However, Lin Yun was already prepared, and her words were filled with confidence. Yang Kai's heart stirred and the mountains and rivers bell, which had been protecting Lin Yun, turned into a stream of light that descended from the sky and enveloped him, disappearing without a trace. Damn you! Even though Great Elder had a good temperament and cultivation, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. He had already experienced just how strong the defensive power of this primeval exotic treasure was. Although he could use the power of the entire spirit array to display a blow far beyond his own cultivation, he wasn't confident that he could break through the protection of this ancient exotic treasure. In other words, he had used this move in vain. Encountering such an opponent was simply a stroke of bad luck. If it were his own sword technique, he could have changed his target and taken the opportunity to kill Lin Yun, but this power was beyond the scope of his control, so he could only release it, not withdraw it. Yang Kai watched helplessly as the mountains and rivers bell blocked his way and slammed into it. Hong, with a loud explosion and a burst of light, the mountains and rivers bell shook violently and Great Elder's figure was revealed. At this moment, Great Elder no longer had his previous demeanor. Although the force of the collision didn't kill him, it made him bleed from his 7 orifices and made him dizzy. He felt that his strength had dissipated and he couldn't summon any Emperor Qi at all. Withdraw! Lin Yun didn't take the opportunity to attack and instead called out tenderly. In the next moment, the dizzy Great Elder's face changed drastically because he suddenly felt that the Emperor artifact in his hand was pulled by a huge force and flew out of his hand uncontrollably. His face was filled with horror and he hurriedly urged his divine sense to recall his Emperor artifact. For those who cultivated the sword Dao, the sword in their hand was their lifeblood, let alone the emperor artifact that Great Elder had cultivated with his life. If this sword fell into someone else's hands, it was equivalent to giving away half of his life. However, to Great Elder's horror, no matter how he urged his secret technique, the emperor artifact that had followed him for thousands of years did not react at all, as if its thousand-year bond had been directly cut off by an inexplicable force. Great Elder stared at Lin Yunner with wide eyes and was dumbfounded at a glance. Before he could react, Yang Kai's huge body suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light in front of him like a small mountain. Not good. Great Elder felt a chill run down his spine and his figure flickered. Just as he was about to hide inside the sword diagram, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him, grinning. "You came out and you still want to go back?" Great Elder was frightened out of his wits in an instant. Cries of alarm rang out from the void, obviously from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were setting up the spirit array. Chapter 3005. Bastard! How dare you, Junior? Release Great Elder immediately, or I'll make sure you die without a burial. A burst of shouts came from all around as Yang Kai grabbed the Great Elder with one hand, his eyes sweeping across the void as he sneered softly. Ever since the formation was activated, he had been in a passive situation where he could not even find the shadow of the enemy. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. Now that he had finally found a flaw and captured one of the enemy's masterminds, how could he give up so easily? More than 100 people had set up a spirit array to deal with him, including several Emperor Realm Masters and even a second-order Emperor Realm Master. They were chasing after him relentlessly, trying to kill him. Now that he had taken the initiative, he was so angry that he was threatening him. He even wanted him to release Great Elder? How could there be such an easy thing in this world? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he glared at Great Elder and coldly spat out a single word, "Die." Great Elder's face changed drastically as he screamed. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of that big hand. A violent force squeezed in from all directions, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Great Elder's eyes widened, and blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices. He could clearly feel his bones breaking, and his internal organs being squeezed out of shape and exploding. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Great Elder is dead. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion exclaimed, unable to accept what they had just seen. What kind of character was Great Elder? In the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, besides Pavilion Master Hua Xing, he was the strongest. However, such a powerful being was crushed by that monster with a single hand. Impudent Junior! Avenge Great Elder! After a moment of shocked silence, the clamoring grew louder. The sword diagram began to revolve again as sharp swords appeared in all directions, and the murderous intent suddenly soared. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram was based on the sword and the cultivator who cultivated the sword Dao as the foundation. It was originally a killing array, and the death of Great Elder made everyone's murderous intent surge, greatly increasing the power of the spirit array. Unfortunately, even so, the power of the entire formation was weakening. The Great Elder who was supposed to be the array core had died, and the third Elder who replaced him was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With the array core's strength reduced by 1 realm, the power of the entire sword array weakened as well. The increase in power was not enough to make up for this loss. Yang Kai laughed wildly. "If this young master can kill one of you, then I can kill all of you. Wash your necks and wait for me. I will drag you out one by one and kill you. You still dare to boast shamelessly." The third Elder, who was in charge of the array, shouted. He didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, the overwhelming sword light once again attacked Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could do anything, Lin Yunner shouted again, "Withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, the countless sword beams seemed to have been summoned by something. They all changed directions and rushed towards a certain place, then disappeared into a certain location. Yang Kai turned his head and raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. "Huh?" At that moment, Lin Yunner's hands were raised high. In her hands was an item the size of a wash basin. She placed it on top of her head. That item was pitch black in color and appeared very ordinary. It resembled an iron pot that ordinary people used to cook. However, an unimaginable devouring power was being emitted from the cauldron, and all of the sword chi unleashed by the yin-yang 5-element sword diagram was sucked into the cauldron before vanishing. The iron pot was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many sword beams came, it absorbed them all without showing any signs of saturation. What surprised Yang Kai was not the power it displayed, but the aura it emitted. It was an extremely pure, ancient and desolate aura, exactly the same as his mountains and rivers bell, as if it came from the great desolate era. An ancient exotic treasure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lin Yun to have an ancient exotic treasure. After all, ancient exotic treasures had been passed down since ancient times and were extremely rare. So far, Yang Kai knew of only one ancient exotic treasure besides his mountains and rivers bell was Hua Yulu's small flower drum. Moreover, he did not know what Hua Yulu's small flower drum looked like or what kind of power it had. But this iron pot was incredible. Just looking at its suction force, it was not something an ordinary treasure could compare to. It was just that its appearance was a little ugly. At first glance, it looked like it was used for cooking. "This is your trump card?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Little Yun, with the iron pot on her head, rushed to Yang Kai's side with a grin, lightly standing on his shoulder, and gave an irrelevant answer. "Uncle, you look so handsome like this." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "I also think he's handsome to the point of dregs, Little Yun, really has good eyes." When Third Elder heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a battle of life and death, a battle where everything was on the line, yet the enemy was actually chatting over there, clearly not putting them in their eyes at all. Although he did not know what the iron pot was or why it could display such a miraculous effect, he was still angered by Yang Kai and Lin Yun's indifference. Just as he was about to stimulate the power of the spirit array again, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from all directions. "Ah! What's going on? My sword! Brother, help me! My sword is about to be sucked away. Help your ass! My sword is the same. I can't even protect myself now." Hearing this voice, Third Elder's face changed greatly, and when he remembered the strange scene that Great Elder had encountered before, he suddenly understood something and his face filled with horror. At this moment, he suddenly felt the long sword in his hand being pulled by a force, uncontrollably jumping in a certain direction, as if it was about to rush over, and that direction was where the little girl holding the iron pot was. Shio shio shio. Streaks of light broke through the air. This time, it wasn't an illusory sword wave, but a genuine artifact sword. Those who had formed the yin-yang 5 elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram were all cultivators in the third order Dao source realm and above, so naturally, the quality of their artifacts would not be too bad, at least Dao source grade mid-rank, and many of them were emperor artifacts. However, at this moment, whether it was Dao source grade artifacts or emperor artifact swords, they all flew over one after another, disappearing into the iron pot. In the blink of an eye, the iron pot had absorbed dozens of long swords, and more were flying over. "What the hell is this?" Third Elder was extremely shocked. This iron pot actually had the magical effect of absorbing other people's artifacts. How was he supposed to fight against it? He had never heard of such a strange artifact in this world. The suction force coming from the long sword in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to control it. Third Elder did not dare to take it lightly and quickly immersed himself in controlling his emperor artifact. Schwa schwa schwa. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 90 long swords were absorbed by the iron pot. After a while, even the long swords in the hands of Third Elder and the others could no longer be controlled and flew out of their hands. "Ah!" Third Elder exclaimed and frantically urged his secret technique, trying to recall his emperor artifact, but what use was there? If even the Great Elder couldn't do it, he naturally couldn't do it either. When the last long sword fell into the iron pot, there seemed to be a collapse in the void. Figures suddenly appeared and gathered around Yang Kai and Lin Yun, all of them looking inexplicably shocked. These people were all disciples and elders of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who participated in the arrangement of the profound sword diagram. The great yin-yang profound sword diagram was based on the sword and the people. Now that all the long swords had been taken away, even if there were still people, the spirit array would break by itself, making it impossible for them to conceal themselves. Hiss, how is this possible? On the other side of the sky, Hua Xing sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over in disbelief. The yin-yang 5 elements profound sword diagram had been broken. The yin-yang 5 elements great change mysterious sword diagram, which had saved the Wind Cloud Pavilion countless times, had actually been broken. Hua Xing almost thought that he was dreaming. This was impossible. 10,000 years ago, only 5 people were needed to arrange this spirit array. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. This time, there were more than 100 people who were arranging this spirit array. This was already a huge scale, and the person in charge of the spirit array was their great elder, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a lineup, even if he fell into it, he would die without a doubt. How could it be broken by 2 unknown juniors? Where was Great Elder? Was he gone? He glanced around but did not see Great Elder among those people. His heart thumped as he knew that things were not good. Great Elder was obviously the array core in charge of the spirit array, but now he was nowhere to be seen. There could only be one possibility: Great Elder was dead. How did he die? Who killed him? Hua Xing could not figure it out. He did not know what happened in the profound sword diagram, so he was naturally puzzled. At this moment, Hua Xing's skin suddenly tightened as he instinctively felt a trace of danger. Not good. Only then did he remember that he was in the middle of a battle, and his opponent's strength was stronger than his. Normally, he would not have made such a low-level mistake, but the scene just now had shocked him too much, so it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This distraction gave Li Jiao an opportunity to make a move. A ferocious Emperor Qi squeezed him from the front and exploded on his chest. Hua Xing's body shook as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Old dog Hua, you dare to make an enemy of Palace Master Yang? Today, this Li will not rest until you die. As soon as he said this, Hua Xing coughed up another mouthful of blood and shouted in grief and indignation, Li Jiao, I'll fuck your mother. Just now, the two of them were fighting as if they were playing a game. It seemed lively, but in fact, they did not even use 10% of their strength. Suddenly, they began to go all out, catching Hua Xing off guard. He also knew why Li Jiao was like this. He was obviously going with the wind, but he could not help but be angry. The boat of 100 years of friendship was capsized at this moment. Hua Xing gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you think you've won? Today, no one can leave. After a pause, he shouted, Summon the Saint Beast. Chapter 3006. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the yin-yang 5 elements great change profound sword diagram was broken, revealing the figures of the 100 people who had set up the spirit array, causing the surrounding disciples to cry out in alarm. Especially Yang Kai's ferocious appearance and huge body, they were horrified. What kind of monster was this? You take the left, I'll take the right. Yang Kai coldly glanced around and ordered Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't say a word and rushed out with the iron pot on her head. 3 Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples gathered in one place didn't even have time to react before they were blown apart by her fist. Yang Kai also moved, reaching out and grabbing the air. The third elder, who was several dozen meters away, was strangely caught in his palm. No one knew how he did it. A chill ran from head to toe. Before the third elder could say anything, he was crushed by a strong force and followed in the footsteps of the great elder. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and another elder standing near the third elder was directly swept away, vomiting blood mid-air. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead. In his dragon transformation, Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline was stimulated, giving him extraordinary strength. How could a few trivial first-order Emperor Realm Masters be his opponent? Like cutting melons and vegetables, Yang Kai and Lin Yun left a trail of chaos in their wake. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples and elders suffered heavy casualties, with no one able to resist even half a move from them. In just 3 breaths of time, more than half of the 100 people had died. Only then did the rest wake up from their daze and flee in all directions. Facing these 2 monster-level opponents, and with their artifacts taken away, they didn't even have the courage to fight. Naturally, running for their lives was more important. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk crescent blades shot out from all directions. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had participated in setting up the spirit array all screamed miserably as they fell to the ground. Lin Yun circled around and killed a dozen people, but when she turned around, there was no one left. Blood rained down from the sky. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples watching from afar kept quiet out of fear, their faces ashen. What kind of enemy did the sect provoke? All the elites of the sect were annihilated just like that. From the great elder to the senior sister and brother of the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were all dead. At the level of the Emperor realm, only the Pavilion Master was left. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never suffered such a heavy blow. After this battle, it would be difficult for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to recover its Yuan Qi even if they could expel the enemy. Moreover, how could these 2 monsters be so easily removed? This was clearly the rhythm of their sect being exterminated. At this moment, Hua Xing's roar of grief and indignation resounded through the clouds. Summon the Saint Beast. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples changed drastically. They were even more frightened than when they saw Yang Kai and Lin Yun slaughter their fellow disciples. What did Pavilion Master say? He actually wants to release the Saint Beast? Run! What are you still standing there for? If you don't run now, you'll be dead for sure. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were watching from afar fled in all directions as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the Saint Beast was some kind of plague. There were also some disciples who had just joined the sect who were at a loss. Although they knew that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had a mountain guardian Saint Beast, no one had ever seen it, nor did they know what the hell this Saint Beast was. They only knew that the Saint Beast was extremely powerful and was on par with Pavilion Master Hua Xing. Seeing their brother, senior sister, and brother who had joined the sect earlier flee in all directions, they also panicked. No matter what the Saint Beast was, it was definitely not a kind creature. And just after Hua Xing's roar, a terrifying evil aura suddenly came from somewhere in the depths of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It was as if a sleeping dragon had awoken, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the aura. His blood faintly felt a burning sensation, as if it was being drawn by some kind of power, making him eager to fight. Xiao Yun also flew to his side, still carrying the black iron pot on her head. Her beautiful eyes looked in that direction and her nose gently sniffed, her beautiful eyes brightening. Roar. Another roar rang out, followed by a huge figure that seemed to be a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast stepped on the air, its entire body emitting flames, and its aura was monstrous. This was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. He could not help but feel a trace of the aura of a divine spirit from this Saint Beast. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast was actually a divine spirit. This inevitably made people feel a little incredulous. But soon, a scene that shocked Yang Kai appeared. That Saint Beast did not fly straight towards them, but instead rushed towards some of the fleeing Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples. Like a bolt of lightning, it directly rushed into the crowd. In the next moment, a series of miserable screams rang out. Obviously, they were bitten to death by the Saint Beast. Hua Xing's heart bled. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had raised a mountain guardian Saint Beast for several thousand years, but this Saint Beast was a vicious beast that was captured by the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10th generation old ancestor. When the 10th generation old ancestor was alive, the Saint Beast was still obedient, but after the 10th generation old ancestor fell, the Saint Beast's vicious nature was exposed. Although it did not leave the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, it was not under anyone's control. Only the Pavilion Master of each generation could communicate with it. Every time they asked it to come out, they had to pay a great price. If they were prepared, they would prepare a large amount of food in advance, and they could reluctantly ask it to come out once to defend against a strong enemy. But this time, they were not prepared, and the price they had to pay was the tragic death of their disciples. Even 100 years ago, when the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was in danger, the previous pavilion master did not ask the Saint Beast to come out because of this reason. But this time, with such a disaster, Hua Xing could not care less. Miserable screams rang out continuously as one Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciple after another was pounced on by the Saint Beast and devoured. What the hell is that? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, but unfortunately he was too far away to see clearly. He only knew that this so-called Saint Beast had not done anything to them, but had slaughtered many of their enemies. It looks so delicious. Lin Yun's nose twitched even more. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat. Why did this little girl only know how to eat? After a cup of tea's time, perhaps because the Saint Beast had eaten its fill, it flew over, its 4 feet stepping on fire, its 2 eyes burning like flames. After getting closer, Yang Kai was finally able to see the appearance of this Saint Beast. Dragon head, antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back, bear's waist, snake's scales, horse's hooves, and ox's tail. It was a powerful and domineering creature. Fire Qilin? Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. No wonder it had the aura of a saint spirit, it was a fire Qilin. There were many types of Qilins, but no matter which type, they were all ancient saint spirits. His dragon race bloodline was also the power of a saint spirit, and he was one of the best among saint spirits, so he was naturally attracted by the other party's aura. It's not a fire Qilin. Lin Yun seemed to be very knowledgeable about saint spirits, her eyes shining as she said, it just has some Qilin bloodline, it's not pure. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, his face changing. Girl, you're drooling. Lin Yun raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth, saying excitedly, leave this to me. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward. Don't be careless. Yang Kai hurriedly warned. Although Lin Yun's performance was not bad, facing such a vicious beast with a saint spirit bloodline, Yang Kai could not help but be a little worried, not knowing if she was a match for it. But Lin Yun's performance was so positive that Yang Kai did not want to pour cold water on her, and could only make up his mind to be ready at any time. One person and one beast quickly approached. The fire Qilin's descendant clearly understood human nature. Seeing Lin Yun boldly rushing over, it roared in anger, the flames on its body becoming more and more fierce. Lin Yun ignored it and directly rushed over. The fire Qilin opened its mouth, and a huge fireball blasted over, its power terrifying. Lin Yun did not dodge, and instead pushed the iron pot on her head forward. That iron pot was clearly not big, only the size of a wash basin, countless times smaller than the fireball, but with such a simple push, it actually made the fireball disappear completely. Yang Kai's body that was just about to move stabilized again, his eyes burning as he looked at the dark iron pot, only one question in his mind. What the hell is this thing? At this time, Lin Yun had already rushed in front of the fire Qilin, her feet tapping the air, and in an instant, she rushed to the top of the fire Qilin's head and put down the iron pot. The fire Qilin raised its claws to grab the iron pot, and wherever the claw passed, the surrounding space was squeezed out into irregular lines. Lin Yun twisted her body, barely avoiding it, but her lower abdomen was still cut, and blood immediately flowed out. But she completely ignored it, and directly put the iron pot on the fire Qilin's head. In the next moment, a sensational scene appeared. The fire Qilin, a vicious beast that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and possessed a divine spirit bloodline, let out a mournful cry as its body swayed. The small iron pot on its head seemed to have grown out of its body as a terrifying suction force emanated from it. The huge vicious beast's body was pulled in by an inexplicable force, twisting and changing, and soon like a stream of water, it was sucked into the iron pot, disappearing from sight. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was stunned. Hua Xing was also stunned. Lin Yun also seemed to be stunned, scratching her head foolishly, a blank look on her face. She was very clear about the power of her treasure, And although she was confident that she could use this treasure to subdue the fire Qilin, it was absolutely impossible to do so easily. She was prepared to have a big fight with this guy. She never thought that she would succeed as soon as she made a move. The little girl's mind was simple and pure, so she didn't think too much about it. She excitedly caught the iron pot, and a lid appeared out of nowhere. With a bang, she closed the iron pot and looked around with a smile. The more she looked, the happier she became. Li Jiao's expression changed. Even though he had seen great winds and waves at this moment, he still felt a little creeped out. When Hua Xing had invited out the Saint Beast of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he had also taken the time to pay attention to it. He had sensed the strength of that Saint Beast and knew that even if he were to attack, he might not necessarily be able to win. However, such a terrifying existence had actually been subdued by a dark and swarthy iron pot. It had been subdued in a single move. This was simply inexplicable. Chapter 3007. Wait a minute, iron pot? Li Jiao's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of something. His dusty memories were opened, and a thought that made him tremble with fear appeared in his mind. This treasure. Hua Xing clearly recognized the origin of the iron pot, and his face was filled with horror. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Li Jiao had taken advantage of his distraction to launch a sneak attack, directly blasting his arm into pieces. "Old dog Li, you tricked me!" Hua Xing roared in grief and indignation. He hurriedly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Li Jiao. Blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. Li Jiao chased after him, not showing any mercy as he said, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. When did this Li trick you? Who told this Hua that these two people had nothing to do with the great emperors?" Hua Xing's face was distorted. On one hand, he was angry, and on the other hand, he was anxious. If he had known that this little girl was related to the great emperors, he wouldn't have dared to make her an enemy. Li Jiao sweated. "If this Li said that I didn't know it would be like this, would you believe me?" This was the truth. He knew Yang Kai's situation very well, and he had no relationship with the great emperors. He originally thought that this little girl wouldn't have any great background, but after seeing that black iron pot that could even capture a divine spirit descendant, he knew that he was wrong. This little girl wasn't just related to the great emperors, she was related to them greatly. Moreover, this great emperor was the most warlike and the most savage of the 10 great emperors. Ordinary great emperors didn't want to easily provoke them. That little girl was related to this master, so how could he easily offend her? "I don't believe you." Hua Xing roared, his entire body erupting like a volcano. Under the attack of his blood and qi, his defense was full of flaws, and he was beaten by Li Jiao to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He could still contend with Li Jiao for a while, but after suffering so many unforeseen events, he couldn't maintain his state of mind. Adding on the fact that he had lost an arm, the gap between the two was immediately revealed. After being hit again, Hua Xing flew backwards, spitting out countless amounts of blood. Before he could stabilize himself, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped him. Hua Xing was startled. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai smashing his fist down with a ferocious expression. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly defended himself. However, all his defenses were like paper in front of this punch. The violent force smashed him down, creating a deep pit in the ground. Yang Kai chased after him and stepped on his body. Hua Xing couldn't move in an instant, his eyes filled with fear. "Spare me!" Yang Kai looked down at him from above and said indifferently, "It's not up to me to decide whether to spare his life." He looked up at Lin Yunner and shouted, "How should we deal with this person?" Lin Yunner said, "Master said to cut the weeds but not dig up the roots." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai's strength had already surged out. "Hua Xing Yun!" Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. This was a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator and the sect master of a top sect, yet Yang Kai had killed him without any hesitation. Palace Master Yang was too fierce. However, on second thought, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done something like this. Back in the Northern Territory, he had already wiped out the Seeking Passion sect, so what was the big deal about killing Hua Xing? He turned his head to look at the chaotic Wind Cloud Pavilion and sighed in his heart. He knew that the Wind Cloud Pavilion was completely finished this time. This great sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years had scattered overnight. From the pavilion master to the sect's elites, not a single one was left. Everyone was dead. Palace Master Yang really knows how to stir up trouble. Back in the Northern Territory, Palace Master Yang had already turned the world upside down, yet in the Western Territory he didn't hold back at all. However, looking at the girl over there, Li Jiao knew that even if Yang Kai pierced through the heavens, nothing would happen to him. This girl, her background was not small. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. The flying great ink dragon armor had excellent elasticity, and if not for this artifact armor, he would have been naked again. Woof woof woof. The little black dog leisurely ran over. Just now, when the battle was turning the world upside down, it had hidden somewhere, but now that the dust had settled, it immediately appeared. Its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster was top-notch. Yang Kai glanced at it in annoyance, but didn't pay it any more attention. There were many wounds on his body, all of them caused by the Yin-Yang 5 Elements' great changing profound sword diagram. There were too many to count, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. However, he didn't care and directly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. He glanced at Li Jiao and said, "Look after that girl and clean up the battlefield. I'll be right back." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Palace Master Yang, this Li will do his best to protect that girl." Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered before disappearing. The Wind Cloud Pavilion was in chaos as countless disciples scrambled to escape. The pavilion master was dead. The great elder was dead. Everyone in the elder class was dead. Even the elites of the Third Order Dao Source Realm were all dead. The Wind Cloud Pavilion was destined to be destroyed. No one was a fool. If they didn't escape now, would they be waiting to be killed? In less than a quarter of an hour, most of the thousands of disciples in the huge sect had fled. Every moment, there would be someone flying away without even looking back. Yang Kai searched for a while before he found the Wind Cloud Pavilion storehouse. Such a big sect would definitely have many good things in its storehouse, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Although he was now extremely rich, he still couldn't afford the consumption of the entire sect. Yang Kai also wanted to save up more cultivation resources for when his friends and family from Shadowed Star arrived. Those people were not a small number after all. After busying himself for half a day, Yang Kai finally returned with a full load. For a top sect like the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the amount of treasures in their storehouses was astonishing, not much less than that of the Seeking Passion sect. Just the number of high-rank source crystals alone was close to 1 billion, not to mention the countless cultivation resources. These were all indispensable treasures for High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai wandered around the Wind Cloud Pavilion again, collecting all the good things he could find. Only in the evening did he return. Lin Yun and Li Jiao moved to a nearby small mountain peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he first smelled a tantalizing aroma. This aroma smelled like meat, but it was also rich in spiritual energy. As soon as it entered his nose, it aroused his appetite and gave birth to a feeling of hunger. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if little Yun was cooking. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai walked over and asked curiously, but after glancing around, he was dumbfounded. On the peak, Lin Yun had already started a fire and placed the black iron pot on top of the fire. A series of gurgling sounds came from the iron pot, as if something was being boiled. The aroma was actually coming from this iron pot. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Was she really cooking? And she was cooking with that iron pot? Yang Kai felt a little dizzy. "Palace Master Yang, you're back?" Li Jiao greeted him and handed over a bag of space rings. "These are the spoils this Li collected from the battlefield just now. Palace Master Yang, please check them." Whether it was Hua Xing or the elders of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, they definitely had some stock in their space rings, especially Hua Xing. As the pavilion master of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, how could his space ring not have any good things? Not to mention the hundreds of elites from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was a huge amount of wealth. Li Jiao had collected everything and didn't dare to keep it for himself, so he handed it all over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai casually accepted it and didn't count it, nor did he check the contents of the space rings. He simply looked at Lin Yunnu, who was squatting in front of the iron pot, his mouth twitching as he asked, "What's going on?" At this moment, Lin Yunnu was staring at her iron pot with sparkling eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly moist, obviously drooling. Noticing that Yang Kai had returned, she only greeted him casually, sucked in her saliva, and returned her attention to the iron pot in front of her. "This young lady probably wants to make something to eat." Li Jiao braced himself and replied. "Make something to eat? With what?" Yang Kai asked casually, but his face soon darkened as he looked at Li Jiao and said, "Could it be?" Li Jiao nodded with a cold expression. Yang Kai was shocked. "Is that possible?" Li Jiao hesitated. "Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origin of this exotic treasure? Do you?" Li Jiao said, "I've heard of it before. If this Li isn't wrong, this pot is called Return to One." Return to One. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this name before, but he was only concerned about one thing right now. He walked over and whispered, "Little Yunnu." Lin Yun didn't even raise her head. "It's almost done. Uncle Yang, wait a moment." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Did you really cook that fire qilin?" "Yes, that's a descendant of a divine spirit. I haven't eaten one yet, so it must be delicious." When Li Jiao heard this, his whole body trembled. He was also a descendant of a divine spirit and a descendant of a dragon. He didn't want to be cooked by this little girl one day. In an instant he looked at Lin Yun with shock and fear, as if he had seen his natural enemy. Sure enough, there were no good days with Palace Master Yang. The dragon race was fine. At worst, it would just be bloodline suppression. However, this little girl was too terrifying. She took the pot, Returned to One, and cooked a descendant of a divine spirit. Li Jiao felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed with Yang Kai, he would sooner or later be scared to death. Cherish your life and stay away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green. "Little Yun, you have to think carefully. This thing can't be eaten carelessly. That guy just swallowed a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples." Speaking of this, his face couldn't help but turn pale. If it was just a descendant of a divine spirit, it would be fine to cook it. With such a fragrant smell, it definitely wouldn't be bad. However, Yang Kai had seen that Fire Qilin eat a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples with his own eyes. At this moment, it was all in the pot. Thinking of this, how could he still have the mood to eat? It would be good enough if he didn't vomit it out. Lin Yun smiled and waved her hand. "Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I've taken care of it." Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look at Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and said, "I've indeed taken care of it. I've also put the long swords and artifacts that this girl took away in a ring." Obviously, Lin Yun had taken care of the Fire Qilin while he was away. Chapter 3008. Understanding this, Yang Kai didn't resist as much. After thinking for a moment, he also sat beside Lin Yun, listening to the sound of the iron pot while smelling the aroma. Waiting to eat. After a while, "Delicious, delicious." Lin Yun held a large bone in her hand and praised as she chewed on it. "Eat slowly." Yang Kai reached out and wiped the oil stains on his face. "No one will fight with you for it." Although he said this, his speed wasn't slow. There was a pile of bones beside him, and there were even more on Lin Yun's side, almost forming a small mountain. As expected of a divine spirit descendant, the flesh and blood contained an extremely rich energy essence. Eating a mouthful, his mouth was full of saliva and his stomach was burning. Although there weren't any seasonings, this was definitely the most delicious food Kai Yang had ever eaten. The iron pot seemed to have some kind of magical power. Just by casually cooking it, it was able to make people swallow their own tongues. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Yang Kai picked up a large bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. He glanced at Li Jiao standing to the side and said, "Brother Li, do you want to try it?" "No," Li Jiao said politely. "Then why are you swallowing your saliva? Don't talk nonsense." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Then this Li won't be polite." Although he still felt a little repulsed in his heart, after all, they were all divine spirit descendants. Suddenly being cooked in a pot, although it smelled good, he would definitely feel a little conflicted if he really ate it. However, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's invitation. Moreover, he really did want to take a bite and see what it tasted like. Walking to the side of the pot, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of pork rib. He apologized and took a small bite. Then, his eyes widened and his speed increased a lot. It was like a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds. Delicious, right? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Not bad, it's really not bad. Following Palace Master Yang is really a blessing. Lin Yun didn't make a sound. While Yang Kai and Li Jiao were talking, she had already wolfed down the food for a while. Immediately, a few more bones appeared beside her. The little black dog was not to be outdone either. It leaned over the pot and bit off a large piece of meat with its mouth, eating it with relish. 2 hours later, Xiao was lying on the ground, rubbing her stomach. The huge Holy Spirit descendant was devoured cleanly by the three of them, not even leaving behind a single drop of soup. Lin Yun had a satisfied expression on her face. She had finally eaten to her heart's content. Ever since she had sneaked out, she had never had a full day. In the past, when she was by her master's side, she did not have to worry about food and drink. Everything was taken care of by her master. Only after leaving her master's side did she know that life was not easy. Even eating a full meal was so difficult. Now that he thought about it, he began to miss his master. Little Yun, why didn't you use this trump card earlier? Yang Kai asked as he picked his teeth with a piece of grass. He didn't know where this iron pot unification came from. If Xiaoyan had taken it out from the beginning, that bullshit sword formation would have been broken long ago, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Lin Yun narrowed her eyes and said, Master said that the trump card cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Master again. The little girl seemed to really take her master's words as a golden rule. I'll take you to eat something better next time, Yang Kai said casually. Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. Really? And there is a savage, desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory. There's a lot of good food there. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He had heard that there was a divine spirit guarding that place. Palace Master Yang's courage was too big. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Xiaoyan was very happy. After lying down for a while, Yang Kai said, Where do you plan to go next? The wind and cloud pavilion was destroyed, and the little girl's goal was achieved. It could be said that she had vented her anger. I don't know. Lin Yun shook her head. She was just feeling annoyed and had run away from home. She did not have any plans. It was a coincidence that she had met Yang Kai. I see. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, Why don't you come with me to the Northern Territory? I've built a high heaven palace there. High heaven palace? Lin Yun was immediately interested. After all, she had stayed in Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect for a while. Hearing this name made her feel very familiar. She nodded and said, Okay, it's okay. Okay, then we'll go back tomorrow. Yang Kai immediately made a decision. The matter with the wind and cloud pavilion was a little big. A top sect was destroyed just like that. If he and Lin Yun were cultivator in the Western Territory, it would be fine, but the problem was that neither of them was from the Western Territory. If they continued to stay here, they might attract the attention of the Great Emperors. The Great Emperors of Night Shadow and Shadow Killer Hall were not easy to provoke. Li Jiao was also shocked when he heard this. It was not easy. After running out with Yang Kai, he finally saw hope of returning home. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Yang Kai began to arrange the space array. He originally wanted to find a hidden location in the Western Territory to set it up so that it would be convenient for him to travel in the future. If he wanted to come to the Western Territory again, he could just use the space array directly. However, he was not familiar with the Western Territory, so it would not be easy to find such a place. It might take him 1 to 2 months or even more. So, after careful consideration, he gave up on his original plan. It was better to go back first. If he really needed to come to the Western Territory one day, It would not be a big deal to make another trip. He directly set up the space array on the mountain peak of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao meditated quietly to the side, but in fact, he was secretly paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. He was also a palace master and had good eyesight, so he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this territory space array. Lin Yun had nothing to do, playing with the little black dog. Half a day later, the space array was ready. Yang Kai called out and Lin Yun immediately ran over with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also walked into the array base. The space principles fluctuated, enveloping the three people and the dog. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and when his emperor qi surged, the array lit up. "Rise!" Yang Kai shouted, and a dazzling light enveloped everyone, causing them to instantly disappear. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange power attack him. This power was not too strong, but it was extremely clever and actually interfered with his teleportation. Yang Kai was shocked, but before he could figure out what had gone wrong, a voice suddenly rang out in his knowledge sea. "Boy, you've got guts, daring to kidnap this king's beloved disciple. Seeing that you have no ill intentions, I'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, this king will kill you." The voice rang directly in his knowledge sea, clearly breaking through its defenses, but what shocked Yang Kai was that he did not notice anything strange at all. This was simply unbelievable. His divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so who could quietly break through his knowledge sea's defenses and send a voice into his head. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, his vision blurred and he found himself back in the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Li Jiao standing beside him, his brow furrowed. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory, and the little black dog stood at his feet with a dull expression. Only Lin Yun was missing. Yang Kai's expression changed and he hurriedly wanted to teleport back to check on the situation, but when he poured his divine sense into the space array beneath his feet, he found that the connection with the Western Territory array had been cut off. Impossible. He and Li Jiao had just teleported here, so it was impossible for the connection to be cut off so suddenly. The space arrays he had arranged could all be connected to one another, so as long as he adjusted them properly, he could freely travel between them. After teleporting so many times, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with the array he had arranged. It was definitely not the kind of thing that would malfunction so easily. Thinking back to the words that had just echoed in his mind, Yang Kai's expression changed again. Little Yun should have been left behind by her master. Had little Yun's master been following her all this time? If not, how could little Yun have been left behind so quickly? The reason the connection to the array was cut off was clearly because someone had destroyed it. Needless to say, the one who had destroyed it was little Yun's master. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This was the second time he had encountered such a thing. The first time was in the ancient land, where the array he had left behind had been destroyed by the Luan Feng, and now he was encountering it again. Just who was little Yun's master? She had been following him for so many days without him noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Oh no! Yang Kai suddenly remembered that some time ago, in that city, he had inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. That hostility had come and gone as quickly as it had appeared. At that time, he had thought it was some kind of illusion, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't an illusion at all. That hostility had clearly come from little Yun's master. Why is she so hostile towards me? The words that had entered his mind just now clearly carried some prejudice, and the tone was very unkind. Yang Kai was baffled, thinking that he had not done anything to little Yun. But after understanding this, Yang Kai felt relieved. As long as there was no problem with the array that had prevented little Yun from following him, it did not matter. Her master was definitely a master, and she probably had her own considerations for leaving her behind. Inferring from the words just now, this master was still very concerned about Lin Yun. Wind and Cloud Pavilion on a mountain peak. Lin Yun stood alone on the array, a blank expression on her face. Looking around, she could not find anyone, so she immediately called out, "Uncle Yang, Uncle Yang." No one responded. She shouted a few more times, but it was still quiet all around. "Stop shouting," a voice suddenly sounded, and as soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Lin Yun looked over and was pleasantly surprised. "Master, why are you here?" She ran over in a few steps and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man sighed. "If I didn't come, you would have been abducted. How could I not come?" Originally, he did not intend to show himself so early. It was not easy for him to find a successor, and he was extremely concerned about Lin Yun. After getting along with her for so many years, Lin Yun did not disappoint him, and her cultivation progressed extremely quickly. Therefore, he doted on this little girl in every possible way. Running away from home and secretly escaping was just Lin Yun's wishful thinking. Under his watch, if not for his indulgence, how could Lin Yun escape? Chapter 3009. Lin Yun stuck out her tongue, not realizing that she had been caught running away from home, and pouted, "Master, you've been following me all this time." That person said, "The world is dangerous, but you are innocent, so Master naturally has to keep an eye on you and protect you." Lin Yun snorted angrily and said, "No wonder I was able to subdue that big guy so easily yesterday, so it was you who secretly helped." Although she was innocent, she was not a fool. Yesterday, she was a little surprised that her skills had suddenly improved, but now she understood. It was not that she had improved, but because her master had secretly helped her, otherwise, she would not have been able to subdue that divine spirit descendant so easily. Being exposed by her, that person smiled slightly and did not deny it. "Where did Uncle Yang go?" Lin Yun asked. That person said, "He is hundreds of millions of kilometers away." As he spoke, he glanced at the territory crossing space array and was secretly shocked. He was well aware of Yang Kai's cultivation. Yang Kai's space divine ability was extremely profound, and he was even able to arrange such a powerful spirit array. No matter how picky he was, he felt that this boy's future achievements would be limitless. But so what? He actually dared to try to abduct his disciple, and he was already giving face to Lin Yun by not breaking his legs. I want to find Uncle Yang." Lin Yun was anxious. "Nonsense." That person's face darkened. "You have been out for a long time, so you should go back with Master. Don't waste your cultivation." "I don't want to, I want to find Uncle Yang." Saying so, she walked into the space array and activated her Emperor's Qi, trying to activate the array with a red face, but there was no reaction at all. When that person saw this, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, thinking, "Master has taught you so hard for so many years, raising you up and giving you the cultivation of the Emperor realm, but you can't even compare to this strange Uncle Yang. Girls are said to be extroverted, but isn't this too much?" He did not have a good impression of Yang Kai to begin with, and now he felt even worse. He could not wait to grab this boy from the other side of the space array and torture him to vent his anger. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the bitterness in his heart, that person smiled and said, "Disciple, let's discuss something." "What?" Lin Yun looked at him angrily. "You like that kid surnamed Yang very much? Uncle Yang is Xiaoyun's relative. You want to find him?" "Master, please come and help me. I don't know why this thing is useless." Of course, it was useless. Master had used a hidden force to sever the connection in the void. It would be strange if it was useful. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in the future. "I heard what your Uncle Yang said before. He has a sect in the Northern Territory called the High Heaven Palace, right?" After a pause, he continued, "Disciple, when you reach the Third Order Emperor realm, Master will take you to the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace to find your Uncle Yang. At that time, you can stay there for as long as you want." Hearing this, Lin Yun's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Her heart hurt even more. That person forced a smile and gently nodded. "When has Master ever lied to you?" Lin Yun didn't even think about it and immediately rushed over from the space array, grabbed his arm, and flew forward. "What are you doing?" That person was stunned. "Let's go back and cultivate." "Master, Don't worry, Xiaoyun, but we'll definitely reach the Third Order Emperor realm soon. It's rare for you to be so proactive. Master is very pleased. This is Master's precious disciple. That person said with a smile, but the bitterness in his mouth was worse than eating Chinese medicine. Damn, why do I feel like I've lost? Why is this? Brat, you're called Yang Kai, right? Just you wait. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master is back. Quick, quick, inform the head chief. Beside the High Heaven Palace's transmission array, several disciples who were guarding the array were overjoyed when they saw Yang Kai and shouted one after another. They were originally disciples of Thousand Leaves sect and were brought to the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai after the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect. Although they still wore the Thousand Leaves sect symbol, as time passed, they became more and more attached to the High Heaven Palace. Today, not a single Thousand Leaves sect disciple felt that they weren't part of the High Heaven Palace. Cultivating here was too comfortable. Not only was the world energy many times denser than in Thousand Leaves sect, they also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The head chief didn't treat them differently just because they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. In just a short period of time, the cultivations of all the original disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had greatly increased. The original sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, had even entered seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. This was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. But everything changed after coming to the High Heaven Palace. Now, if anyone dared to say that they weren't disciples of the High Heaven Palace, they would definitely fight them to the death. Yang Kai was Thousand Leaves sect's benefactor and the master of the High Heaven Palace. However, this master was somewhat elusive. He rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, he was running around outside. Occasionally he would come back, but he wouldn't stay for long. Chief Steward Hua Qingxi had already instructed that if Yang Kai returned, he must be notified immediately. That was why these disciples were so excited. Li Jiao recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's that girl?" That young lady was standing beside him just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Yang Kai said, "She was asked to stay by her master. She couldn't come with us." Her master? Li Jiao's expression changed when he heard this, and he said in shock, "That master has appeared." Yang Kai glanced at him and asked curiously, "Why does it sound like you know who little Yun's master is?" Li Jiao's expression changed for a moment before he honestly said, "I have a guess." Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. "Who is that master? Tell me about it." Although he could guess that Lin Yun's master was definitely not an ordinary person and was most likely one of the great emperors, he didn't know who it was. There were only a few great emperors he had come into contact with, so it was unlikely that they were related to little Yun. However, Li Jiao being able to guess was beyond his expectations. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Palace Master Yang know anything about that girl's iron pot? This is the first time I've seen it. I've never heard of it before." "That's right." Li Jiao nodded. "Since Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origins of that iron pot, it's understandable that you can't guess it." "What is that iron pot called?" Li Jiao solemnly said, "That pot is called Return to One. Palace Master Yang should have also sensed it. That pot is an ancient rare treasure. Once this pot appears, it can collect all the treasures in the world." Yang Kai gently nodded. He had seen the power of Return to One before. In the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Lin Yun had collected the artifacts of over 100 people, relying on this strange divine power. It could even be said that the divine spirit descendant being collected wasn't because of little Yun's ability, but rather because of this ancient rare treasure called Return to One. As far as this Li knows, the previous owner of this pot was the famous Iron Blood Great Emperor. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. That's right, it was the Iron Blood Master. No one knows how the Iron Blood Master obtained this ancient rare treasure. Everyone only knows that it was in his hands, but that was a matter from 1,000 years ago. How powerful was the Iron Blood Master? Even among all the great emperors, he was one of the top existences. There was almost no one in the world who could be his opponent, so why would he need to use such a treasure? That's why Return to One has never appeared in the past 1,000 years. However, the older generation in the Emperor realm is no stranger to this ancient rare treasure. This Li is certain that the iron pot in the girl's hands is definitely Return to One. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. In other words, little Yun's master is the Iron Blood Master. There's a 90% chance. Li Jiao nodded and said, Lord Iron Blood is elusive. There are only a few people who know him, but his cultivation path is very similar to that lady's. They both pay attention to the strength of the physical body. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Little Yun's master was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. This was both expected and unexpected. It seemed that when Yang Yan left and took little Yun away, he wanted to entrust the little girl to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. And with the personal guidance of the great emperors, there was a reasonable explanation for little Yun's rapid growth in cultivation. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had taught her everything, and with little Yun's tyrant body of strength, it would be strange if her cultivation speed was not fast. Yang Kai suddenly remembered another matter. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, before the battle between the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Duan Hongchen, the great emperors of the secular world had casually said that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had accepted a good disciple. Now, it seemed that the good disciple was Lin Yun. Yang Kai was very happy for her. This little girl had found a good master. With such great emperors protecting her, who in this world would dare to provoke her? From the words of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, it seemed that he also valued Lin Yun very much. It could even be said that he doted on her, causing him to have some prejudice against Yang Kai. Touching his nose, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected calamity. Li Jiao, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in fear, The Iron Blood Master has been following us all this time? Probably, Yang Kai replied casually. Li Jiao's cold sweat became even more severe. Previously, in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, when Yang Kai and Lin Yun were trapped by the spirit array, he had played tricks for a while. It was only after Yang Kai and Lin Yun broke the spirit array that he went all out. This matter could deceive the disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, but it definitely could not deceive the great emperors. Fortunately, the great emperors did not lower themselves to his level, otherwise, how could he have returned alive? For some reason, he felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. He felt a little uncomfortable. Palace Master Yang, this matter is over, so this Li will take his leave. This trip has been quite a while, and I don't know if anything has happened in the palace. This Li is anxious to return, so, go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then this Li will take his leave. Li Jiao felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly flew out. He secretly made up his mind to guard against fire, theft, and Yang Kai. In the future, no matter what, he would go out with Palace Master Yang. Chapter 3010. The Iron Blood Great Emperor. Xiao Yun's master was actually the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a while before smiling. Although he regretted not being able to bring Xiao Yun back, there was still plenty of time in the future. There was always a chance for them to meet again. Now that Xiao Yun had a good master, her future path would not be as thorny as his. Hua Qingxi flew over and smiled from afar. Palace Master, you're back. She had rushed over as soon as she received the news, and Bian Yuqing had come with her. Bian Yuqing was a little reserved when she landed, cupping her fists and Greetings, Palace Master. If not for Yang Kai's righteous help in the Spirit Lake Palace, she might not have had the chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Things had changed with the passage of time. The guy who had been just a little brat in front of her back then was now her immediate superior, and had even provided her with shelter and a place to cultivate. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. However, she had adjusted her mentality well and knew how to be grateful. These days, she had integrated well into the High Heaven Palace and had become sisters with Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked at Hua Qingxi. Long time no see, Sister Hua has become even more beautiful. Hua Qingxi glared at him, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. You're the palace master, so don't be so frivolous. If someone who doesn't know heard you, who knows what they would think? I'm just speaking the truth. Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and said, have you gotten used to living in the palace? Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, many thanks for palace master's concern. This mistress has to thank palace master for being able to settle down in this place. Yang Kai waved his hand. Now that you've entered the High Heaven Palace, you're a member of the High Heaven Palace. There's no need to be so polite. This will be your home from now on. Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment and then smiled. Hua Qingxi said, Palace Lord, you've been running around outside all this time. There are many things in the palace that little sister Qing has helped out with. When it comes to managing the sect, little sister Qing is more experienced than me. I didn't have a chance to tell you, but I've already let little sister Qing be the deputy chief of the High Heaven Palace. Sure. Yang Kai nodded. From now on, Protector Bian will be our deputy general manager. He made the final decision. With his words, the title of Bian Yuqing's deputy director was confirmed. Although Bian Yuqing came from a small sect and her foundation was not as strong as Hua Qingxi's, she was still a protector. When Blue Feather Sect's sect master Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned, she and the other 3 protectors were in charge of managing Blue Feather Sect, so naturally they had accumulated a lot of experience. Hua Qingxi had indeed learned a lot from her during this time. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace right now, and most of them were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect, the High Heaven Palace had a strong foundation and would become a top sect sooner or later. When that time came, there would be hundreds of thousands of disciples, so they would need someone to manage them. Now was the time to familiarize themselves with the situation so that they wouldn't be in a rush in the future. Bian Yuqing said in a panic, Palace Lord, I haven't been of much help. Being able to enter the High Heaven Palace is the greatest fortune of this mistress' life. This mistress was born in the High Heaven Palace and will die in the High Heaven Palace. If there is a need in the palace, this mistress will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, but this mistress really can't take up the position of deputy general manager. This wasn't modesty, but the truth. When she first came to the High Heaven Palace, she didn't pay much attention to it, only thinking that it would be a good choice to live here in the future. Not to mention that she owed Yang Kai a debt of gratitude. This precious land was something that the Blue Feather sect of the past couldn't compare to. Cultivating and living here was something that any cultivator yearned for. But as time passed and she learned more about the heritage of the High Heaven Palace, she discovered that she had underestimated this incomplete sect. There were 3 monster kings, each of whom was comparable to a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. The 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors was the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, as well as an Emperor Ray Master and an Emperor Artifact Master. There was also the Heavenly Sound Palace and the 1000 Illusionary Dream Realm. It had a close relationship with the top sect in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley, almost like a family. The other 2 top sects, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect, still owed a huge debt to the High Heaven Palace. In the Southern Territory, there was a cross-territory space array connected to the Southern Territory, and it had a close cooperative relationship with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Its annual income was several times that of the other top sects. It was said that Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a member of the dragon race. It was hard to imagine that a newly established sect could have such a heritage. And all of this was built by Yang Kai alone. The more she understood, the more shocked she was. In such a sect, what right did she have to assume the position of vice chief? Not to mention that she had just advanced to the Emperor Realm. Even if she was a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, she still wasn't qualified. So when she heard that Yang Kai really wanted to take her position as vice chief, she quickly refused. She wasn't being modest, but she really didn't have the confidence. Hua Qingxi knew what she was worried about, so she smiled and said, In our sect, the status doesn't depend on cultivation, it only depends on whether you can help or not. Our palace master is a hands-off shopkeeper. Elder Sister Hua understands your ability, so you really can't refuse the vice chief position. Bian Yuqing still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, It's settled. He turned to Hua Qingxi and asked, "Is Zhu Qing back?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "No, didn't she go to the frozen earth?" Although Yang Kai came back once last time, he immediately left in a hurry, so Hua Qingxi didn't know that he also went to the frozen earth and experienced many things. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. He had wasted a lot of time in the Western Territory. After all, it would take some time for him to kill his way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion with Lin Yun. According to his calculations, Zhu Qing should have come back, but Hua Qingxi didn't see her. Could it be that she was delayed on the way? Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, if Zhu Qing left the Western Territory, she should go back to the High Heaven Palace first. No matter what, he had an inseparable intimate relationship with her. She should at least come back to inquire about his news. He decided to wait a little longer. Maybe Zhu Qing would come over in a few days. Palace Master, did something happen? Hua Qingxi keenly noticed Yang Kai's strange look and asked. Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. Then Palace Master, how long will you stay this time? I can't say. Do you want to gather everyone to meet you? That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. He also felt that he was a bit too much of a hands-off boss. It was rare for him to come back, so he naturally wanted to get in touch with everyone. After a while, figures appeared one after another in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall. Yang Kai sat at the top, and to his left was Pill Emperor Jing. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest, his identity was special. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was much higher than everyone else. Naturally, no one wanted to sit there. On the right was Monster King Shi Lei. The three Monster Kings had similar cultivation, but Shi Lei was stronger. Among the 32 Monster Kings in the savage desolate ancient land, his ranking was very high. Below him were Ying Fei, Xie Wei, Chief Array Master Nen Men De Jun, and Weapon Master Hou Yu. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, who were the head steward and deputy head steward, sat below. In the conference hall, there were a total of 9 people from the Emperor Realm. 3 of them were level 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. The number of people from the Emperor Realm might be slightly less than other top sects, but in terms of quality, no top sects could compete with them. Qi Yu and the others weren't present. According to Hua Qingxi, they had been training in the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. The Dream Realm Thousand Illusions' uniqueness and irreplaceable space-time distortion allowed them to grow rapidly. Everyone recognized the power of the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. It was definitely the foundation of the High Heaven Palace's future. He didn't call everyone over to discuss anything. Although the High Heaven Palace was huge, there weren't many people, so naturally, there weren't many things to discuss. Yang Kai didn't need to ask too much. Jiying had been refining pills all this time. Yang Kai had given him countless rare flowers and herbs. Most of them came from the savage wilderness ancient lands in the Eastern Territory. Many of them were spirit herbs that Jiying had only heard about. He had accumulated a lot of Emperor-level spirit pills, enough for him to squander for a while. Nan Men De Jun had also finished setting up the High Heaven Palace's array and refined the High Heaven Palace's mountain ripple diagram. Once the mountain ripple diagram was released, the entire High Heaven Palace's situation could be seen at a glance. Recently, there was almost nothing to do. Only Hou Yu was busy all day. She wasn't a law-abiding person and wanted to escape every 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, the 3 Monster Kings took turns to guard her, so she had no hope of escaping. This caused her to have deep resentment towards the Monster Kings. After chatting for half a day, everyone dispersed. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Peak and calmed his mind for a while before raising his hand. Countless high-rank source crystals filled the room. High Heaven Peak was the best spirit peak in the entire High Heaven Palace. The world energy here was extremely rich, so with so many high-rank source crystals, the density of the world energy increased by another level. The world energy in the room had almost begun to mist and was about to condense into a solid substance. Wrapped in this world energy, Yang Kai felt very comfortable, and the pores all over his body were about to open. He was preparing to cultivate for a while. Since breaking through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, although his cultivation had been increasing, there had been no signs of a breakthrough. It had been a long time since then. Moreover, he had always felt that he was about to break through, but at every critical moment, he was always a hair's breadth away. He didn't know what was going on. To be honest, he didn't have much time to cultivate in seclusion, so it was rare for him to have some free time. Naturally, he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation. Now that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, if he used all his means, he could compete with a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he could even win, but this was obviously not enough. The higher his strength, the higher the level of contact, the more Yang Kai would realize his shortcomings. The Emperor Realm wasn't the peak. Above the Emperor Realm, there were the Great Emperors. Yang Kai's goal was to become the Supreme Great Emperors. After the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai's various experiences could be considered rich and colorful, especially those years in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. It was an opportunity that ordinary people couldn't encounter. Logically speaking, such experiences should have been enough for him to break through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, but he still couldn't break through. He felt that he needed to work harder and reach new heights in one go. Chapter 30:11. Inside the room, the world energy aura was as thick as a mist. Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. The surrounding world energy flowed like 10,000 streams into the sea, flowing into his body and into his meridians. Gradually, the place where Yang Kai was sitting seemed to have turned into a vortex that could devour everything, pulling in the surrounding world energy before disappearing. The First-Order Emperor realm was slowly accumulating and strengthening, gradually showing signs of a qualitative change. The qi in his body fluctuated, his meridians swelled, and his physique squirmed. This was clearly a sign that he was about to break through. Yang Kai guarded his mind, not allowing anything to disturb him. The expression on his face was neither sad nor happy. As time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. The shackles of the First-Order Emperor realm were like a mountain in front of him, and the beautiful scenery around him was the trials and tribulations on the road to advancement. If he was attracted by this scenery and stopped, his path of martial Dao would come to an end. The strong winds, thunder, and lightning at the top of the mountain were all obstacles to his growth. Countless cultivators were stopped in front of their own bottlenecks, regretting it for the rest of their lives. When they grew old, they would beat their chest and stamp their feet, but they would never have the chance to choose again. Yang Kai climbed up the mountain, ignoring the beautiful scenery around him. The wind and thunder couldn't stop him in the slightest. There was only one thought lingering in his mind. He wanted to climb over the mountain in front of him and experience the wider world. He wanted to stand at a higher position and look down on all living beings. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's calm face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed slightly, and the change became more and more obvious. Finally, with a piu sound, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura, which had risen to its peak, suddenly withered like a punctured balloon. If the path of advancement was compared to climbing a mountain, then in that instant he felt as if he was rolling down the mountain peak. His goal was clearly within reach, and he only needed to put in a little more effort to overcome the obstacles in front of him. However, he was unable to take the final step. Instead, it caused him to fail at the last step and fall off the cliff. Due to the shock of his qi, he actually suffered a small injury. His expression was a little ugly as he opened his eyes and looked at the source crystals around him. He found that 70 to 80% of the source crystals he had prepared were gone. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he took out a few emperor pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai waved his hand and the room was immediately filled with countless high-rank source crystals. Again, this time, Yang Kai was even more cautious. In the Emperor realm, every small breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every breakthrough was a great leap in strength. He was stuck at the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm and was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Second-Order Emperor realm. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this anger. First, he spent some time recuperating and adjusting his condition. When everything was ready, he tried to break through again. The spirit qi in the room began to stir again. Under his guidance, The origin crystals in the room began to vaporize and flow into his body. His aura rose steadily. It was not fast, but it was very stable. In less than half a day, the aura of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master reached its peak again. Yang Kai quickly formed a few hand seals, guiding his strength to break through the shackles. Kong. A shock from his soul rang directly in his mind. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he felt dizzy. A sweet taste surged up his throat uncontrollably, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura withered again. Just a little bit more. A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face. Since he stepped onto the martial Dao, his experience could be described as rich and varied. He had experienced countless trials and tribulations. How many times had he escaped from death? How many times had he created miracles? Compared to all the previous obstacles, what was this obstacle in front of him? He didn't believe that he couldn't even break through the barrier of the First-Order Emperor realm. Another day later, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes, a fierce look flashed across them. Just a little bit more. Again. Just a little bit more. Again. The stubbornness in his bones was completely aroused. He held back a fierce determination in his heart. If he failed, he would try again. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a chance. After an unknown number of days, Yang Kai tried again and again, but failed again and again. Finally, he recognized the reality. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. After understanding this, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths to calm the churning blood in his chest. He didn't try to break through again. He just sat there cross-legged, motionless. His expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. Although he had faced many dangers along the way and had almost lost his life many times, he had never encountered such a situation. Every breakthrough had been smooth and steady. This was the first time he had encountered a bottleneck. He clearly felt that he was just a little bit away from breaking through, as if there was a thin film in front of him that was blocking him from prying into the mysteries of the higher martial Dao. It seemed like he could reach out and break through it, but he just couldn't. This situation wasn't something that could be solved by brute force and determination. He had already tried dozens of times. If he could succeed, he would have done it long ago. Was this the Emperor realm? Sure enough, the obstacles here were much greater than those in other realms. Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with the smoothness of his cultivation in the past. He had never encountered a bottleneck when breaking through in the past, so he didn't know what this feeling of wanting but not having the strength was like. After accumulating for a long time, it finally broke out in the Emperor realm, allowing him to try the path that an ordinary cultivator had to cross. This was fair. After the storm, there would be a rainbow. Only after setbacks could one taste the joy of success. And only after experiencing such setbacks could one's path as a cultivator be considered complete. Yang Kai wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, this bottleneck broke out when he was in the First-Order Emperor realm. Although it seemed difficult to break through now, it didn't mean that there was no hope. If it broke out when he was in the Third-Order Emperor realm, it might be even more terrifying. After understanding this point, he calmed down. He knew that as long as he could break through the shackle, his future path of martial Dao would definitely be smoother than before. He stretched out his hand, collected the remaining source crystals in the room, got up, and walked out. Since he couldn't break through even if he tried, it meant that it wasn't a matter of effort, but that the opportunity hadn't come yet. Yang Kai naturally couldn't force it. Pushing open the door, the black puppy raised its head and looked at him. The black puppy didn't know how many days it had been waiting here, but it hadn't changed much. When it saw him come out, it just glanced at him, then closed its eyes again and went back to sleep. Yang Kai kicked it, but the black puppy didn't move at all and pretended to be dead. With a sneer, Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on a mountain peak. Immediately, he heard a series of shouts, "Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da!" Yang Kai glanced around and saw the three Monster Kings shouting nonstop, their faces red as they stared fixedly at a dice cup. The dice cup was being held in Ho Yu's hand and was shaking vigorously, a series of tinkling sounds coming from it. Not only was it clear and pleasing to the ear, it even had a calming effect. As the dice cup was shaken, ripples appeared in the air and spread to the surroundings. Towering Palace's chief emperor weapon master, the Star Boundary's master monkey, Hou, had already rolled up his sleeves to his arms, revealing his white and tender arms. He stepped on a stone bench with one foot. Although his long skirt fluttered, his calves were exposed, and his posture was extremely indecent. But she didn't care at all, her beautiful eyes smiling as she stared at the three monster king in front of her, her hands moving faster and faster, an expression of victory on her face. When Yang Kai arrived, the three monster kings didn't notice him at all of their attention was on the dice cup. Yang Kai's expression darkened. He knew that Hou liked to gamble. In the past, because of gambling, she owed an unknown amount of source crystals. In the end, she was trapped on an island and had to rely on the array refined by the Southern Gate Army to avoid being tracked down. Until Yang Kai came to her rescue, she would definitely still be trapped on that island. She was recruited into the High Heaven Palace because of her identity as an Emperor Armament Master. Facts proved that she didn't disappoint, as the flowing cloud shuttle was easily refined by her. Ever since she entered the High Heaven Palace, there wasn't a day where she didn't think of escaping. Unfortunately, with the three monster kings taking turns to guard her, where could she escape to? Often, before she could even leave the High Heaven Palace, she would be captured and brought back. But now, it seemed that this woman was just a piece of rat shit. What kind of status did the three monster kings have? She actually pulled them together to gamble. Moreover, looking at the expressions of the monster kings, they were clearly very engrossed and excited. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little worried about his High Heaven Palace. He had a feeling that the future was uncertain. Was it right or wrong to recruit Hou? Taking a closer look at the dice cup, Yang Kai's expression darkened even more. This was actually an Emperor-grade artifact. And it was an Emperor-grade artifact that could isolate divine sense. Thinking about it, the monster kings were all very powerful. If they couldn't isolate divine sense, then what was the point of gambling? With a sweep of his divine sense, the result came out. Place your bets. Hou shook his dice for a long time before slamming the dice cup on the stone table in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he glanced at the three demon kings with an attitude that said, "Who else but me can do it?" Open it, Shi Lei urged. Little Hou, if you lose, you have to refine this king's eagle claw properly. Ying Fei smiled slightly. I'll lose? Hou will lose? Are you kidding me? Hou sneered. Xia Wei said, there's still me. Hou snorted, don't worry, if you really lose, give me your crab shell. Then let's open it. Are you sure? I'm sure. Then let's see. Hou seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Her eyes glowed as she opened the dice cup, revealing three carefully refined dice. Looking at it, the three monster kings smiled. Hou's expression changed, and soon it was covered with a layer of frost, as if her parents had died. Little Hou, you have to keep your word. Shi Lei smiled slightly. Hou turned her head with a face full of resentment. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed and she smiled. Palace? Palace Master, you're here. Why didn't you say anything? Chapter 30:12. When she said this, the three monster king finally noticed Yang Kai's figure. They hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted him, their expressions extremely awkward. Ying Fei's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He quickly put away the dice cup and dice on the stone table. Three monster kings and an emperor weapon master. Instead of doing proper work, they actually gathered here to gamble. They were even caught red-handed by Yang Kai. It was truly outrageous. I sensed you guys here, so I came to take a look, Yang Kai said casually. Shi Lei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, do you have any orders? No orders. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about their gambling. He reached out and grabbed Hou, who was trying to escape, and pulled her back. Palace Master? I won't dare next time. Hou squeezed out a flattering smile as she was held in Yang Kai's hand. Please let us go this time. I'll go refine for you. Didn't you bring back a lot of things a few days ago? Don't worry, leave them all to me. Yang Kai released her and asked, "What do you do when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation?"
What?
Bottleneck? What bottleneck? The three monster kings looked at him in astonishment. They didn't expect him to suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. Ying Fei said, "We've never encountered a bottleneck." Yang Kai stared at him, "Not even once?" Shi Lei laughed. "Young Master Yang, we Monster Clan pay attention to bloodline and birth. It's a little different from you humans. Bloodline and birth basically determine the highest achievement in a lifetime. Of course, there are some accidents and opportunities, but generally speaking, there are no bottlenecks in the Monster Clan's cultivation." Xie Wei also nodded. "We Monster Clan's cultivation is innate talent. We don't have thousands of cultivation methods like humans, so the concept of bottlenecks is meaningless to us." "I forgot, your Monster Clan." Yang Kai nodded and looked at Hou Yu. "What about you?" Hou Yu hadn't recovered from his shock yet, so when he saw Yang Kai looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Palace Master, I am an artifact refiner and don't pay much attention to cultivation. I don't know how I managed to break through to the Emperor realm, but for you to ask me this question is a bit too profound." "You've never encountered a bottleneck?" Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. "I think so." Hou Yu recalled for a moment and nodded. "Then how did you break through?" "I'll just wait. I'll refine my weapons and gamble. When the time comes, I'll naturally break through." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and gently nodded. "Young Master Yang?" Ying Fei looked at him, hesitating to speak. "It's nothing. You guys can continue." Yang Kai smiled faintly. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Just like how he had come without a trace, he also left without a trace. "Has young Master Yang encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation?" Shi Lei asked thoughtfully. "It should be." Xie Wei nodded and said, "I heard that he has been in retreat these days, but seeing that his cultivation hasn't increased today, he may have indeed encountered a bottleneck." Ying Fei said, "Humans have the help of secret arts and secret techniques, so their cultivation may generally improve faster than the monster race, but if they encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, they may be unable to advance any further. I hope young Master Yang doesn't stop at the First Order Emperor realm." Shi Lei said, "He's still young. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, it's not a big deal. Who doesn't encounter setbacks? Young Master Yang doesn't seem like someone who can be easily defeated. Don't worry, he will cross this hurdle." "I hope so. Do you still want to gamble?" Hou Yu looked at the three Monster King eagerly, her hands itching for a bet. Shi Lei glanced at her and said, "What else do you have to lose?" Hou Yu thought about it and was speechless. Medicine Pill Peak, one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Whether it was in terms of scenery or world energy, it was not inferior to High Heaven Peak. It was also where the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Jing, the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, lived. When Yang Kai arrived, he heard a gentle voice, as if someone was explaining the alchemic Tao. When he looked over, he saw a person sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, and his mouth was like a torrent that flowed without end. Below him, more than a dozen cultivators with varying cultivations were listening attentively with thoughtful looks on their faces. These cultivators were all disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Presumably, they wanted to learn the alchemic Tao, so they came here to be apprenticed to a master. However, with Ji Ying's status, one of the few alchemy masters in the Star Boundary, it was naturally impossible for him to teach them. Even if Ji Ying wanted to, they might not understand. At this moment, the one teaching was one of Ji Ying's disciples. Yang Kai had seen him before and knew that he was a Tao Source-grade alchemist with a solid foundation. "Brother Yang, you're here. Please come in." Ji Ying's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Obviously, he had been discovered. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered, and he entered one of the halls. Inside the hall, heat waves were rolling and alchemic flames were raging. A pill furnace stood in the center of the hall, with Ji Ying standing to the side with a smile. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, he said happily, "Brother Yang, you came at the right time. I wanted to look for you before, but General Manager Hua told me that you were in retreat, so it wasn't convenient to disturb you." Is something the matter, Brother Ji? Yang Kai asked curiously. It's like this. This Ji is preparing to refine a furnace of 9 heavens nature pills. There are a few obscure areas in condensing medicinal liquid and inscribing pill arrays, so I would like to ask Brother Yang for advice. 9 heavens nature pills. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about emperor-grade pills. They were extremely difficult to refine, and even an emperor-grade spirit master might not be able to successfully refine them. Although Ji Ying was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill-grade emperors, he was not at the level of the great emperors, so he was not confident that he could successfully refine such a pill. And in the entire High Heaven Palace, only Yang Kai could discuss this with him. I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so let's study it together, Yang Kai said modestly. That was my intention. With Brother Yang's help, this furnace of spirit pills should not be a problem. Ji Ying was overjoyed. 3 days later, Yang Kai walked out of Medicine Pill Peak. He looked tired, but his eyes were extremely bright. As he walked, his expression suddenly changed and he revealed a bitter smile. He had come here to ask Ji Ying about the matter of cultivation bottlenecks, but he hadn't expected that he would actually forget about it because he was so busy researching the 9 heavens creation pill. Ji Ying had already started refining pills, so it was naturally not convenient to disturb him. Moreover, if he asked him about this, he might not be able to say anything. After all, Ji Ying's situation was similar to Hou Yu's. They did not focus on cultivation. Between the two of them, one was obsessed with the Tao of alchemy, while the other was focused on the Tao of weapon refinement. Even if they encountered bottlenecks during cultivation, they might not take it too seriously, so how could they have any experience in this area? Sighing, he looked around. In such a large high heaven palace, he could not find anyone to talk to. At this moment, beautiful figures flashed through his mind, and his heart was filled with longing. After a while, he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the space array. Greetings, Palace Master. The disciple guarding the array hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and stepped onto the array. A disciple hurriedly said, Palace Master, are you going out? When will you be back? The great general manager might ask about this. I'm going to Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai replied and urged his space principles, causing light to envelop him in an instant. Ice Heart Valley, Ice Lake Restricted Area. When Yang Kai's figure appeared, a tender voice immediately called out, Are you a friend from High Heaven Palace? Yang Kai replied. This array only connected Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace, so it was convenient for them to communicate with each other. Therefore, only people from High Heaven Palace could teleport here. Seeing that the array was activated, the Ice Heart Valley disciple guarding the array naturally had to ask who it was. After confirming that it was someone from High Heaven Palace, the disciple stepped forward and saw the face clearly, immediately calling out, Is it Palace Master Yang? Yang Kai looked at her and found that he did not recognize her. It was a baby-faced woman who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but her cultivation was in the First Order Dao Source realm. Obviously, her real age was more than that. At this moment, the woman had a look of pleasant surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if she had seen a relative. You recognize me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. The woman said excitedly, All the sisters of Ice Heart Valley recognize you. Yang Kai sweated a little, but thinking about it, it made sense. Last time, when Ice Heart Valley was besieged by Seeking Passion sect, he led the Monster King to turn the tide. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples had seen him in that battle. Even if they did not see him at that time, they could get some information from the other senior sisters. Palace Master Yang, are you here to see Ancestral Founder? Are you here to see Martial Aunt Ji Yao? Everyone in Ice Heart Valley knew that Yang Kai and Ji Yao had a good relationship. The reason why their third martial aunt, who had been missing for many years, could return was because Yang Kai had brought her back. It was said that she had suffered a lot in the outside world over the years. I'm here to see Senior Bing Yun, Yang Kai said politely. Then I'll send you a message. Saying so, the disciple hurriedly took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she said, "Palace Master Yang, please come with me." "Thank you." Following this disciple, Yang Kai met many Ice Heart Valley disciples along the way, all of whom were extremely beautiful. Indeed, as she said, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley recognized Yang Kai, and most of them immediately saluted him after seeing him. As for those who were further away, they gathered together and began whispering and pointing at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but from their demeanors, it wasn't anything bad. Ice Heart Valley was an all-female sect, and all of its disciples were women. Basically, men were not allowed to set foot here. Only Yang Kai could receive such treatment. If it were any other man, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. The scenery in the valley was beautiful, and the world energy was rich. Coupled with the countless beautiful women, it was likely that any man who came here would linger and forget to leave. The female disciple leading the way seemed to be very proud. Along the way, she chatted with Yang Kai from time to time, causing many senior sisters to be envious. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a palace. The female disciple stopped and said, "Palace Master Yang, please. Ancestral founder is inside." "Many thanks." The female disciple quickly waved her hand. "Palace Master Yang is too polite. This is disciple's duty." Chapter 30:13. Just as he was about to walk forward, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked his path. Kai Yang raised his head to take a look, and a cold and elegant face entered his eyes. Her figure was graceful and slender, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Along with the appearance of this person, a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. This fragrance was very natural. It was obviously the fragrance of a woman, and when it entered his nose, it made him feel relaxed and happy. "Junior Sister Yao, long time no see. I trust you've been well." Yang Kai smiled at her. Ji Yao gently nodded, looking him up and down, her red lips opened and closed, her words causing Kai Yang to vomit blood. "Senior brother is still alive." "Ah." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine." "Where have you been all this time?" Ji Yao asked. "I've been walking around," Yang Kai replied casually, feeling a little guilty. Speaking of which, after destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he and Ji Yao had not seen each other much. After all, he had been running around outside. Occasionally, he would return to the High Heaven Palace and hear from Hua Qingxi that Ji Yao had come to find him. She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a while, but unfortunately, she had not seen him and had returned. Even when he returned this time, Hua Qingxi had mentioned it. There were many misunderstandings between him and Ji Yao. When she was wandering in the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was delirious. For some reason, she had mistaken him for Bing Yun, which led to some embarrassing events. Yang Kai still remembered the breathtaking scene he saw in the Luan Feng Palace. At this moment, after seeing Ji Yao, he couldn't help but think of that blood-curdling scene. Fortunately, Ji Yao saw the real Bing Yun later and finally recovered from the shock. But in any case, Yang Kai felt a little guilty when facing her. He believed that Ji Yao remembered what had happened before, but since she had not mentioned it, Yang Kai would not stupidly mention it. Ji Yao looked at him faintly and smiled. "How many flowers did you pick? How many stalks of grass did you provoke?" As she spoke, she actually took a light sniff and nodded. "And it smells very good." Yang Kai felt even more guilty. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "Junior sister, what are you saying?" As he spoke, he secretly sniffed his own scent. How could there still be the scent of Zhu Qing after so long? "Yang Kai is here? Why are you standing outside?" Bing Yun's voice suddenly came from inside the house. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He hurriedly walked inside while replying. Ji Yao fiercely glared at him. Her glare was like a knife, piercing into his flesh, making Yang Kai feel as if he was being stabbed in the back. After entering the room and seeing Bing Yun, Yang Kai quickly bowed. Bing Yun looked at him with a smile and then looked at Ji Yao, who followed him in. She said softly, "You're not an outsider. Sit down." Yang Kai thanked her and sat down across from Bing Yun. Ji Yao half knelt on the side. Her expression was indifferent. She took out a tea set and started to brew tea without saying a word. She was very familiar with the process. She was clearly proficient in this field. When did you come back? Bing Yun looked at him warmly and asked. I came back 2 months ago, Yang Kai replied. Ji Yao's hand movements paused and she looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of blame in Ji Yao's eyes. She thought that Yang Kai had just come back. Who knew that he had come back 2 months ago? She didn't get any news at all. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his gaze and sat upright. Senior, how have you been recently? Yang Kai had nothing to say. Bing Yun smiled slightly. Thanks to you, everything is good. These words were not polite, but the truth. Since Yang Kai helped Ice Heart Valley out of a crisis, Ice Heart Valley's development could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Now that they had a close relationship with High Heaven Palace, who in the Northern Territory dared to not give them face. In the past, although Ice Heart Valley was considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, because Bing Yun had been missing for many years, only a group of disciples managed it. Coupled with the fact that they were all women, they were always looked down upon. This so-called top sect was somewhat unworthy of its name. Otherwise, Seeking Passion sect wouldn't have attacked them. But now it was different. In the Northern Territory, in addition to Medicine Pill Valley, High Heaven Palace's prestige was like the sun at noon. Even Ice Heart Valley had benefited greatly. No one dared to provoke them when their disciples went out. Bing Yun said, I heard that the wondrous Pill Great Emperors wanted to invite you to Medicine Pill Valley. Did you go? Yang Kai shook his head and said, Not yet. I've been busy with trivial matters recently, so I haven't had much time. Bing Yun said, The Great Emperor's invitation can't be taken lightly. If you have time, you must go. If you can get a few pointers from the Great Emperors, you will benefit greatly in your life. Senior is right, Yang Kai nodded gently. The two chatted for a while, and not long after, the tea was ready. Jiao poured a cup for each of them and then sat there quietly. Yang Kai took a sip and praised, Good tea. Junior sister's cooking is also good. His flattery didn't have any effect as Ji Yao didn't respond. Yang Kai coughed dryly and continued to drink his tea. Bing Yun chuckled and said, Did you run into some kind of trouble? Yang Kai was startled and said with a wry smile, Senior's eyes are like torches. Bing Yun smiled and said, You're absent-minded and have a lot on your mind. If I can't even see that, then I'm really blind. Yang Kai nodded and said, I did encounter some problems. Ji Yao looked up at him and stared at him without blinking. Bing Yun said, If it's convenient, tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, I can listen. Yang Kai said seriously, Junior's cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Bing Yun looked at him in surprise. I've been in seclusion all this time. I clearly feel that I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough, but I can't grasp that faint opportunity. And then? Bing Yun asked. And then? Yang Kai spread his hands. Bing Yun laughed involuntarily. What is this? Yang Kai was speechless and thought to himself, This is a big deal. Bing Yun smiled and said, Although I don't know how old you are, in my opinion, you should be less than 100 years old. Yang Kai nodded and said, Pretty much. He didn't remember how old he was. Bing Yun continued, For ordinary people, this age is indeed the sunset or even a handful of yellow soil, but for a cultivator like me, this age is just the beginning. You're so young, but you're already a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, you cultivated all the way from the Star Territory in the lower plains. It can be said that you have outstanding talent. Senior is too kind. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I'm not praising you, but telling the truth. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate to the First-Order Emperor Realm? Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he raised a finger and said, 8,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. Compared to your achievements, my aptitude is simply insignificant. Yang Kai blushed and said, How could this junior compare himself to senior? Bing Yun pointed at Ji Yao and said, Then, do you know how long it took your junior sister Yao to become an Emperor Realm Master? Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao curiously. Ji Yao raised her hand, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup for Bing Yun, saying softly, Master, have some tea. Bing Yun smiled slightly and didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he said, "You have such achievements at such a young age. I think you're used to having a smooth journey." Smooth journey? Yang Kai thought about it and didn't feel that he had a smooth journey. On the contrary, he felt that his journey was bumpy. That's why when you encounter a bottleneck, you will take it very seriously. Bing Yun smiled slightly, but in my opinion, it's not a big deal. Which cultivator doesn't have a bottleneck? Which person doesn't encounter setbacks on their path? A knife gets sharper the more you grind it, and so is a cultivator. Bottlenecks and setbacks are just tools to polish your tools. Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun looked at him and suddenly said, "No, you're not worried about your bottleneck." Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You already know what I'm talking about. You also know that you will break through this bottleneck sooner or later. You're worried about other things." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Bing Yun smiled mysteriously and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Bing Yun said, "Follow your heart." After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked like he was sending him off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After pondering for a long time, he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Senior." Bing Yun didn't say anything else. Yang Kai turned to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, goodbye." After saying that, he strode out of the room. Ji Yao stared at his back and didn't chase after him. After he left, she asked, "Master, what happened to Brother Yang?" "I don't know." Bing Yun slowly shook his head, but he's definitely hesitating about something. The bottleneck is just an excuse for him to avoid it. Then Brother Yang didn't encounter a bottleneck? He did have a bottleneck, but it's just that his opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The other thing isn't an issue of opportunity. Ji Yao looked out, curious about what Yang Kai was hesitating about. In Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle and disappeared in a flash of light. He didn't return to the High Heaven Palace through the space array because his destination wasn't in the Northern Territory. His destination was the Eastern Territory, Dragon Island. Zhu Qing still hadn't returned. At first, Yang Kai thought that she was delayed on the road, but it had been 2 months since he returned to the High Heaven Palace. Even if Zhu Qing was delayed on the road, she couldn't have been delayed for so long. In other words, Zhu Qing had definitely returned to Dragon Island. He had been hesitating whether to go to Dragon Island to find her, but he was also looking forward to Zhu Qing coming to the High Heaven Palace. After all, they were already husband and wife, and their relationship was inseparable. Unfortunately, there was no news from her, which made Yang Kai a little disappointed. What does she mean? Does she want to be a married couple with me? How can there be such a convenient thing in this world? Little girl, just you wait. When I find you, I'll definitely spank your ass. Kai Yang secretly swore in his heart. He also recalled what Zhu Lai said to him before and sneered in his heart. He knew that Zhu Qing made this choice for him, but he wasn't convinced. He was a man. Why did he need her protection? He had been hesitating between waiting for Zhu Qing to take the initiative to come back and going to Dragon Island to find her. Now, he finally made a decision. Chapter 30:14. Fire Dragon Palace. At the back of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Li Jiao was strolling leisurely in a flowerbed. Beside him was a young woman in a palace dress. Their fingers were intertwined, and they looked very intimate. The young woman gently snuggled up to Li Jiao with a satisfied smile on her face. The young woman was dressed in red, and her face was like a peach blossom. Her skin was white and tender, and there was an unconcealable charm between her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes were watery. Dragon race were lustful. Although Li Jiao was not a pure dragon race, he still had the bloodline of the dragon race, so he had a great demand for the matters between men and women. The number of wives and concubines in the Fire Dragon Palace was also not small. Although he had many wives and concubines, Li Jiao doted on Madame Hong the most. In the past, whenever he had free time, he would do something very intimate with Madame Hong. Madame Hong also knew that her happiness in life was tied to Li Jiao, so she naturally treated him warmly and served him wholeheartedly. It could be said that among Li Jiao's many wives and concubines, no one could compete with Madame Hong. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so now. Ever since Li Jiao returned to the Fire Dragon Palace 2 months ago, Madame Hong felt that he doted on her even more. Although Li Jiao treated her well in the past, there was clearly a big change this time. For a full 2 months, Li Jiao had not been separated from her. He stayed with her every day, which showed how important she was in Li Jiao's heart. Madame Hong also keenly felt the change in Li Jiao, but she was smart enough not to ask anything. She just tried her best to show her gentleness and charm, using this to tie down Li Jiao's body and mind. "Palace Master, that flower is so beautiful." Madame Hong suddenly pointed at a big red flower with a look of affection on her face. "Do you like it?" Li Jiao's tone was also very gentle as he looked at her with a smile. "And I like it." Madame Hong nodded gently, looking like a little bird. Li Jiao smiled slightly, reached out his hand, and pinched the flower in his hand, then beckoned to Madame Hong. Madame Hong glanced at him happily, then lowered her head slightly, allowing Li Jiao to insert the flower into her hair. When she raised her head, Madame Hong swayed left and right, then pursed her lips and smiled. "Is it beautiful?" Li Jiao reached out and pinched her delicate face, nodding repeatedly. "You're beautiful, you're even more beautiful than flowers." Hearing him say that, Madame Hong's heart felt as if it was filled with honey. She felt her whole body was as light as a feather. She said unhappily, "Palace Master is used to making fun of me." She didn't know what he had experienced outside. In any case, after returning from this trip, he was even nicer and gentler to her. In the past, he would still go into seclusion to cultivate. However, in the past 2 months, she didn't see Li Jiao having any intention of cultivating at all. All he did was bring her on a scenic tour, causing the other sisters to be envious and jealous. They all said that she had snatched away all the favor of the palace master. How about I accompany you like this from now on?" Li Jiao asked gently. His eyes were filled with her reflection as he looked at her. There was nothing else in his eyes. Madame Hong's delicate body trembled. When their eyes met, the rims of her eyes turned slightly red. She said emotionally, "Hong, you can't delay the palace master like this. The palace master still has to cultivate." "What are you training for?" Li Jiao sneered. "My cultivation has already reached its limit. I won't cultivate in the future. I'll accompany you to look at the flowers and the sea every day until the end of time." These words were like a sharp sword piercing into Madame Hong's heart, causing her to be extremely moved. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down. "Why are you still crying?" Li Jiao raised his hand to wipe away the pearl-like tears and said with a light smile, "They all say that women are made of water. It seems that it's not false at all. Palace Master, you're too good to Hong. Hong is so happy." Madame Hong gently snuggled into Li Jiao's arms, quickly drenching his clothes. Although Li Jiao treated her quite well in the past, it wasn't to this extent. She immediately felt that she had entrusted her life to the right person and had no regrets in this life. This is nothing. The days in the future are still long. Li Jiao smiled slightly and patted Madame Hong's back rhythmically. Madame Hong squeezed into Li Jiao's arms and said softly, "Palace Master, miss." Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became spirited. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Madame Hong didn't give up. She punched him and said coquettishly, "Palace Master, you're so naughty." Li Jiao laughed loudly. As he laughed and laughed, Li Jiao couldn't laugh anymore. His face darkened, and he turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" When he looked over, he saw that there was an extra person on the rockery over there. He was squatting there quietly, watching him and Madame Hong being lovey-dovey with relish. After seeing this person's face clearly, Li Jiao was frightened out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, "You, hey!" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to greet him. "We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and Brother Li is still as elegant as ever." Madame Hong was shocked. She quickly jumped out of Li Jiao's arms and looked in the direction of the voice. Her face turned red. This person must have heard what she said just now. Thinking about her licentious behavior just now, Madame Hong wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Who are you? How can you be so unruly?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled behind Li Jiao. Madame Hong had never seen Yang Kai before, so she didn't recognize him, but Li Jiao did. "Palace Master Yang?" Li Jiao was about to cry. "When did you come? Say something." If there was someone he didn't want to see the most in his life, it would be Yang Kai. Even the dragon race had to be put aside. This person was simply a nightmare in Li Jiao's heart. He was his natural enemy. As long as he had anything to do with him, he would definitely suffer. The experience from a few days ago was the best proof. It was simply a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. "I've been here for a while. I don't want to disturb you. Brother Li, please don't blame me." Yang Kai chuckled. "Sorry to disturb you. Then you have the nerve to watch the show." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He only looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "Palace Master Yang, may I know what business you have with us?" "You guys go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. We'll talk after you're done." Li Jiao's face darkened. He thought to himself, "The atmosphere has been completely ruined by you. How can we continue?" He said resentfully, "Palace Master Yang, you might as well say it directly. And let's make it clear first. There's no need to talk about collecting debts. If it's not collecting debts, then how can it be collecting debts?" Yang Kai waved his hand and stood up from the rockery. His expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "I just want to ask Brother Li for a favor." Gulp. Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. These words, why did they sound so familiar? The last time Yang Kai came to the Fire Dragon Palace, he seemed to have said the same thing. Then he was taken to the frozen earth by him, entered the reincarnation world, and wandered to the Western Territory. He narrowly escaped death and almost didn't make it back. This experience could be said to be rich and colorful. Li Jiao had lived for so many years and had seen great storms, but how could these countless years of experience be as exciting as the last time? And this time he actually came again? "Are you done yet? Didn't I just owe you a few source crystals? Do you really need to bully me like this?" Li Jiao couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai right now. Even if he had to fight to the death, it would be better than being bullied like this. But after thinking about it for a moment, he knew that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. He couldn't break through the bloodline suppression. This Li's words carry little weight and his cultivation is not high. "I'm afraid I can't help Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao didn't even have the heart to ask and directly refused. He absolutely didn't want to have any insignificant relationship with Yang Kai. He wanted to live a good life, live a peaceful life, not ask about the outside world, not ask about his own cultivation, and slowly grow old and die with the woman he doted on. Yang Kai solemnly said, "I want to go to a place, so I need Brother Li to help me." "Damn it, you're ignoring me. Are my words nothing to you?" Li Jiao was filled with grief and indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, "Palace Master Yang, this Li said it very clearly. I'm afraid I can't help you, so I ask Palace Master Yang, I want to go to Dragon Island." "That's enough." Li Jiao couldn't bear it any longer and opened his mouth to roar, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, he soon turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily, You, what did you say? Where are you going?" "Dragon Island." Hiss. Li Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After a long silence, Li Jiao cautiously said, "Palace Master Yang, are you sick? Do you have medicine?" Li Jiao. Taking a deep breath, Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, don't you know what kind of place Dragon Island is? Why would you want to go there?" Yang Kai said, "Zhu Qing didn't come back." When Li Jiao heard this, he was immediately amused and said, "Was she abandoned?" "Bullshit." Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation. "She has her own considerations." Li Jiao obviously understood something and nodded. "Miss Qing is a good person. Since she made this choice, it's naturally for your own good. Why does Palace Master Yang want to go to Dragon Island to seek trouble for yourself? Yang Kai snorted. It's not certain whose trouble it is. Li Jiao was speechless. If you want to go to Dragon Island, go by yourself. Why are you looking for me? What can I help you with? Yang Kai said, You are a descendant of the dragon. Don't you know where Dragon Island is? Li Jiao blinked and said, How would I know where Dragon Island is? Palace Master Yang's words are a bit strange. You really don't know? Yang Kai looked at him. Li Jiao shook his head. I really don't know. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. And please forgive me, madam. As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Madame Hong, tapped his foot lightly, and flew straight into the sky. He left just like that? Li Jiao stared at Yang Kai's departing back in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Yang Kai would pester him endlessly like last time. Who knew that he would be so easy to talk to this time? Was that the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Madame Hong's face was still red as she looked in the direction Yang Kai left and asked. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was rumored that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was a demon who killed people without batting an eye. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him. Chapter 30:15. Li Jiao didn't answer, as if he didn't hear her at all. His expression kept changing as he struggled. Madame Hong glanced at him and walked forward. She straightened Li Jiao's clothes and said softly, I remember that palace master said something to me a few years ago. What? Li Jiao asked subconsciously. Palace master said that his greatest wish in this life was to set foot on Dragon Island and see the place where his bloodline was born. Palace master said that if he could take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. Hong. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her. He didn't expect that she would remember his casual words when he was drunk back then so clearly. Go, Hong will wait for you at home. Madame Hong looked at him. Although her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance, her face was full of smiles. The struggle in Li Jiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly he reached out and hugged Madame Hong's waist. He held her waist with one hand and her back with the other. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Oh! Madame Hong moaned and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Jiao kissed her very attentively and hugged her very hard. It was as if he wanted to rub Madame Hong's charming body into his body and never separate them again. After a while, their lips parted. Li Jiao turned around and said in a low voice, If I don't come back, you should remarry early. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and chased after Yang Kai. He was so aggressive that even if there were thousands of people around, he would still go. Madame Hong gazed at the direction he left with tearful eyes. She put her hands around her mouth and shouted, I will wait for you to come back. If you don't come back, Hong, I will go to hell to find you. Li Jiao paused for a moment. The next moment he sped up and disappeared from Madame Hong's sight. Yang Kai set off alone. His mind was full of how to enter Dragon Island. Dragon Island was an extremely mysterious existence. Although it was famous and many rumors said that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, no one knew where it was. They only knew that Dragon Island was located in the Eastern Sea of the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai naturally didn't know either. Yang Kai had come to the Fire Dragon Palace to ask Li Jiao just to try his luck. After all, Li Jiao was a dragon descendant and a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, so he might know something. But after asking, Yang Kai was greatly disappointed. If Li Jiao didn't know, then he could only think of other ways. Fortunately, he had another plan, so he wasn't completely unprepared. Just as he was thinking this, his heart suddenly jolted, and he turned around to look. A figure quickly chased after them. Before the person arrived, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the familiar aura. Yang Kai furrowed his brows, revealing a strange expression as he waited quietly in place. A moment later, Li Jiao appeared in front of Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sneered, Brother Li, why are you here? Are you really going to Dragon Island? Li Jiao frowned and didn't answer the question. Yang Kai nodded. For Miss Zhu? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Li Jiao smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. This Li admires Palace Master Yang's courage. Enough nonsense. Why are you chasing after me? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Li Jiao scratched his face and said somewhat embarrassedly, this Li came here to help Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow. Li Jiao said, I know the approximate location of Dragon Island. Yang Kai's eyes drooped. Li Jiao observed Yang Kai's expression and knew the situation wasn't good. He had flatly denied it before, and now he had walked right into Yang Kai's trap. Perhaps he had angered Yang Kai, so he hurriedly explained, I really only know the approximate location. This Li doesn't know the exact location, so I didn't dare to say it before to avoid delaying Palace Master Yang's important matter. Is that so? Yang Kai walked over with a smile. Li Jiao's face turned slightly pale. He thought to himself that he had angered this guy. He shouldn't have chased after him. Wasn't it good enough to live a peaceful life with Hong in the Fire Dragon Palace? Why did he come here to seek trouble? Now that he was riding a tiger, he didn't know what to do. Seeing Yang Kai walk to his side and raise his hand, Li Jiao's heart jumped to his throat. He definitely couldn't win. Even if he resisted, he would be crushed. He simply closed his eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. He believed that Yang Kai wouldn't really kill him. At most, he would just beat him up to vent his anger. But Li Jiao was shocked. Li Jiao shuddered. The attack that he imagined did not appear. Instead, an arm was placed on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes and looked over, he saw Yang Kai hugging his shoulder and laughing, Haha, I knew Brother Li had his ways. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person. Fine. Let us brothers go to Dragon Island and see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den that place is. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, with this young master here, I definitely won't let you suffer. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched and said, then I will have to rely on Palace Master Yang's care. He didn't believe this. Yang Kai was indeed outstanding, but once he entered Dragon Island, that damned place, he would still have to lie down. What kind of waves could he make? Leave it to me. There's no time to lose, let's set off now. While talking, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle. The two of them entered the shuttle one after another. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and left this place at an even faster speed. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Li Jiao hesitated for a long time before carefully saying, Palace Master Yang, you see, this Li has helped you again this time. That debt. A debt is a debt, and a favor is a favor. These are two different things. How can you mix them up? Li Jiao suddenly sighed. He didn't know if he would be able to come back alive after this trip. What was the point of worrying about other things? As long as he could come back alive, he would have profited greatly. Palace Master Yang, if this Li didn't come, how are you going to enter Dragon Island? Did Lady Zhu tell you the location of Dragon Island before she left? No. Yang Kai shook his head. While controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, he replied, I was going to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island and ask the martial beast to point me in the right direction. Dragon Island's location is mysterious, but the martial beast would definitely know. Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao was shocked and said in horror, Palace Master Yang, you know the martial beast? I don't know him. Li Jiao was dumbfounded and said, since you don't know the martial beast, how are you going to ask him to point you in the right direction? I have my own ways. Yang Kai replied casually. He really didn't know the martial beast, but he knew the martial beast's daughter. He hadn't seen Mo Xiaoqi for a long time since they parted in the Shattered Star Sea. He didn't know how this girl was doing now. Although Spirit Beast Island was difficult to find, at least it wasn't as mysterious as Dragon Island. His previous plan was to go to Spirit Beast Island first, then go to Dragon Island. These two Spirit Islands were both in the Eastern Sea. Even if there was some distance between them, they definitely weren't too far from each other. As long as Mo Xiaoqi pointed him in the right direction, wouldn't it be easy to find Dragon Island? His light reply made Li Jiao break out in a cold sweat. What kind of person was this Palace Master Yang? Although he had been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, the more he knew him, the more he found him to be terrifying. Not only was his relationship with Dragon Island unclear, he was also extremely close with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple some time ago. Now, he was even related to Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao's mind was in a mess. He found that he couldn't see through Yang Kai anymore. After muttering to himself for a moment, Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, and I'm saying if we can really enter Dragon Island, no matter what you want to do inside, you must never, ever mention your relationship with Spirit Beast Island." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Li Jiao said, "Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island are like fire and water." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Where did you get this gossip?" He had never heard of this kind of thing. When he heard Li Jiao say this, his first reaction was disbelief. The two spirit islands were the top existences in the entire star boundary. If there was really a conflict, everyone would have known about it. How could he not have heard about it? Li Jiao wiped his sweat and said, "This is not gossip. Palace Master Yang, you don't know about it because you are too young and have just become an Emperor Realm Master. There are too many secrets in the star boundary that you don't know. If you live a few more years, you should know more." Yang Kai frowned. "Fire and water? It can't be that serious, right?" Li Jiao said solemnly, "More or less." But Yang Kai's interest was piqued. This kind of secret wasn't something an ordinary person could hear. Li Jiao could understand it probably because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. Li Jiao said, "Among the 10 great emperors, the martial beast is based on beast taming. There are countless mutated beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and it is said that there are 1 to 2 divine spirits. Since beast taming is based on beast taming, the martial beast naturally wants to tame the strongest monster beast in the world. Think about it, what is the strongest monster beast in the world?" Yang Kai stared and said, "The dragon race." Li Jiao slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. The dragon race may be the leader of all creatures and the leader of divine spirits, but in the end, it is still considered a monster. The martial beast's biggest dream is to tame a dragon race, so how can it have a good relationship with Dragon Island? It can even be said that the reason why Spirit Beast Island is also in the Eastern Territory is because the martial beast wants to be close to them." "Is this true?" "It is absolutely true." Li Jiao had a solemn expression. "Although not many people know about this, there is no such thing as an absolute secret." This news is really explosive. Yang Kai was absent-minded. The martial beast wants to tame a dragon, but how could the pride of the dragon race allow it? If that was the case, then the bad relationship between the two could be explained. Li Jiao continued, "Especially recently, the relationship between Martial Beast Land and Dragon Island has been deteriorating rapidly. I heard that the great emperors even caused havoc on Dragon Island 20 years ago." After he finished speaking, he added, "Of course, we don't know if this news is true or not, but we can confirm that the relationship between the Martial Beast and Dragon Island is really bad." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know, if we really enter Dragon Island, I will definitely not mention the Martial Beast. That would be for the best." Li Jiao was relieved. "That's right, why did you think of following us?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, then said with a smile, "I didn't force you this time." Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone has a stubbornness in their heart. Dragon Island? Is this Li's stubbornness?" These words were said with a bit of bitterness, but Yang Kai understood what he wanted to say. He patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely be able to enter. If we are lucky, we might even be able to upgrade your bloodline." Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself. "Don't count on that, this Li just wants to take a look." Chapter 30:16. "Just you wait, I will settle this account with you sooner or later." Yang Kai's complexion was gloomy. Li Jiao was hiding at the side and keeping quiet out of fear. Don't know what happened. After a month since they departed from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai's temper suddenly became a lot worse. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. He was also cursing someone under his breath. Li Jiao was anxious and frightened. He didn't provoke him these past few days. How did he suddenly become like this? Fortunately, although Yang Kai was in a bad mood, he didn't raise his eyebrows at him. Li Jiao was very careful every day. He was afraid that he would ignite the volcano in his heart. Yang Kai's mood was naturally bad. It wasn't because of Li Jiao, but because of Luan Feng. That stinking woman destroyed the space formation he arranged in the savage desolate land. If not for that, he could have directly entered the savage desolate land from the High Heaven Palace, then go to the Eastern Sea. Although the distance wasn't close, this kind of journey was undoubtedly better than the current one. It was precisely because Luan Feng destroyed his space formation that he had to fly to the Eastern Territory. Even if the journey was smooth, it would still take a lot of time. This made him extremely unhappy. He secretly made up his mind to settle the score with Luan Feng when he met her. She was too infuriating. The flowing cloud shuttle's speed was very fast. Yang Kai and Li Jiao took turns to control it. They cooperated seamlessly. When there was nothing to do, Yang Kai would meditate and cultivate. Although his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it didn't matter if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. He was now 4.5 meters tall after dragon transformation. Cultivating the dragon transformation secret art would allow him to fuse with the golden divine dragon's origin power to a greater extent, increasing his strength after dragon transformation. Occasionally, he would also study the spatial law. The spatial divine technique he grasped so far were all comprehended by himself. Every divine technique had unfathomable power. If he could comprehend one or two more, it would be of great help to him. This trip to the Dragon Island was admittedly a little hot-headed, but it was also the result of careful consideration. Yang Kai also knew that this trip would be full of troubles. He might have a conflict with the Dragon Island. With his current strength, entering the Dragon Island was a 90% chance of death, but Zhu Qing was on the Dragon Island. He couldn't just sit and watch. The words that Zhu Qing said in the reincarnation world was still echoing in his mind. He didn't know what would happen after she returned to the Dragon Island, but he knew that she wouldn't. The leader of all living creatures, the leader of the divine spirits, having an intimate relationship with a human, Yang Kai didn't need to think about it to know that Dragon Island wouldn't allow such a thing. If Zhu Qing could not bear the pressure and was willing to cut ties with him, it would be fine. If she was unwilling, she would have to suffer. Would Zhu Qing be willing? This question had never crossed Yang Kai's mind, because he didn't need to think about it to know Zhu Qing's choice. Time flowed by. The days passed by peacefully. There wasn't much progress in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai hadn't been cultivating for long after all. He was able to reach a height of 45 meters, all thanks to the help of the dragon blood pill and Zhu Qing's pure yin qi. If he wanted to make any progress in the future, he would need the accumulation of time, and it would take a very long time. They arrived at the Eastern Sea. Above the sea, it was vast and boundless. There were no clouds in the sky for 10,000 miles. Even with the assistance of the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Li Jiao still spent 2 months to reach here from the northern territory. It could be seen how far the territory of the astral boundary was. After entering the Eastern Sea, the flowing cloud shuttle was controlled by Li Jiao, because Yang Kai didn't have any clue about the location of the Dragon Island. On the contrary, Li Jiao knew the approximate location. He was able to understand this point because of Yang Kai's previous guess. He was a descendant of the dragon and had the bloodline of the dragon race. He had a very special feeling towards the Dragon Island. Even if he had never entered the Dragon Island, it didn't hinder his feelings from fermenting. He wanted to enter the Dragon Island, but he also knew that with his insignificant bloodline, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dragon Island. 500 years ago, he once searched the Eastern Sea for a long time to spy on the location of the Dragon Island. It took him 3 years to find a clue, but it was only a rough location. According to him, he unintentionally followed a guy into a sea territory. In the end, after entering the sea territory, that guy mysteriously disappeared, and the person he followed seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. This discovery made Li Jiao extremely excited. Later on, he searched there for a long time, but he couldn't find any other clues. In the end, he could only give up. Until this time, when Yang Kai came to look for him and brought out the wish he had suppressed in his heart. Only then did he follow Yang Kai without any hesitation. Back then, I lost that guy in this sea territory. The flowing cloud shuttle was already put away. Above the boundless sea, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him as he said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown, "Are you sure it's here? There isn't anything to refer to here." Li Jiao said, "Although there isn't anything to refer to, I won't remember it wrongly. I have always imprinted this sea territory in my heart." Yang Kai nodded his head. Since he was so sure, then there was no mistake. This place is not small, it has a radius of several 100,000 miles. Furthermore, there isn't any clue. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai timidly. Along the way, he had been holding back his anger. He was determined to enter the Dragon Island and take a look. But when he really arrived at this place, he suddenly wanted to back out. He was a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. He was afraid that if he really found the Dragon Island, would he have the courage to go there? He asked himself honestly. There was no answer. "Brotherly, if you want to go back, then go back. I'm going to look for it." While speaking, Yang Kai flew to the side. Li Jiao stood on the spot and hesitated for a moment. Then he shouted, "Then let's split up and look." After he finished speaking, he went in the opposite direction to search. His divine perception spread out like the tide, carefully exploring every inch of space. Yang Kai didn't fly very fast, because he was afraid he would miss out on some details. In his opinion, the reason why the Dragon Island was so mysterious and no one knew where it was because some shocking formation was set up to conceal its traces. Since it was a concealment formation, then there would be traces to follow. As long as he found the location of the formation, then it would definitely be the location of the Dragon Island. He didn't know much about formations, but as long as it was a formation, there would definitely be a fluctuation of spiritual energy. As long as he grasped that trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, he would definitely be able to follow the vine to the melon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yang Kai expanded the scope of his search bit by bit. He turned this 100,000 miles of sea territory upside down, but he still didn't find anything. During this period, he met with Li Jiao a few times, but he also didn't find anything. 10 days later, the scope of his search had already doubled. 1 month later, it doubled again. Yang Kai's expression gradually became unsightly. Could it be that he couldn't even find the location of the Dragon Island on this trip and had to go back home? That would really be a huge joke. After meeting with Li Jiao again, he frowned and asked, "Are you sure the Dragon Island is in this sea territory?" "Of course I'm sure." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. After a while, he reacted, "Palace Master Yang, you can't be doubting me, right? Then I'm really wronged. What good would it do me to lie to you?" "I'm not doubting you, but after all, so many years have passed, and the scenery of the sea is the same. It's inevitable that you remembered wrongly." "Impossible," Li Jiao said agitatedly. "It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. It's definitely here." Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He nodded lightly and looked into the distance, wondering if he should go to the Spiritual Beast Island. Although the Martial Beast Island didn't have a good relationship with the Dragon Island, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for directions, right? Sigh, the Dragon Island is so mysterious and hard to find. If only we had the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao sighed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Li Jiao asked in astonishment. Yang Kai said, "Can the Dragon Island medallion find the location of the Dragon Island?" Li Jiao said, "It should be possible. The Dragon Island medallion is something issued by the Dragon Island. The holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request that the Dragon Island can fulfill. The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. If someone obtained the Dragon Island medallion, they would definitely go to the Dragon Island to fulfill their wish. How would they enter the Dragon Island? Naturally, they would have to rely on the Dragon Island medallion." As he spoke, he sighed dejectedly. However, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions in history. Furthermore, they were all taken back by the Dragon Island. It is harder than ascending to heaven to find the Dragon Island medallion now. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He raised his head and patted Li Jiao's shoulder with a grief-stricken expression. Li Jiao was shocked. "Palace Master Yang, what happened to you?" Yang Kai raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He clenched his teeth and said, "Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier?" Li Jiao felt an intense pain coming from his shoulder as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai as he said, "You didn't ask." He just said it casually. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a strong reaction. "The Dragon Island medallion, right?" Yang Kai let go of his shoulder and flipped his palm. "I have one." Li Jiao was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "How would I know?" The two of them looked at each other. They were speechless and felt like they were about to cry. They had searched the vast sea for a month and didn't have any clue. They didn't expect the crucial clue to be in their hands all along. "Is this really the Dragon Island medallion?" Li Jiao asked in disbelief. He was just talking about how rare the Dragon Island medallion was. According to what he knew, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions. Furthermore, most of them were taken back. He didn't expect Yang Kai to take one out like magic. Looking at it, the Dragon Island medallion was simple and unadorned. He didn't know what material it was made of. It was neither metal nor wood. A lifelike giant dragon was carved on one side of the medallion, and the word dragon was written on the other side. Li Jiao was slightly absent-minded. This thing seemed to be the Dragon Island medallion. It wasn't much different from the records he saw in the ancient books. "Are you sure this thing is useful?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Li Jiao said with uncertainty, Probably, he couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't use this thing before. However, just like what he said, the Dragon Island was a mysterious place. The dragon race hadn't appeared for a long time. If someone with the Dragon Island medallion wanted to go to the Dragon Island, they wouldn't be guided by the dragon race. It was highly possible that they would find the Dragon Island medallion by using it. Yesterday, I changed the character drawing of Shanqing Luo. It was more in line with the image in my mind. Enchanting, charming, plump, and juicy. It seemed like I said something wrong. Chapter 30:17. Whether it works or not, we will know once we try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and channeled his Emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao stared with his eyes wide open, afraid that he would miss something. The Dragon Island medallion had been with Yang Kai for many years. When he first got this medallion, he also tried to test it out. He wanted to know what was the use of this medallion. However, no matter how much he channeled his Emperor's core, the Dragon Island medallion didn't react at all. This time was no exception. The Emperor's core was devoured by the Dragon Island medallion, but the simple and unadorned medallion didn't react at all. Yang Kai and Li Jiao's expectant gaze quickly turned into disappointment. Why didn't it work? Li Jiao felt a little guilty. Although what he said just now was just a guess, there was some basis to it. Who would have thought that the medallion wouldn't work at all after the test? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, thinking that he came up with a bad idea. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his Emperor's core, something strange happened. The dragon statue on the front of the Dragon Island medallion suddenly blinked its eyes. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Li Jiao. He saw that Li Jiao was also looking at him with his eyes wide open. When their eyes met, Yang Kai said, "Did you see it?" Li Jiao said, "You saw it too?" Both of them were shocked and focused their attention on the Dragon Island medallion again. This time, they finally saw it clearly. The dragon statue was indeed blinking. Not only that, the entire dragon statue seemed to have been given life and was about to jump out of the medallion. The lifelike dragon statue stretched its body and seemed to have a life of its own. It was swimming in the palm-sized medallion. Of course, no matter how it swam, it couldn't escape from the Dragon Island medallion's binding range. However, its movement did give people the feeling that it was swimming. Yang Kai observed carefully. Then, as if he thought of something, he held the Dragon Island medallion horizontally and slowly turned it. The dragon statue didn't move. No matter how Yang Kai turned the Dragon Island medallion, it was still facing a certain direction. The dragon claws moved as if it was riding the clouds in the sky. The dragon head is facing the direction of the Dragon Island. Li Jiao shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He ran in the direction of the dragon head. Li Jiao also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, hurriedly following behind. Flying forward, Yang Kai no longer needed to pay attention to his surroundings. All he needed to do was follow the direction the dragon head was pointing. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the dragon shape on the tokens suddenly changed direction. The dragon head was replaced by the tail, and the tail was replaced by the head. When Yang Kai stopped, Li Jiao also stopped beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead slowly retreating backwards. The dragon's head had disappeared, leaving only its tail facing Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, looked around carefully, then pointed to the sea. "Dragon Island is down there." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai said, "If this medallion really has a guiding function, then I'm not wrong." He had been holding the Dragon Island medallion in his hand. At this moment, the Dragon Island medallion was perpendicular to the surface of the sea. How can this be? How can the Dragon Island be under the sea? Li Jiao couldn't accept it. Since the Dragon Island was an island, it should be on the sea. No matter what, it couldn't be under the sea. However, he couldn't explain the Dragon Island medallion's guidance. Yang Kai said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange that the Dragon Island is so mysterious." Everyone thought that the Dragon Island was above the sea. No one thought that the Dragon Island was under the sea. This unknowingly increased the Dragon Island's concealment. "Let's go and take a look," Yang Kai said and dived down. With a bang, seawater splashed everywhere. Yang Kai had already disappeared. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, a protective barrier formed around his body, squeezing the surrounding seawater away. At the beginning, there was still plenty of light, but as Yang Kai dived deeper, the light under the sea became darker and darker. There were also huge sea beasts shuttling past. Those gigantic shadows gave people a strong sense of oppression and palpitations. Sea beasts had always been huge, and their strength was astonishing. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Li Jiao weren't weak. When they circulated their emperor pressure, the nearby sea beasts didn't dare to approach, so they were unimpeded. After an unknown amount of time, the bottom of the sea had already become pitch black. The pressure around them had also become extremely terrifying. Even a Dao Source Realm cultivator would be crushed by such immense pressure. Only an Emperor Realm Master could barely continue to dive deeper. Their Emperor Qi was quickly draining away like a flood. Li Jiao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but when he saw that Yang Kai didn't stop, he could only grit his teeth and follow. In front of them, a powerful aura quickly approached. It was a sea beast that was pouncing towards them. Although the two's emperor pressure could scare away most sea beasts, there were still some overlords who weren't afraid of anything. When the black shadow passed by, the two of them were swallowed before they could even react. A foul stench enveloped the two of them. Yang Kai's face darkened. He raised his hand and sent out several moon blades. Puff 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 sounds rang out as Yang Kai rushed past the moon blades and pierced through the sea beast's abdomen. When they looked back, they saw that the huge black shadow was constantly churning. The pitch-black seawater seemed to be dyed red, and Li Jiao successfully broke through from the wound. Sea beasts had strong vitality and wouldn't die even if they were injured like this. However, after suffering a loss, they immediately understood that they had provoked an enemy they shouldn't have and fled in a sorry state. "Follow!" Yang Kai sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and sped up to follow behind him. Another quarter of an hour passed, and there was still no sight of the bottom of the sea. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He didn't know how many kilometers they were under the sea. There was no light or sound in the surroundings. It was extremely quiet, as if the world had never been born and was in chaos. "What's wrong?" Li Jiao stood beside Yang Kai. The Emperor Qi barrier around his body was slightly distorted by the pressure of the seawater, and he asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "We didn't find the wrong place." Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this. "That's good, that's good. However, is Dragon Island really under the sea?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not under the sea." Li Jiao was a little confused. "What do you mean?" The two of them had run into the sea, And Yang Kai didn't say that they were looking in the wrong direction, so where else could Dragon Island be? The entrance to Dragon Island is up ahead. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Li Jiao hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate, but he didn't find anything. A void corridor. Yang Kai exhaled softly. There is a void corridor here, but it's very well hidden. Take a closer look. With Yang Kai's reminder, Li Jiao finally noticed that something was wrong. There were indeed traces of a void corridor somewhere. Although he had never cultivated the Tao of Space before, he was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he still had some experience in eyesight, so he asked in surprise, Dragon Island is hidden on the other side of the void corridor? That's right. Yang Kai gently nodded. If that was the case, then everything made sense. He didn't understand why the Dragon Island Command Medallion pointed to the sea before, but after discovering the entrance to this void corridor, he finally understood. Putting aside the specific location of Dragon Island for the time being, this entrance was obviously the entrance to Dragon Island, and the Dragon Island Command Medallion was pointing to the entrance. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and said, We can enter Dragon Island through here? His lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, so Li Jiao couldn't help but feel nervous. He had imagined what Dragon Island would look like countless times, and how he would feel after setting foot on Dragon Island. Now that this goal was suddenly within reach, he was a little worried about his gains and losses. Brotherly, if you want to go back, you can go now. I can handle the rest by myself, Yang Kai transmitted. Hearing this, Li Jiao really had the urge to leave this place and return to the Northern Territory, but this impulse only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. I want to go in, Li Jiao said in a deep voice. Then, are you ready? Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Li Jiao's expression turned solemn as he took a few deep breaths to calm the tumbling emotions in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, N. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as his space force wrapped around Li Jiao and they rushed into the void corridor. The surrounding space suddenly changed as a tearing force came from all directions. The space barrier was broken, and the two of them seemed to be able to enter a new world in the next moment. But at this moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly came from the void in front of them. Immediately after, several huge dragon shadows rushed in from the front. They were overbearing and filled with murderous intent. When the dragon roar sounded, Li Jiao was startled. All the hair on his body stood on end as he felt the aura of death wrap around him. Yang Kai's expression also changed as he felt the terrifying killing power contained in those dragon shadows. Without even thinking, he shouted in a low voice, Dragon Transformation. Another resounding dragon roar sounded as a golden dragon shadow flashed behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Dragon race bloodline was stimulated, and with a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded to a height of 4.5 zhang. A short horn protruded from his forehead, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his whole body was covered in dragon scales. Just as Yang Kai transformed into a half-dragon, the dragon shadows in front of him slammed into him. A vast and irresistible force came from the front, causing Yang Kai to stagger back several dozen meters. Feeling a sweet taste in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As the dragon shadows rushed forward, they immediately turned around and looked down from high above. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fortunately, he had dragon transformation to protect him, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Looking at the dragon shadows with rapt attention, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Because he found that these dragon shadows were not real, nor were they soul avatars, but more like a secret technique. Dragon Race Secret Technique. Chapter 30:18. Dragon Race secret techniques were extremely powerful, but only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use them. These phantoms were clearly secret techniques left behind by the masters of the dragon race. It was impossible for such a secret technique to appear in the void corridor for no reason, and Yang Kai did not believe that the dragon race's defenses would be so tight. After all, the other end of the void corridor was Dragon Island, so who would risk their lives to sneak in? Looking at the dragon race secret techniques left behind here, Yang Kai could tell that they were all life-threatening existences. If he had not used his dragon transformation, it would be impossible for him to still be standing here. This is a fucking trap. It was definitely a trap targeted at someone. This kind of trap was enough to instantly kill an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Is this trap targeting me? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he could not confirm it. Just as he was lost in thought, cryptic dragon language suddenly sounded from the direction of the dragon phantoms. The dragon language was the foundation of the dragon race secret techniques. At first glance, it sounded similar to the incantations of the ancient wizard spells, but it was even more difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. As the dragon language continued, the several dragon phantoms suddenly collapsed, but the voice did not stop. Li Jiao trembled, instinctively feeling fear and regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have just turned around and returned home. The scattered dragon phantoms regrouped and suddenly turned into a giant ancient character, covering Yang Kai and Li Jiao like a giant net. The two of them quickly retreated, but were shocked to discover that no matter how they retreated, they could not avoid the ancient character. The ancient character was extremely mysterious and looked like a square superimposed on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the ancient characters enveloped the two of them, and a strange principal strength began to fluctuate. Li Jiao's face paled and his heart sank. Yang Kai, on the other hand, let out a soft cry of surprise. In the next instant, their vision blurred and the two of them appeared in a world of nothingness. There was no light or sound here, and it was even more disturbing than the seabed from before. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense and found that Li Jiao was not far from him, so he reached out and grabbed him. "Palace Master Yang, what is this place?" Li Jiao gulped and asked. "Void Crevice." Yang Kai replied. He withdrew the dragonization art and returned to his original form. The dragon shadow from before had already disappeared. When the ancient text appeared, it actually threw the two of them into the void crack. Ah! Li Jiao turned pale with fright. He was no stranger to the void crevice. It was an extremely dangerous place for an expert like him. If he was not careful, he would lose his way and never be able to find his way out. Yang Kai took out new clothes from his space ring and put them on while carefully looking around. He had entered and exited the void crevice countless times, but this place gave him a very strange feeling, as if there were mysteries hidden everywhere. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the law of space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions. He felt that if he used his full strength, he should be able to break through this void crack and return to the outside world. However, he did not know where exactly he would appear. So he was not in a hurry to make a move because he needed to enter Dragon Island. This void crevice would not appear for no reason. Combined with the previous encounter, Yang Kai faintly felt that this place should be inside the void corridor. In other words, as long as he could find the exit of this void crevice, he would be able to enter Dragon Island smoothly. And that dragon race secret technique was the reason for the creation of this void crevice. This was really a trap. Yang Kai faintly felt that this was targeted at him, but it did not seem to be so. Anyone who passed through the void corridor would trigger this trap and be banished to this place. He might have just happened to be here. After all, Dragon Island was already so hidden, it was impossible for the security to be so tight. They even did not hesitate to leave the dragon race secret technique in the void corridor to target intruders. If that was really the case, then it was even more impossible to tear space at will. Because if he did, he would not be able to determine his foothold and guarantee that he would be able to enter Dragon Island. Thinking so, Yang Kai already had a plan in his heart and sent a message to Li Jiao. "Follow me closely, there are undercurrents in the void. If you get caught up in one of these undercurrents, you'll be instantly teleported somewhere else and I won't be able to find you. There are also void cracks everywhere. Once you get caught up in them, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured." Void crevice and void crevice were different. The two of them were currently in a void crevice, while the void crevice was much smaller. Some were even undetectable. The void crevice was like a sharp blade lying across the void crevice. Once it was touched, if one was lucky, their skin would be torn, but if one was unlucky, they might be cut in half. Li Jiao clearly understood his situation. In this damned place, only Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could guarantee his safety. He nodded heavily and said, "Understood." Yang Kai immediately led the way in front. The Tao of space fluctuated as he probed the situation around him. He carefully avoided the various void crevices and void crevices. Li Jiao followed closely behind. He was always one step behind Yang Kai. His mind was tense to the extreme. Yang Kai's direction was somewhat erratic, sometimes left, sometimes right. Although there was no reference here, and Li Jiao could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west, Yang Kai's change of direction was still very obvious. Sometimes, as they walked, Yang Kai would even suddenly turn around and walk in the opposite direction. Li Jiao did not say a word, not daring to disturb him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, an expression of disbelief on his face. "Palace Master Yang, did you find the exit?" Li Jiao asked cautiously. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. Then, Li Jiao looked at him inquiringly. "I'm lost," Yang Kai replied. "Huh." Li Jiao was taken aback. "Lost." He almost thought that he had misheard. The surrounding space was a chaotic void. There was no path at all, so how could he be lost? However, since Yang Kai said so, he must have his reasons. In this kind of place, he was the authority. "We've been here before." Yang Kai let out a light breath. Li Jiao scratched his head and released his divine sense to observe his surroundings. He thought that this damned place was the same everywhere. In his opinion, there was no difference at all, so Yang Kai actually recognized it. This was simply unbelievable. "This is a labyrinth." Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was actually an extremely mysterious labyrinth in this void crevice. The entire labyrinth was incomparably huge. With those void undercurrents as the path and the void crevices as the screen, such a large area was cut into a labyrinth that no one could find the way out. What made Yang Kai even more shocked was that this labyrinth was not unchanging. Instead, it was constantly changing. The surging undercurrents, the flowing crevices, any little change could affect the entire labyrinth. Who arranged this? Who had such great ability? Was it Dragon Island? If it was Dragon Island, why would they arrange such a labyrinth here? Who are they trying to trap? Suddenly, a sentence that Li Jiao said before appeared in Yang Kai's mind. 20 years ago, the martial beast had once caused havoc on Dragon Island. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This labyrinth was probably aimed at the martial beast. Only such a huge layout could trap a great emperors. And only great emperors had the qualifications to make Dragon Island arrange such a labyrinth. As for himself, he had merely suffered an undeserved calamity. Thinking up to here, Yang Kai suddenly became excited again. It seemed like his previous guess was correct. As long as he could decipher this labyrinth, he should be able to enter Dragon Island. Because this void labyrinth existed with the tunnel as its foundation, the exit of the labyrinth should be the same as the exit of the tunnel. Yang Kai started moving again. He carefully paid attention to the changes in his surroundings. A blueprint gradually formed in his mind, a blueprint of the entire labyrinth. He believed that as long as he could complete this blueprint, he should be able to find the way out of the labyrinth. Li Jiao did not know what Yang Kai was thinking of. He only knew that his speed suddenly increased by a lot. He could only clench his teeth and keep up. Time passed by slowly. Although there was no sun, moon, or stars in this place, and there was no way to tell how much time had passed, Li Jiao felt that at least a month had passed. After a month of time, Yang Kai had been walking around aimlessly. He would stop to observe his surroundings from time to time. His mouth would mutter a few words, and then he would set off again. Although there was no battle during this month, Li Jiao had narrowly escaped death several times. The void undercurrent appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Once, he was sucked into an undercurrent and was almost teleported to another place. Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled him back. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here for the rest of his life. He did not have the confidence to walk out of here. During this month, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. he found that he had still underestimated this void labyrinth. The blueprint in his mind was overturned again and again, but there was not much progress. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for him to leave here. As long as he could tear open space here, he could return to the star boundary. But if he did that, it would mean that he had given up on entering Dragon Island. This was not his plan. On this day, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were still walking through the void labyrinth, looking for an exit. Li Jiao's heart was already dead. He felt that he could never hope to set foot on Dragon Island in this lifetime. He could only follow behind Yang Kai mechanically, stepping on the places he had stepped on. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and his Emperor Qi surged. Li Jiao was startled and also urged his Emperor Qi without hesitation. He thought that the void undercurrent was surging over again. But Yang Kai did not move as quickly as before. Instead, he stood there and stared ahead in a daze. Li Jiao frowned and stared in the direction he was looking, his mouth agape. He saw that not far away in the void, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Mysterious principles were surging around his body, preventing the surrounding undercurrents from getting close to him. There was someone? There was actually someone in this damned place? Li Jiao could not believe his eyes. But soon he discovered something strange. That person was not really a living person. Instead, it was more like an afterimage because his entire body was emitting a faint light and he did not have a body of flesh and blood. Chapter 30:19. A labyrinth existing in a void crack was already inconceivable. At this moment, there was actually a humanoid shadow inside the labyrinth, which was even more inconceivable. Who was this person? Or rather, who was the one who left this shadow behind? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both stared with wide eyes, but to their disappointment, no matter how hard they looked, they were unable to see the true face of this shadow. Because this shadow seemed to have existed for many years, and although it was extremely powerful, it had been affected by this void crack for so many years, causing it to become somewhat unstable. The shadow was erratic, sometimes elongated, sometimes short, and sometimes round, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, for some reason, Yang Kai felt that this shadow was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Brother Li, have you seen this person before?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I can't see it, but this person is definitely not weak." Although the shadow was unstable, the aura it occasionally emitted was extremely powerful, so it was obviously not an ordinary person from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai nodded, and the faces of the masters he had seen flashed through his mind, trying to confirm it with the shadow in front of him. But at this moment, the shadow suddenly expanded and shrank, turning into a fist-sized white ball of light that slowly floated in a certain direction. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it, pulling Li Jiao and saying, "Follow it." Li Jiao was startled. "Follow him?" Yang Kai responded, feeling that the appearance of this shadow might be a turning point. He had been searching here for an entire month but had been unable to leave this void labyrinth, so at this moment he could only try his best and see what this ball of light was up to. Without any hesitation, he followed closely behind the ball of light. The ball of light's path was even more erratic than Yang Kai's previous one, and it was even more difficult to grasp. It seemed to be aimless, but if one observed carefully, there were traces to follow. Yang Kai secretly cheered up, feeling that his guess was correct. Now, he just wanted to know who had left this shadow behind, so he had been observing the situation of the ball of light, but he hadn't made much of a discovery. The ball of light was produced by a shadow secret technique, and after being affected by the void for so many years, it had long since become unrecognizable, so it was extremely difficult for Yang Kai to trace it back to its source. After walking for several days, Li Jiao was already in despair. Yang Kai's heart was also pounding, and there were many times when he thought of giving up, but thinking that it would be a pity, so he could only clench his teeth. Li Jiao. At some point, the ball of light suddenly sped up and rushed in a certain direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai. When it reached a certain place in the void, the ball of light suddenly exploded without warning, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Li Jiao was stunned. After walking behind this ball of light for several days, he never thought that it would end up like this, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Wasn't this a waste of time? With this, he suddenly lost confidence in Yang Kai, feeling that the two of them were destined to be trapped here for the rest of their lives, and he was afraid that they would never be able to leave this maze. When he turned to look at Yang Kai, he saw that Yang Kai was actually beaming with joy, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Palace Master Yang?" Li Jiao shouted. Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "Found it." "Found it?" Li Jiao frowned and subconsciously asked, "What did you find?" "What do you think?" Li Jiao was startled, then became excited. "You mean, you found the exit?" N. Yang Kai nodded heavily, thought for a moment, and said, "I will open the exit in a moment, and you will enter with me immediately. If you delay, Dragon Island might discover something." But Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. They found it? After walking behind that ball of light for a few days, they actually found the exit? What the hell was that ball of light? Why did it lead them to the exit? However, this wasn't important anymore. The important thing was that they were about to set foot on Dragon Island, and they were about to fulfill their lifelong wish. Li Jiao was excited, nervous, expectant, and uneasy. Just as his mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and the laws of space fluctuated wildly. He stretched out his hands and inserted them into the void in front of him, then fiercely tore. A strange scene appeared, as if something was torn apart, and a huge crack appeared in the void in front of them. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Li Jiao plunged into the crack, and Yang Kai followed closely behind. The two of them instantly disappeared into the endless void. Eastern Territory, Eastern Sea, on an island that was enshrouded in spiritual energy and beautiful, like a fairyland. A man in white clothes stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Beside him, a beautiful woman in a black palace dress stood there with her arms crossed. Her arms squeezed her huge breasts until they were somewhat deformed. The palace dress was below her thighs, and half of her body was exposed to the air. Her skin was white and tender, like white jade, exuding an alluring luster. If all the men in the world were to see such a scene, they would definitely be captivated by it. The man was handsome, and the woman was plump and graceful. Just by standing there, they were an eye-catching scene. The two of them cast their gazes into the distance. On the crater of a surging volcano, a small figure sat cross-legged. The scorching heat waves didn't hurt her in the slightest. Instead, they constantly surged toward her childlike body and were all absorbed by her. Feng Er, did this girl really fuse with the Phoenix True Fire? The man in white clothes suddenly asked. The beautiful woman in the palace dress who was replaced by Feng Er said, "Yes, and the fusion is perfect." The man in white clothes said, "Isn't she an artifact spirit? Although she is also a fire attribute artifact spirit, which doesn't conflict with the Phoenix True Fire, her body isn't made of flesh and blood. How can she fuse with the Phoenix True Fire?" The beautiful woman in the palace dress said, "Don't underestimate her body. Although it isn't made of flesh and blood, its plasticity is extremely strong. That is the body of a spirit puppet. You won't be able to find a second one in the world." "You think very highly of her?" The man in white clothes turned his head and looked to the side. The beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled slightly. "Her future achievements will definitely not be below mine." The man in white clothes nodded and said, "In any case, I have to congratulate your Feng clan for having another clansman." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled, looking very charming. At this moment, the man in white clothes suddenly frowned, revealing a surprised expression. "What's wrong?" The beautiful woman looked at him in astonishment. At their level of cultivation, it was very rare for them to be surprised by anything, but the expression on the white-robed man's face clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened. "You might not believe it if I tell you." The man in white clothes turned his head and looked at her, then said with a face full of disbelief, "Someone is trespassing on the Dragon Island." The beautiful woman was startled for a moment, then she immediately chuckled, "Which guy is so reckless? He is really unlucky." She didn't ask how the man in white clothes knew about this matter, because she knew that the other party went to spy on the situation on the Dragon Island a few years ago and left a trace of his primordial spirit in that void maze. That maze was not easy to crack, even the man in white clothes couldn't find a way out back then. In the end, he could only use a secret technique to leave behind a trace of his primordial spirit, mainly because he wanted to rely on the power of his primordial spirit to slowly crack the maze. More than 10 years had passed, presumably he already had a clue. Now that the man in white clothes knew about this information, it was obviously the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit. In other words, that primordial spirit left in the maze had already disappeared. If it is really that guy, you know him too. The man in white clothes said with a strange expression. He also couldn't be sure whether the person who trespassed on the Dragon Island was the one he thought. After all, the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit was not very complete. He was only 60% to 70% sure. I know him too? The beautiful woman in palace dress was stunned for a moment. Who? It is related to the eldest miss. The beautiful woman in palace dress frowned. It is related to her. The man in white clothes pointed at the small figure at the crater of the volcano. It's him? The beautiful woman in palace dress was dumbstruck. The man in white clothes' hint was so obvious. If she still couldn't guess who it was, then she would be an idiot. But she never thought that the one who trespassed on the Dragon Island was actually that guy. How could it be him? The beautiful woman didn't dare to believe it. What is wrong with him? He actually dared to trespass on the Dragon Island. The man in white clothes shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression of, I don't know either. You brought him in? The beautiful woman asked. The man said, it was not me, it was that trace of my primordial spirit that did it. The beautiful woman said, nonsense, what kind of place is the Dragon Island, with that little bit of strength of his? How can he get away with it? I'm afraid he will be beaten to a pulp very soon. The man said, that trace of my primordial spirit was left behind more than 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't know him. The trace of my primordial spirit naturally wouldn't know him either. I only brought him in to stir up the Dragon Island and see if I can create an opportunity for the master to take advantage of. It would naturally be good if he can cause some trouble, but it doesn't matter if he can't. If something happens to him, Xianxia will definitely not let you off. It's not like you don't know how important he is to Xianxia. These few years, she has been clamoring to go to the southern territory to look for him. If it wasn't because the master grounded her, I'm afraid she would have run away long ago. The man sweated for a moment. Don't tell her. The beautiful woman said, there is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The man said, then what should we do now? He has already gone in. I'm afraid he would already be dead if he had to die. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, but this is indeed an opportunity. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Island, it might not be a bad thing. I will report to the master and see how he decides. The man nodded. The beautiful woman's figure swayed. She turned into a streak of flame and flew towards the distance as fast as lightning. Were you guys talking about the master just now? A childish voice suddenly sounded. The corner of the white-clothed man's mouth twitched. He lowered his head to take a look, only to see a 7 to 8 years old little girl standing in front of him since who knows when. The other party was staring at him with a pair of sparkling big eyes without blinking. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. One look and one could tell that she would definitely be a great beauty who could bring disaster to the country when she grows up. But the white-clothed man knew this was not a little girl at all. He raised his head to look at the sky. He said with a face full of vicissitudes of life, the wind today is really noisy. Chapter 30:20. The sky was blue, and the earth was vast. In the void, two figures stood there stupidly, not reacting for a long time. These two were naturally Yang Kai and Li Jiao, who had experienced many twists and turns along the way. After the light ball found the exit, Yang Kai tore space and arrived here, but what he saw was completely different from what he imagined. He couldn't help but be stunned. Palace Master Yang, this is Dragon Island? Li Jiao turned to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment. I don't know. Yang Kai was also at a loss. He thought that after coming out of the void maze, he would definitely arrive at Dragon Island. But at this moment, He wasn't sure whether this was Dragon Island or not, because this wasn't an island at all. This was a small world. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai found that the world principles here were extremely complete, even better than his own sealed world bead. Looking up, there was even a scorching sun in the sky. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this was somewhere in the star boundary. But Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the star boundary. He had entered and exited many small worlds, and he had a small sealed world himself, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of existence. This was a small world, a very complete small world, and the world energy here was extremely good. It wasn't that the world energy here was rich. The star boundary was vast, and there were countless cultivation holy lands. Which large sect wasn't located in a place where world energy gathered? Although the world energy in this small world was rich, it wasn't much better than the cultivation holy lands in the star boundary. The key was its purity. The world energy here seemed to be extremely pure, several times purer than any of the cultivation holy lands Yang Kai had come into contact with. Such a cultivation environment was undoubtedly extremely good. Pure world energy meant that one's cultivation speed would be faster. Which cultivator didn't desire this? We didn't come to the wrong place, right? Li Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do you say that? Yang Kai turned to look at him. How does this look like an island? Li Jiao was a little disappointed. In his imagination, Dragon Island should be detached from the world, isolated on the sea, with giant dragons churning and breathing out clouds. This place was very good, but it was very different from what he imagined. Who said that the Dragon Island must be an island? Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao was startled. Thinking about it, Dragon Island, it was passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. Everyone thought that Dragon Island was an island, but no one had really entered Dragon Island. I feel that this is most likely Dragon Island. Yang Kai took a deep breath. That pure spiritual energy made his body and mind comfortable. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. With a grin on his face, he said, "It's not possible, this is definitely the Dragon Island." In this world, apart from the legendary Dragon Island, where else could be better than here? Yang Kai had seen all the cultivation holy lands, but none of them could compare to this place. Li Jiao nodded lightly and didn't argue with Yang Kai about this. He said, "Then what should we do now?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment. "Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's check out the environment first." "All right." Li Jiao nodded his head. The two of them immediately flew towards a direction. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, the two of them tried their best to restrain their aura. Furthermore, they didn't fly too high, and their speed wasn't fast either. This small world seemed to be very big. It was only bigger than the reincarnation world that they visited a few days ago. The two of them flew over spiritual mountains and great rivers, but they didn't even come across a single dragon race. Although the number of dragon race was very small, according to what Yang Kai knew, there should be some dragon race on Dragon Island. It didn't make sense that there were no traces of them at all. Yang Kai couldn't help but doubt if his guess was wrong. Could it be that this place really wasn't Dragon Island? He and Li Jiao didn't come to an inexplicable small world. If that was the case, then their situation would be very awkward. They did come across some monster beast, some were strong, some were weak. There were even some powerful monster beast that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Their aura was very frightening, and they were running rampant in the mountain forest. The appearance of these monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race increased Yang Kai's confidence by a lot. However, there was still no sign of the dragon race. 2 days later, a huge city suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. The city was built on top of a huge plain. It occupied almost a third of this plain. Looking from afar, the buildings in the city were densely packed, and the streets of various sizes were crisscrossed. This kind of huge city could accommodate at least 1 million people. Yang Kai and Li Jiao were instantly dumbfounded. An ominous feeling welled up in their heart. "Brother Li, is there a city on Dragon Island?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Although I have never heard of a city on Dragon Island, the population of the dragon race is so small, what's the point of making such a big city?" Yang Kai thought the same. There was no need to make such a big city for the dragon race. Is this really not Dragon Island? Thinking until here, his face turned black. 2 days ago, he still vowed to Li Jiao that this was definitely Dragon Island. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face 2 days later? However, if this was not Dragon Island, then where was this place? After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai said, "Let's go and take a look." No matter what kind of place this was, since they were already here, they had to take a look. The two of them didn't rashly barge into that city. After all, no one knew what kind of place this was, and what kind of people lived in the city. Therefore, the two of them landed about 30 miles away from the city, and found a concealed location to hide, preparing to secretly observe for a while. After taking a closer look, there were indeed many figures moving about in the city. Even if there weren't 1,000,000 of them, there were still several 100,000 of them. This discovery made Yang Kai and Li Jiao even more disappointed. This really wasn't Dragon Island. Otherwise, how could there be so many people? Someone's coming. Yang Kai suddenly shouted and looked in a certain direction. When Li Jiao heard this, he hurriedly looked in that direction and saw several figures rushing over, quickly flying over their heads. It seemed that they were going to enter the city. After they passed by, Li Jiao said, "A few Dao Source Realm humans." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Those people were indeed humans, and their cultivations weren't high or low. Such existences could be found everywhere outside, so it wasn't anything new. Not long after these people left, another wave of people flew into the city. However, this time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao discovered a strange phenomenon. In this second wave of people, the leader actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. It was a man with a cultivation around the First Order Emperor realm. There were a few traces of dragon scales on his face, but other than that, he didn't have any other characteristics of the dragon race. However, this discovery surprised Yang Kai and Li Jiao. This man's situation was very similar to Li Jiao's. He should also be a dragon descendant, but his bloodline wasn't pure. He was even inferior to Li Jiao. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a bit unusual. For the next half a day, the two didn't move. From time to time, there would be figures flying over the sky, heading straight for the city. And the more they observed, the more shocked the two became. It couldn't be helped. The number of dragon descendants here was a bit frightening. During this half a day, at least 100 people had flown over, and among these 100 people, 10 of them were dragon descendants. This was a 1/10 ratio, which was impossible to find anywhere else. In the star boundary, although there were dragon descendants, there weren't many of them. But in this damned place, 10 out of 100 people were dragon descendants. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. These dragon descendants also had high and low cultivations. The lowest was at the Origin King realm, while the highest was at the Emperor realm. Moreover, the characteristics of the dragon clan varied. Some had short dragon horns on their foreheads, some had dragon tails, some had nondescript dragon claws, and most of them had a few dragon scales on their bodies. Of course, the characteristics of the dragon clan on their bodies were completely incomparable to those of the real dragon clan. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rather than calling those dragon scales, it would be better to call them snake scales. In addition to the human race and dragon race, there were also monster race mixed in. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? Why are there so many dragon descendants here? Li Jiao was a little uneasy. Do I look like I know the answer? Yang Kai glanced at him. Li Jiao laughed awkwardly. He was just asking casually, mainly because what he had seen in this half a day was too unbelievable. It's easy to figure it out. Just go in and take a look. Yang Kai pointed in the direction of the city. Li Jiao was silent for a while before nodding. After observing for half a day, they found that the city's defenses were not tight. It could be said that there was no defense at all. All the human race, monster race, and dragon race who entered the city directly rushed in. No one questioned them at all, and no one collected anything like an entrance fee. So, if Yang Kai and Li Jiao wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be difficult at all. After finishing their discussion, the two immediately rushed out of their hiding place and swaggered towards the city. The distance of 15 kilometers was quickly covered. The two of them followed the example of the people from before and landed far away, walking towards the city on foot. When he arrived at the city gate, Kai Yang raised his head and looked at it. Above the city gate, there were 3 words written in bold calligraphy. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was also slightly stunned. It couldn't be helped. The 3 large words were, Half-Dragon City. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the city gate, there was a lifelike giant dragon carving. At first glance, the giant dragon seemed to be alive, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced forward. Li Jiao's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but speed up. After entering the city, the two were shocked again. Although they had guessed that the city's population would be large, the scene they saw still exceeded their expectations. There were people coming and going in the city, as many as carps crossing the river. There were many shops in the surroundings, and there were noises, shouts, and haggling sounds. The human race, monster race, and dragon race were mixed in. The human race had the most people, about half of the population, followed by the monster race. Although there were fewer of them than the human race, it wasn't that small. Then there were the dragon race. What the fuck was going on? The two were a little stunned. Chapter 30:21. Half a day later, in a tea house, Yang Kai and Li Jiao sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air, but both of them were silent. Half a day of observation was enough for them to see a lot of things. This half-dragon city was too strange. Not to mention the incredible number of dragon descendants, just the number of masters here was endless. At least 1 out of 1,000 people on the street was from the Emperor realm. The population of this city was about 500,000. In other words, there were 500 to 600 people from the Emperor realm living in this half-dragon city. What kind of concept was this? This number was simply too terrifying. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were countless large and small cities, but there had never been a city with the number of the Emperor realm that could be compared to Half-Dragon City. Often, in a large city, it was already incredible to have dozens of people from the Emperor realm, and this was counting those who passed by, let alone hundreds, or even hundreds. Even if the world energy here was extremely pure and could help a cultivator's cultivation, this ratio was too frightening. It had to be known that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm. Compared with Half-Dragon City, this number was not even a fraction. In addition, in this half-dragon city, the dragon descendants with the bloodline of the dragon race seemed to have a higher status. Among the cultivator of the same level, the cultivator from the dragon clan would often follow the lead. Yang Kai estimated that if the masters in such a city were to be taken out, they could sweep away any city in the star boundary and any top sect. Only the sects of the great emperors could compete with this half-dragon city. This was a gigantic city. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Li Jiao, they both found another strange thing. Those dragon descendants, especially those with a slightly purer bloodline, seemed to be a little unstable. No matter how high their cultivation was, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to have hidden injuries. At the level of the Emperor realm, the higher the cultivation, the fewer dragon descendants there were. What was this situation? Yang Kai and Li Jiao were confused. Logically speaking, those with the bloodline of the dragon race would have a unique advantage in cultivation. For example, if Li Jiao wasn't a dragon race descendant, he would have been stuck at the second-order Emperor realm for the rest of his life. However, because of his dragon race bloodline, he was able to break through to the third-order Emperor realm. However, in Half-Dragon City, the situation seemed to be reversed. The purer the dragon race's bloodline, the harder it was for a dragon descendant to increase their cultivation. The second-order Emperor realm was the limit, and most of the dragon descendants in the Emperor realm were only first-order emperors. On the other hand, those from the human and monster clans who did not possess the bloodline of the dragon race had third-level Emperor realm existences. After staying in the tea house for a long time and listening to the conversations around them, Yang Kai and Li Jiao didn't hear anything too important. Only one person inadvertently spat out the 2 words Dragon Palace, which attracted their attention. Unfortunately, that person seemed to immediately realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed the topic, making Yang Kai and Li Jiao's hearts itch. Half-Dragon City, Dragon Palace, Dragon Descendants, all signs indicated that this place was most likely Dragon Island. However, the hundreds of thousands of people here made Yang Kai unable to believe it. How could there be so many people on Dragon Island? Li Jiao was also confused. This place was too different from what he had imagined, so different that he couldn't accept reality. While the two were silent, a loud noise suddenly came from a shop across the street, as if someone was arguing about something. Immediately after, the world energy surged and principles appeared. A loud bang rang out, followed by a cry of surprise. A figure flew out of the shop and landed heavily on the ground. It was a woman wearing a light yellow palace dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her back was slender and graceful. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her aura wasn't weak. She was actually a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was unknown who she had a conflict with in the shop, but she was actually beaten out of the shop. From the looks of it, her injuries weren't light. When the pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved aside. Without knowing the cause and effect, no one was willing to meddle in other people's business, lest they get into trouble. "Mother!" A tender voice called out, with a hint of sobbing. The woman lying on the ground got up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked forward with a fiery gaze. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because she was beaten, but her tender body was trembling. "Umph!" As the cold snort sounded, a man walked out of the shop. This man had a malicious expression on his face, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand slightly and grabbed the hair of a young girl, pulling her back. Caught in this position, the young girl could only bow her body and follow him out. The young girl's face was delicate and pretty. She didn't look very old, and her body was still young. There were 2 small bulges on her chest, and she was extremely petite. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 to 16 years old. Her eyes were red, and tears slid down her cheeks. She seemed to have suffered a great shock, and her face was full of panic. She looked forward and said, "Mother, save me." From the way she called out, this young girl and the woman who was beaten out of the shop before were obviously mother and daughter. "Let her go." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, her emperor chi surging violently. She looked like she was about to fight to the death, but her daughter had been captured, so she was very cautious. No matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, this malicious-looking man's cultivation was not only higher than hers, but he was also a dragon descendant. Even if she went all out, she was definitely not his opponent. "Let her go." The malicious-looking man looked at the woman and sneered, "Do you think I'll let her go just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" The disdain in his words was obvious, and it was obvious he didn't put this woman in his eyes. Saying so, he even lowered his head and gently sniffed the young girl's hair. Suddenly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "She smells so good. This king likes this little girl." The young girl had never experienced such a situation before, and feeling the hot breath on her back, she suddenly stiffened and cried even harder, whispering, "Mother, how dare you?" The woman was furious when she saw this and gritted her teeth. "Do you know whose daughter she is? How dare you treat her like this?" The malicious-looking man sneered, "Of course I know whose daughter she is." The woman was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the other party to give such an answer. She originally thought that the other party was just taking advantage of his power to bully her, and as long as she mentioned her daughter's father's identity, the other party would hesitate to act and she and her daughter would be safe. Who would have thought that it wouldn't have any effect at all? Her heart couldn't help but sink, knowing that the situation wasn't good. The other party had targeted her, and they must have already investigated her before, so her identity might not be useful. The malicious-looking man said, "Do you think they would care about a mortal's body? If they really cared, they wouldn't have driven you and your daughter out." As soon as this was said, not only did the woman's face darken, but many of the surrounding onlookers also looked disappointed, as if they had encountered a similar situation as the woman. "Do you believe that even if this king were to strip her naked right now, no one would care whether you lived or died?" The malicious-looking man said as he reached out and put his hand on the young girl's shoulder. The young girl's body suddenly stiffened, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling, like a broken string of pearls. The woman opposite him was even more shocked and shouted, "Don't!" If he really stripped her daughter of her clothes, her daughter would be too ashamed to see others in the future and might even commit suicide immediately. Her daughter was her only hope in life, so how could she be willing to see such a thing happen? The malicious man's words made many people frown. They felt that this guy was going too far. Someone immediately said, "Friend, killing people is just a matter of nodding your head. Even if they have offended you in some way, you don't have to humiliate them like this, right?" As soon as this person spoke, the complexion of one of his companions changed, and he quickly pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The face of the person who spoke couldn't help but change, becoming somewhat pale. The malicious-looking man turned his head and looked at him, sneering, "What did you just say?" This king didn't hear it clearly. "Say it again." The man's complexion changed a few times before he cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "Master, please forgive this one for speaking carelessly and offending you. I hope that Master will not take it to heart." The malicious-looking man stared at him coldly, and after a while, he shouted in a low voice, "Scram!" Hearing this, the man felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly turned around and left. He was willing to stand up for the injustice if it was within his power, but if it involved his own life, he didn't have the courage. When the others saw this scene, how could they not know that this second-order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant had a great background? Perhaps he had a great backer, otherwise, how could he have such a great deterrent force? Some people recognized the malicious-looking man and naturally knew where his confidence came from. They all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the mother and daughter pair were most likely doomed. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this guy. Their future days would be difficult. After showing off his power, the malicious-looking man turned to look at the girl's mother and said with a smug expression, "Do you know what to do now?" How could the girl not know what he was thinking? She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her flesh, but she didn't notice. She raised her head and looked at her daughter, revealing a sad smile. She slowly knelt on the ground and prostrated herself, pressing her forehead against the back of her hand, and said in humiliation, "This concubine is willing to serve this concubine, master. Please let this concubine go." The malicious-looking man curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking sneer. This woman's humble attitude made him extremely satisfied, and his gaze lingered on her round buttocks for a while before he slowly walked forward. With a fierce kick, the woman fell to the ground. This kick wasn't light, and the woman rolled several times before she came to a stop. "Mother!" Seeing this, the girl cried out in grief. "Shut up!" The malicious-looking man slapped the girl's cheek, and with a light smack, one side of the girl's cheek immediately swelled up. Perhaps because she was frightened, the girl didn't dare to make another sound, and her pair of watery eyes widened. After kicking the woman, the malicious-looking man obviously wasn't done yet. He walked forward and stepped on her chest, immediately changing the shape of her full breasts. The woman's expression was painful, but she still said to the girl, "Close your eyes." She didn't want her daughter to see her like this. Chapter 30:22. As a mother, how could this woman be willing to let her daughter see her being tortured? The young girl was dumbfounded, her eyes wide and tears flowing down her cheeks, perhaps because she was frightened or something else. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed earlier?" The gloomy man coldly snorted, his big foot fiercely rubbing her chest a few times. The sound of bones dislocating immediately rang out, but as if he hadn't heard it, he lowered his body and said, "If you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this." The woman's face twisted in pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word, only looking at her daughter and trying to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Slut, it's your blessing that this king has taken a liking to you, yet you still dare to make excuses." The gloomy man seemed to have not tortured enough and wanted to vent the anger in his heart. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of ravaging this woman, his eyes full of joy. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He and Li Jiao had watched the scene unfold from beginning to end, so naturally they understood what had happened. Although they had just arrived and had not yet fully grasped the situation in Half-Dragon City, Xianxia could not bear to watch a mother and daughter being tortured like this under his nose. Just as he was about to take action, Li Jiao suddenly stood up and stared blankly at the woman in palace robes being trampled on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, and in the next moment, anger ignited his heart. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The gloomy man was still ravaging the woman in palace robes. Neither of you, mother and daughter, can escape. Come back with this king. Saying so, he lifted the young girl with one hand and grabbed the young girl's mother with the other. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a shocking emperor pressure descended from the sky, directly enveloping the gloomy man. The gloomy man was shocked, and with a tap of his feet, he floated back while shouting in a low voice, "Who is it?" Li Jiao stretched out his hand and threw a punch straight at the gloomy man's face. The gloomy man was horrified and hurriedly pushed his emperor chi to resist, but in the next moment, the fist enlarged infinitely in front of him and slammed directly into the bridge of his nose. With a cracking sound, something seemed to break. The malicious-looking man was directly sent flying by this punch. At the same time, his hand became lighter. The girl who had been captured by him was also out of his control. With a series of cracking sounds, the malicious-looking man was sent flying into a shop at the back. He didn't know how many things he had broken in the process. He struggled to get up and felt dizzy. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of blood. He reached out and wiped his hand. His hand was covered in blood, and his nose seemed to have been broken. The malicious-looking man flew into a rage and instantly charged out of the store. His gaze was gloomy and cold as he gazed at Li Jiao, and his killing intent surged like a tide as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Presumptuous!" Li Jiao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the young girl he had saved, then looked at the woman in palace attire lying on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Go help your mother up." The girl didn't move. She was probably scared silly. The woman in palace attire looked at Li Jiao in shock. She didn't expect that someone would stand up for her at this time. After all, the malicious-looking man wasn't someone to be offended. Although his cultivation wasn't at the top in Half-Dragon City and there were many people more powerful than him, he was still someone who couldn't be offended. Anyone who offended him didn't have a good ending. It had nothing to do with cultivation. After seeing Li Jiao's face, the woman couldn't help but open her eyes wide and let out a low cry. Their eyes met. A trace of pity and nostalgia flashed in Li Jiao's eyes, but the woman immediately looked away and avoided his gaze. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao sighed and pushed the young girl again. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. Crying loudly, she walked forward and helped her mother up. Li Jiao's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the malicious-looking man, but it was strange. Although he noticed that Li Jiao's cultivation was a little higher than his, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he glared fiercely at Li Jiao and said, "You actually dare to hurt this king. No matter who you are dead today." "That's what I want to say too." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at the malicious-looking man. Although his expression was indifferent, anyone could hear the anger he was suppressing. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. His eyes glanced over at the woman in the palace robe and then back at Li Jiao, his expression changing as he understood something. On the other side, the malicious-looking man was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said fiercely, "You have guts. In this Half-Dragon City, no one dares to talk to me like this." "Now there is." Li Jiao took a light breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He had never been so angry before, and the raging anger in his chest was simply about to explode. He couldn't wait to vent his anger and crush this malicious man into smithereens. "You're courting death." The malicious-looking man was also extremely angry. He urged his aura and the color of the dragon scales below his neck suddenly deepened. A faint dragon's might instantly filled the air. Among the onlookers, many of the dragon descendants showed uncomfortable expressions. There was nothing they could do about it. This was bloodline suppression. The malicious-looking man's dragon race bloodline was higher than theirs, and he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. When he pushed his aura to its limit, few of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City could resist him. Even the humans and monster beasts who were not dragon descendants had difficult expressions at this moment and quickly moved away. Li Jiao's expression, however, did not change. He remained as motionless as a mountain, simply staring coldly at the malicious-looking man. Seeing his indifferent appearance, the malicious-looking man's expression couldn't help but change. He felt that something was wrong. He also noticed that Li Jiao had a dragon race bloodline, which was why he was so unscrupulous. He was sure that Li Jiao's dragon race bloodline was not as pure as his. But when the dragon pressure filled the air, Li Jiao's performance surprised him. The other party was completely calm. How is this possible? Is the bloodline suppression ineffective? It's impossible for the bloodline suppression to be ineffective. There is only one reason why the other party is so indifferent. The other party's bloodline is definitely not inferior to mine. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man's expression changed greatly. His cultivation was already inferior to the other party's, so if he didn't have an advantage in terms of bloodline, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. After carefully sizing up Li Jiao, a trace of suspicion flashed in the malicious-looking man's eyes because he found that Li Jiao looked very unfamiliar. He had no impression of him at all. Although there were many dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City, numbering in the tens of thousands, there weren't many in the Emperor Realm. There were only a few hundred people in the Emperor Realm in Half-Dragon City, and 80% of them were humans and monster beasts. Those from the Emperor Realm who had a dragon race bloodline numbered no more than 100. He had some impression of these 100 people, and even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had at least seen them a few times. After all, they all made a living in Half-Dragon City. Although the city was large, they would still meet over the years. But Li Jiao was a face that he had never seen before. Where did this guy come from? A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator with a bloodline that is not inferior to mine. This kind of guy is simply unheard of. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man was stunned. The woman in the palace dress was also stunned. The surrounding cultivator was also stunned. Everyone looked at Li Jiao in shock, as if there was a flower on his face. After a while, the malicious-looking man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had kicked an iron plate this time. What a disgrace! Li Jiao coldly snorted and also urged his own power. In the next moment, a wisp of dragon pressure that was clearly stronger than the malicious-looking man's enveloped the surroundings. The malicious-looking man's dragon pressure was like a bubble, instantly bursting apart. Muffled groans came from all around, all of which were the result of being suppressed. Third-rank dragon vein. It's actually a third-rank dragon vein? Half-Dragon City has a third-rank dragon vein. Cries of surprise rang out one after another, causing Li Jiao to frown. Although he knew that his dragon race bloodline wasn't pure, he didn't know what rank he belonged to. After all, he didn't have anyone to compare to, let alone a standard. The dragon race bloodline classification came from Dragon Island, from the dragon race. This classification was unknown to outsiders. However, listening to the cries of surprise around him, Li Jiao realized that the dragon descendants of Half-Dragon City seemed to be very clear about the bloodline classification. So, he was actually a third-rank dragon vein? This was also the first time Li Jiao knew. Our Half-Dragon City has such a dragon vein? Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looking at his power, it should be a third-rank dragon vein, right? It shouldn't be enough. It's probably only middle rank. Someone is going to be unlucky this time. Don't joke around. You don't know that person's background. He might not be the unlucky one. The malicious-looking man's expression kept changing as he cursed in his heart. What the hell? Where did a third-rank mid-rank dragon vein come from? He himself was only a third-rank high-rank dragon vein, 2 whole ranks lower than the other party. His cultivation was inferior, and his bloodline was inferior. How could he fight? The dragon pressure pressed down on him, and the malicious-looking man's expression suddenly became incomparably difficult. He felt that the emperor qi in his body was not circulating smoothly, and his meridians and flesh were squirming. The throbbing from the depths of his soul made him panic. This was also the first time Li Jiao had tasted the benefits of bloodline suppression. In the past, he could only be suppressed. In front of Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, he would cower like a grandson. Now, he had finally become a grandfather. The anger in his heart did not subside. He raised his hand and swept a slap at the malicious-looking man's face. The malicious-looking man obviously wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength. When the slap came, he could not dodge at all. With a crisp slap, the malicious-looking man's cheeks swelled up, and a few of his teeth flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before landing heavily. It was obvious how powerful Li Jiao's slap was. Li Jiao turned his head, and his cold expression suddenly changed. He looked at the young girl with a pleasant expression and said, "He slapped you, so I slapped him back. Did you vent your anger?" The young girl was shocked. She did not know Li Jiao, and did not know why he would stand up for her. Just now, she and her mother were bullied by the malicious-looking man, so she was full of grievance and fear. Now that she saw that evil was being repaid with evil, she was naturally full of joy. She also felt grateful towards Li Jiao, a person she met by chance, and nodded heavily. Li Jiao smiled and said, "If you think it's not enough, I'll slap him a few more times." The young girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Li Jiao said, "All right, I'll help your mother vent her anger." Chapter 30-23. On the streets of Half-Dragon City, everyone was silent. When Li Jiao turned his head again, his face had returned to its cold expression as he approached the malicious man step by step. After being slapped hard, the malicious man felt dizzy. After calming himself down, he suddenly saw Li Jiao standing in front of him. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed, "You dare hit me?" Li Jiao's eyes drooped as he slapped out again. With a crisp slap, the malicious man's other cheek also swelled up. The dual suppression from his bloodline and cultivation made him unable to fight back in front of Li Jiao. He could only passively take the beating. "Bastard!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Jiao's fist landed on his face, instantly causing his skin to split open. "You, boom, another punch." The surrounding onlookers kept quiet out of fear as they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Jiao seemed to be furious to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward and rode on the malicious-looking man's body. Both of his hands moved like a bow as he continuously slapped the malicious-looking man's face. Pa 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 pa. The sounds of slapping rang out incessantly. The malicious-looking man didn't even have the time to speak. Although he was ruthless, he had a sense of propriety. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Although he wanted to help the mother and daughter vent their anger, he didn't kill them. Therefore, although the malicious man was beaten to a miserable state, his life wasn't in danger. "Friend, where it is possible to let people off, you should spare them. This person, you can't afford to offend." A voice suddenly floated into his ears. It should be someone secretly sending a voice transmission to Li Jiao. Li Jiao frowned when he heard the voice and his hand movements became much lighter. After such a beating, he had vented a lot of his anger and wasn't as irrational as before. The woman who was saved by him finally came back to her senses at this moment and shouted, Stop hitting, master, please stop." She wasn't pleading for mercy for the malicious man. After suffering such humiliation at the hands of the malicious man and being seen by her daughter, she wanted nothing more than to kill him for revenge. Why would she plead for mercy for him? She was worried about Li Jiao. If this person was really beaten to death, Li Jiao wouldn't be able to survive. Her heart was filled with guilt and uneasiness. She felt that she had implicated Li Jiao. Li Jiao fiercely punched the malicious-looking man twice before stopping. He coldly snorted, "What kind of bullshit is this?" The woman took the opportunity to rush up and grab his arm. She begged, "Master, stop. Don't hit him anymore." Li Jiao took advantage of the situation to get up and coldly looked at the malicious man lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." The malicious-looking man's face was covered in blood and dirt. His face was almost deformed from the beating. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or because he was seriously injured. He lay on the ground motionless, as if he was dead. Li Jiao kicked him again before turning his head to look at the woman. His expression was somewhat complicated as he asked, "Are you all right?" The woman shook her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She gently let go of his arm. She was also from the Emperor realm. Although she had been bullied and suffered some minor injuries, it was not a big deal. "It's good that you're fine." Li Jiao nodded. The woman lowered her head and gently bit her red lips as she said, "Thank you, Master, for your help. Master, you should quickly leave. You can't stay in Half-Dragon City any longer." Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Whether it was the woman's reaction or the sound transmission from before, it all conveyed some special information. Li Jiao was not an idiot. How could he not know that the person he beat up had some background? He had gotten himself into trouble. Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. However, in front of the woman, he did not reveal any of it. If he was given the choice again, he would definitely make a move. It wasn't that he was warm-hearted, but because, "Do you insist on calling me that?" Li Jiao looked at the woman and slightly sighed. The woman's delicate body trembled. She played dumb and said, "Master, what do you mean?" "AI." Li Jiao shook his head. He did not linger on this topic and only said, "Come with me." After saying this, he led the way. The woman hesitated for a moment but still called out to her daughter, holding her hand as she followed behind Li Jiao. After entering the tea house from before and going up to the second floor, Li Jiao immediately saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile and couldn't help blushing, knowing that his impulsive actions just now had made him look like a joke. After all, he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and a Palace Master, so it was rare for him to lose his composure like this. Without saying anything, Li Jiao returned to his original seat. Yang Kai pushed a cup of tea over and Li Jiao drank it in one gulp, not saying a word with a sullen expression. The mother and daughter were standing by the side. If one looked carefully, they would find that they had many similarities. Moreover, their appearances were extremely good. Although the woman was injured and there was blood at the corner of her mouth, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Li Jiao did not speak, and neither did the woman, just standing there with her head lowered, as if she had done something wrong. Only the young girl curiously looked at Yang Kai and Li Jiao, but she paid more attention to Li Jiao. After all, it was Li Jiao who had just saved her and her mother, so the young girl naturally felt closer to him and her heart was filled with gratitude. "Let's sit down and talk." Yang Kai smiled at them. The woman shook her head and said softly, "This mistress appreciates Master's good intentions, but this mistress will just stand." Li Jiao felt stifled when he heard this and took another sip of tea. The woman then said, "Master, please leave Half-Dragon City quickly. This place is not suitable for you to stay for long." Yang Kai asked, "What is that person's background?" The woman replied, "He doesn't have a great background, but he can talk to that side." Her words were vague, as if she was afraid of something. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Jiao's indifferent expressions, the woman looked at Li Jiao anxiously and said, "Sir, we really have to leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her angrily, saying in a deep voice, "You still want to pretend that you don't know me." As soon as this was said, the woman immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The young girl beside her opened her eyes wide in curiosity, looking at her mother and then at Li Jiao. "You know my mother?" Li Jiao snorted, "Then you have to ask her." He seemed to be a little angry, but in fact he did not know what he was angry about. The young girl was innocent, turning her head to look at her mother and said, "Mother, do you know this master?" The woman did not say anything, but her shoulders gently shook. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of tears fell, like a broken string of pearls, as if she had thought of something sad. "Mother!" Seeing this, the young girl's eyes also turned red, reaching out to hug her mother. "What are you crying for? It's been so many years, why are you still like this?" Li Jiao was a little speechless, knowing that his words just now were a little too harsh. He immediately felt a little apologetic, but he did not know how to comfort her. After a while, he could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Big sister, sit down first." Although they were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters, this woman was definitely older than him, so it was not wrong to call her big sister. What's more, Li Jiao seemed to be old acquaintances with her, so he naturally had to give Li Jiao some face at this time. When he was the hero saving the beauty just now, he was full of vigor, as if he had become a few hundred years younger. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Li Jiao's face immediately glowed, but he still said with a straight face, "Sit down. What are you doing standing here? If people who don't know saw this, they would think that I bullied you." The woman was still crying softly, but she sat down with her daughter, probably feeling that it was a little inappropriate to stand here and cry. Her mood was a little unstable, whether it was because of the bullying just now or because she saw Li Jiao again after so many years, but her tears did not stop for a moment. At this time, it was not convenient to talk to her, so Yang Kai simply looked at Li Jiao and quietly asked, "Do you know her?" As early as when Li Jiao made his move, Yang Kai had already guessed it. Later, various signs showed that Li Jiao and this woman were indeed old acquaintances, but Yang Kai also felt that it was a coincidence that he could meet an acquaintance in this strange half-dragon city. Li Jiao nodded lightly, his expression becoming complicated again, his eyes flashing with a look of reminiscence. Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. This kind of privacy was not good to pry. In any case, he felt that the relationship between Li Jiao and this woman was not ordinary. "Palace Master Yang, have you heard of the sect called Ru-Yi sect?" After a moment of silence, Li Jiao suddenly asked. "Ru-Yi sect?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "I have." Ru-Yi sect was also in the Northern Territory, but compared to Fire Dragon Palace, High Sky sect, Seeking Passion sect, and Ice Heart Valley, it was inferior because this sect did not have a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The strongest one was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, although Yang Kai had heard of Ru-Yi sect, he did not know much about it. Now that he suddenly heard Li Jiao mention it, he knew that this woman should be related to Ru-Yi sect. Li Jiao continued, "Ru-Yi sect's sect master, Lu Qiu, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Although he is not the top, he is not bad. Ru-Yi sect is a sect with a long heritage, and although sect master Lu Qiu has not done much, he has maintained the foundation of his ancestors. He has many children, one of whom is ranked third. She is a national beauty and is very famous. Everyone calls her Lu Sanyang." At this point, he turned his head and glanced at the woman sitting next to him, who was sobbing softly. About 300 years ago, this Li was traveling outside when he encountered a group of evil people committing a crime. Palace Master Yang should not be a stranger to this kind of thing. This Li did not know whether it was right or wrong, so it was not convenient for this Li to intervene. However, at that time, a woman stepped in. Although her cultivation was not bad, she was only in the third-order Dao Source realm at that time. She was surrounded by danger and this Li saved her. After that, this Li became acquainted with her, and that woman was Lu Sanyang of Ru-Yi sect. Palace Master Yang may laugh at this, but this Li is also a lustful person. With such a stunning appearance, this Li was naturally tempted. After interacting with her for some time, this Li felt that she had a good impression of this Li, so this Li personally went to Ru-Yi sect to propose marriage. What's more, Li Jiao also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Lu Sanyang's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations, so it was normal for Li Jiao to be tempted by her. Chapter 30-24. Since Lu Qiu agreed, this Li didn't plan to delay any longer and planned to marry in a month. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. Half a month later, Lu Qiu sent a message saying that Sanyang had disappeared. This Li was naturally furious and went to the Ru-Yi sect to show off, injuring many people. However, it was later confirmed that Sanyang had indeed disappeared for no reason, not because of the Ru-Yi sect. In the following years, the Fire Dragon Palace and the Ru-Yi sect have been searching for Sanyang's whereabouts, but they haven't been able to find any clues. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Not seeing her alive and not finding her corpse, this matter is very strange. Back then, this matter was widely known in the Northern Territory and this Li lost a lot of face. He was the dignified palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually made a mistake in taking a concubine. Naturally, he would become a laughingstock. Yang Kai could almost imagine Li Jiao's mood at that time, so he couldn't be blamed for going to the Ru-Yi sect to show off. If he had encountered such a thing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back. Until today. Li Jiao finished speaking and turned to look at Lu Sanyong. After a moment of silence, he sighed. It couldn't be helped that the two women who had loved each other back then now had daughters. Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a little stifled. Although it had been more than 300 years, there were some things that time couldn't erase. He didn't know how Lu Sanyong had gone missing back then. He also didn't know how Lu Sanyong had appeared in this small world. He also didn't know whose child that young girl was. Previously, when he heard Lu Sanyong's voice in the tea house, he only felt that it was familiar, but when the gloomy man kicked Lu Sanyong to the ground, Li Jiao finally saw Lu Sanyong's face and attacked in anger. At that time, he only wanted to stand up for Lu Sanyong, but now, his mood was extremely complicated, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had mixed feelings. The woman who was originally engaged to him had gone missing for 300 years and actually had a child with another man. If it were any other man, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. This was all for Yang Kai. If it were anyone else here, Li Jiao definitely wouldn't have revealed this. Anyway, it was not the first time that he was embarrassed in front of Yang Kai. He was already used to it. "Brother Li," a low call came from the side. It was Lu Sanyong who had finally stopped sobbing. He reached out to wipe the corners of his eyes and shouted. Yang Kai snorted and almost laughed out loud. "Brother Li." He simply couldn't believe that there was actually someone in this world who would address Li Jiao as such. Moreover, it was such a peerless beauty. Li Jiao's luck with women wasn't bad. However, this was obviously not the time to laugh. He quickly picked up the teacup and placed it by his mouth. Li Jiao's expression shook as he turned his head to look at Lu Sanyong. His heart was in turmoil, but he still sneered, "Not pretending anymore?" Lu Sanyong didn't raise her head. She said softly, "Sanyong is too ashamed to see you. That's why she didn't dare to acknowledge you." "You also know that you're too ashamed to see me." Li Jiao snorted coldly. His heart was extremely sullen. He originally wanted to mock and ridicule her to vent the anger in his heart after so many years. However, when he saw her miserable appearance, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His face couldn't help but become a little twisted. Lu Sanyong fiercely wiped the corners of her eyes again. She raised her head and said with a forced smile, "Sanyong really didn't expect that I would be able to see Brother Li again in this life." Seeing her like this, Li Jiao's heart softened. He didn't want to criticize her anymore. In this life, the person that Sanyong has let down the most is Brother Li. If you want to beat me, scold me, or even kill me, Sanyong won't complain. It's just that. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at her daughter. Her eyes were filled with love and reluctance. When the young girl heard this, she turned pale with fright. The good impression and gratitude she had for Li Jiao suddenly disappeared. She opened her arms and stood in front of Lu Sanyong. She cried out, "Don't bully my mother." Li Jiao was instantly angered. He slammed the table and said fiercely, "When did I bully her?" The little girl was startled. She blinked her eyes and bean-sized tears suddenly fell. Her body trembled, but her arms were still wide open. "Why is this girl like you?" Li Jiao was a little speechless. He felt that his tone just now was a little harsh, but he was too embarrassed to apologize. His expression was extremely uncomfortable. Lu Sanyong reached out and pulled her daughter's arm back. She said softly, "Qingyu, don't make trouble. Uncle Li won't bully your mother." The young girl was skeptical. However, after being yelled at by Li Jiao just now, she didn't dare to challenge him again. Lu Sanyong said, "Brother Li, you should leave quickly. After hitting that person, he won't let it go. If you don't leave, you'll definitely be in trouble." Li Jiao sneered, "If trash like him dares to pester me again, this lord won't let him off easily." He was stubborn and wanted to save face. In fact, he was still a little uneasy. Half Dragon City was too strange. If he hadn't accidentally bumped into Lu Sanyong, he wouldn't have been in the limelight no matter what. Lu Sanyong shook her head and said, "Brother Li, I know your strength is profound. However, in this place, it doesn't matter how strong you are. You won't be facing an ordinary opponent." Li Jiao was originally a little worried, But when Lu Sanyang said this, he immediately snorted and said, "Then this lord wants to see what kind of helpers he can find." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Sanyang, you don't need to worry about our matters. I'm very curious. Why did you suddenly disappear back then?" He knew that what Li Jiao wanted to understand the most right now was this matter. Putting himself in Li Jiao's shoes, this was simply a knot in his heart. A knot that had troubled Li Jiao for more than 300 years. However, Li Jiao didn't seem to want to ask, or rather he didn't dare to ask. It should be because he was worried about personal gains and losses. Yang Kai simply helped him ask. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression changed. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although he pretended to be calm, the hand holding the teacup was slightly trembling. Lu Sanyang obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly ask this question. A trace of shame appeared on her face as she lowered her head and said, "It was so many years ago. I can't remember clearly." This answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Jiao. He didn't care about pretending and immediately said with a sullen face, "So, you were just pretending to be affectionate to this lord back then? Good, very good." His face was filled with grief and indignation. If it was any other man who encountered this matter, they wouldn't be able to remain calm. Thinking back to the romantic feelings of the past, Li Jiao only felt incomparably sullen. He wished he could slap this shameless bitch to death right now. How is that possible? Lu Sanyang suddenly raised her head and shook her head vigorously, tears flowing down her face again. Sanyang's feelings for Big Brother Li were not fake. Sanyang wanted to marry Big Brother Li. Her appearance made Li Jiao's heart soften again. He restrained the malevolence on his face and said in a deep voice, "This lord needs an explanation for what happened back then." Lu Sanyang still shook her head. Li Jiao's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again. He directly stood up and said, "Fine, if you don't want to say it, then this lord won't force you. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. Palace Master Yang, let's go." Although what happened back then was a pity, even Li Jiao had come so many years ago. At this time, he was naturally able to let go. In any case, his cultivation wasn't bad, so he still had this kind of temperament. Just as he turned around, Lu Sanyang grabbed his sleeve. "What else do you want?" Li Jiao looked down at her with a cold expression. Lu Sanyang sobbed for a while. After a while, she softly said, "Sanyang was caught by someone." Li Jiao's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there without moving, nor did he mention anything about leaving. "Back then, when we set the wedding date, Sanyang was waiting for you in Ruyi sect. Later, she really wanted to see you, so she secretly ran out by herself. She wanted to go to Fire Dragon Palace to find you, but she didn't expect. Speaking up to this point, she couldn't continue. She was probably recalling what happened back then. She choked up so much that she couldn't even speak. "Mother." Seeing this, the young girl also cried and raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears. For a moment, the mother and daughter were filled with grief, crying until the sky turned dark. Li Jiao sighed, "All right, don't cry. Let's not talk about what happened back then. I went too far." Lu Sanyang shook her head. She barely managed to maintain her emotions and continued, "Back then, Sanyang was only in the third order Dao source realm, and that person's cultivation was profound. Sanyang was no match for him and was captured. Later, there was no need to talk about what happened later. Lu Sanyang was such an outstanding beauty. How could she have a good ending after being captured?" Li Jiao's expression was extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who was it?" Lu Sanyang didn't answer. She only continued, "Later, he brought me to Dragon Island." "Dragon Island?" Li Jiao and Yang Kai were both startled. They looked at her and said, "This place is really Dragon Island?" Lu Sanyang raised her head and glanced at them. She was a little curious. Since they were already here, why didn't they know where this place was? She nodded and said, "That's right, this is Dragon Island." Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other. Their expressions sank. Although Lu Sanyang didn't say who the person who captured her was, it was already very obvious. Who else could freely enter and leave Dragon Island other than the dragon race? Li Jiao clenched his fists and his hands trembled violently. No wonder Lu Sanyong wasn't willing to say. It turned out that it was the dragon race's doing. If he hadn't repeatedly forced her, Lu Sanyong definitely wouldn't have revealed the truth. Back then, Lu Sanyong's disappearance was actually related to the dragon race. Yang Kai frowned. He secretly felt that this matter was a little tricky. Li Jiao also felt the same. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have cared. Even if it was someone else at the Third Order Emperor realm, he would still fight for Lu Sanyong and seek justice for himself. But the dragon race? He smiled bitterly in his heart. The dragon race wasn't something he could provoke. Just the suppression of his bloodline alone made him unable to even think of resisting. He fell heavily back into his seat, his face ashen. His woman was stolen, he was humiliated, and his face was damaged. But in the end, he didn't even have the ability to take revenge. Li Jiao felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. His heart was stifled. Then why are you here? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her. Lu Sanyong was so beautiful, so it made sense that she was targeted by the dragon race. But why would she appear in Half-Dragon City? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He sympathized with Li Jiao in his heart. He felt that the dragon race who stole Lu Sanyong was simply a bastard. Chapter 3025. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Li Jiao also became suspicious. He frowned and said, "That's right, why are you here? Where is the guy who harmed you?" Lu Sanyong lowered her head and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, "After being brought back to the Dragon Island, Sanyong was imprisoned in the Dragon Palace. She lived a life worse than death." Her voice was choked with sobs, and her body was trembling non-stop. Until 14 years ago, she turned her head to look at her daughter and smiled miserably. "When Xianxia was born, I was driven out." Li Jiao was startled for a moment. He didn't quite understand. But after he came back to his senses, his face immediately became ashen. He slammed the table and said, "Scoundrel!" Yang Kai's face was also unsightly. He felt that the dragon race was really not a good thing. Not only did they capture a woman and bring her to the Dragon Island to harm her for so many years, but when the child was born, they actually drove the mother and child away. Was there still any humanity left in them? Yang Kai didn't have much prejudice against the dragon race before. He only felt that the dragon race was too arrogant. Whether it was Zhu Qing or Zhu Lai, they seemed to be carved from the same mold. However, this didn't matter. If the dragon race wasn't arrogant, then it wouldn't be called the dragon race. But he never thought that the self-proclaimed leader of all spirits, the leader of the holy spirits, the dragon race actually had such a despicable act. "This girl is?" Yang Kai looked at the young girl and asked. Lu Sanyong didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. Since she is the offspring of the dragon race, why was she driven out of the dragon palace? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. No matter what, Lu Sanyong's daughter still had the bloodline of the dragon race. Why was she driven out along with her mother when she was just born? Lu Sanyong said in a low voice, "The rules of the dragon palace are like this. It's fine if she hasn't given birth to a child, but if she gives birth to a child, she will be driven out of the dragon palace if she doesn't have a dragon bloodline. Xianxia doesn't have a dragon bloodline. What kind of bullshit rule is this?" Li Jiao was furious. Regardless of whether he had the dragon bloodline or not, he was still his own flesh and blood. How could he sweep him out of the house like he was sweeping away trash? The dragon race was too unreasonable. It's really too much. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Dragon Palace. Lu Sanyong smiled sadly and shook his head. On Dragon Island, this kind of thing is not uncommon. She turned her head and looked outside. Pointing at the passers-by, she said, "Where do you think the people of Half-Dragon City come from?" "Where did it come from?" Li Jiao asked. Lu Sanyong said, "Many of them were driven out of the Dragon Palace. Even if they weren't, their ancestors were." What? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both widened their eyes. The dragon race is very few in number. It's very difficult to give birth. Often, there won't be a new member born even after 10,000 years. In addition, the ratio of men to women in the dragon race is very unbalanced. Those adult male dragon race members would often leave Dragon Island and go out to find outstanding women. They would capture them and use them as tools to relieve their lust. After a long time, many women became pregnant. When their children are born, if they have the bloodline of the dragon race, they can stay in the dragon palace and continue to be observed. If they don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, or if their bloodline is too low, they will be expelled from the dragon palace. After countless years, there were many humans, monsters, and even some with impure bloodlines on Dragon Island. Later, as the number of humans, monsters, and dragon descendants increased, everyone built Half-Dragon City here. This was the initial prototype of Half-Dragon City. The residents of Half-Dragon City married each other and gave birth to children. Over the years, the population increased and gradually developed to its current scale. After listening to Lu Sanyang's narration, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. How did this Half-Dragon City come about? The creatures in Half-Dragon City, no matter if they are humans, monsters, or dragon descendants, they are all the descendants of dragons? This is simply too inconceivable. Lu Sanyang said very clearly that in Half-Dragon City, some of the people were expelled from the Dragon Palace. These people were all women who were captured by the dragon race and their children. Just like Lu Sanyang himself, this group of people should be very few in number. The rest of the people should be the result of generations of continuous reproduction. No wonder this place was called Half-Dragon City. It turned out that there was another reason. All the residents of Half-Dragon City were more or less related to the dragon race. If it wasn't called Half-Dragon City, then what should it be called? Li Jiao originally felt that he was cuckolded and had nowhere to vent his anger. Even Lu Sanyang himself didn't like him. The reason why he asked so many questions was just to get to the bottom of it. But after hearing this, he couldn't bear it. Lu Sanyang being captured wasn't her fault. After all, at that time, Lu Sanyang was only in the third order Dao Source realm. How much power did he have to fight back against the dragon race? Now that she was in such a miserable state, Li Jiao had no intention of blaming her. He sighed and felt that he and Sanyang were not fated to be together in this life. What is the child's name? Li Jiao looked at the girl and asked. Lu Sanyang said, Yuqin, Lu Yuqin. Li Jiao nodded and asked again, then who is the dragon race that harmed you? Lu Sanyang looked up at him and asked nervously, what do you want to do? Li Jiao said, this seat was humiliated all because of that guy. Don't I have the right to know his name? Lu Sanyang shook her head and didn't say anything. She was clearly unwilling to say the name of the dragon race, so as not to implicate Li Jiao. She knew about Li Jiao's situation, but that was the dragon race, and this was Dragon Island. How could she easily offend him? She wasn't willing to see Li Jiao suffer any tragic end. Li Jiao was furious when he saw this. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. At the same time, Yang Kai also sensed something and looked over with rapt attention. Dragon race. Li Jiao shouted in a low voice, his expression turning ugly. He and Yang Kai had been searching here for a long time, but they couldn't find any traces of the dragon race. Who would have thought that the dragon race would actually appear at this time? Before the dragon race even came close, a monstrous power had already attacked from afar. The suppression from the bloodline made Li Jiao's flesh squirm nonstop. Many of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City also noticed this and stopped to watch. After a short while, a resounding dragon roar came from afar. Then, a huge dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a green dragon, more than 10 zhang long. It rolled in the clouds and soon arrived in the sky above Half-Dragon City. The huge dragon coiled up and looked down with its head held high. The whole Half-Dragon City seemed to be trembling. All the residents were in a panic. On Dragon Island, the dragon race was the absolute ruler. The dragon race also rarely came to Half-Dragon City. Now that one suddenly appeared, it naturally made people feel apprehensive. They didn't know why this green dragon came here. The green dragon swaggered in the sky for a while, taking in the whole Half-Dragon City situation. Only then did it slowly transform into its human form. With a flash of light, a young man around 20 to 30 years old appeared. He was wearing gaudy clothes and looked like a butterfly swaggering through the city. All of a sudden, a figure flew up from the half-dragon city. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at the figure and were surprised. It couldn't be him. The guy flying towards the green dragon was actually the guy who was beaten up by Li Jiao. At this moment, the gloomy man carefully smiled and respectfully landed in front of the green dragon. He was shorter than the green dragon by a whole body. His previous injuries hadn't healed. His cheeks were swollen and a few of his teeth were missing. Combined with his current flattering posture, he looked quite funny. The green dragon glanced at him and slightly wrinkled his brows. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were obvious. "Greetings to Master Fu Qi. I don't know what orders the master has for me?" He didn't immediately complain to this green dragon called Fu Qi because he knew that in the eyes of the dragon race, everyone in Half-Dragon City, including himself, was just an ant. Although he could talk to Dragon Island in the eyes of the dragon race, he was no different from an ant. If he complained at this time, Fu Qi wouldn't pay attention to him and it would be annoying for no reason. Fu Qi didn't look at him and just lightly said, "The dragon blood flower needs to be watered." When the gloomy man heard this, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Understood, understood. This little one will do it. Like before, 200 is enough?" Fu Qi gently nodded and said, "N. Master, please go ahead. This little one will immediately bring people to the Dragon Palace." Fu Qi said, "And 500 mortals." When the gloomy man heard this, he was stunned. 500 mortals? He was confused. He didn't know why Fu Qi suddenly made such a request. In the past, when the dragon race came to Dragon Island, it was basically for the dragon blood flower, so they only needed to bring 200 dragon descendants. There was never a time when they wanted to bring mortals. In the eyes of the dragon race, no matter how high your cultivation was, as long as you didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, you were still a mortal. What was this for? The gloomy man couldn't understand. "Are you asking me?" Fu Qi turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. The gloomy man was shocked. He knew that he shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what the dragon race did, he only needed to follow orders. He didn't have the qualifications to ask too much. He immediately lowered his head and said, "I don't dare. Master Fu Qi, please calm down. This little one misspoke." Scram. Fu Qi spat out a word, then closed his eyes and stood in the void. The gloomy man felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly turned his head and flew towards Half-Dragon City. In the tea house, Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She quickly shouted, "Brother Li, hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if you don't leave now." Li Jiao frowned. He looked at the gloomy man flying towards him and said indifferently, "We can't leave anymore." He had beaten up the gloomy man before. The other party clearly held a grudge. Li Jiao didn't hear what he said to the dragon race, but when he saw the gloomy man's expression, he knew that he couldn't escape forever. Did he regret it? He didn't regret it. Lu Sanyang was being treated like that in front of him. If he still didn't do anything, then he wasn't worthy of being called a man. It was just that he didn't think that trouble would come so quickly. Lu Sanyang also said that the gloomy man could speak with that side. Now it seemed that this side was the Dragon Palace, the dragon race. Chapter 30:26. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the sinister man flying towards them and said, "What's so special about this person that he can speak with Dragon Palace?" Lu Sanyang sighed hearing this. She knew that Yang Kai and Li Jiao would not be able to escape. With the dragon race here, where could they escape to? His face was filled with guilt. He knew that he had implicated the two of them. He immediately said, "This person is called Yunwu. There is nothing special about him. He's just lucky. He has a rank 2 high-grade dragon vein and can speak. So, he has always been in charge of the communication between Dragon Palace and Half-Dragon City." "What about the green dragon?" Yang Kai glanced at the dragon race in the air. Lu Sanyang said with a complicated expression, "He's called Fu Qi. He has rank 5 bloodline." After all, she had lived in the Dragon Palace for 200 to 300 years, and there were only a few dragons in the Dragon Palace. Naturally, she recognized Fu Qi. Surnamed Fu? Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that the dragon race on Dragon Island had the surname Zhu. Li Jiao said, It's rumored that the dragon race on Dragon Island has two surnames, one is Zhu, the other is Fu. Yang Kai nodded, rank 5, this is so. Lu Sanyang was shocked, looking at Yang Kai in a daze, thinking, what is the background of Brother Li's friend? Why is his tone so arrogant? A rank 5 dragon is only SSO in his eyes. It has to be known that the strongest dragon vein in Half-Dragon City was only high level 2, it was far from rank 5. That was a true pure-blooded dragon race. It was a completely different concept from the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City. She thought that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. Little did she know, Yang Kai was just stating facts. The only dragon race members he had come into contact with were Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai. Both of them had rank 8 dragon veins, and after Zhu Qing merged with him, she reached rank 9, so what was a mere rank 5? In fact, even without Lu Sanyang's explanation, Yang Kai could tell that this green dragon called Fu Qi's bloodline was not high, because his dragon true form was only a few dozen feet, it was far from Zhu Lai's 30 feet body. Why did a dragon race member come here? Li Jiao asked with a frown. Lu Sanyang came back to her senses and explained, he should be here for the dragon blood flower. Dragon blood flower? Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, whispering, there is a dragon blood flower in Half-Dragon City? Lu Sanyang's experience made him feel humiliated. His enemy was a dragon race member, and in terms of cultivation, he felt that he would not lose to that dragon race member. After all, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but in terms of bloodline he was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only improve his bloodline first. And the best way to improve one's bloodline was the dragon blood flower, so when he heard Lu Sanyang mention the dragon blood flower, Li Jiao could not help but take it seriously. If he could improve his bloodline, he would have a chance to fight against a dragon race member. But unexpectedly, Lu Sanyang shook his head and said, how could there be a dragon blood flower in Half-Dragon City? The dragon blood flower is the foundation of the dragon race. It can only be found in the Dragon Palace. Then what you said just now, Lu Sanyang said, the dragon blood flower needs to be watered and cultivated with dragon blood. There are only a few dragon race members in the Dragon Palace, so even if all of their blood is drained, they won't be able to cultivate many dragon blood flowers. What's more, doing this too often will affect one's strength, so unless there is no other choice, the dragon race will not use their own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower. He came here for the dragon bloodline. Although the dragon bloodline is not pure, there are many of them, so using their blood to water the dragon blood flower will have some effect. Hearing this, Yang Kai and Li Jiao immediately understood. Li Jiao had also cultivated a dragon blood flower in the past, and he had used his own blood to do so. In the entire Half-Dragon City, there were tens of thousands of dragon bloodlines, so it was indeed a good choice. It seemed that the Dragon Palace was using Half-Dragon City as a source of dragon blood to irrigate the dragon blood flower. This was a good plan. No wonder the two found that in Half-Dragon City, the higher one's cultivation, the fewer dragon bloodlines there were. They had seen a few humans and Yao at the 3rd level Emperor Realm, but there was not a single dragon bloodline at the 3rd level Emperor Realm. Clearly it was because of this. The dragon bloodlines with high cultivation were all taken to Dragon Island to cultivate the dragon blood flower. After so many years, it was already good that their cultivation did not fall, so how much could they improve? Lu Sanyang turned to look at Li Jiao and said uneasily, Brother Li, Linwu will definitely take you away. Li Jiao's expression was extremely ugly. When he had fought with Yuanwu, he had exposed his identity as a dragon bloodline. Whether it was bloodline or cultivation, he suppressed Yuanwu. Now that Yuanwu had been ordered to search for dragon bloodlines to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he naturally would not let him go easily. From Yuanwu's flight path, it could be seen that the first person he was looking for was Li Jiao. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy and looked at Yang Kai for help. He knew that if he was really taken to the Dragon Palace by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower, his blood might be drained clean. At this time, only Yang Kai could save him. Even a rank 8 red dragon could not do anything in front of him, let alone a mere rank 5 green dragon. Wait and see. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said softly, Li Jiao's heart settled, knowing that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Things were as the two had expected. Yuanwu went straight to the tea house and flew to the second floor. He coldly glanced at Li Jiao, no longer having the fear and panic from before. Instead, he felt like a petty person who had succeeded. Previously, he was humiliated by Li Jiao because his bloodline was inferior and his cultivation was inferior. Now that he had a rank 5 green dragon behind him, what was he afraid of? He could not wait for Li Jiao to attack him. If that happened, Li Jiao's death would not be far away. By the order of Master Fu Qi, find 200 dragon descendants to serve in the Dragon Palace. All dragon descendants above the Dao Source realm are to gather here immediately. If they do not appear within half a cup of tea's time, kill them without mercy. Yuanwu's words were like spring thunder. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to spread throughout the entire half-dragon city. As soon as he said this, all the dragon descendants above the Dao Source realm panicked and their faces turned ugly. Of course, they knew why Fu Qi wanted them to go to Dragon Island. Other than using their own blood to water the dragon blood flower, there was nothing else. This was a hard job. For generations, every dragon descendant who went to Dragon Palace would have their yuan qi severely injured. In serious cases, their cultivation would drop, and there were even cases of death on the spot. Naturally, no one was willing to do such a hard job. But Fu Qi was above half-dragon city. Even if they were unwilling, no one dared to resist. They could not escape from here, nor could they escape from Dragon Island. They would be oppressed by Dragon Palace for generations to come. So, after Yuanwu's voice fell, all the dragon descendants above the Dao Source realm in Half-Dragon City moved and gathered in the direction of the tea house. "You, get out here!" Yuanwu pointed at Li Jiao and shouted in a low voice. Li Jiao's face changed slightly. Although he knew that Yuanwu would definitely target him, he was still irritated. If it were not for that green dragon, he would have already slapped him, but doing so under the eyes of that green dragon was equivalent to declaring war on the dragon race. He did not have the guts to do so. "The rest of you, roll over here as well." Yuanwu suddenly pointed his finger at Kai Yang and Lu Sanyang, the mother and daughter pair. Lu Sanyang's face changed abruptly. Yang Kai also frowned. He did not know what this guy was going to do. Dragon Island should be looking for dragon descendants to cultivate dragon blood flowers. He and Lu Sanyang were not dragon descendants. Why were they looking for them? A fox using the tiger's might to take revenge? This Yuanwu did not have such guts, right? Although that green dragon had his eyes closed, the movements here could not be hidden from him. If Yuanwu was really a dog using its master's power, Fu Qi would probably not agree. After all, in Fu Qi's eyes, Yuanwu was not someone worth caring about. Why should he use his power? "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Yuanwu saw that no one at this table moved and immediately shouted with a dark face. He purposely shouted very loudly and also secretly glanced in Fu Qi's direction. Clearly, he wanted to make a big deal out of this. If Yang Kai and the others really did not listen to his orders, then he could attack and kill them. So seeing Yang Kai and the others like this, he was not angry but happy. He wanted Yang Kai and the others to be as arrogant as possible. To be arrogant in front of the dragon race, they did not know how the word death was written. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai and did not know what to do. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was still sipping his tea, his face indifferent. "How dare you? You dare to disobey the orders of the Dragon Palace. You are seeking your own death." Yuanwu was angry on the surface, but he was very happy inside. "Continue to be arrogant. In a while, I will make you wish you were dead." The people in the tea house were also shocked and looked at Yang Kai's table. They thought, these people really did not fear death. Half-Dragon City had never had such a troublemaker in so many years. Yuanwu was still shouting, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you delay the matter of Fu Qi's master, none of you can bear the responsibility." When he finished speaking, Fu Qi, who had been floating above Half-Dragon City with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He said angrily, "What are you blabbering about? Do it quickly." Yuanwu was shocked and his face paled. He knew that his performance had made Fu Qi dissatisfied. How could he care about showing off in front of Yang Kai? He immediately said, Fu Qi's master has orders, send 500 mortals to the Dragon Palace to await orders. Those that I order, prepare to depart immediately. Those that dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Saying this, he pointed at Yang Kai and the others again and said, You. He made a circle with his hand and called out everyone in the tea house. Everyone's expression was ugly. Everyone was uneasy. In the past, when the dragon race came to Half-Dragon City, they were only looking for dragon descendants. In their eyes, mortals had no value other than venting their desires. No one knew why the Dragon Palace would suddenly send 500 mortals over this time. Those that Yuanwu ordered had gloomy expressions. They thought, if they had known this earlier, who would have been willing to come here to drink tea? Was the Dragon Palace a place they could casually go to? If they went there, they might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. And the cause of this was undoubtedly Yang Kai and the others. If they had not clashed with Yuanwu before, Yuanwu would not have come directly to the tea house. This was an unexpected calamity. In an instant, many people looked with dark expressions at Yang Kai and the others, secretly hating them. Chapter 30:27. There were only 20 or so people in the tea house. Yuanwu called out once and then flew out, busying himself in Half-Dragon City. With Fu Qi watching him, he did not dare to slack off. So he worked especially hard to gather people, and did not have time to argue with Li Jiao. Palace Master Yang, what do we do? Li Jiao secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. He did not want to go to the Dragon Palace. While he had never been there, he was afraid of that place from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively feared it. At this time, he could only rely on Yang Kai to make the decision. Yang Kai looked coolly at him and sent back, Let nature take its course. He had come to Dragon Island to find Zhu Qing. Now, he had not even seen her face, and did not know where to find Zhu Qing. Now, Fu Qi's appearance was a chance. Zhu Qing should be in the Dragon Palace. To be able to sneak into the Dragon Palace with Fu Qi was something he wished for. Naturally, he did not resist. As to what to do after entering the Dragon Palace, whether to show his cards or act according to circumstances, he could only let nature take its course. Since he had said so, Li Jiao could not refute. He nodded lightly and looked sideways at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. Follow me, I will not let you be bullied. Ever since Lu Sanyang was called out by Yuanwu, her face had turned pale. The Dragon Palace, that was a nightmarish place. She had stayed there for 200 to 300 years and had always wanted to escape. While in the end she had been kicked out of the dragon race and lost face, she had fulfilled her wish. She had not thought that she would have to go to the Dragon Palace again after a dozen years. This caused her to feel uneasy, and she gripped her daughter's hand tightly. Lu Yuqin clearly sensed the change in her mother's mind and leaned close to her without a word. In a short while, everything was prepared. There were far more than 200 dragonkin gathered here, but Yuanwu was clearly very experienced. He picked out 200 dragonkin with decent cultivation and sent the rest away. The dragon descendants who had been dismissed clearly sighed in relief, and the remaining dragon descendants had dim expressions as though they had lost their parents. 500 mortals were also gathered here. Only then did Yuanwu fly towards Fu Qi to greet him. Standing 100 feet away from him, he cupped his hands and said with a flattering smile, Master, everything is ready. There's no time to lose. Come with me, Fu Qi said, and led the way in front. Yuanwu turned his head and shouted in a low voice, Everyone, follow. If you delay the important matters of Fu Qi's master, you will be executed without mercy. He didn't know why Fu Qi wanted 500 mortals, but the dragon race was a big deal on Dragon Island. Naturally, he couldn't be careless about it. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned solemn as they chased after him. In a split second, 700 silhouettes soared into the sky. Most of them were from the Emperor realm. The scene was spectacular. Lu Sanyang was a first-order Emperor realm master, but Lu Yuqin was only a Saint King. With such a cultivation, she naturally couldn't keep up with the speed of the group. Fortunately, with Li Jiao's help, she didn't fall behind. Li Jiao's impression of Lu Sanyang and her mother was extremely complicated, especially Lu Yuqin. She was the child of Lu Sanyang and the dragon race. No matter how beautiful and cute she was, it was difficult for Li Jiao to have a good impression of her. He even had some resentment towards Lu Sanyang, feeling that he had suffered a great humiliation for no reason. But on the other hand, he also knew that he couldn't blame Lu Sanyang for this. Back then, she just missed him so much that she secretly ran out of the Ruyi Gate. She wanted to go to the Fire Dragon Palace to find him. Who would have thought that she would be kidnapped by the dragon race halfway and brought to Dragon Island? No one could have predicted this. Lu Sanyang definitely didn't want this to happen. From the fact that she didn't dare to recognize Li Jiao in the beginning, it could be seen that she felt extremely guilty towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's mood was extremely complicated. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, and his breathing became unstable. Lu Sanyang obviously knew what he was sulking about, so along the way, she just silently followed beside Li Jiao, not saying a word so as not to annoy him. The group of hundreds of people was silent. Everyone was anxious. The dragon descendants were fine, they knew what they were going to do this time, but the 500 mortals were extremely anxious. There had never been a precedent for Dragon Palace to gather mortals. This time, this matter came too suddenly. Some people clearly had good relations with Yuan Wu, and they were beating around the bush to inquire. Unfortunately, what could Yuan Wu know? He was only following Fu Qi's orders to gather mortals. He didn't know what he was going to do next, but facing these people's questions, he was vague and had an unfathomable appearance. This made these people angry, but they couldn't do anything. Along the way, Yang Kai found an opportunity and secretly gave Li Jiao a few bottles of spirit pills. Li Jiao was going to have his blood drained to nurture the dragon blood flower this time. If he didn't prepare early, it might affect his strength. With the help of these bottles of spirit pills, he should be able to safely pass this tribulation. Li Jiao clearly knew that Yang Kai would definitely take out good things, so he didn't refuse. He quietly accepted them and thanked him in his heart. The group left the half-dragon city and flew for half a day. Then, a warm and humid sea breeze blew in their faces. The sound of waves crashing against the reefs entered their ears. Yang Kai looked up and saw an endless sea appear in front of him. At the end of his vision, the sea stretched endlessly. No one knew how big this sea was. This small world actually had a sea. This was out of Yang Kai's expectations. It seemed that this small world was much larger than the reincarnation world. The spirit energy on the sea was especially dense, and the further they flew, the more obvious this situation became. Another half a day later, in the evening, a small island suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Sanyang spoke at the right time, "That is the Dragon Palace." "On that island?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Sanyang shook her head and glanced at Li Jiao with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that he didn't pay much attention to her, she sighed in her heart and said with a sad expression, "No, the entire Dragon Palace is made up of many islands. That is just the front of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace is just a general name. Every dragon race has their own island. They don't live together." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He also understood that powerful holy spirits like the dragon race shouldn't be used to living in groups. Each of them was incomparably powerful. When they cultivated, their need for spirit energy was great. Naturally, they couldn't gather together. If that was the case, it wouldn't be good for their growth. Even in a large sect like the Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, not to mention the dragon race. Those spirit islands were their dragon nests. There seemed to be someone waiting over there. Flying closer, it was a woman and a young girl. At first glance, she looked only 15 or 16 years old. She wasn't much older than Lu Yuqin, but her real age was obviously more than that. The growth of the dragon race was extremely slow. Often, it would take hundreds or thousands of years for them to reach adulthood. So this 15 or 16-year-old appearance was just an appearance. She wore a purple dress, her white arms were exposed. She was full and round and looked good. However, there was an impatient look between her brows. She had probably waited here for a long time. Seeing Fu Qi come over, she shouted, "Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for a long time." Fu Qi frowned and said, "It will take some time on the road." Yuan Wu stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully, Greetings, Master Fu Ling. Fu Ling of the dragon race again? Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at the young girl and frowned. His first impression of this Fu Ling was not very good. There was no other reason other than that there was a trace of insidiousness between her brows. However, looking at Yuan Wu, it was clear that he had entered the Dragon Palace many times. He could even talk to this Fu Ling. It could be seen that he was not without support in Half-Dragon City. Fu Ling casually looked at Yuan Wu and said disdainfully, "It's you." Seeing that she remembered him, Yuan Wu was excited. Just as he was about to say something, Fu Ling did not give him a chance to speak. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Oh, since you are here, come with me. Or needs you." When this was said, all the dragon descendants had bitter expressions, including Yuan Wu. Although everyone knew that they would encounter such a thing, when it really happened, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fu Qi put his hands behind his back and snorted, "All bastards, come with me." Dragon descendants, it was just the title of the beings with the dragon race bloodline in Half-Dragon City. In front of the true dragon race, these so-called dragon descendants were just a group of bastards with impure bloodlines. They were the despicable products of the dragon race after venting their desires. Even if they were related by blood, no dragon race would care about their life and death or their face. If not, Lu Sanyang and her mother would not have been driven out of the Dragon Palace. After all, no matter what, Lu Yuqin's father was a dragon race, a pure dragon race. The 200 dragon descendants were clearly used to this title. No matter their cultivation, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. They separated from the crowd and gathered towards Fu Ling. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy. He slowly moved while looking at Yang Kai. He did not expect that he would be separated from Yang Kai as soon as he came to Dragon Island. He was still hoping to rely on Yang Kai. If they were separated, what could he rely on? Also, compared to himself, he was more worried about Lu Sanyang. Even if he had some resentment towards her, that was in the past. Now that the truth was out, he hated the dragon race that had harmed Lu Sanyang even more. Yang Kai signaled him with his eyes, and Li Jiao understood and nodded subtly. He knew that he did not need to worry about the safety of Lu Sanyang and her mother. With Yang Kai taking care of them, nothing would happen. Yunwu hurriedly said, "Master, what about these mortals? We have other uses." Fu Qi frowned and replied. Yunwu's eyes turned and he immediately said, "Do you want this lowly one to stay behind and watch? You know that these people, some are not very obedient. If this lowly one stays, maybe I can help." Chapter 30:28. He was just saying it casually. The main reason was that he was really unwilling to nurture the dragon blood flower. He had done this more than once. Every time he nurtured the dragon blood flower, he would be weak for a year and a half. That kind of experience was too painful. Who would have thought that Fu Qi would actually nod and agree after thinking about it? "All right, then I'll leave them to you, you bastard. If anything happens, you'll be responsible for it." Yunwu was stunned and then was overjoyed. "This lowly one will not disappoint, master. Let's go, let's go." On the other side, Fu Ling was already impatiently urging them. The 200 dragon descendants had no choice but to follow behind her, heading towards the spiritual island where the dragon blood flower was nurtured. Before leaving, many people looked at Yuanwu with envy, making him feel very proud. Suddenly, Yuanwu's eyes flashed and he stared at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. Li Jiao also turned around at this time. When their eyes met, Yuanwu's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. Previously in Half-Dragon City, he had suffered a great loss at Li Jiao's hands. He had been humiliated in front of so many people, and his face had fallen. Now the tides had turned. Li Jiao was going to be taken to nurture the dragon blood flower, and he had gotten a good job, being in charge of those 500 mortals. Comparing the two, Yuanwu was extremely happy. So what if your bloodline is high? So what if your cultivation is high? You still have to be taken to be drained. And that mother and daughter pair had finally fallen into his hands. He was already thinking about how to torture Lu Sanyang and her daughter to vent his anger. Mother and daughter flowers, although he had played with them before, he had never met such a beautiful mother and daughter pair. This time, He had to find a chance to vent his anger. He turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter, and then looked at Li Jiao provocatively. He laughed sinisterly. His meaning was obvious. But unexpectedly, Li Jiao was indifferent. He only glanced at him coldly, and there was even some ridicule and sympathy in his eyes. What did he mean? Yuanwu's expression immediately turned cold. After thinking for a while, he still could not understand what Li Jiao meant. Previously, Li Jiao had stood up for Lu Sanyang and her daughter, so their relationship was not bad. But why was this guy indifferent to his provocation? Yuanwu frowned deeply, his head filled with confusion. Of course, Li Jiao was not worried about Lu Sanyang and her daughter. With Yang Kai by their side, it was fine if Yuanwu did not provoke them. But if he dared to provoke them, his outcome would be terrible. He believed that Yang Kai would not ignore Lu Sanyang and her daughter. The 200 dragonkin gradually disappeared into the distance. Fu Qi turned around and ran in another direction without saying a word. Yuanwu did not have the time to think about Li Jiao's unusual reaction. He hurriedly shouted, "Follow, follow. Do not delay the matter of Fu Qi's master." He was used to using his connections to intimidate others, so his tone was very impolite. No one dared to complain. The 500 people hurriedly galloped forward. When Lu Sanyang and her daughter galloped past, Yuanwu smiled coldly and immediately approached. Lu Sanyang's body shook, her face slightly pale. Li Jiao had left, and she had no one to rely on. Yuanwu had a say in the dragon race. If he really bullied her and her daughter, she had no power to resist. She secretly decided that even if she had to fight to the death, she would not let her daughter fall into Yuanwu's hands. While her daughter was the product of the dragon race's lust, she was the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months. The reason she had been able to survive all these years was because of Lu Yuqin. If not for this, she would have died long ago. How could she have lived until today? Holding Lu Yuqin in her arms, Lu Sanyang moved slightly to the side, increasing the distance between her and Yuanwu. How could Yuanwu let go of this chance? He moved closer to her, clearly wanting to take advantage of her. Lu Sanyang's expression immediately became unnatural. She lowered her head, her face pale. Yuanwu looked forward. Seeing that Fu Qi was flying in front and did not pay much attention to the back, he boldly reached out to grab Lu Sanyang's pretty butt. He had been drooling over Lu Sanyang for a long time. Such a beautiful woman was rare even in Half-Dragon City, not to mention that she had been expelled from the Dragon Palace. She had once had a very close relationship with a member of the dragon race. This gave Yuanwu a perverse sense of anticipation. Now that he could finally satisfy his craving, he naturally would not miss this chance. But what he did not expect was that he would grab empty air. Yuanwu's expression darkened. When he turned his head to look, he found that Lu Sanyang, who had been next to him, had run to the other side at some unknown time. A youth in blue clothing was between him and Lu Sanyang. He had just wanted to take advantage of her, but did not notice when this youth had come over. When he looked up, he saw the youth looking at him with a cold expression. This guy did it on purpose? Yuanwu was instantly annoyed. Because he could speak with the dragon race, his status in Half-Dragon City was very high. Whether it was the human race, the Yao race, or the experts of the dragon race, they would all give him some face. Previously, he had been beaten by Li Jiao in the city, which had already made him furious. He did not expect that at this time, someone would ruin his good fortune. Looking over, Yuanwu's expression turned cold. He transmitted, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. This youth had been sitting at the same table as Li Jiao. The two clearly had a good relationship. What? That dragon descendant has left, and you want to protect this pair of mother and daughter? Do you think you can protect her with your puny cultivation base? Yuanwu really did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a second-order high-rank dragon vein. He could even fight against an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could not win, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. Before, he could not detect Yang Kai's cultivation because Yang Kai did not use his Emperor Qi. At this moment, everyone was flying in the air. With his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai's cultivation could be seen clearly. First Order Emperor Realm. Since when could a First Order Emperor Realm Master challenge him? And he was a human. Yunwu was so angry that his nose became crooked. He felt that this brat was not putting him in his eyes at all. He was crazy. Yunwu transmitted his voice darkly. Brat, you have guts. How dare you ruin this king's good fortune? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he replied, this young master has always had guts. Yunwu was stunned when he heard this. Obviously, he did not expect Yang Kai to be so unyielding. He thought that Yang Kai was probably thinking about loyalty, so he braced himself and stopped him. If that was the case, Yuanwu could easily scare him away. But not only did Yuanwu's words not scare him away, he even provoked him to speak ill of him. This was a rebellion. In an instant, Yuanwu hated Yang Kai. He secretly planned to find an opportunity to make this brat suffer a fate worse than death. A mere First Order Emperor Realm human dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. If not for Fu Qi being in front of him, he would have immediately attacked. Yunwu smiled coldly and nodded. Good, very good. Remember your words. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Yang Kai sneered. Don't worry, this young master never regrets anything he does. Too arrogant, too condescending. Yuanwu was immediately enraged. In the entire Half-Dragon City, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. But today, not only did someone say it to him, he even had an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" Gritting his teeth, Yunwu said, "Do you think this king won't dare to attack you in front of Master Fu Qi? If that's the case, then you are wrong." Good, come. Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. If you want to attack, then attack. This young master won't fight back. Yuanwu was speechless. He really did not dare to attack. Fu Qi was in front of him. If he attacked for no reason, Fu Qi would be the first to not let him go. He did not think that just because Fu Qi was willing to speak with him, it meant that Fu Qi viewed him favorably. The dragon race was proud. They just disdained to speak with people like him. It was better to have a familiar face than to speak with a stranger. Fu Qi did not have to rely on him. Yuanwu had considered this point very clearly. So when Yang Kai choked, he was so angry his face turned red. He said viciously, "Boy, I will remember you. When we reach the island, I will let you see this king's methods." Idiot! Yang Kai glanced coldly at him. Yunwu was stunned, and then his face turned red. "What did you say?" Yang Kai's lips moved and he slowly spat out those two words. Yuanwu almost exploded. At this time, a figure suddenly inserted itself between Yang Kai and Yuanwu. He raised his hands in a salute to Yuanwu, a flattering smile in front of him. His consciousness surged, and it was unknown what he said to Yuanwu. This was a middle-aged man with a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. However, his cultivation was not weak. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to be from the monster race. The demonic chi on his body was very strong, but it was not very pure. This kind of situation was very normal in the Half-Dragon City. Dragons were lustful by nature, they had sex with all living things. Not only were human women captured by the Dragon Clan and brought to the Dragon Island, there were also women from the Monster Clan. The offspring of the Monster Clan and the Dragon Clan were often like this. They didn't have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and their monster chi was not very pure. Coupled with the special situation of Half-Dragon City, where humans and monsters mixed together, it was inevitable that some half-monsters would be born. It was very difficult for such half-monsters to increase their cultivation. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was already very high. While the man was communicating with Yuanwu with his divine sense, he quietly winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked and laughed secretly, thinking that this half-monster had good intentions. He had obviously noticed the conflict between him and Yuanwu, so he deliberately came to help. Little did he know that Yang Kai did not need him to help at all. Just as Yuanwu did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? However, as a result, Yang Kai had a good impression of this half-monster. He felt that one really could not judge a book by its cover. Just by looking at this half-monster's face, anyone would think that this guy was gloomy and wretched. He was definitely not a good person. If he were to meet him outside, he would definitely stay as far away as possible, lest he accidentally fall into his trap. Chapter 30:29. But who knew that he was such a warm-hearted person? He did not know Yang Kai but was willing to take the risk to help. After all, he could easily offend Yuan Wu by doing this. Based on the present situation, would offend Yuan Wu bring any good results? This caused Yang Kai's impression of him to improve greatly. But it was strange. While this wretched man had interfered, it was unknown what he had said to Yuan Wu, but Yuan Wu did not have any intention of blaming him. Instead, they gathered together and communicated through voice transmission. The wretched man's face was full of flattery and fawning. Yuan Wu enjoyed this very much. In the following part of the journey, Yuan Wu did not make trouble for Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang. Looking ahead, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had been hesitating whether to directly reveal his identity so that it would be easier to find Zhu Qing. After all, he and Zhu Qing had already done the deed of husband and wife. It was natural for him to come and find her. Also, he had the Dragon Island token. However, after seeing Fu Qi and Fu Ling, he faintly felt that it was not a good idea to act rashly. If he really did that, not only would he not be able to see Zhu Qing, but it might also cause some unpredictable consequences. So he decided to act according to the situation. He would first find Zhu Qing. At night, a cool breeze blew. The sky was dotted with stars. An island suddenly appeared in everyone's vision. They couldn't see it clearly, but the island was definitely not small. Moreover, the spirit qi on the island was not only rich but also incomparably pure. It was very suitable for martial artists to cultivate here. Yang Kai examined the island and was secretly shocked that the cultivation environment on Dragon Island was so outstanding. No wonder none of the dragon race he encountered were lower than the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Fu Qi and Fu Ling's dragon veins were high or not, their cultivation had reached the level of the Emperor realm. This was not strange. The dragon race were holy spirits, and they occupied such a good little world. It would be strange if they were not strong. Mother! Suddenly, Lu Yuqin's low voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and frowned. He found that Lu Sanyang's condition was not quite right. His whole body was trembling, and his lips were tightly pursed. His lips were pale and bloodless. It was obvious that Lu Yuqin had noticed her mother's abnormality, so she called out with concern. "Mother, what's wrong?" Lu Yuqin asked softly. "No, nothing." Lu Sanyang shook his head. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Why are you so cold?" "No, it's probably because of the wind." Lu Sanyang reached out and hugged her daughter tightly. Lu Yuqin looked at her mother in confusion, half believing and half doubting. She did not know what was wrong with her mother. She had been trembling so badly just now, and it was becoming more and more obvious. Yang Kai also realized that Lu Sanyang's explanation was obviously just an excuse. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she become like this just because of the wind? This explanation could only fool the ignorant Lu Yuqin. After silently observing her for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he looked at the island not far away. He could roughly guess why Lu Sanyang had such a reaction. She was captured by a member of the dragon race and imprisoned on Dragon Island for 200 to 300 years. It was only when Lu Yuqin was born more than 10 years ago that she was expelled. So, the place where the dragon race who captured her lived must be a nightmare for her. Along the way, they passed by several islands. Lu Sanyang did not have much of a reaction. However, when the island in front of them came into view, Lu Sanyang's state suddenly became a little strange. The reason was obvious. That island was the place where she had stayed for 200 to 300 years. After more than 10 years, Lu Sanyang was inevitably reminded of the painful memories of the past when she saw this nightmare again. Naturally, she would have some reaction. Her mind was in turmoil, and even her flight became a little unstable. Her body swayed, scaring Lu Yuqin so much that her face turned pale. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and wrapped the mother and daughter in it, stabilizing them. "Thank you." Lu Sanyang nodded and thanked him. Yang Kai replied, "Since Li Jiao entrusted you to me, I will take care of you. You don't have to worry too much." Lu Sanyang was silent for a while before she spoke. I haven't asked little brother's name yet. Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Sanyang said, so it's little brother Yang. Are you familiar with Big Brother Li? Yang Kai nodded and said, very familiar. We are as close as brothers, so his matters are my matters. Big sister Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Yang Kai naturally knew what to say at what time. Lu Sanyang was deeply in love with Li Jiao, and had not forgotten him even after so many years. Yang Kai naturally would not embarrass Li Jiao in front of her. He couldn't tell her that Li Jiao had been bullied by him recently, right? That would be too rude of him. It was just a few words of praise, so there was no loss in moving his lips. Hearing this, Lu Sanyang smiled. Although Big Brother Li has a monster race bloodline, he is still a very good person. He especially likes to stand up for injustice and is very kind to others. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, and a smile appeared on her face. With this interruption, her condition really improved a lot, and her trembling was not as bad as before. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, how could Li Jiao get such an evaluation? Sure enough, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In Lu Sanyang's opinion, Li Jiao was probably a good person everywhere. Even his fart would be fragrant. A few days ago, when he came to the High Heaven Palace with Jing to cause trouble, he was jumping up and down fiercely. How could he have a kind face? At that time, Yang Kai really wanted to slap him to death. However, in front of Lu Sanyang, Yang Kai naturally would not say that. He could only follow along with her words, and Big Sister Lu is right. Although I haven't known Big Brother Li for long, a friend in need is a friend indeed. He has helped me a lot. Whether it was looking for Zhu Qing or coming to Dragon Island this time, Li Jiao had put in a lot of effort. This was something Yang Kai would not deny. Lu Sanyang smiled and said, he is a person who loves to help the weak. If it weren't for him back then, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. How could I live until now? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He knew that in Big Sister Lu's eyes, he was probably the target of Li Jiao's help the weak. Yang Kai couldn't blame her for thinking this way. He was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, just like her, while Li Jiao was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If they were together and something happened, Li Jiao would definitely be the one to take the lead. This was a normal judgment. She took it for granted, and Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After chatting with her like this, Lu Sanyang's mood calmed down a lot. When facing Yang Kai, she did not feel so much pressure. Their cultivations were about the same, so Lu Sanyang could naturally relax. On the other hand, when facing Li Jiao, she felt guilty and was very careful. This is a pitiful person. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang suddenly stopped talking. Her body trembled again, and her eyes trembled as she looked forward. Yang Kai looked and was speechless. Because Fu Qi was actually flying straight towards the island in front of them. It seemed that island was his destination. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? There were countless spirit islands in the sea. The dragon race was scattered and far away from each other. No one would have thought that Fu Qi would bring them to the island where Lu Sanyang had stayed before. Since Yang Kai had already guessed it, he naturally would not ignore it. He quietly sent a message, Big Sister Lu, when we get on the island, follow me closely. Don't be separated from me. He did not know if Lu Sanyang heard it or not. In any case, she did not react at all. As the distance got closer, her expression became worse and worse. Finally, the group landed on the island behind Fu Qi. Yang Kai's previous observation was not wrong. Fu Qi's target was this island. The dragon race should be living on this island because there were many palaces on the other side of the island. Although it was already late at night, the lights in the palaces flickered. It was unknown what the people inside were doing. When they reached the place, Fu Qi waved his hand, and Yuanwu immediately ran over, nodding and bowing. Fu Qi's face was cold. He said a few words in a low voice, then took out a space ring and threw it to Yuanwu. Yuanwu's face became bitter. He clearly looked troubled. Fu Qi ignored him and charged into the sky. His body flashed and he turned into a green dragon more than 100 feet long. He dove into the sea and disappeared. Master Fu Qi, Master Fu Qi. Yuan Wu shouted. If you cannot complete the 1-month deadline, you will all die. A dragon's roar came from the depths of the sea, causing everyone's expression to change. No one knew what they had been brought here for. How could they calm down when they heard this? 1-month deadline? What was a 1-month deadline? What were they going to do in 1 month? No one knew that after a moment of silence, chattering sounds could be heard. Fu Qi had left. Everyone was a resident of Half-Dragon City. At this time, there was nothing to be worried about. A few of the stronger people of the Emperor realm gathered around Yunwu. Brother Yuan, why did the dragon race call us here? Yes, what do they want us to do? Then what is the 1-month deadline? Brother Yuan, do you know something? If you know, hurry up and tell us. Brother Yuan, you can't be selfish. Right now, we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. We have to work together. Yes, if we cannot complete the dragon race's task, the consequences will be unthinkable. The group of people kept talking. Yuan Wu's head was about to explode. There was no way around it. This matter concerned their own lives. Who dared to not care? Since Fu Qi said a 1-month deadline, then a 1-month deadline. If they could not satisfy his request, not to mention 500 people here, even 5,000 people would be killed. The dragon race always kept their word, especially on this kind of matter. Yuan Wu's expression was twisted to the extreme. It was too late for regret. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Fu Ling to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, he had encountered a troublesome matter. It was more dangerous than cultivating the dragon blood flower. What a sin! Why was he so unlucky? Chapter 30:30. There was still a lot of noise around them. Yuan Wu endured it for a while before he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Shut up, all of you!" The scene immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at him. Yuan Wu coldly swept his gaze over everyone. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "I know a little about the general situation, but I am not too clear. Wait until I investigate it thoroughly." Saying so, he picked up the space ring that Fu Qi had thrown to him before and carefully examined it. Everyone stared at his reaction. Yuan Wu's expression was first shocked, then joyful, and then sunk again. After a few changes, he regained his bitter expression. He shook his hand and suddenly took out something that looked like an animal skin from the space ring and looked at it carefully. The moment he saw it, he let out a low cry. The people from the Emperor realm around him could not help but gather around him. When they saw what was on the animal skin, their expressions changed. What is this? It looks like a palace. The scale is quite large. It seems that even the materials used for construction have specific requirements. What do you mean? Are we supposed to build a palace? No way. Why would the dragon race need to build a palace? I've never heard of the dragon race having requirements in this area. Incredible, incredible. If this palace is built, I'm afraid there won't be a second one in the entire star boundary. Azure gold purple copper, icy soul snow jade, heavenly crystal meteor. Hiss, these are all materials used to refine Emperor artifacts. Are they really going to be used to build a palace? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? When they saw what was on the animal skin blueprint, the people from the Emperor realm could not remain calm and their expressions changed. Those who were gathered around and could not see the blueprint clearly had their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of disbelief as their faces twitched. Azure gold purple copper? Icy soul snow jade? Heavenly crystal meteorite? One after another, extremely impactful nouns reverberated like thunder in their ears, shocking them so much that they couldn't regain their senses. Although they had been living on the Dragon Island and had never interacted with the outside world, it didn't mean that they didn't know what was good for them. There were alchemists and blacksmiths in the Half-Dragon City, and there was no lack of cultivation materials on the Dragon Island. As long as they didn't go to the Dragon Palace, they could still move around freely in this small world. Therefore, they knew very well what these materials represented. These things were all extremely rare artifact refining materials, and any one of them was priceless and extremely difficult to find. If someone from the Emperor realm could obtain some of these materials, it would be of great help to the improvement of their Emperor artifacts. But now, according to the voice in his ear, these precious and rare materials were actually used to build a palace? Was it true? Everyone was suspicious, not daring to believe what they had just heard. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on Yuanwu, wanting him to give an answer. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. After all, if this was really the case, then this was too big of a deal. Even the sects of the great emperors couldn't do such a thing. Could the Dragon Island really do it? Yuanwu had been observing the beast skin blueprint. After a while, he put it away and swept his gaze over everyone. His gloomy gaze paused on Yang Kai for a moment before he said loudly, "The dragon race has given us a very difficult task." As soon as he said this, everyone exploded. It can't be? Are we really going to build a palace? And what materials are we going to use to build it? Building a palace isn't a problem. We have so many people. No matter how big the palace is, we can definitely finish it in a month. But the key is the materials. Yes, where are we going to find these materials? If we can't find the materials, how are we going to build the palace? The dragon race is forcing us to our deaths. Shu, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the dragon palace. Be careful that the walls have ears. The crowd began to discuss again. Yuanwu's expression was extremely ugly. After a while, he continued to speak. You are right. The dragon race wants us to build a palace, and an extremely grand one at that. This king just took a look. If this palace is completed, it will occupy an area of over 100 acres. A wave of gasps sounded. Over 100 acres? How big was this island? If it was over 100 acres, it would occupy almost a tenth of this island. They had thought that they had enough people, but when they heard that it was over 100 acres, they were all dumbfounded. Was this still a fucking palace? This was a city, right? Yungwu pointed at the center of the island and said loudly, "The palace is over there. The dragon race has basically been planned. We only need to act according to the plan." Seeing that the crowd was about to become restless again, Yunwu pressed down with his hand and said in a low voice, "This king knows what everyone is worried about. It is nothing more than the materials. The Dragon Island has prepared the materials." He raised the ring on his hand high up. "It is all in here." When these words were said, everyone was stunned. Then, a wave of gasps sounded. So the dragon race has already prepared. That really scared me to death. Yes, if we have to find those materials ourselves, I think everyone should just kill themselves. That's more like it. But I have long heard that the dragon race is rich. Only now do I know that the rumors are true. Yes, so many materials are only used to build a palace. This is too exaggerated and wasteful. If they could give me some, keep dreaming. Who dares to embezzle the things in the ring? If they really did that, they wouldn't even know when they died. That's true. Hehe, I was just saying. Just as everyone relaxed, Yunwu smiled coldly. It is not that this seat is pouring cold water on everyone, but the materials in the ring are not enough for the temporary residents. There is still a large gap, and we need to mine it ourselves. What? This time, everyone was shocked. In just a few words, the ups and downs of their mood were too frequent. Everyone was unable to accept it. The materials in the ring were not enough? They had to mine it themselves? So many precious materials, where would they go to mine them? These materials were things that could only be encountered and not sought. Yunwu said, "No need to worry. There are a few spiritual islands in the Dragon Palace that produce these materials. So we only need to mine them." Everyone's tense mood relaxed again. If that was the case, then it was fine. They were afraid that the dragon race would ask them to find the materials themselves. These precious materials were rare outside. Where would they go to find them? Now that they heard that the nearby spiritual islands produced them, they were not so worried. Everyone could not help but criticize Yuanwu. They felt that this guy was not very kind. He spoke halfway and caused them to be shocked. "Master Yuanwu, may I ask why the dragon race wants us to build such a palace?" Someone suddenly asked. This was also the question in everyone's mind. They had coexisted with the dragon race in this small world for countless years. There had never been a precedent for such a thing. In the past, although the dragon race would occasionally go to Half-Dragon City, Most of them were to find dragon descendants to cultivate dragon blood flowers. This time, they were suddenly asked to build a palace. It was strange. When did the dragon race pay attention to this? And they had paid such a great price. Just from the size of this palace and the materials needed, this was definitely not for an ordinary dragon race to live in. Perhaps it was the palace of a few great elders of the dragon race. This conjecture made people uneasy. They knew that if this matter was messed up, the 500 people here would not survive. This king also wants to know, Yuanwu said angrily. Yuanwu replied exasperatedly. He had been in a bad mood today. First, he had been beaten and lost face. Then, he had received such a difficult task. He had been suppressing his anger, and now, he had found a reason to vent it all at once. The person who asked the question was a third-layer D realm human. But after being scolded by Yuanwu, he only gave an embarrassed grunt and did not dare to say anything more. There was nothing to be done. In this small world, even if his cultivation was higher than Yuanwu's, he did not dare to be his enemy. Not to mention the humans and Yao, all the dragon descendants acted according to his whims. Now, he was using the dragon race's feathers as a command arrow. There was no benefit in provoking him. Yuanwu's gloomy gaze swept around. He took a deep breath and said, "The situation is very serious. This king will not say anything more. I'm sure everyone knows that for a palace like this, with only 500 of us, to complete it within a month, we will have to do our best, and even put our lives on the line." These words were not false. If it was just a palace that covered an area of 100 acres, it wouldn't be a problem for the 500 people present. There were hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters here, so how difficult could it be to build a palace? The key was that the dragon race had specified the materials. It had to be known that these materials were all precious Emperor-level materials. Each of these materials was incomparably strong. If one wanted to mine these materials and grind them into a specific shape, it would require a lot of manpower and resources. Not to mention anything else, just that piece of green gold and purple copper, which was the size of a palm, would take half a day to melt. Everyone recognized the difficulty of this task. They all closed their mouths and had solemn expressions. Only Yang Kai was calm. He looked around and did not care about this matter at all. He had come to Dragon Island to find Zhu Qing, not to be a laborer. As long as he could find a chance to meet Zhu Qing, he did not care about anything else. A gaze suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai looked over and saw the guy with the protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks smiling at him. When their eyes met, this person nodded lightly. Yang Kai had a good impression of him. Just now, he had come to help when he had a conflict with Yuanwu. It could be seen that he was a chivalrous person. Regardless of whether Yang Kai needed it or not, he had to accept this favor. So seeing him gesture at him, Yang Kai also smiled at him. It was a kind of goodwill transmission. On the other side, Yuanwu accidentally discovered Yang Kai's small action and immediately became angry. He was worried about what would happen in a month. Yang Kai had a calm expression and was at ease. But why? Chapter 30-31. Adding on the friction with Yang Kai just now, new and old grudges surged. Yuanwu's expression suddenly darkened. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "You, go mine the icy soul snow jade for me. If you do not mine 500 caddies a day, I will teach you a lesson." Shwa shwa shwa, everyone's gazes turned towards Kai Yang, their gazes filled with sympathy. Not many people had paid attention to the small friction between Yang Kai and Yuanwu. They only knew that this youth was with the dragon descendant who had beaten Yuanwu. Now that Yuanwu had called him out, he would definitely be implicated. Of course, this was an unexpected calamity. If it was any other task, it would be fine. It was hard work, but it did not matter much. Even more importantly, mining the icy soul snow jade was a dangerous matter. The place where the icy soul snow jade was born was extremely cold. Even in the Emperor realm, if they stayed there for a long time, they might get frostbite or even die. Also, the icy soul snow jade was very hard. Mining 500 caddies a day? This was simply an impossible task. Yuanwu was clearly purposefully looking for trouble. Everyone knew. Yuanwu did not hide it and sneered inside. "Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant?" daring to look down on me, daring to oppose me, this is the result. He was still thinking about Lu Sanyong and his daughter. He felt that as long as he sent Yang Kai away, he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking about it this way, the task he took today was not a hard one. At the very least, he could command the 500 people present. He was in a good mood and his vanity was bursting. Anyway, for a month from today, he would be the king here. Everyone would have to listen to him obediently. As to whether he could mine 500 caddies of icy soul snow jade in a day, that was not something Yuanwu needed to consider. It would be good if he could mine it, but if he could not, then he would have an excuse to take care of Yang Kai and let him know the consequences of offending him. Yuanwu felt that Yang Kai could not complete this task. He was already thinking about how to torture and humiliate him to vent his anger. The others clearly saw Yuanwu's plan. Their hearts jumped and their expressions changed. Previously, they had been shocked at the cost of the dragon race and the difficulty of building the palace. Now that they heard that Yuanwu had given Yang Kai a mission, everyone suddenly woke up. Mining the icy soul snow jade was not an easy job. No one was willing to do it. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Right now, Yuanwu held great power. If he wanted to avoid such a dangerous mission, he had to have a good relationship with Yuanwu. The mining of the icy soul snow jade was definitely not something that could be done by one person. At the very least, it would require 20 to 30 people. With that thought in mind, someone immediately said, "Brother Yuan, my cultivation method just happens to be suitable for mining the azure gold purple copper. Leave this matter to me." They were both mining, but the difficulty and danger of mining lapis lazuli purple copper and icy soul snow jade were on a completely different level. That person naturally rushed to take on the job. "Yes, I also feel that I'm suitable to mine lapis lazuli purple copper." Lu feels that mining the celestial crystal meteorite sand is more suitable for me. Brother Yuan, look, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm gathered around, all of them taking the initiative to take on the mining work. It was very lively. A smug expression appeared on Yuanwu's face. He increasingly felt that he had the foresight to take on such a good job. His previous complaints had long disappeared. Although he was arrogant and domineering in Half-Dragon City and did whatever he wanted, he had never experienced the glory of having such power in his hands. Now that he had finally satisfied his craving, he felt that this trip had not been in vain. But he did not pay attention to those people's requests. Those in power had to have the air of power. If he had to agree to anyone's suggestion, how could he show his wisdom? They could make suggestions, but the final decision had to be in his hands. He had to decide who would mine the icy soul snow jade, who would mine the azure gold purple copper, and who would mine the celestial crystal meteorite sand. He just looked coldly at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He snorted, "Boy, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, then retracted his gaze and looked into the depths of the sea. Where is Zhu Qin? He had seen some spirit islands on the way here. Lu Sanyong had also said that the dragon race lived separately. Zhu Qin must also live on one of the spirit islands in the vast sea. But the key was that he did not know which spirit island Zhu Qin lived on. He had to find out first. Impudent. Yuanwu was furious when he saw that Yang Kai did not give him any face. It was fine that the dragon descendant did not give him any face. The dragon descendant's cultivation was higher than his, and his dragon bloodline grade was higher than his. He was indeed not his opponent. But who do you think you are? A trivial first-order Emperor realm human dared to show him such disrespect. You don't know what you're talking about. Yuanwu was at the peak of his glory. How could he allow Yang Kai to ruin his prestige? With a low shout, he raised his hand and slapped down at Yang Kai. A huge cyan palm print suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down. Yuanwu did not use his full strength in this attack. After all, he did not want to kill Yang Kai. Not to mention the difficulty of the task, one less person meant one less strength. The 1-month deadline had made it hard for him to breathe. What's more, he did not want to let Yang Kai off so easily. He had already transferred his hatred for Li Jiao's humiliation to Yang Kai. How could he give up if he did not thoroughly humiliate him? He could not defeat Li Jiao. Whether it was cultivation or dragon bloodline, he could not compare to him. Naturally, he could only take a step back. Don't you have a good relationship with the dragon descendant? Don't you want to protect that pair of mother and daughter? This king wants to see if you have the ability. So, Yuanwu only used half of his strength in this attack. But it was enough. He was a dragon descendant, and his cultivation was also at the second-order Emperor realm. His opponent was just a first-order Emperor realm human. Even if he only used half of his strength, he was not someone he could contend against. This palm strike would definitely break the boy's bones and break his tendons. Be careful! Lu Sanyang cried out in alarm, her beautiful face turning pale. Ever since she came to this island, her condition had been a bit off. She looked nervous and her face was pale. She did not pay attention to the conflict between Yang Kai and Yuanwu, and only cried out when Yuanwu suddenly attacked. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang's body moved, her emperor qi surging. Obviously, she wanted to block this attack for Yang Kai. She was not Yuanwu's opponent, but if she joined forces with Yang Kai, they might be able to contend with Yuanwu. At the very least, they would be able to block this palm strike. At worst, she would take the initiative to apologize to Yuanwu and turn a big problem into a small one. Her thoughts were naive and simple, but she did not expect Yang Kai to suddenly grab her. She did not even feel Yang Kai use any strength, but her emperor qi was suddenly suppressed, and she could not even move her body. Lu Sanyang's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She could not react to what had happened. The masters gathered around slowly shook their heads, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was in big trouble. This guy was really unlucky. He had offended Yuanwu just because he was with that dragon descendant. His future days would be difficult. They were not related to Yang Kai, and had never even met him before. Of course, some people sympathized with Yang Kai, but at this time, they would not help him. Everyone could see that Yuanwu was the one they needed to curry favor with. Offending Yuanwu for a stranger they did not know, who would do such a thing? Everyone could almost imagine the miserable state Yang Kai and the others would be in. They made up their minds that they could not offend Yuanwu, or they would not be able to return alive in a month. In the blink of an eye, the huge cyan palm print had already landed on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai did not move at all. His expression did not change as though he had been scared silly. It wasn't until the palm print was about to land that Yang Kai gently raised his hand, his emperor qi surging in his palm as a mysterious principal strength surged out. He raised his hand slightly and pressed it against the blue hand. Crack! There seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The huge cyan palm print suddenly split into pieces, turning into specks of fluorescent light and dissipating. Yuanwu was stunned. Lu Sanyang was stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one knew how Yang Kai had resolved this attack. He seemed to have only gently raised his hand, and Yuanwu's sure-win attack had collapsed. Was this real? Was this a joke? Had Yuanwu underestimated the enemy too much? Most people thought so. After all, Yuanwu's strength was there for all to see. Yang Kai's cultivation was one level lower than his. Even if Yuanwu had not used his full power, it was not something that Yang Kai could match. The only explanation was that Yuanwu had underestimated the enemy, so his attack had been resolved. However, there were also a few people who narrowed their eyes slightly as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, their eyes flashing with disbelief. Previously, they had not paid attention to Yang Kai because he had nothing to pay attention to. But now, it was different. Just that casual move just now was enough for Yang Kai to enter the field of vision of a few experts. This youth was not a soft persimmon. He had been able to resolve the initial element marshal's attack not just because Yuanwu had underestimated the enemy. On the other side, Yuanwu was stunned for a moment. His expression suddenly changed. He had wanted to establish his prestige, but who knew that not only did this move not have the effect of establishing his prestige, but it also made him feel like he had been slapped in the face. He immediately shouted angrily, "Courting death!" Burning with anger, the dragon scales under his neck suddenly deepened in color. A faint dragon pressure spread out, and his second-order Emperor Realm aura was pushed to the peak. Yang Kai's resistance had undoubtedly angered him. He had only planned to take care of Yang Kai a little to make him understand the situation so that he would be obedient in the future. But now, he planned to use all his strength to teach him a lesson. I'll beat him half to death first. He secretly decided in his heart. Before he could do anything else, his eyes suddenly blurred and a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Yuan Wu was startled. When he looked over, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was still some distance away from him, had somehow appeared in front of him, only 3 steps away. What's going on? Chapter 30-32. Yuan Wu did not see how Yang Kai had pounced over it all. His speed was too fast. The few masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai also narrowed their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Because of Yang Kai's casual palm strike, their attention had been on Yang Kai, so they naturally saw it more clearly than the others. Even so, they could not completely grasp Yang Kai's movements. It seemed like an afterimage had flashed by, and Yang Kai had changed his position. Yuan Wu also came back to his senses at this time, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched straight at Yang Kai's face. This was almost an instinctive reaction. However, when his fist was still in midair, he suddenly cried out in alarm, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Because at that moment, he suddenly discovered that the left eye of the young man opposite him had turned into a golden slit. That golden slit did not have the slightest emotion, but was filled with majesty and shock, as if a god was looking down from above. When their eyes met, his mind went into a trance. He could only faintly see a budding lotus flower rushing into his mind. Intense pain spread from his knowledge sea and spread throughout his body, causing him to scream and tremble. This aggressive punch could no longer go on. But he was still a master, and after such a sudden change, he immediately knew that he had been tricked by Yang Kai. The cultivation of the young man opposite him was not high, only the first-order emperor realm, but the power of his spiritual energy made him tremble in fear. The secret technique attack that came from his soul felt like it was going to tear his knowledge sea apart. Yuan Wu bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain caused him to sober up for a moment. He clenched his fists, and 2 bolts of lightning appeared, turning into thunderbolts that shot towards Yang Kai. The 2 were very close, and Yuan Wu did not hold back at all in this attack. Its power was immense, and the dazzling lightning almost illuminated half the sky. But an inconceivable scene appeared. The lightning shot through Yang Kai's body, but it did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it passed through his back and hit empty air. See! Yuan Wu sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could he dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance? No, he didn't dodge it. It was as if his attack had no effect at all. But how was that possible? The lightning had clearly hit him. Yuan Wu had seen it clearly. Not only did Yuan Wu not understand this question, the others also did not understand. They were all dumbfounded. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Yuan Wu's neck. His movements were not fast. In the eyes of others, he was as slow as a snail. Yuan Wu could have easily dodged, but Yuan Wu could not and was caught by him. Yuan Wu's eyes bulged. He felt an enormous force come from his neck, as though it was going to crush his neck. Not only that, the faint dragon presence he had activated was suppressed in an instant, as though it had encountered Nemesis. The most obvious change was that the dragon scales on his neck had become faint again. Bloodline suppression? Yuan Wu's heart skipped a beat. He had a similar experience when he was attacked by Li Jiao during the day. The suppression from his bloodline caused him to only be able to use 80% of his strength, which was why he was unable to fight back against Li Jiao. Otherwise, with his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, even if he could not defeat Li Jiao, he could at least exchange a few moves. How could it be so one-sided? But what was going on with this human? Yuan Wu did not feel any dragon race aura from him at all. He was not a dragon descendant, so how could he use his bloodline to suppress him? What made him even more frightened was that this suppression was even more terrifying than during the day. During the day, the dragon descendant only had a third-order mid-rank dragon vein. Even if there was some suppression, it was not strong. He could still use 80% of his strength. But now, with this young man grabbing his neck, his strength was suppressed by more than 50%. His emperor qi flowed obscurely in his meridians, and he could not use his strength at all. It was as if he had a serious illness, and his whole body was soft. What the hell? The big hand on his neck was like an iron clamp that tightly bound him. Yuanwu could not even breathe properly, and his face instantly turned red. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators also fell to the ground. What was the meaning of this? Everyone felt that they did not understand. Wasn't Yuanwu a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Wasn't he a dragon descendant? How could he be so easily grabbed by a first-order Emperor Realm human? What was going on? Even if he underestimated the enemy, he should not have done this. And looking at Yuanwu's shocked expression, it was obviously not just because he underestimated the enemy. He seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Was this young man so powerful? Many people could not understand. On the other hand, the strongest experts looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Sanyang did not understand the situation. Seeing that Yang Kai actually dared to attack Yuanwu and even grabbed Yuanwu's neck, she immediately changed her expression and said, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, don't. Let him go." She was not pleading for mercy for Yuanwu, but she felt that Yang Kai was too reckless. Now that Yuanwu was in power, how could he have a good end if he really offended him? Mining ice soul snow jade was a dangerous job, but as long as one was careful, they would not lose their lives. Now they had completely offended Yuanwu. How were they going to survive this month? It was not that she did not have good eyesight, but Yang Kai had his back to her and happened to be blocking Yuanwu, so she really could not see the situation. When she said this, many people looked at her with strange expressions. Lu Sanyang was shocked. She didn't know what they meant. Do you want to live or die? Yang Kai looked at Yuanwu and asked lightly. Although Yuanwu was shocked by Yang Kai's strength, he did not want to lose face. Not to mention, he was the person who was personally appointed by Fu Qi to be in charge of building the palace, so he felt that Yang Kai could not kill him no matter what. He had already lost face. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yuanwu said coldly, "Let go of this seat, or else you will die without a burial place." Yang Kai immediately smiled. He looked at him and said, "It seems that you want to die. Since that is the case, then I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, his expression turned cold. He suddenly channeled the power in his hand, and killing intent rolled like a tide. With a soft crack, Yuanwu felt that the bones in his neck had been broken. He jumped in fright. He had not thought that Yang Kai would actually dare to kill him, and it did not look like he was faking it. This guy really wanted to kill him? Where did this person come from, to dare to be so impudent on Dragon Island? This was unreasonable. Was he not afraid that the dragon race would find him? Regardless of whether the dragon race would find him after this matter, if he did not compromise, he would die without a burial place. At the moment of life and death, Yuanwu did not dare to hesitate. He said with difficulty, "Spare me." Begging for mercy? The hundreds of people around were in an uproar. They were all stunned. A second-order Emperor Realm Master being grabbed by the neck by a first-order without being able to resist was inconceivable. What's more, it was a dragon descendant against a human. Now, Yuanwu was actually begging for mercy, which was even more unacceptable. After all, in Half-Dragon City, the status of a dragon descendant was not something that could be compared to human or monster beasts. Regardless of cultivation, as long as one was a dragon descendant, their status was much higher. This was the first time that everyone had seen a dragon descendant bow to a human, and a second-order high-ranked dragon descendant with a second-order Emperor Realm bloodline. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Of the 500 people present, except for Yuanwu who was a dragon descendant, the rest were all human, monster, or half-monster beasts. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked, feeling that the resentment in their hearts after so many years had finally been vented. They were indeed unwilling to offend a dragon descendant, and some people had even bowed their heads to flatter Yuanwu before, but this did not mean that they had a good impression of the dragon descendant. It was undeniable that some dragon descendants were very reasonable, but even more dragon descendants felt superior to others in Half-Dragon City, and they were even more arrogant when dealing with non-dragon descendants. They never put these non-dragon descendants in their eyes. Yuan Wu was the best example. Now that they saw Yuan Wu bow his head and beg for mercy, they felt a sense of pride for no reason. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Yang Kai raised his other hand and gently patted Yuan Wu's face a few times. Although it did not hurt or itch, the slapping sounds made Yuan Wu want to find a hole to crawl into. He also wanted face. Yang Kai's actions were equivalent to slapping his face in public. How could he stand here in the future? Yuan Wu was furious in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Don't provoke me again, there won't be a next time. Yang Kai swung his hand fiercely and sent Yuan Wu flying. Yuan Wu landed miserably on the ground, his hand covering his throat as he coughed violently. It sounded extremely tragic, as though he was going to spit out his guts. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked dazedly at Yang Kai, including Lu Sanyang. At this time, how could she not know what had happened? This little brother called Yang Kai had humiliated Yuan Wu? And it was a suppression in strength? She was not surprised that Brother Li could do such a thing. She knew Li Jiao very well. But what was going on with this little brother Yang? Where did Brother Li get to know this monster? This was too inconceivable, right? Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai walked to the side and came to the sea. He looked into the distance, his brow furrowed. He did not care about the small conflict with Yuan Wu. What he needed to consider now was how to find news of Zhu Qing and confirm her location. But because of Yang Kai's disturbance, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Originally, Yuan Wu was arrogant and had great power in his hands. Everyone had to act according to his mood, but now that he had been slapped in the face by Yang Kai in front of everyone, how could he still have the face to order others around? Anger roiled inside, but he was not as skilled as the other. He could only swallow his words, his mouth full of bitterness. Master Yuan, are you all right? But at this time, someone went to find him. Everyone looked and saw a person with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks walk to Yuan Wu's side and carefully help him up. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the voice. He looked back and found that person was the middle-aged man who had helped him out. Chapter 30-33. Yuan Wu's face was ashen. After being helped up by the middle-aged man, he coughed violently for a while before saying bitterly, "I'm fine." He glared at Yang Kai with hatred, but when he met Yang Kai's gaze, he quickly dodged. After experiencing what had just happened, he didn't dare to challenge Yang Kai anymore. He could only suppress this resentment in his heart and hope to repay it in the future. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a flattering smile, "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. We still need Master to oversee the construction of the palace in the future. If something really happened, what would we do? We don't have a backbone." His flattery caused many people to cast sidelong glances at him, wondering how this guy could be so shameless. But like this, Yuan Wu's expression improved a lot, feeling that he had regained some face. The middle-aged man said again, "Master, if there really isn't a candidate, then leave the matter of mining the ice soul snow jade to me. What do you think?" "HM?" Yuan Wu was taken aback and turned to look at him, sizing him up seriously for the first time. The rest of the people were also stunned and had strange expressions. Everyone knew how dangerous mining the ice soul snow jade was, so no one was willing to take the initiative to take this job. They all took the initiative to suggest taking on other tasks because they were afraid that Yuan Wu would assign this matter to them. The middle-aged man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so everyone believed that he was also aware of this. But what was he doing? It was clearly dangerous, so why was he taking the initiative? Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Even if he wanted to flatter, he shouldn't play around with his own life. For a moment, everyone looked at the middle-aged man as if they were looking at a fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice and smiled slightly. "Of course, I'm just saying. As for the specific choice, it's up to Master to decide." As soon as he said this, Yuan Wu had a good impression of this middle-aged man. He had already lost face because of Yang Kai, and the first task assigned to him was thrown out and humiliated. This was a huge blow to his prestige, and it was very likely that it would affect his position in the hearts of these 500 people. But at this time, there was still someone supporting him. How could Yuan Wu not be grateful? And this guy's words were very appropriate and gave him a lot of face. Looking at him deeply, Yuan Wu asked, "What's your name?" He didn't recognize the other party and vaguely didn't remember that there was such a guy in Half-Dragon City. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. After all, such a strange appearance, he always left a deep impression. The middle-aged man smiled. "This little Wu Chen." "Good." Yuan Wu reached out and patted Wu Chen's shoulder. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. This Wu Chen was undoubtedly here to provide timely assistance. Even though the two had never met before and were not familiar with each other, from this moment on, Wu Chen's position in Yuan Wu's heart was already much higher than the others. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave the matter of mining the icy soul snow jade to you. Is 30 people enough?" Wu Chen stilled and had a surprised expression. Then he was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." When the rest of the people heard this, they all looked towards Wu Chen with incomparable envy, secretly regretting their actions. If they had known earlier, how could they have just stood to the side and watched the show? They would have long rushed up and asked about his well-being. But now, Wu Chen had only said a few words and had obtained Yuan Wu's high regard. He could be considered a small leader among the 500 people, and had even been assigned by Yuan Wu to be in charge of mining the icy soul snow jade. This was simply a meat pie falling from the sky. Yuan Wu narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you are in charge of this matter, you can choose who you need. Tell me when you choose." Saying this, his gaze slowly swept across the crowd. He said coolly, "If anyone dares to refuse, tell me as well. I will take care of them." Yes. "Thank you, master, for your kindness." Wu Chen was overjoyed. He was clearly very happy. With Yuan Wu supporting him, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. After all, not everyone had Yang Kai's courage and strength, daring to challenge Yuan Wu. Even the third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators present did not have the confidence to do so. With Wu Chen as a precedent, how could the other Emperor Realm masters still sit still? They all stepped forward and surrounded Yuan Wu, flattering him endlessly as they smiled charmingly. They could see that the construction of the temporary residence was too complicated and huge. Yuan Wu could not do everything himself. If he wanted to finish the construction of the temporary residence within a month, he would definitely assign some small leaders to be in charge of other matters. At this time, they naturally needed to perform well. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Wu once again tasted the feeling of being the moon surrounded by the stars. The humiliation and anger from before were swept away. He looked coldly in Kai Yang's direction, hesitating whether or not he should order these people to kill Kai Yang first. But this thought only turned in his mind for a moment before Yuan Wu gave up. It was not that he was afraid of Yang Kai, but he felt that mentioning this matter now would be too impatient for quick success. "I'll let you be proud for a while. After all, there is still a month. I'll find an opportunity to kill you." Yuan Wu sneered in his heart for a while. He no longer thought about Yang Kai and directly began to assign tasks. After the previous investigation, he had a basic understanding of what he needed to do in the next month. The plan now was to first send people out to mine the materials needed to build the temporary residence. Otherwise, it would be too late to mine after the materials in the ring were used up. He picked out more than 200 people and divided them into 7 or 8 teams. These 7 or 8 teams were sent to mine different materials. However, Yuan Wu was careful. Other than Wu Chen, he did not assign anyone else to be in charge. He was grateful to Wu Chen for saving his face and returning the favor. The others did not do anything just now. "You want this king to value you? Show your attitude first." Each type of material was produced on the island of the Dragon Palace and was scattered on different spiritual islands. Yuan Wu finished giving them the tasks and gave them directions. Only then did these 200 people reluctantly fly away under the cover of the night. Time was tight and there was no time to rest. So while they had some complaints, they could not do anything about it. With this, the number of people was reduced by half. In the following period of time, Yuan Wu started to assign different tasks to the remaining people. While the dragon race was planned on this island, it was just a general location. The remaining matters needed these 500 people to handle. Building a temporary palace was not a simple matter. It involved many aspects. Fortunately, the remaining 300 people were not completely useless. Many of them had some experience in this area. Yuan Wu gathered them together for a simple discussion and then gave all kinds of orders. Wave after wave of people flew out, each receiving a different mission, and began to make preparations on the island. In a flash, the entire island was in full swing. Even at night, the sounds of bustling could be heard. When it was almost dawn, everyone's tasks had been assigned. Only Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang and her daughter were left standing where they were. Yuan Wu clearly did not plan on provoking Yang Kai. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter were ignored by him. Staring coldly at Yang Kai's back, Yuan Wu snorted softly and turned to leave. When he left, Lu Sanyang immediately looked towards Yang Kai and said helplessly, Brother Yang, what do we do now?" The development of the matter this time was unexpected. She had thought that the two of them would not be able to escape Yuan Wu's evil hands and had mentally prepared to resist. But when it came to it, she had nothing to do with it. It was thanks to Yang Kai that she was so free. Only now did she understand why Li Jiao had left without any worries. He had not even told her anything before he left. Obviously, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's abilities, so he did not need to say anything. "Big Sister Lu, I have something to ask you." Yang Kai turned to look at her. "What is it? Ask away." Lu Sanyang looked at Yang Kai cautiously. She no longer dared to treat Yang Kai as an equal. Previously, she could be relaxed in front of Yang Kai because they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But after seeing Yang Kai's strength, she immediately understood that the value of a First-Order Yang Kai was not something she could compare to. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth. Lu Sanyang was naturally in awe of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, however, did not seem to notice. He pondered for a moment and said, "You have lived in the Dragon Palace for a long time. Have you ever heard of a dragon race called Zhuqing?" "Zhuqing dragon race?" Lu Sanyang was surprised. Yang Kai nodded gently. "I have never heard of it." Lu Sanyang shook her head and said, "I don't mind if you laugh at me. Although I have lived here for 200 to 300 years, I have never left this place, so I don't know much about the Dragon Palace." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He thought that Lu Sanyang, who had lived here for so long, should know some inside information about the dragon race. At the very least, she could point him in the right direction. Who would have thought that she had been under house arrest for 200 to 300 years? Now, he could not count on her to help. Lu Sanyang was a little surprised. Brother Yang, you know the dragon race?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only do I know them, but my relationship with them is not shallow." However, he could not say this out loud. He said, "I have to go out for a while. Big Sister Lu, are you coming with me?" Lu Sanyang was shocked and said, "Go out? Where to go around? You can't." Lu Sanyang's expression changed. She looked around and after making sure that there was no one around, she said softly, Brother Yang, I know that you are strong, but this is the Dragon Palace. This is where the dragon race lives. If you are discovered by the dragon race," Yang Kai smiled and said, "Many people have gone out. Even if we are discovered by the dragon race, it doesn't matter." Just now, 7 to 8 teams, more than 200 people, flew out in different directions. They were all going to different spiritual islands to mine for materials to build the palace. It was a good cover for Yang Kai. Chapter 30-34. Lu Sanyang thought about it and agreed. Things were different now. During the years she lived here, people who were not of the dragon bloodline or the monster race were not allowed to leave the island they lived on. With the construction of the palace, even if Yang Kai went out and encountered the dragon race, there would be a reasonable explanation. However, she was still worried, but Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "If you want to go with me, we will leave now." He did not plan to stay on this island. At this time, no one was paying attention to him, so he could go and inquire about Zhuqing. Lu Sanyang probably saw his determination and said after a slight hesitation, "Us mother and daughter will not go with you. You must be careful alone." Although her cultivation was good, Lu Yuqing's strength was too low. If she really went with Yang Kai, she would definitely be a burden. It was better for her to stay here. That way, If Yang Kai encountered any danger, it would be easier to escape. Yang Kai frowned and looked in a direction. But that primary martial sect, if he left, it was inevitable that primary martial sect would continue to find trouble with the mother and daughter pair. This was his only worry now. Since Li Jiao entrusted the mother and daughter pair to him, he naturally had to take good care of them. It would be irresponsible to leave them alone like this. He could also send Lu Sanyang and her mother into the small sealed world, but he was not willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Lu Sanyang smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, don't worry. I have lived here for hundreds of years. If I really want to hide, he won't be able to find me." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous guess was correct. This spirit island was the dragon nest of the dragon race that harmed Lu Sanyang. If that was the case, he had no worries. Looking at the other side of the island, Yang Kai asked, "What is the name of the owner of this place?" Lu Sanyang was silent for a moment and said softly, "Fu Qi." As he spoke, his body trembled. It was clear that he had recalled something. "What rank of dragon vein?" "8th rank, Lei Long." Yang Kai nodded. "I understand." A rank 8 dragon vein was not low. It was probably one of the top in the entire Dragon Island. One had to know that Zhu Lai was only rank 8. Zhu Qing was also rank 8 before, but she was already rank 9 now. She was only one rank away from the great elder of the dragon race. "Brother Yang, if you want to leave, you can leave at ease. Don't worry about me, I will take good care of myself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you must be careful. I'll be back in a few days." After saying that, he soared into the sky and flew in a certain direction. The commotion on this side clearly did not alarm too many people. Yuan Wu and the others were still busy in the center of the island and could not have noticed this side. At this time, the sky was already bright and Yang Kai was moving like a bolt of lightning. He didn't know which direction to go, so he could only take one step at a time, quietly spreading out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Above the sea, in the land of the Dragon Palace, spirit islands were scattered all over. Each spirit island was full of spirit energy and the environment was good. The islands were full of strange flowers and treasures. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing big scenes, he was also speechless. He also knew that the dragon race was rich, but this was a very vague concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it was hard to imagine how rich this was. Many spirit islands did not have the slightest presence of living beings. In other words, the treasures on these islands were in a state where no one was guarding them. If Yang Kai was not worried about Zhu Qing and wanted to find her as soon as possible, Yang Kai would definitely sweep away all the treasures on these spirit islands. However, finding Zhu Qing was the most important thing right now. Even though he was very envious, he was not in the mood to do these things. Other than the countless strange flowers and herbs, there were also countless rare mineral veins, including the spirit crystal mineral veins that made people jealous. They were exposed in plain sight and no one cared about them. The wealth of the Dragon Island was not something that the so-called top sects in the astral boundary could compare to. Even the sects of the great emperors could not be compared to it. No wonder they could spend so much money to build a palace. In the entire astral boundary, other than the dragon race, there was probably no one else who had such boldness. After checking one spirit island after another, Yang Kai did not gain much. Only after half a day did he sense the presence of some living beings on one of the spirit islands. This place should be the residence of a member of the dragon race, but Yang Kai didn't know if it belonged to the Fu or Zhu branch of the dragon race as there wasn't any powerful aura coming from it. Yang Kai sneaked in to investigate. The living beings on the island were all females. They were extremely beautiful. There were at least 100 of them. All of them were extraordinarily beautiful, but their cultivation levels were uneven. Yang Kai knew that these females should be the exclusive property of a certain dragon race. Just like what happened to Lu Sanyang, these females were all under house arrest on this spirit island. They were the playthings of a certain dragon race. Perhaps it was because of jealousy. Many of the females were gorgeously dressed. They were very flirtatious. Some of them were even wearing transparent tulle. Their snow-white skin swayed and dazzled Yang Kai. The dragon race was nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they went. However, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not the place where Zhu Qing lived. She was a female dragon. It was impossible for her to capture so many females. For the first time, Yang Kai truly understood the extravagance of the dragon race. He hurriedly retreated from the island and continued to fly forward. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been wandering around the dragon palace. His luck was not bad. He did not encounter any dragon race. He also checked out many of the spirit islands. Besides the strong presence from 1 or 2 of the spirit islands that made Yang Kai wary, he secretly checked out the rest. Zhu Qing was not there. Zhu Lai was not there either. Yang Kai didn't know where this pair of brother and sister lived, causing him to be quite annoyed as he searched for them. On this day, another island appeared in front of him. Yang Kai moved his body and ran over. When he was still dozens of miles away, he sensed the presence of living beings on the island. Most of the islands in the Dragon Palace were uninhabited. It was rare to come across an island with living beings. Yang Kai naturally would not miss it. He tried his best to hide his presence. Yang Kai moved his body and pounced on the island. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had also discovered that the place where the dragon race lived was not heavily guarded. There was not even a single barrier or spirit array, so it was not difficult to sneak in. All he needed to do was carefully conceal himself and not be discovered. This had a lot to do with the arrogance of the dragon race. This was the Dragon Palace. Who would be so blind as to wander around? Anyone who dared to do so would be courting death. Hence, he easily got onto the island. In a short while, he arrived at a palace. The palace looked old. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. There was an ancient vibe everywhere. Occasionally, there would be people coming and going in the palace. Their cultivation was not high. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that there were actually men here. Moreover, they were all men. There was not a single woman in sight. This made him suspicious. One should know that the spiritual islands that he had checked before were basically filled with women. Why was the situation reversed on this spiritual island? The more suspicious he was, the more Yang Kai wanted to get to the bottom of this. Carefully avoiding those people, Yang Kai went all the way in. When he reached a certain place, a seductive voice suddenly entered his ears. This made Yang Kai's expression turn strange. Listening carefully, Yang Kai determined the direction the sound was coming from, and after a few flashes, he arrived outside a large hall. Holding his breath, he quietly looked inside. What he saw made Yang Kai dumbfounded. In the big hall, there were more than 10 bodies entangled together. The big hall was filled with a licentious aura. The aura was so strong that it even drifted outside through the windows. One after another, sounds that made people blush continuously came from inside. It was as if an invisible little hand was plucking at people's heartstrings, causing their blood vessels to expand, making them unable to control themselves. Occasionally, there would be muffled groans and hurried sounds of collisions. Yang Kai had seen a lot of such scenes over the past 2 days. The spiritual islands where the dragon race lived were mostly filled with such scenes. If that was all there was to it, Yang Kai wouldn't be so dumbfounded. What shocked him was that the people in the big hall were basically all men. Other than that, there was only one woman. The woman's back was facing Yang Kai, her smooth back curves graceful and enchanting, exuding a porcelain-like luster. Perhaps because she had been stimulated, her white skin had taken on a pink hue, causing one's imagination to run wild. Behind her, a well-built man was working hard. In front of her, there were 2 men kneeling on her left and right. They seemed to be sucking on something. On her left and right, there were also 2 men. Each of them grabbed her small hands and placed them in their mouths. They sucked on her fingers one by one. There was a fawning look on their faces as they stared at the woman's face without blinking. In the big hall, there were many naked men lying there. They looked weak as though they were half dead. No one knew what kind of torture they had gone through. There were humans, demons, and half-demons among those men. However, the woman gave off a pure dragon's aura. This woman was a member of the dragon race. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. The licentious life of the dragon race was something he had learned over the past few days. However, this kind of licentious life was basically for the male dragon race. It was his first time seeing a female dragon so licentious. The scene in front of him was extremely impactful. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing all kinds of things, he was still shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Suddenly, the woman waved her hand and pushed away the male companions around her. Then, she pushed down the well-built man who had been standing behind her. She turned around and knelt on him. In the next moment, she raised her head slightly. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her exquisite body moved up and down. Her chest surged endlessly. A suppressed moan was heard. The woman's body trembled violently. At the same time, her tightly shut eyes opened a slit, revealing a look of ecstasy. Chapter 30-35. Inside the main hall, the rain gradually stopped. Outside the main hall, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The woman's slightly squinted eyes met with Yang Kai's peeping gaze, causing them to collide head-on. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. He had also braved through many storms, but what he saw today was still hard for him to believe, and he couldn't help but be shocked. It was only at this moment that he saw that the dragon race in the main hall was actually Fu Ling, who he had seen a few days ago. Fu Ling's slightly narrowed eyes slowly became sharp, and it was obvious that she had discovered Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to stay any longer? The law of space surged, and in a flash, he disappeared. Fu Ling frowned and slowly got up. A trace of water slid down her thigh, but she didn't care at all. She didn't cover her body and just walked straight out. She glanced at the place where Yang Kai was standing before, but didn't find anything. Fu Ling's brows furrowed even more, and she turned her head to look into the distance and snorted softly. Above the sea, Yang Kai flew in the air with an awkward expression. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It wasn't that he wanted to spy, but the scene was too lively, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances, which accidentally exposed his whereabouts. He didn't know if Fu Ling had discovered him. She should have discovered him, otherwise, there wouldn't be such an obvious change in her eyes. Would she come to find trouble with him? According to the temperament of the dragon race, this matter was almost certain, but even if Fu Ling wanted to find trouble with him, she probably didn't know his identity. When he met her a few days ago, Fu Ling didn't pay much attention to him, so she probably didn't remember a nobody like him. So there was no need to be too worried. However, although this female dragon's life was a little debauched, her figure and appearance were extremely good. After all, it was the Holy Spirit dragon race, so it couldn't be bad. Thinking of the scene he saw before, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. Along the way, Yang Kai let his imagination run wild. He checked a few more islands, but he still didn't find anything. He could only go back first. He had been out for a few days. He did not know how Lu Sanyang was doing. He was still worried that Yuan Wu would make trouble for them. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the island. He landed on the ground and looked around. He didn't see Lu Sanyang and her daughter. He didn't know if they were hiding or something. Just as Yang Kai was about to search around, the sound of splashing water suddenly came from the nearby sea. Soon after, a burst of clear and melodious laughter entered his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and saw two graceful figures slowly rising from the sea. It was Lu Sanyang and her daughter. No one knew what they were doing in the sea, but they were now returning from the sea. Both mother and daughter were dripping wet. Their clothing clung to their bodies, and their graceful curves were fully outlined. One was full and mature, the other young and alluring. Yang Kai's eyesight was incredibly sharp, so even if he wasn't too close, he was still able to take in this beautiful scene with a single glance. He discreetly averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. Seeing that they were fine, Yang Kai relaxed. The laughter continued. It was Lu Yuqin's voice. The little girl seemed to have encountered something that made her laugh non-stop. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. She must have discovered Yang Kai. Mother and daughter exchanged a look, and then hurriedly used their power to dry the seawater on their bodies. They held hands and flew over. "Brother Yang, little brother Yang." Lu Sanyang called out, and landed with her daughter not far from Yang Kai. Perhaps because of what happened before, Lu Yuqin was a little shy. At this moment, she was hiding behind her mother, not daring to show her face. Her face was a little hot. Yang Kai looked at them and nodded lightly. He smiled and said, "Big sister Lu is in such a good mood." He thought that the mother and daughter were playing in the sea. Lu Sanyang pursed her lips and smiled. She asked, "Brother Yang, did little brother Yang find anything?" Although she didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to go out, she knew that Yang Kai definitely had something to do. However, since Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to speak, it wasn't convenient for her to ask too much. "I'm just going to take a look," Yang Kai replied. Lu Sanyang said, "The scenery in the Dragon Palace is pretty good. Little brother Yang, wait a moment. I'm going to deliver something. We'll talk later." Yang Kai asked suspiciously, "Deliver what?" "This." As Lu Sanyang spoke, she flipped her wrist. A night pearl suddenly appeared in her hand. This night pearl was not small. It was the size of a man's fist. What was rare was that it was round and full. At a glance, one could see that it was of high quality. It gave off a gentle light and gave people a feeling of warmth. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw it. This kind of luminous pearl had no value for martial arts cultivation, but many women loved it very much. There was no other reason other than that this kind of luminous pearl was the best for lighting. It was many times better than some strange stones used for lighting. "This pearl is not bad." Yang Kai nodded and praised. Lu Sanyang said, "This is a special product of the Dragon Palace. It is very difficult to see something like this in the outside world." "Who are you giving this to?" Lu Sanyang's expression became slightly unnatural. But after a moment of thought, she said, "That Yunwu." Yang Kai's expression suddenly darkened. "He arranged something for you?" Previously, when Yang Kai had left, all 500 people had missions. Only Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang did not. It was not that Yuanwu was giving Yang Kai face, but that Yuanwu did not dare to order the three of them to do things. He had suffered under Yang Kai before. But unexpectedly, after he had left, Yuanwu had done something like this. This made Yang Kai slightly angry. It seemed that he had not taught him a lesson before. Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look at the center of the island. Lu Sanyang saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. She hurriedly said, "It is not like this. He did not force me to do anything." "Then why did you?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her. Lu Sanyang said, "I took the initiative to do this." "Took the initiative? Why was that?" Yang Kai said, "Actually, you do not have to do this. He does not dare to do anything to you." "I know." Lu Sanyang grimaced. "But I want to leave here as soon as possible. The dragon race has given us a month. If we can finish the palace as soon as possible, we can leave as soon as possible." With her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood her plans. This was her nightmare. Every moment she stayed, she would be tormented by those painful memories. She naturally did not want to stay for long. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's anger calmed down. Since he had taken the initiative to take on this task, he couldn't say anything more. "What does that side need these luminous pearls for? For illumination?" Lu Sanyang nodded and said, "Yes, such a large palace definitely needs these pearls. Also, I am familiar with the territory of this place, and know where to easily find such pearls. So it is not a difficult matter. If I can help, I will help." Lu Yuqin suddenly poked her head out and said, "Mother found several hundred pearls at once." Lu Sanyang had lived here for 200 to 300 years. Even if she could not leave this island too far, she must have moved around in the past. She was familiar with the situation of the coastal territory. For her to find the luminous pearls, she was more efficient than other people. "Then Yuanwu did not make things difficult for you?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Lu Sanyang shook her head. His attitude was not good, but he did not make things difficult for us. "All right." Yang Kai nodded. "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, please wait a moment. I will go give the pearls to him," Lu Sanyang said, and then gave some instructions to Lu Yuqin before flying away. Only Yang Kai and Lu Yuqin were left. Yang Kai smiled at her. Lu Yuqin was clearly afraid of strangers. She stood there awkwardly without speaking, her face slightly red. Yang Kai found something to talk about and chatted with her. The little girl only replied with a few grunts and did not dare to say much to Yang Kai. A short while later, Lu Sanyang came back with a smile. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "That Yunwu probably saw you come back, so he did not even dare to look at me this time. People like him bully the weak and fear the strong." Yang Kai snorted coldly. He looked down on people like Yunwu. This was because he had not provoked him. If he had provoked him, it would not have been as simple as teaching him a lesson. Lu Sanyang's expression suddenly darkened. She said in a low voice, "Just now, I heard someone say that many people mining the icy soul snow jade have died. Some of them even belong to the Emperor realm." She had an expression of lingering fear. Clearly, she rejoiced that she and her mother had Yang Kai's protection. Otherwise, Yunwu would have sent them to mine the icy soul snow jade. People from the Emperor realm also died? Yang Kai was shocked. Even though he knew that mining the icy soul snow jade was not a good thing and would definitely be dangerous, he had not thought that people would die. How many days had it been? I did not hear the specifics. I only know that there seems to be energy erupting from the icy soul snow jade mine. Those people did not have time to dodge and were frozen to death. Yang Kai said, "What about that Wu Chen?" Yang Kai did not understand this sharp-mouthed and monkey-cheeked guy. Previously, he had helped him out, and then volunteered to mine the icy soul snow jade to save some face for Yunwu. He seemed to be a good person who always thought for others. But Yang Kai felt that this guy was not simple, and could not help but pay more attention to him. Lu Sanyang said, "I don't know. I did not see him. He should still be mining the icy soul snow jade. After all, this is a task given by the dragon race. No one dares to slack off. Even if there is danger, they can only do it." "That's true." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Among the 500 people, he was the only one who didn't take this matter to heart. Which one of the others wasn't desperately trying to complete the task assigned to them by the Dragon Clan within a month? After all, this matter was related to their own lives. If they did not work hard, they could only wait for death. Just as he was talking to Lu Sanyang, there was a sudden commotion. It seemed to be coming from the planning area of the palace. No one knew what had happened. Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang did not pay much attention, but very quickly, several people flew over and rushed towards them. Chapter 30-36. Sensing the abnormality, Yang Kai turned to look in that direction. There were not many people, only 4, 1 man and 3 women. The man was Yunwu. He was accompanying the 3 women, nodding and bowing with a cautious expression. The 3 women were all extraordinarily beautiful, especially the leader. She looked around 24 or 25 years old, but was a beauty with a graceful figure. The woman was wearing a light green palace dress. When she flew over, her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and her dress danced in the wind. She was extremely beautiful. But at this time, this woman seemed to have encountered something. She looked extremely angry, her expression was cold, and her beautiful eyes were filled with wanton cold light. Compared to her, although the 2 women behind her were not bad-looking, they were still lacking in some way. The 4 people flew straight over. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He did not know what these people wanted to do. Lu Sanyang clearly also discovered these people. Her face suddenly paled, and her delicate body started to tremble. Lu Yuqin hurriedly leaned towards her and said in a low voice, "Mother, what is it?" Lu Sanyang shook her head. She did not speak, but her expression grew more uncomfortable. Yang Kai detected this. He glanced at Lu Sanyang, and then at the women. His mind moved and he asked in a low voice, "You know them?" Lu Sanyang nodded imperceptibly. Yang Kai understood. According to what Lu Sanyang had said before, this was the spiritual island where a dragon race called Fu Qi lived. She had been captured by Fu Qi, and had lived on this spiritual island for hundreds of years. Lu Sanyang was not the only woman on this spiritual island. There were many playthings that belonged to Fu Qi. The 3 women flying over were clearly such people. It was not strange that Lu Sanyang knew them. After all, they had lived together for hundreds of years. How could they be strangers? However, looking at the current situation, Lu Sanyang was clearly afraid of these women. Perhaps they had some grudges with each other. As his thoughts changed, Yang Kai had already guessed most of the situation. With a slight movement of his footsteps, he blocked Lu Sanyang's figure without leaving a trace. He didn't know why the three women were here, but judging from the expression of the woman in the lead, it wasn't anything good. In the blink of an eye, Yuanwu flew over with the three women. The group of four did not land. They just stood in the air, looking down at Yang Kai and the others. "Who is it?" The woman in the lead looked at Yang Kai with a cold face and asked coldly. Yuanwu pointed and said, "Madam, it's them." The woman's eyes turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "How dare you? Are you the ones who injured Xiaohong?" Yang Kai's expression did not change. He just stared coldly at Yuanwu. Being stared at like this, Yuanwu suddenly felt uncomfortable. He immediately recalled the humiliation he had suffered a few days ago. His expression changed a few times, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. He was truly afraid of Yang Kai. Even to this day, he still couldn't figure out how a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm human could be so much stronger than him. What method did this human use to suppress his dragon bloodline? However, he soon remembered that he did not come alone. He had a master by his side. With such a backer, why should he be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Yuanwu quickly straightened his waist and pointed at the woman in the palace dress. He shouted in a low voice, "This is the mistress of this place, Madame Hua. Madame Hua is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Hearing him introduce her like this, Madame Hua also raised her chin slightly. She looked insufferably arrogant. In fact, on this spirit island, there was no such thing as a mistress. Fu Qi brought them here. At most, he treated them as playthings and kept them at his beck and call. He had never treated them as equals. However, Madame Hua was very good at dealing with people. She was also a heavenly beauty, so she was quite favored by Fu Qi on the entire spirit island. Besides Fu Qi, her status was one of the best. Yuanwu's introduction was undoubtedly giving her face, so Madame Hua was very satisfied. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Her slender phoenix eyes looked disdainfully at Yang Kai, as if she was looking at an ant. Yang Kai did not look at her. He just stared at Yuanwu, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Yuanwu suddenly felt like there was a thorn in his back. He was extremely annoyed. He thought to himself, "How dare you be so arrogant after I introduced you like this? Don't you know who this Madame Hua is?" However, the more Yang Kai was like this, the happier he was. He could not defeat Yang Kai, but if he could borrow Madame Hua's hand to give Yang Kai an unforgettable lesson, it would be good. So, seeing Yang Kai so unruly, he immediately rejoiced in Yang Kai's misfortune. He wanted Yang Kai to be even more unruly. He called out, "Madame Hua, look at this guy. He is too arrogant. He does not care about you at all." Madame Hua was also very angry. She had thought that if she appeared, these ants would not bow their heads. While she was not of the dragon race, and was not of the dragon bloodline, she was favored by Fu Qi. How could these dogs and cats compare to her? After being instigated by Yuanwu, she snorted coldly. "You are very daring. No wonder you dare to injure Little Red." Yang Kai slowly turned to look at her. He frowned and said, "What Little Red?" He really did not know what Little Red was. He instinctively felt that Yuanwu had done something to frame him. Madame Hua smiled coldly and said, "Do you not know what you have done?" "I do not know what you are saying." "Presumptuous!" Yuanwu shouted in a low voice and shouted at Yang Kai. "Madame Hua has a golden-backed red carp and likes it very much. Today, it was injured for no reason. Who else could it be but you? On this island, only you dare to be so reckless." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "What golden-backed red carp? I have never seen it." He had just returned from outside. Where had he seen a golden-backed red carp? However, from the name, it should be a kind of fish. It was probably this Madame Hua's pet. Speaking of which, these women were trapped on Ling Island. Other than serving Fu Qi to vent their desires, they had nothing else to do. It was normal to have a pet to adjust their mood. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He sneered in his heart. "Yuanwu, oh Yuanwu, I did not plan to do anything to you. I did not think that you would play such despicable tricks. It seems that the previous lesson was not enough. Killing intent rose in his heart towards Yuanwu. He looked at him like he was looking at a dead person. Let him see. Madame Hua suddenly waved her hand. A woman who had been following beside her immediately walked out with a fish tank-like thing in her hands. There was a small red fish the length of an index finger in the fish tank. Its back was golden, but the rest of its body was red. It looked extraordinary. It seemed that this was the golden-backed red carp that Yuanwu had mentioned. However, from the presence it gave off, it was a level 5 monster beast. It was not very strong and just looked good. Also, its main body was probably not this big. The reason it could be placed in the fish tank was because of the miraculous effects of the fish tank. The golden-backed red carp was indeed injured. 1 or 2 fish scales had fallen off on its back, affecting its overall beauty. However, it was not a major matter. Looking at how it swam around in the fish tank, it was clearly full of vitality. This kind of injury should be able to recover after a few days of rest. However, looking at Madame Hua's expression, it was as though it was already dead. This is Lil Red. The woman holding the fish tank had a cold expression. It was as though a layer of frost could be scraped off from her face. She looked at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you see clearly?" Yang Kai said calmly, "I have never seen this red carp, nor have I injured it. You have found the wrong person. You still dare to quibble." Madame Hua's temper rose. She felt that this person was too unreasonable. Yang Kai said coldly, "Why do you say that I injured it? If this young master had attacked, it would not have been as simple as injuring it." Madame Hua was startled when she heard this. She trembled in anger. "You dare to speak to this madam like this? How this young master speaks to you is my business. Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered. Madame Hua was infuriated. On this spiritual island, she was considered to be second only to one person and above everyone else. Other than needing to look at Fu Chi's face, everyone else was extremely respectful to her and flattered her. Just now, when she went to Yuanwu's side, it was the same. After she reported her identity, that group of people immediately became humble. Who knew that she would be rebuffed by Yang Kai? For a moment, Madame Hua could not accept this. Yang Kai ignored her and said coldly, "The matter of the red carp has nothing to do with this young master. Scram back to where you came from. Stop embarrassing yourself here." When these words were said, Madame Hua's expression turned livid. A red carp, even though it did not have much value, it was a pet that she had raised for more than 10 years. Every time she was lonely, she would play with it and spend many boring days with her. Now that it was injured for no reason, Madame Hua naturally had to settle the score. But this person in front of her was good. He repeatedly contradicted her and did not put her in his eyes at all. This had nothing to do with the red carp. If she did not teach this youth a lesson today, she would not be able to save her face. A mere human dared to be so impudent here? He did not know his limits. Just as Madame Hua was preparing to teach Yang Kai a lesson at all costs, Yunwu's eyes turned and he said, "If it was not you, then it was them. That's right, it was them. That luminous pearl was taken by them. They must have encountered Madame Hua's pet in the sea and injured it." Them? Madame Hua frowned, her gaze landing behind Yang Kai. She had not paid attention to the people behind Yang Kai. It was because Little Red's injury had caused her to burn with anger. She wanted revenge wholeheartedly. How could she have the leisure to pay attention to other things? After Yuanwu's reminder, she finally noticed that there were 2 people hiding behind Yang Kai. One of them was blocked by the youth in front of her and could not be seen clearly. But the other young girl was looking at her with a timid expression. Madame Hua looked at the young girl and frowned. She faintly felt that this young girl was familiar, as though she had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 30-37. That timid young girl was very familiar, but Madame Hua could not remember where she had seen her before. She had come to this spiritual island for almost 200 years. If she had seen her before, it was 200 years ago. But looking at this young girl's cultivation and appearance, she was clearly in her teens. In other words, she had not been born 200 years ago. How could she have seen her before? Also, this young girl's face and eyes gave her an extremely annoying feeling. They were very similar to another person she knew. Madame Hua's beautiful eyes turned and looked again at Lu Sanyang, who was hiding behind Yang Kai. Seeming to understand something, she sneered. "Is it fun to hide? Get out here." Hearing this, Lu Sanyang trembled. How would he dare to go out? Seeing this, Madame Hua was even more certain of her judgment. Her lips curled into a smile. "Sanyang, we have not seen each other for more than a decade. You don't even recognize Jiejie?" "Sanyang?" Yunwu stilled and looked in surprise at Madame Hua. He quickly understood. Madame Hua and Lu Sanyang knew each other. His heart skipped a beat and he knew this was not good. If Madame Hua and Lu Sanyang had a good relationship, he would be in trouble. But carefully observing Madame Hua's expression, Yunwu's heart settled. Madame Hua did not look like she had a good relationship with Lu Sanyang. There was clearly some conflict between the two. His eyes turning, Yunwu pretended not to know and asked, "Madame knows her?" Madame Hua smiled coldly. "No, of course I know. I have been with Sanyang for more than 200 years. Sanyang has always taken good care of me. How can I not know her?" Yunwu said with a fawning smile, "This is such a coincidence." He finally understood that Madame Hua and Lu Sanyang should be the exclusive property of the Dragon Clan in this place. Looking at Madame Hua's eccentric manner, the two of them probably had a lot of jealous fights on this island. As for women, there was only so much they could do after all the fighting. Later on, Lu Sanyang was expelled from the Dragon Palace by the Dragon Race and ended up in Half-Dragon City. However, Madame Hua stayed behind. Now that she had met her enemy, how could Madame Hua still be polite? "Third Madam, aren't you going to come out and greet elder sister? What's the point of hiding it like this? Big sister saw you." Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Lu Sanyang had no choice but to walk out from behind Yang Kai. His head was slightly lowered, and his expression was uneasy. Madame Hua snorted lightly. The two women beside her also shouted in unison, "It really is you." The two clearly recognized Lu Sanyang. But because of Madame Hua's attitude, the two did not have good expressions towards Lu Sanyang. They looked coldly at her, and even had a hint of disdain and schadenfreude. Thinking back to when Lu Sanyang was still on the island, she had been greatly favored by Fu Qi back then. Lu Sanyang's status on the island was the same as the present Madame Hua. Madame Hua had competed with her for 200 years but had always been weaker. Now, the tables had turned. Madame Hua had ascended, and Lu Sanyang had been mercilessly expelled. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. Naturally, there was no need to think highly of her. "Elder sister Hua, younger sisters." Lu Sanyang bowed her head and called out softly. Her expression grew even more uneasy. If possible, she was not willing to come out. But Madame Hua had guessed her identity. There was no use in hiding. Also, if today's matter was not resolved, it would be great trouble. Looking at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Lu Sanyang couldn't help but recall the past. She felt depressed. "Impudent!" the lady holding the fish tank shouted. She looked coldly at Lu Sanyang. "How dare you call us elder sister and younger sister? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? How dare a person who has been expelled call us elder sister and younger sister? How shameless!" Although the other lady didn't shout, her expression clearly showed that she had the same idea. In the past, they were afraid of Lu Sanyang because of Fu Qi's favor. But now, they were the ones who were superior. In their eyes, Lu Sanyang was just a piece of smelly meat that was discarded by the dragon race. Since it was smelly meat, why should they be afraid? Madame Hua smiled and seemed to be magnanimous. "Forget it. We have been sisters for so many years. Why make things difficult for Sanyang?" When she said that, the other lady didn't say anything else. Madame Hua assumed the posture of a victor. She looked down at Lu Sanyang and said, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. How have you been, younger sister?" Lu Sanyang pursed her red lips and said softly, "Thank you for your concern. Sanyang has been well." Madame Hua nodded gently and said, "It's good that you have been well. When younger sister left this island, you didn't know how sad elder sister was. Elder sister even went to Master Fu Qi to plead for you. I wanted the master to let you stay. Unfortunately, the master had already made up his mind. Elder sister couldn't do anything. Younger sister, please don't blame me. Lu Sanyang shook her head and said, Elder sister, what are you saying? Sanyang has never blamed you. Madame Hua smiled and said, I knew Sanyang was the most reasonable. No wonder you were the most favored by the master on this island. Thinking about the past. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Sanyang from the corner of her eyes. Seeing her sad expression, Madame Hua was very satisfied and continued, In the past, younger sister was so powerful. Even elder sister had to rely on you. But who knew that there would be unexpected changes in the sky? Heaven is really unfair. Lu Sanyang stood there and didn't say a word. She knew that Madame Hua was ridiculing her. However, she had no choice but to lower her head under the eaves. Moreover, she wasn't the kind of person who liked to fight. She was like that in the past, and she was like that today. Oh, that's right. Younger sister, how did you return to the island this time? Did the master let you come back? Madame Hua spoke for a while and suddenly changed the topic. It wasn't the master's idea. Lu Sanyang shook her head gently. Madame Hua pretended to be shocked. Since it wasn't the master's idea, how would you dare to come back? Are you not afraid that the master will blame you if he knows? Wenwu chuckled from the side and said, Madam, we have come to the island this time to build a palace for the master. They have all come to contribute, and have not been summoned by anyone. Madame Hua suddenly realized. So that is how it is. Then you have to be more careful. This palace is being prepared for the master's wedding. You cannot be careless at all. If there is a mistake, none of you will have an advantage. Wedding. Yuan Wu stilled. He really didn't know about this. A few days ago, after Fu Qi brought the 500 of them here, he only gave them some instructions before leaving. He didn't say what this palace was for. It wasn't until he heard it from Madame Hua that he understood that this palace was actually prepared for the dragon race's wedding. The wedding of the dragon race. This was an incredible matter. The members of the dragon race were rare to begin with, and their maturation period was extremely long. Adding on that the ratio of men and women was not balanced, the chances of them becoming partners were very small. According to what Yuan Wu knew, the last time a dragon race wedding was about 10,000 years ago. It could be imagined how important this matter was. Understanding this, Yuan Wu immediately said, Madam, do not worry. This Yuan will do his best in the construction of the palace to satisfy the master of the dragon race. Madame Hua nodded slightly and sighed. She said helplessly, the master is also about to get married. I don't know how to live in the future. Elder sister is somewhat envious of younger sister. She left this place more than 10 years ago and obtained freedom. It is a pity that elder sister and the others still have to stay here. I don't know which mistress they will serve in the future. Then you can leave. No one is forcing you to stay. Lu Yuqin suddenly shouted angrily. Although she was still young and inexperienced, she was still able to distinguish between good and bad people. This Madame Hua and those two women had been targeting her mother the moment they arrived. There was an indescribable sense of superiority in their words, and they were constantly ridiculing her. She had long been infuriated, and at this time, she finally exploded. Lu Sanyang's expression changed. She pulled Lu Yuqin and said in a low voice, Do not speak nonsense. Madame Hua's long and narrow eyes stared at Lu Yuqin. She said softly, Sanyang, this is that little bastard? When Lu Sanyang had been banished from the island, Lu Yuqin had already been born. Because Lu Yuqin did not have any dragon bloodline, she had implicated her mother and been mercilessly banished. Combined with her age and appearance, how could Madame Hua not know the relationship between Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang? After being contradicted by Lu Yuqin, she was too lazy to be polite with Lu Sanyang. She did not have a good impression of Lu Sanyang, so she naturally would not be polite to Lu Yuqin. What's more, this was the child of Lu Sanyang and the master. Even if she did not have a dragon bloodline, she was still the descendant of the master. Lu Yuqin's existence was like a thorn in Madame Hua's heart. She would not be happy until she got rid of her. Lu Sanyang said with a pale face, The child is not sensible. Elder sister, please do not blame her. The woman holding the fish tank said coldly, the child is not sensible. Is the master also not sensible? Lu Sanyang bit her red lips and said, Elder sister, please be merciful. Sanyang will apologize to you on her behalf. Madame Hua sneered, Younger sister, what do you mean? You make it sound as if elder sister is unreasonable. Is elder sister so scary? Then elder sister means, Madame Hua waved her hand and said, I will not bicker with you about this matter. Lu Sanyang was a little surprised, but still said gratefully, Thank you, elder sister. Madame Hua said, I will not bicker with you about this matter, but I will not let the matter of little Hong go. Younger sister, you don't know. Ever since you left, elder sister has been thinking about you day and night. She can't sleep and eat well. She misses you very much. Lu Sanyang naturally did not believe her. When she was on this island, Madame Hua did not hesitate to make things difficult for her. She kept fighting with her. Even if she ignored her, she did not have any intention of stopping. She was happy that she left, so why would she think about her day and night? This was obviously nonsense. Fortunately, elder sister met little Hong. Madame Hua's gaze turned, and she looked at the red carp in the fish tank with gentleness. Little Hong has given elder sister a lot of comfort these past 10 years. Elder sister has already considered it as family. Now that little Hong has been injured, elder sister will not let it go. I hope younger sister can understand this. She looked coldly at Lu Sanyang and said in a deep voice, Who injured little Hong? Chapter 3038. The sea wind howled, and Madame Hua's tone was cold. Lu Yuqin immediately shrunk back, her gaze evading as though she was guilty. It's fine if you don't speak? Madame Hua snorted softly. It's fine if you don't speak? There are so few people on the island. You know who injured Little Red. If you stand out, I can be lenient. If I catch you? Yuanwu immediately said, Madam, it was definitely the mother and daughter who injured it. Madame Hua snorted. How do you know? Yuanwu said, I said before that the two of them were responsible for collecting night pearls in the sea. Madame's red carp should have been injured when it was playing in the sea. Other than the mother and daughter, no one else has gone into the sea. I can guarantee this. Madame Hua's eyes were cold. She stared at Lu Sanyang and said, Sanyang, what else do you have to say? Lu Sanyang lowered her head and said, Jejie, calm your anger. I did not know that red carp was Jejie's pet. If I knew earlier, Jejie would not have acted. Good as expected, it was you who injured Little Red. Jejie, you really disappoint me. Madame Hua gritted her teeth, her expression furious. Lu Yuqin suddenly took a step forward and shouted, My mother did not injure it, it was me. It suddenly jumped over and I just casually hit it. It did not injure it, right? When she suddenly said this, Lu Sanyang hurriedly pulled her back and said in a low voice, Do not speak. Madame Hua looked coldly at this scene and said with a light smile, Such a deep mother-daughter relationship. Jejie sees this and is very moved. While she said this, she did not have a moved expression on her face. She had a cold expression as though she wanted to eat someone. The woman holding the fish tank also shouted, You did not injure Little Red? Open your dog eyes and look. The scales on Little Red's back have been knocked off. Do you know how much Madame loves Little Red? Now that it has become like this, can you bear the responsibility? Lu Sanyang also knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. She knew Madame Hua's temper very well. She was not merciful. Also, she had always disliked her. Now that she had a chance, how could she easily give up? She quickly begged, Jejie, it was I who injured this red carp. If Jejie wants to hit or punish me, Jejie, do as you wish. Sanyang, do you think Jejie is an idiot? Jejie, Little Red. Little Red is but a level 5 monster beast. If it was little, it's really me. Madam, no. Jejie. And Jejie is Jejie. Jejie T. Jejie Teet. Tiju. Jejie. Lu Sanyang was shocked. She quickly stood in front of Lu Yuqin. Lu Yuqin's face turned pale. How could she not know that she was in trouble? However, she didn't do it on purpose. Previously, when she and her mother were collecting those luminous pearls under the sea, a huge red carp suddenly swam over. She was startled and casually slapped it with her palm. Who would have thought that this slap would cause trouble? If she had known, she wouldn't have hurt the red carp. Don't bully my mother. Lu Yuqin was afraid, but she still shouted. I bullied your mother? Madame Hua sneered. She's just a child. Slap her. Yes, madam. The woman who hadn't said a word walked out. In a few steps, she was in front of Lu Sanyang. She stared at her coldly and shouted, Get lost. Lu Sanyang didn't move. She just looked at Madame Hua pleadingly and kept shaking her head. Madame Hua said, Sanyang, you know my temper. If you don't stop me, I'll just teach her a little lesson. If you dare to stop me, then it won't be as simple as just teaching her a lesson. When she said this, Lu Sanyang's expression changed slightly. Still not getting lost. The woman reached out and grabbed Lu Sanyang to the side. Her cultivation was only at the third order Dao source realm. Although she was much weaker than Lu Sanyang obviously didn't dare to resist. When she was grabbed, she immediately staggered to the side. She looked at Lu Yuqin with tears in her eyes. She knew that her daughter couldn't avoid this beating. Now, she only hoped that Madame Hua would stop while she was ahead. Mother. Lu Yuqin called out softly. The woman raised her hand high, a cold smile on her face. She ruthlessly slapped the face that looked 50 to 60% similar to Lu Sanyang's. Source energy surged in the center of that palm, hiding a killer move. Lu Yuqin's cultivation wasn't high, so how could she block such a blow? If this palm hit, his skin would definitely split open and his flesh would be torn apart. Lu Sanyang clenched her fists tightly. She didn't even notice that her fingernails were digging into her palms. Her eyes were red, and she forced herself to stay where she was and not rush over. She knew that if she rushed over, then both mother and daughter would probably die here today. Madame Hua definitely wouldn't let the two of them go. If she didn't go over, perhaps her daughter would still have a chance at survival. She turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Pa. A crisp sound rang out. It was followed by a scream. The entire world suddenly quieted down. Lu Sanyang's heart was bleeding, and she felt a throbbing pain. Although she didn't want her daughter to be born, she was still the product of 10 months of pregnancy. She and her daughter had depended on each other for survival these past few years. Her daughter was her lifeline. She couldn't bear to hit her, couldn't bear to scold her, and couldn't even bear to let others touch a single strand of her hair. However, she had been slapped today and in front of her. She hated her own incompetence, hated Madame Hua's tyrannical and unreasonable behavior, and felt that she was responsible for all of this. Her tears fell to the ground like pearls from a broken necklace. Lu Sanyang turned her head and nervously looked at Lu Yuqin. She was afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't dare to look directly at. An instant later, she suddenly froze. Lu Yuqin was completely unharmed. Although her expression was a little frightened, there were no signs of injury. On the other hand, the woman who had wanted to hit her had a clear handprint on her cheek. Her face was completely red, and a trace of blood was seeping out from the corner of her mouth. This slap was obviously not light, and the woman's cheek quickly swelled up. My daughter is fine? But someone else was hit instead? Lu Sanyang's mind went blank. She didn't know what was going on. The woman who had been hit was obviously stunned as well. She stood there stupidly with a blank look on her face. She didn't know why she was the one who had been hit. Her palm had already landed, but why was she hit instead? Yuan Wu was dumbfounded. Madame Hua and the woman holding the fish tank were also dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. But soon, Madame Hua's face turned gloomy. Her pair of phoenix eyes bloomed with a sinister light as she stared coldly at the young man standing in front of Lu Yuqin and asked in a deep voice, "Did you do it?" Besides them, there was only this young man and Lu Sanyang and her mother left. Lu Sanyang and her mother didn't have the ability, so the only explanation was that this young man did it. Madame Hua hadn't looked at Yang Kai since she came here. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master wasn't worthy of her attention. Although she also had the same cultivation, on Dragon Island, cultivation wasn't the most important thing. She had an 8th Order Thunder Dragon behind her. Besides the dragon race, who dared to provoke her? She didn't expect that this unprepossessing young man would dare to refute her. Hitting her own people was equivalent to slapping her own face. He was simply lawless. Madame Hua's chest was burning with anger. How could she still have a good expression towards Yang Kai? I did it, Yang Kai admitted readily. When Lu Sanyang heard this, she felt grateful and worried for Yang Kai at the same time. She knew that Yang Kai's ability wasn't low. Even Yuan Wu had been taught a lesson by him, but teaching Yuan Wu a lesson was completely different from what happened just now. Teaching Yuan Wu a lesson wasn't a big deal, but offending Madame Hua wasn't a good idea. She was very anxious. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her. Waving his hand, he said with a look of disgust, "I didn't want to hit a woman. It's boring. But for a vicious woman like you, it's fine if I hit you. It's just a pity that you've dirted this young master's hands." "What did you say?" Madame Hua narrowed her eyes, a cold light shooting out from them. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear what this young master said?" Madame Hua was stunned. Her nose was about to become crooked from anger. "How dare you talk to me like this? How dare you talk to me like this? Who gave you the courage?" On this spiritual island, she was like the mistress. Besides the dragon race, no one could talk to her like this. Madame Hua trembled in anger. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Boy, you seek death." Yang Kai snorted and said, "That will depend on if you have the ability. Just a plaything of the dragon race, I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You make such a big fuss over such a small matter, grumbling for half a day. You dare to be so arrogant in front of this young master. If you speak again, I will beat you as well. This young master doesn't like to hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't." A plaything of the dragon race? Such a small matter? Madame Hua's eyes widened. She laughed in anger. Little Red was injured. This madam just came to seek justice. You dare to injure my people, and dare to talk back to this madam? You have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. So what if a plaything raised by a plaything is injured? Big Sister Lu has already apologized to you, but you still want to bully people like this? Is an apology of any use? Madame Hua's expression was dark. Whatever injury Little Red suffered, this madam will make that little bastard pay in the same way. Lu Yuqin couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. Hong Li's injury wasn't serious. She had only lost 2 fish scales, but if it was her, it would be scraping off a layer of flesh from her back. She was only a teenager, so how could she bear such pain? Her face suddenly turned pale. "You are quite good at calculating." Yang Kai sneered. "An eye for an eye, it is only right and proper," Madame Hua said coldly, her towering chest rising and falling violently. Obviously, she was very angry with Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Okay, what you said is reasonable. An eye for an eye, it is indeed fair." Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale when she heard this. She thought that Yang Kai couldn't bear Madame Hua's pressure and was about to compromise. She didn't blame Yang Kai. Yang Kai protecting Lu Yuqin from being injured just now had already made her very grateful. How could she resent him? Compromising at this time was also a wise move. She was just afraid that Madame Hua wouldn't let him off. When the time came, he would definitely be implicated. He secretly made up his mind. No matter how Madame Hua wanted to punish his daughter, he would take her place. He couldn't let his daughter suffer the slightest grievance. Chapter 3039. You also think it's fair? Madame Hua narrowed her eyes at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing in her eyes. "It's quite fair." Yang Kai nodded. "Since you think it's fair, then scram to the side. Madam will settle your account with you later." Madame Hua waved her sleeves and shouted impatiently. Yang Kai grinned. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman in front of him. The woman who was slapped by him was shocked when she saw this. She thought that Yang Kai was going to hurt her again, so she quickly retreated to the side. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to care about her at all. Instead, she seemed to be making a fuss over nothing. She covered her cheek with her hand and felt a burning sensation. She didn't know if it was because she was embarrassed or because she was slapped. With a splash, water splashed out. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a golden carp with a red body suddenly appeared in his hand. Golden-backed red carp. This was the golden-backed red carp that Madame Hua had raised for more than 10 years. No one saw how he grabbed the red carp in his hand. It seemed that he only stretched out his hand and the red carp that Madame Hua called Little Red appeared in his hand. The woman holding the fish tank was obviously stunned. She looked at the red carp in Yang Kai's hand and then looked at the fish tank she was holding. Her beautiful face suddenly turned pale and she cried out in alarm. Madame Hua also reacted. Her face was extremely ugly. She shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and release Little Red. It's just a red carp. Do you think it's a treasure? In my eyes, it's nothing." Yang Kai lightly sneered. Madame Hua suddenly had a bad premonition. Her expression changed and she said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, then wait for death." After she finished speaking, she counted without any explanation, 1. Poof. A muffled sound was heard at the same time. Madame Hua's pupils suddenly shrunk. Because under her gaze, Yang Kai's hand that was holding the red carp suddenly exerted force and directly killed Little Red. Although Little Red was a monster beast, it was only tier 5. How could it block Yang Kai's attack? Under the force of the big hand, the body directly exploded into 2 pieces. The head and tail of the fish fell to the ground one after another, revealing their original 3 zhang long form. When they fell to the ground, they were already dead. Yuanwu sucked in a cold breath. He looked at Yang Kai like he was an idiot. He had not expected this guy to be so daring. A red carp was nothing, but that depended on whose red carp it was. This was Madame Hua's pet, a pet that had accompanied Madame Hua for more than 10 years. Previously, it was only injured by someone and lost 2 scales. Madame Hua had mobilized a large number of people to personally denounce it. Now that it was directly crushed to death, how could Madame Hua let it go? This brat was dead for sure. There was absolutely no way out. Yuanwu was overjoyed. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression. He still remembered the hatred of being humiliated by Yang Kai a few days ago. He did not have the ability to take revenge, but if he could borrow Madame Hua's hand to kill him, it would be a good consolation. Lu Sanyang and her daughter were also dumbfounded. They did not have much contact with Yang Kai. They only knew that he was Li Jiao's friend, but they did not expect Yang Kai to be so daring. He did not put Madame Hua in his eyes at all. What should they do now? This matter could not be resolved peacefully. If it was the previous situation, at most they would be punished a little. Madame Hua would vent her anger and it would be over, but now, she was extremely anxious. She blamed Yang Kai for being impulsive. She also hated that the trouble she and her daughter had caused had implicated Yang Kai. How would she explain this to Li Jiao in the future? "You actually killed Little Red." The face of the woman holding the fish tank turned pale. She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, wailing in her heart. Where did this lunatic come from? Did he not know the tragic consequences of doing this? The other woman was also stunned. She covered her cheek with her hand and could no longer feel the pain. Her entire body and mind were shocked by the scene in front of her. Everyone was shocked and had different expressions. The perpetrator did not have the slightest awareness that he had caused a great disaster. He only looked at Madame Hua with ridicule and sneered, "You want an eye for an eye, but I don't know how you want to repay me now? Let me see." Madame Hua's chest suddenly rose and fell violently. Her beautiful face became extremely distorted as she hysterically shouted, "Kill him, kill him, kill him for me." She could no longer bear it. At first, she only wanted to seek justice for Little Red and teach the guy who injured her a lesson. After seeing Lu Sanyang and her daughter, she changed her mind and decided to ruthlessly humiliate this stinky woman who had competed with her for hundreds of years. But now, she only had Yang Kai in her eyes. She only wanted him to die. Little Red was killed in front of her eyes. Only by using this person's life could she quell the anger in her heart. She gave the order, but no one acted. Although the two women brought by Madame Hua were also Fu Qi's playthings, they were only at the level of the third order Dao Source realm. How could they have the courage to face Yang Kai, a first-order Emperor realm master? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, he was clearly a lunatic who could not be understood by common sense. At this time, they would only invite humiliation. So, the two women hesitated and did not act, but their expressions were very difficult. Madame Hua saw this and became even angrier. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Why are you still not acting? Do you want this madam to do it herself?" If they really forced Madame Hua to do it herself, the two women were afraid that they would not be able to survive. The two women looked at each other helplessly, then pounced on Yang Kai together. Regardless of whether they were this young man's opponent or not, they had to act properly to avoid Madame Hua's revenge. In the blink of an eye, the two women attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Unfortunately, the two of them only had the cultivation of the third order Dao Source realm. After living on Dragon Island for so many years, they had been blindly scheming against each other and had long forgotten how to fight. They could not even use 70% of their strength. Moreover, even if they could use their full strength, it was not enough in front of Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm. Before Yang Kai could do anything, the two women who had just pounced in front of him screamed miserably and were sent flying like rags. Blood spurted out from their bodies in midair. When they landed on the ground, their source chi had dissipated, and they did not even have the strength to stand up. "How dare you!" Madame Hua screamed. Her voice was sharp enough to tear people's eardrums. He had strangled Xiao Hong to death and dared to injure the women of the spiritual island. Yang Kai's actions had exceeded Madame Hua's imagination. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her anger burned like a volcano. But she was used to living like a princess. No matter how angry she was, she did not plan to do it herself. She turned and glared viciously at Yuanwu. "What are you looking at? Kill him for this, madam." Yuanwu could not sit still. His expression was ugly. If he was Yang Kai's opponent, why would he need Madame Hua's orders? He would have already rushed forward to express his loyalty. Being able to establish a relationship with Madame Hua would definitely be beneficial to him, and this was the best opportunity for him to do so. But an opportunity was an opportunity. He had to have the ability to grasp it. A few days ago, he had a conflict with Yang Kai. Facing this human who was one level weaker than him, he did not have the power to fight back. At that time, if Yang Kai was not willing to care too much, he would have died long ago. How could he still be standing here alive? This time, he had brought Madame Hua here to intimidate others. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would not even give face to Madame Hua? He killed Xiao Hong and injured the two women she had brought. He was going crazy. Yuanwu did not have the guts to fight Yang Kai. He stammered out a word. Madame Hua said coldly, "You dare to not listen to this madam's orders. Fine, this madam will go tell Master Fu Qi now. Say that you are working together to bully me." "Madam, calm your anger." Yuanwu paled in shock. He cursed Madame Hua in his heart. He thought he had just come to join in the fun. How did he get involved? This was an unexpected calamity. His expression was panicked. If Madame Hua really reported this matter to Fu Qi, then his life would be over. He did not believe that a member of the dragon race would be willing to show mercy to him. In the eyes of the dragon race, his descendants were just ant-like bastards. They were existences that could be casually killed. What was this? What was this? If he had known earlier, he would not have come here. Now he was in a dilemma. Yuanwu wanted to slap himself. He could not easily offend Madame Hua. He could only look uneasily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's cold eyes swept over. Yuanwu immediately shivered. He thought back to the scene of him being easily suppressed by Yang Kai's bloodline a few days ago. His eyes turned. Yuanwu shouted fiercely, "Madame Hua, do not worry. Leave this matter to me." At the same time, he sent a message to Yang Kai. This Yuan had no choice. "Little brother, please don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his Emperor Qi and rushed towards Yang Kai. His actions were exactly the same as those of the two women before, as if they were cast from the same mold. Madame Hua showed a satisfied look and glared at Yang Kai viciously. She had lost a lot of face today, but it did not matter. As long as she could capture this little brat, she would be able to vent the anger in her heart. She could sense that Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as hers. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, while Yuan Wu was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant. The difference in strength between them was huge. Since Yuan Wu had made a move, there was no possibility of failure. Madame Hua was already thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai later to vent the anger in her heart. You dare to kill Xiaohong? This madam will let you taste all the torture in the world. A scream rang out. Madame Hua was stunned in place, and the wishful thinking in her heart was shattered. Yuan Wu, who had rushed towards Yang Kai aggressively, was inexplicably slapped and sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air, which was dazzling under the sunlight. What happened? What is going on? Madame Hua could hardly accept what she had seen. Shouldn't it be Yuan Wu who easily subdued that young man? Why was Yuan Wu beaten back? What was going on? With a bang, Yuan Wu fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times before he fainted. Madame Hua's face fell instantly. Chapter 30-40. Yuan Wu was unconscious, and Madame Hua's face was ashen. The beach was quiet. After a while, Madame Hua shouted at Yuan Wu, "What are you trying to do? Get up for this, madam." How could a Second-Order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant be knocked unconscious by a First-Order Emperor Realm human? She concluded that Yuan Wu was putting on an act. Although she didn't know the reason, Yuan Wu was the only one she could order around right now, so she could only continue to give orders to him. Yuan Wu didn't move, as if he had really fainted. Madame Hua took a few steps forward and kicked him hard, but Yuan Wu still didn't react. "You're revolting." Madame Hua flew into a rage and was about to scold him again when her vision suddenly darkened. Looking up, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai was already standing in front of her, staring at her coldly. Madame Hua's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, asking in horror, "What are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, her emperor chi surged, and she raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. This slap seemed to have been planned for a long time, and it came without any warning. Coupled with the expression on Madame Hua's face and her actions just now, no one would have thought that she would suddenly attack. After the slap, Madame Hua's face showed a sinister smile. She was sure that Yang Kai wouldn't be on guard against her. Under the same cultivation level, she was confident that she could severely injure Yang Kai with a single blow. Sinister enough, I've learned something. Yang Kai coldly snorted and also slapped out with his palm. This palm, however, arrived first, landing directly on Madame Hua's shoulder. "Wah!" Madame Hua cried out in surprise as she was sent flying. A bloody taste rushed up her throat and instantly filled her mouth. At the same time, a sharp pain came from her shoulder, as if her bones had been broken. A violent force rushed into her meridians and spread to her 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing her emperor chi to become unstable. How is he so strong? Madame Hua's beautiful eyes widened. Both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Madame Hua discovered that her opponent's strength was not something she could compare to. With just a single blow, she realized the huge gap between them. Her beautiful body fell heavily to the ground. Before she could get up, the light in front of her was blocked by a figure. She stared at him and saw Yang Kai looking down at her with a sneer on his face. "You dare to hit me?" Shocked, Madame Hua forgot the pain on her shoulder and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Tell me, why don't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai lifted his foot slightly and stepped on her chest, which immediately changed shape. Madame Hua was in pain, and her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together. Yang Kai's rhetorical question made her a little confused. "Why don't you dare to hit me? I am one of Fu Chi's most favored women. On this spiritual island, who dares to hit me? You're courting death." Madame Hua was completely enraged and frantically condensed her emperor chi, trying to resist, but under the suppression of Yang Kai's foot, even getting up was extremely difficult, let alone resisting. As she struggled, Her hair was disheveled, making her look like a bitch who had been wronged. There was no longer any trace of beauty left in her, as her eyes were filled with hatred, and even her expression was extremely twisted. "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and exerted a little force on his foot. Madame Hua let out a low cry, and her face turned pale. Lu Sanyang also finally came back to her senses. Since Yang Kai killed the golden-backed red carp, the series of events had shocked her greatly. She was completely dumbfounded. Only when she felt Yang Kai's murderous intent did she suddenly come back to her senses. She quickly rushed forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and whispered, Brother Yang, don't kill her. There is no one in this world who can't be killed." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at her, looking a little fierce. This was the first time Lu Sanyang had seen Yang Kai like this. The previous few times she had met Yang Kai, he had always been very amiable, so when he suddenly changed his attitude, she was startled and instinctively felt some fear. However, today's matter was caused by her mother and daughter. If Yang Kai really killed Madame Hua, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive. Even the current situation was not easy to deal with. Lu Sanyang knew Madame Hua's temper very well. After suffering such a great humiliation today, it was probably impossible for her to just let it go. Some price would have to be paid to appease Madame Hua's anger. "You can't kill her, Brother Yang, let go of her first." Lu Sanyang kept persuading. She knew that Yang Kai was standing up for her and her daughter, and she was very grateful, but now that things had come to this, there was nothing she could do. No matter what, Madame Hua could not be killed, and the rest could only be discussed at length. Her show of weakness gave Madame Hua hope, and her arrogance suddenly became arrogant. She fiercely shouted, "Slut, I will report today's matter to Master. You and your daughter can just wait for death." Lu Sanyang's face paled, and she begged, "Elder sister, this matter is Sanyang's fault. It has nothing to do with Qin. I ask elder sister to be magnanimous and not mention Qin or in front of Master." Madame Hua laughed sinisterly. "Now you know to beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. You will all die today." Her pair of malicious eyes swept over Lu Sanyang and her daughter, admiring Lu Sanyang and her daughter's fear. Her heart was pleased, and she once again fixed her gaze on Yang Kai. With one look, she was startled, because she did not see any fear on Yang Kai's face. Instead, he was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. This person, what was wrong with him? Yang Kai stared into Madame Hua's eyes, but he was speaking to Lu Sanyang in a calm tone. "Elder sister Lu, you also saw it. You kindly let her go, but she is not willing to stop. Why don't you let me kill her and end all troubles?" Lu Sanyang was silent, and her heart was anxious. She really did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. Let Madame Hua go? It was equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain, but what if she did not let her go? Who could bear the anger of Fu Qi? No matter what choice she made, there would not be a good result. She was also very angry. The origin of today's matter was only because the red carp had 2 scales removed. It was not a big deal at all, but Madame Hua had come to denounce her like this. What's more, the mother and daughter had previously apologized, but Madame Hua still did not spare them and insisted on an eye for an eye. You want to kill me?" Madame Hua finally understood the meaning in Yang Kai's eyes. She was shocked, and her previous arrogance withered. She felt her entire body turn cold, and her blood seemed to freeze. She had not thought that on this spiritual island, there was actually someone who wanted to kill her. Yang Kai laughed coldly. "You think I am joking with you? If this was any other place, it would not matter if Madame Hua was killed or not. But this was Dragon Island. Since he had already had such a big conflict with Madame Hua, he could not let her leave. As to what the consequences would be after killing her, he could only take one step at a time." Feeling Yang Kai's killing intent enveloping her like a tide, Madame Hua finally panicked. Her face was snow-white, and it was too late for regret. She had not known that things would develop like this. If she had known that this person would be so daring, she would have stopped long ago. But speaking of which, She had not expected that even Yuanwu would not be able to help her. "Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. I will not pursue the matter from before, I really will not pursue it. Let me live." Madame Hua's body trembled, and she begged for mercy. The aura of death came. Right now, she only wanted to live. How could she care about her face? Because of her terror, tears flowed down her cheeks. Seeing Yang Kai not move, she hurriedly shouted at Lu Sanyang. "Sanyang, you and I have been sisters for hundreds of years. Sister has treated you well in the past. Today, sister was wrong. Master, please forgive me and spare sister." Lu Sanyang's heart softened, and she could not bear to hear this. LV Yuqin, on the other hand, was fuming with anger. Just a moment ago, this stinking woman was still scolding her own mother. She was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, she was actually so humble and submissive. She had never seen a scene of murder. Only now did she know that a person's pride could not withstand a single blow when their life was threatened. "Sanyang." Madame Hua was still begging. Lu Sanyang was in a daze. She did not know if she should plead for mercy on behalf of Madame Hua. She had a gentle personality. Although she had been bullied by Madame Hua many times on this spiritual island, she would still feel uneasy if she saw Madame Hua being killed with her own eyes. In the end, her nature prevailed. She opened her mouth and was about to plead for mercy. Suddenly, she frowned and turned her head to look at the sea. In the next moment, her expression changed. She exclaimed, "Dragon race!" A pure dragon's breath was approaching rapidly. It seemed to be a very high-level dragon race. At least, it was much stronger than Fu Qi. Lu Sanyang had lived on Dragon Island for so many years. She was naturally sensitive to this. She immediately looked at Yang Kai and said anxiously, "Brother Yang, stop." The dragon race was here. No matter which dragon race was coming, they could not let them see this scene. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely die. Yang Kai had obviously noticed it. However, unlike Lu Sanyang's panic, he revealed a strange expression. His gaze was fixed on the direction where the dragon race was coming from. "Ha!" Madame Hua suddenly laughed. Her previous subservience and humility had completely disappeared. A sinister look once again appeared on her face as she looked at Kai Yang triumphantly and coldly said, "You want to kill me? Do you dare to do it in front of me? You dare to bully me like this? I will settle this score with you later. I will let you taste all the torture in the world." The dragon race was coming. She suddenly became fearless. She stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to imprint this hateful face in the depths of her mind. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. She then turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. Her cold eyes were like sharp swords that could pierce through people. Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She whispered, "Brother Yang, let her go quickly. The dragon race is coming." Madame Hua was indeed just a plaything. However, she was still Fu Qi's woman. No matter which dragon race came, they would not leave this scene alone. The most likely possibility was to kill Yang Kai. Lu Sanyang was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Chapter 3041. Are you deaf? Get out of the way. Madame Hua yelled. Shut up. Yang Kai slapped him across the face. A crisp sound was heard and Madame Hua was stunned. She felt pain on one side of her face and it swelled up quickly. Although she was injured by Yang Kai previously, it was because she was no match for him. It was completely different from this slap on her face. How dare you? Slap, another slap. The other side of her face was swollen and her mouth was filled with the smell of blood. Madame Hua immediately shut her mouth and stared at Yang Kai with a venomous gaze. She could tell that this young man who had been quiet all this while was a pain in the neck. The more arrogant she was, the more ruthless he would be. Madame Hua naturally didn't want to suffer any more losses. She could only wait for the dragon race to arrive and seek justice for her. A ray of red light flew over quickly and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Lu Sanyang's delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind as she tried to think of a way to explain the current situation to the dragon race, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with any good ideas. What awaited her, her daughter, and Yang Kai's trio was the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. She reached out and pulled Lu Yuqin into her arms. She seemed to have accepted her fate and was prepared to spend her last moments with her daughter. The red light flew over everyone's head and headed to the other side of the spiritual island. Lu Sanyong was stunned. Madame Hua was also stunned. Her face turned pale and she shouted, "Master, save me." She thought that the dragon who flew over did not see the scene of her being bullied, so she hurriedly shouted to attract his attention. Yang Kai snorted. The red light that flew over suddenly stopped and a soft sound of surprise was heard. Then, it revealed itself and looked over. His pupils shrank. "Master, save me." Madame Hua cried out again. Her voice was sorrowful, and her appearance was desolate. The dragon race turned around and turned into a red light. In the blink of an eye, it landed not far in front of everyone. Its eyes were like leeches, biting onto Yang Kai. As the dragon's might filled the air, Liu Sanyang's eyes were filled with fear and shock. She knew that there was nothing she could do now. She quietly looked at the dragon race and found that this dragon race looked to be about the same age as Yang Kai. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. His fiery red hair was particularly eye-catching. What scared Lu Sanyong the most was that the aura of the red-haired dragon race was not any weaker than Fu Chi's. In other words, this was definitely a Class 8 dragon race. It's over. It's really over this time. Lu Sanyong felt that the world was spinning and almost fainted. "Master Zhu Lai, save me." Madame Hua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai, shouted for the third time. It was only then that Zhu Lai's gaze turned towards her. He said indifferently, "You know me?" The dragon clan lived separately and didn't have much contact with each other. Therefore, even if these women had lived on the dragon island for hundreds of years, they might not be able to recognize all the dragon clan members. However, this woman actually recognized him. Obviously, her identity was somewhat different. Madame Hua hurriedly said, "I was fortunate enough to see Master once from afar. I dare not forget." Zhu Lai nodded and said thoughtfully, "You are Fu Chi's woman." Madame Hua nodded and said, "Yes." "What's going on?" Zhu Lai frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. He felt a headache coming on. He never thought that he would see Yang Kai here. This guy is too daring. He actually came to Dragon Island and coincidentally appeared on Fu Chi's island. Could it be that he heard some news? If that's the case, then it's bad. He had deeply experienced Yang Kai's lawlessness. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, it would be troublesome for the dragon race. Madame Hua hurriedly said, "Master, it's like this." Her expression suddenly became delicate and pitiful. She explained while sobbing, "The pet that I raised for more than 10 years was injured by this group of people for no reason. I came here to ask for an explanation out of sadness. However, I didn't expect this person to be so unreasonable. Not only did he refuse to admit it, he even attacked me and my 2 sisters. We sisters have not fought with anyone for many years. How could we be his opponent?" The 3 sisters were all humiliated. I begged for mercy, but he didn't give up. Not only did he not want to leave it at that, he even wanted to kill me. "Please uphold justice for us, my sister, and the others." While speaking, she burst into tears. It was as if she was a little girl who was bullied. She was as sad as she could be. Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with this guy? Why is he always causing trouble wherever he goes?" He naturally wouldn't believe Madame Hua's words. He more or less understood Yang Kai. He naturally didn't believe that he was the kind of guy who would bully others. Madame Hua observed his expression and added oil to the fire. "Master, look at this person. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. He even dared to be fierce in front of you. He didn't even let go of me. Before you came, he was even more..." Lu Sanyong anxiously said, "Master, it's not like that." Madame Hua avoided the main point and dwelled on the trivial. She didn't mention her arrogant and despotic attitude at all. Instead, she pushed all the blame to Yang Kai. Lu Sanyong was naturally afraid that Zhu Lai would listen to one side of the story and then do something unfavorable to Yang Kai. At this time, only she could stand up and explain a thing or two for Yang Kai. Zhu Lai didn't even turn his head and said, "You don't have the right to speak." He seemed to be in a very bad mood. He didn't show any mercy to Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Her face was full of panic. Sighing in frustration, Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai and said, "How can you step on people like this? Let her go first. You're a man after all." Yang Kai raised his chin slightly and looked at Zhu Lai arrogantly. His face was cold and indifferent. Zhu Lai suddenly became angry. He and Yang Kai didn't get along well. In addition, Zhu Qing's experience because of Yang Kai added fuel to the fire. He shouted in a low voice, "Let her go." Madame Hua saw this and her courage suddenly increased. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Dragon race in front of master, you dare to be impudent. Do you really think you're someone? Take your smelly foot away." When she finished speaking, she suddenly groaned. It was obvious that Yang Kai used some strength in his foot. Madame Hua's arrogant expression immediately turned into a painful one. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her face was full of shock and her beautiful eyes trembled. He dared to be fierce in front of a dragon race? Is this guy crazy? However, in addition to the pain, she was secretly happy. She knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter what. She was Fu Chi's woman after all. Master Zhu Lai would definitely seek justice for her after suffering such humiliation. She seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, and then being brutally killed. A carefree smile immediately appeared on her face. "Are you talking to me?" Yang Kai picked his ear with an indifferent expression. Lu Sanyang and Madame Hua were both dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai wasn't timid, wasn't this too much? He actually dared to speak like this in front of a dragon race? Wasn't this seeking his own death? Lu Sanyang kept signaling Yang Kai with her eyes. She was afraid that he didn't know how terrifying and powerful the dragon race was. The dragon race was the head of the holy spirits, and the one in front of them was a rank 8 dragon race. He could take his life with a flick of his finger. She felt that Yang Kai was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest mistake would cause him to be smashed into pieces. However, what made her even more shocked was that Zhu Lai didn't immediately attack him. He only said angrily, "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I just want to seek justice." Yang Kai laughed coldly. Zhu Lai looked at Madame Hua and said, "She is Fu Chi's woman, and Fu Chi is also a rank 8 dragon vein. If you really kill this woman, Fu Chi will definitely not let this go. Then let him come find me. I don't know if he has the guts." Zhu Lai was furious. "You are a piece of trash." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Be careful or I will beat you up." Beat him up? Lu Sanyang's eyes widened, and he looked dazed. Madame Hua screamed, "Master, don't waste your breath on him. This person doesn't care about the dragon race at all. Master, please kill this person." Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. He looked at Madame Hua as if he was looking at an idiot. If other people dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, he would have already attacked. The pride of the dragon race was not something that could be trampled on. However, the person who said this was Yang Kai. What could he do? What could he do? He couldn't beat him. It wasn't like he hadn't fought with Yang Kai before. Unless he went to the Dragon Palace Hall and asked for protection, he didn't have the time now. Moreover, he was still leaning towards Yang Kai in the depths of his heart. Although he didn't like Yang Kai, Madame Hua was just an ant in his eyes. The reason why he persuaded Yang Kai to let her go was because he didn't want him to make a big deal out of this and make it impossible to resolve. How could he fight with Yang Kai for Madame Hua? Lu Sanyang's heart was also in her mouth. She looked worried. Yang Kai was actually so arrogant when facing a dragon race. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine. However, the dragon race didn't seem to have any signs of fighting. This made her feel even more confused. Since when was the dragon race so easy to talk to? Yang Kai had disrespected him multiple times and even spoke rudely. How could he tolerate this? Zhu Lai's behavior completely overturned Lu Sanyang's understanding of the dragon race. In her impression, The dragon race was never a good-tempered race. Any slight dissatisfaction was enough for them to kill someone. Suddenly, Zhu Lai turned his head and looked in the other direction of the spiritual island. He said with a gloomy face, "Fu Qi is here. Master is here." Madame Hua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her cultivation wasn't high enough and she didn't have the dragon vein. Naturally, she couldn't sense the movement of the dragon breath. However, since Zhu Lai said so, it was obviously right. Zhu Lai said, "He probably sensed that I was here and was worried. That's why he specially came to check." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What grudges do you have with him?" Zhu Lai's eyes flashed. He said indifferently, "There isn't much grudges. However, you are going to have a grudge with him soon." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Madame Hua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai. Madame Hua immediately became firm. Although she was unhappy that Zhu Lai didn't stand up for her at the first moment, since Fu Qi was here, she had nothing to be afraid of. She just had to say a few words to Fu Qi Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang wouldn't live to see the next day. Chapter 3042. While they were talking, a dragon's aura could be felt from the other side of the island. It was obvious that Zhu Lai was right, Fu Qi was really here. Sensing this familiar aura, Madame Hua became even more fearless, and her expression was filled with hatred. "Get lost!" Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, and raised his hand to slap Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw this and floated to the side. Silently, Madame Hua, who was in the middle of thinking about how to torture Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in her body were shattered and a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout her body. Her vitality was quickly draining away. With great difficulty, she turned her head and looked at Zhu Lai in disbelief. "Sir?" Her neck tilted, and she stopped breathing. Her eyes were wide open. Until she died, she did not understand why Zhu Lai would suddenly kill her. Lu Sanyang did not understand either. Seeing Zhu Lai kill Madame Hua so easily, she could not help but rub her eyes, thinking that she had seen wrongly. Accidental injury? It can't be, right? How could an 8th-rank dragon race cause such a misunderstanding? Just as she was feeling suspicious, Zhu Lai struck out with his palms from both sides again. 2 groans were heard, and the 2 women who came with Madame Hua bled from their orifices and died on the spot. Lu Sanyang's face turned pale. How was this accidental injury? This dragon race clearly killed Fu Qi's 3 women on purpose. What was going on? Logically speaking, shouldn't he have killed Yang Kai? But why did he not attack Yang Kai, but kill Madame Hua and the other 2 instead? Lu Sanyang felt that her brain was not enough, and she could not understand what was happening in front of her. Zhu Lai turned his head and stared at Lu Sanyang and her mother. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious, and he raised his hand as if he was about to attack again. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale. A figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Kai blocked her and said softly, "You can't kill these 2. Zhu Lai said, "Be careful." Yang Kai shook his head. Zhu Lai said angrily, "Up to you. If the news spreads, it will be your trouble." After speaking, he turned to look at Yuanwu. Yuanwu had been unconscious ever since he was hit by Yang Kai. At this moment his body finally began to tremble. He was a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Yang Kai's attack wasn't that powerful, so how could it have knocked him out? He was just pretending to be unconscious. He saw everything that happened after that very clearly. All kinds of bizarre and unforeseen events made his heart jump. Especially the matter of Zhu Lai making a move to kill Madame Hua and the other 2, it made him feel incomparably shocked. He faintly sensed that Zhu Lai seemed to be helping Yang Kai. If not, he would not have killed him before Fu Qi arrived. Since he was going to be silenced, then he was definitely going to be killed as well. So when he saw Zhu Lai looking at him, Yuanwu knew that the situation was not good. He hesitated between begging for mercy and running away, then ran straight towards Fu Qi, shouting, "Master, save me." Although he did not know why Zhu Lai wanted to silence him, he knew that Zhu Lai would not let him go. Even if he begged for mercy, it would be useless. At this time, if he wanted to live, he could only rely on Fu Qi. The chances were not good, but it was better than having no hope at all. Zhu Lai stared coldly at his back. He raised his hand, and a fire dragon rushed forward, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The flames filled the sky, and Yuan Wu turned pale with fright. He turned his head to look and was scared out of his wits. He cried out in alarm, "Spare me!" The fire dragon had already wrapped around him. This was a pure dragon flame that could not be dissolved by the power of the origin martial technique. He let out a miserable cry and flames wrapped around his body. He fell down and landed heavily on the ground, rolling and struggling. In a short 5 breaths, Yuan Wu stopped moving. His flesh and blood had been completely incinerated, leaving behind a charcoal-like existence. Fu Qi finally arrived. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was muscular and had a dignified expression. Lightning wrapped around him and crackled. His gaze swept across Zhu Lai, and his gaze darkened. Clearly he did not like him. It seemed that there was some other grudge between them. He glanced at Yang Kai, but his gaze did not linger. A mere human was not worth his attention. However, Lu Sanyang's appearance caused him to frown. He naturally could not forget Lu Sanyang. Back then, it was he who had captured Lu Sanyang from the Northern Territory to Dragon Island. He had also personally banished her. After more than a decade, he still had this bit of memory. Lu Sanyang did not dare to look at him. She only protected Lu Yuqin behind her. Her delicate body trembled, and her face was as white as paper. Fortunately, Fu Qi did not care too much about her. His gaze only paused for a moment before sweeping away. The next moment, Fu Qi was enraged. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zhu Lai, what did you do?" He saw the corpse of the woman he loved the most lying on the beach. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and she died with a grievance. Her mouth was full of blood, and there was still a faint dragon essence lingering around her body. Obviously, she had died at the hands of the dragon race. At this moment, only Zhu Lai was a dragon race. Fu Qi did not need to ask to know that it was Zhu Lai who killed her. This made him furious. This was his territory, and she was his exclusive property. Fu Qi naturally could not tolerate her dying in Zhu Lai's hands for no reason. Fu Qi was furious. Zhu Lai said indifferently, "You have eyes but can't see. I just helped you clean up." Fu Qi's face turned green. "What do you mean?" He did not know what happened here. After all, this place was not too far from the other side of the island. However, he did not have the time to pay attention to the situation here. He only sensed Zhu Lai's aura, so he specially came to take a look. He did not expect to see such a scene. "A mere ant dares to talk back to me. What do you mean?" Zhu Lai snorted. "She talked back to you?" Fu Qi was a little surprised and doubtful. Madame Hua had stayed on Dragon Island for quite some time. How could she talk back to a dragon race? Furthermore, he remembered that Madame Hua had seen Zhu Lai before. There were not many dragon race members, and high-level dragon race members were even rarer. Since she had seen him before, she would definitely remember. He did not think that Madame Hua would be so blind as to talk back to Zhu Lai. Was she not seeking her own death? What is she doing? But can't bear to? Zhu Lai revealed a sarcastic smile. Fu Qi stared at him deeply. After a while, he said, "It's just a few playthings. It's fine to kill them. What's there to be reluctant about?" Indeed, there was nothing to be reluctant about. He did not care about Madame Hua's life or death. He only cared about his own face. Zhu Lai had come to his territory to kill his people. This was clearly not giving him any face. However, it was currently an eventful time, and he was not willing to be entangled with Zhu Lai to avoid any conflict. He picked up a way out and said, "Since she contradicted you, then her death is not to be regretted. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Lai snorted. Fu Qi said coldly, "Why are you here today?" Zhu Lai said, "I am here to see how the construction of your palace is going." "Just for this?" Fu Qi frowned. "This is a big matter." Zhu Lai's face darkened, and his tone became heavier. Fu Qi nodded and said, "That's right. It is indeed a big matter. Since you are here, let's go take a look together. I'm not too sure about the palace. I only took a glance just now. It seems like the progress is not bad. These ants are quite capable." Zhu Lai's face was cold. He took a step and flew towards the palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Qi's face turned cold. Zhu Lai came over today and did not give him face. Even if he wanted to ease their relationship, Zhu Lai was still so arrogant. This made Fu Qi very unhappy. However, Zhu Lai's strength and bloodline were not inferior to his. Fu Qi could not flare up. Furthermore, he did not have to tolerate Zhu Lai for too long. He only needed 1 month. After 1 month, he would not have to care about Zhu Lai's attitude anymore. His figure flashed, and he also disappeared, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and Yang Kai and the others. From beginning to end, Fu Qi did not look at Lu Sanyang, nor did he care about Lu Yuqin's existence. To him, this pair of mother and daughter were like air. They were not worth his attention. Lu Sanyang's expression was gloomy. It was not because of himself, but because of Lu Yuqin. Her daughter had half of Fu Qi's blood, but Fu Qi's heart was like stone. This made Lu Sanyang feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Yuqin did not understand the situation. However, she was more concerned about another matter. At this time, she looked with lingering fear at Yang Kai and said softly, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, that master?" Yang Kai said coolly, "Let today's matter rot in your stomach." Lu Sanyang's expression turned solemn. She nodded and said, "This concubine understands. Do not worry, we will not speak of today's matter to anyone else." Yang Kai nodded and turned to look towards the palace. If Zhu Lai had not appeared, today's matter would not have been good, especially after Fu Qi had come. Zhu Lai obviously understood this, so he made the first move to gain the upper hand. Not only did he kill Madame Hua and the other two, even Yuan Wu, who was playing dead at the side, was not spared. If Yang Kai had not stopped him, Lu Sanyang and her daughter would have been killed to silence them. However, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. If things really reached an irreconcilable point, he could just fight with Fu Qi. He didn't put an 8th Order Thunder Dragon in his eyes. Because of this confidence, he wasn't afraid at all. This ending was not bad. The only thing Yang Kai did not understand now was why Fu Qi seemed to be tolerating Zhu Lai. Logically speaking, they were all rank 8 dragon veins and did not fear each other. But Fu Qi's attitude today was thought-provoking. He could not understand, and was too lazy to think. Yang Kai only cared about Zhu Qing's whereabouts now. He had finally encountered Zhu Lai. He naturally could not miss this chance. He had to find out where Zhu Qing was from him. However, now that Zhu Lai was with Fu Qi, it was not convenient to ask. Yang Kai could only wait silently. He believed that Zhu Lai knew why he had come to Dragon Island. Since he was covering his tracks and identity for him, he should have his own plans. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a red light rose from the palace and flew in a certain direction. Intentionally or not, that red light flew over Yang Kai's head and disappeared into the sea. On the island, Fu Qi looked at Zhu Lai's back and sneered. He also turned and left. Chapter 3043. On the beach, Yang Kai stood for a long time. The sea breeze blew, and the smell of blood was much fainter. Lu Sanyang and her daughter dug a few holes nearby and buried the 4 dead people, letting them rest in peace. Her personality was like this. Even if she had been targeted and humiliated by Madame Hua, even if Madame Hua did not have good intentions towards her and her daughter, she did not abandon them after they died. She could not be at ease. After all, they had lived together for 200 to 300 years. Although there was no friendship, they were all familiar. How could she watch as their corpses were exposed in the wilderness? She even took care of Yuan Wu, who had turned into a pile of charcoal, and took care of his funeral. She was busy all the way until the evening. It was not until the sun had set that she was done. She walked back with a pale Lv Yuqin in her arms. Lv Sanyang was at a loss for a moment and did not know what to do next. Li Jiao had been taken away to cultivate the dragon blood flower. At this time, she could only rely on Yang Kai. But she was not very familiar with Yang Kai, and through today's interaction, she found that Yang Kai was an enormous mystery that she could not see through. He did not back down when facing Madame Hua, and he could speak viciously when facing a member of the dragon race. His actions seemed to be extremely dangerous, but in the end he was still safe. She stood 10 zhang away from Yang Kai, considering what to say. The events of the day made her see that there was a large gap between herself and Yang Kai. She could not treat him as casually as before. With a crashing sound, a puff of mist sprayed out from the sea, as if a sea beast was breathing in and out. Vaguely, a hill-like black shadow floated out from somewhere on the sea surface. Yang Kai said without turning his head, "Big Sister Lu, I am going out for a moment, and will be back in a moment. Do not run around." Okay. Lu Sanyang reflexively responded, her heart warm. She knew that Yang Kai took care of her like this because of Li Jiao. She was secretly happy that Li Jiao had made such a friend. Thinking of Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang's face dimmed. In this life, she was afraid that she would never be able to return to the past with elder brother Li. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time it was already lost. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai had already flown out and landed somewhere in the sea. Another puff of water mist rose. The unknown sea beast turned around and swam towards the depths of the sea, but there was an uninvited guest on its back. 2 hours later, a small spiritual island appeared in front of them. The sea beast that was the size of a small mountain swam to the spiritual island and stopped moving. Yang Kai understood and took a step forward. He was already on the spirit island. The sea beast then turned around and disappeared into the sea. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately locked onto a certain spot on the island. Using the space law, he instantly appeared on the summit of a small mountain. Zhu Lai was already waiting there. He should have seen Yang Kai's arrival, so he wasn't surprised. He only turned around to look at him and frowned. "Why are you on the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai was furious. He rushed up and grabbed Zhu Lai's collar. He stared at him fiercely. "What do you think, brother-in-law? Let go!" Zhu Lai lowered his head to take a look and frowned. Although there weren't any outsiders, he couldn't accept being grabbed by the collar and talked to as a member of the dragon race. "I have tolerated you for a long time." Yang Kai didn't let go. His expression became even more ferocious. "Don't think that I can't guess. Zhu Qing didn't return to the Northern Territory and followed you back to the Dragon Island. It's all because of you, right? If it wasn't for you fanning the flames at the side, Qing would definitely be waiting for me at the High Heaven Palace." Zhu Lai said coldly, "The Dragon Island is the inheritance ground of the dragon race. If she doesn't return to the Dragon Island, where else can she go? You still dare to be stubborn. Do you really think that I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Don't go overboard. This isn't your High Heaven Palace. This is the Dragon Island. Why are you shouting so loudly? Since I'm here, of course I know that this is the Dragon Island. But it's only right for a brother-in-law to teach his brother-in-law a lesson. Who cares if you're on the Dragon Island? Even if Zhu Qing is here, I'll teach you a lesson if I want to. You can see which side she's on." Zhu Lai clenched his teeth and said, "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered. "It's better than you taking advantage of people's unpreparedness to play tricks." Zhu Lai said angrily, "What tricks did I play? Don't slander me." Yang Kai said, "Then let's talk about why Qing came back to the Dragon Island without a word. Why didn't she even greet me? Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Who knows? Maybe she's tired of you. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a human. In the eyes of the dragon race, you're just an ant." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Fine, then I'll trample on the pride of the dragon race today. Let's see what you're made of. Unreasonable. You have no respect for your seniors." After arguing for a while, the two of them suddenly shut up. They stared at each other for a while. Neither of them was willing to back down. The atmosphere was tense. After a while, Yang Kai let go of Zhu Lai's collar and snorted. Zhu Lai's expression was unhappy. He tidied his clothes and patted the place where Yang Kai grabbed him with a look of disdain. "Where's Zhu Qing?" Yang Kai asked. He looked at the sea of stars. Zhu Lai didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How did you come in?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I'm proficient in the law of space. It's a piece of cake for me to enter a small world." Zhu Lai shook his head and said, "If it was in the past, it might be possible. But now, a few elders have joined hands to lay down a restriction formation at the entrance of the Dragon Island. If you rashly touch it, it will automatically evolve into a void maze. It's impossible for you to barge in with your skills. Yang Kai nodded and said, "There is a void maze, but it's not a problem for me." He was in a hurry to find out Zhu Qing's whereabouts. He didn't feel like telling Zhu Lai about his encounter in the void maze, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. "You're really lucky." Zhu Lai sighed. After all, he had heard from the elders that the void labyrinth could even trap a great emperor for a moment. If they were to forcefully break it, it would definitely attract the attention of the elders of the Dragon Palace. The reason why they left such a method behind was to prevent people from sneaking into the Dragon Island. They didn't necessarily want to trap people inside, but they needed to use it as a warning at a critical moment. He didn't expect Yang Kai's luck to be so good. He actually found a way out of the void maze. "You should go back." Zhu Lai sighed, "You shouldn't have come." Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Since I'm here, how can I just go back so easily? I want to see your sister." Zhu Lai shook his head. "You won't be able to see her." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "Will you die if you help me? Don't forget who brought you out of the reincarnation world. I don't expect you to repay my kindness, but you can at least help me a little, right?" Zhu Lai still shook his head. Yang Kai gradually lost his patience. "I really want to beat you up." Zhu Lai said, "It's not that I don't want to help, but now, even if I help you, it's useless." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Lai pondered for a long time, as if he was considering his words. After a while, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "If it's for my sister, how far are you willing to go?" This was the first time Yang Kai heard the word sister from him. Although he didn't directly call Zhu Qing, it was still a kind of expression of his true feelings. Yang Kai vaguely realized something and said coldly, "Is Zhu Qing in some kind of danger?" "Answer my question first." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't need to tell you anything about the matter between your sister and I. You can't interfere, but if anyone dares to interfere, then they will be my enemy. Even the dragon race is no exception." "Even if I die?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I've always been lucky." Zhu Lai nodded, and his cold gaze finally softened a little. "Zhu Qing has good taste. I hope you remember what you said just now." Yang Kai said impatiently, "Is Zhu Qing in danger?" Zhu Lai said, "She's not in danger, but she's been imprisoned." Yang Kai's expression turned cold and said coldly, "Because of me?" Zhu Lai nodded. "That's right. You said that Zhu Qing didn't wait for you in the Northern Territory and went straight to Dragon Island because of my instigation. I won't deny that I had this intention at that time, and I also persuaded her a little, but in the end, she was the one who made the decision. It's just that I didn't expect that the reason why she wanted to go back to Dragon Island was to report to the elders about what happened between you and her." He turned his head and said word by word, "She wants to give herself to you." Yang Kai was stunned and then became furious. "Just because of this, the dragon race imprisoned her?" Zhu Lai shouted, "Mating with a human is the biggest taboo of the dragon race." Yang Kai snorted, "Bullshit, don't think that I don't know what the dragon race is like. I've seen a lot of dragon race playthings on the islands. Not only the male dragon race, but also the female dragon race. Why don't I see the elders of the dragon race imprisoning them?" Zhu Lai said, "You also said that those are playthings. How can it be compared to the matter between you and Zhu Qing? Zhu Qing wants to leave Dragon Island. How can the elders tolerate that?" "Leave Dragon Island?" Yang Kai was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Zhu Qing would actually make such a choice. Even if Yang Kai didn't know much about the dragon race, he could imagine the furious expression of the elders of the dragon race when they heard this news. If Zhu Qing was just a normal dragon race, it would be fine, but Zhu Qing was already a level 9 giant dragon. Why would Dragon Island set such a precedent? Zhu Lai sighed, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let her come back, but now, sigh." Yang Kai frowned. "Zhu Qing didn't think of escaping?" Zhu Lai looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. "Her dragon vein is sealed, her cultivation is suppressed, She can't even use a bit of power now. You can try to escape." "Then where is she? Quickly bring me to her." Yang Kai was very anxious. "It's useless even if you go. You can't break into the place where she is imprisoned. Even if you do, you will only die." "How do you know if you haven't tried?" Yang Kai snorted. "I know that you are proficient in the law of space, but it's useless. The second elder is guarding her on his spiritual island. Nothing can escape his senses." "Is the second elder very strong? Comparable to the great emperors?" Yang Kai gasped. If that was the case, then he really didn't need to try. He might be discovered before he even got close. Chapter 3044. Immediately after, Yang Kai realized another problem. If the second elder of the dragon race was comparable to the great emperors, then what about the great elder? The great elder might only be stronger than the second elder. In other words, the entire dragon island was equivalent to having two great emperors-level experts overseeing it. This was simply a bit sensational. In the past, Yang Kai only heard about how amazing the dragon island was from other people. He didn't have a direct understanding of it. But now, he did. There were two great emperors, and this didn't even include the other dragon race. With this kind of background, who in the world could compare with it? "What is the attitude of your great elder?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Zhu Qing was being guarded by the second elder of the dragon race on his own island. He definitely wouldn't let her leave. If Yang Kai wanted to bring Zhu Qing out, he could only think of contacting the great elder. Zhu Lai said, "The great elder's name is Zhu Yan, and the second elder's name is Fu Shan. Do you understand?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The second elder is from the Fu dragon race. Although our Zhu dragon race and the Fu dragon race come from the same source, and both belong to the dragon race, we actually don't get along well with each other." Yang Kai immediately got angry and said, "Since the great elder is from your Zhu dragon race, why didn't he protect Zhu Qing?" Although he had never met that Zhu Yan, he couldn't help but have some resentment towards this great elder. He felt that this old man was too unscrupulous. He couldn't even protect his own people. What kind of great elder was he? He might as well retire early and find an island to retire. Zhu Lai said, "Zhu Qing violated the rules of the clan. She insulted our dragon race's bloodline. The great elder couldn't protect her even if he wanted to." He looked at Yang Kai with anger. He felt that all of this was this guy's fault. If it wasn't for him, how would Zhu Qing be imprisoned? How would she fall into such a situation? After all, there were precedents in the past. What happened more than 10 years ago was very similar to what happened today. However, the problem wasn't the Zhu series dragon race, but the Fu series dragon race. He also fell in love with a human and even gave birth to a child. When the news reached Dragon Island, second elder Fu Tianyi was furious. He personally captured that Fu Tianyi dragon race and brought him back to Dragon Island. Ignoring the persuasion and pleas of other dragon race members, he threw him into the dragon tomb and put him under house arrest. The dragon's tomb was a place that dragon race members would only enter when they were on the verge of death. It was a forbidden area for the dragon race. Entering that place was equivalent to being sentenced to death, never to leave again. That dragon race member who violated the clan's rules was one of the clansmen that second elder Fu Tianyi valued the most. It could be said that she was raised by the second elder single-handedly. Her existence was like his daughter. However, in front of the clan's rules, the so-called family love was not even worth mentioning. The second elder of Iron Blood still mercilessly banished her into the dragon's tomb, leaving her to fend for herself. Zhu Lai still remembered that even the great elder came forward to plead for leniency for that matter back then. He felt that a small punishment would suffice, but the impartial second elder was not moved at all and stubbornly insisted on doing things his own way. Although it was more than 10 years ago, Zhu Lai still remembered what happened back then clearly. With this example, it was already fortunate that Zhu Qing was not directly thrown into the dragon's tomb. How could he still hope for anything else? It was precisely because of the matter that happened more than 10 years ago that the great elder could not plead for Zhu Qing. The second elder even banished a clansman who was treated like his daughter into the dragon's tomb, let alone a Zhu series dragon race member? Insisting on protecting her would only produce the opposite result. Now it seemed that Zhu Qing was not banished into the dragon's tomb because she did not give birth to any children. Otherwise, her ending would definitely be the same as that Fu Dragon race member. Although the dragon race members were incomparably unrestrained in their private lives, and many male dragon race members had children with humans and monsters, this kind of thing could not be mentioned in the same breath when it came to the female dragon race. This was really a big taboo in the dragon race. The main reason was that the ratio of the sexes in the dragon race was not balanced. The number of female dragon race members was originally very few, and any one of them was a treasure, the hope of continuing the bloodline of the dragon race. How could they have illicit relations with humans? Yang Kai's expression darkened as he thought for a while, and then he said restlessly, "In your opinion, can I suppress your second elder's bloodline?" Zhu Lai curled his lips and said, "Don't even think about it. I can suppress the 8th rank, but I haven't tried the 9th rank yet. Second elder's bloodline is only at the 10th rank at most, it's not that far off." Zhu Lai shook his head and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Second elder's cultivation is exceedingly high. With your current ability, there is no way you can suppress his bloodline. Not to mention the second elder, on the Dragon Island, if I am prepared, you can't even suppress me." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Lai said, "The power of the ancestors of the dragon race is gathered in the Dragon Palace. As long as you seek the protection of the secret technique of the Dragon Palace, you can offset the bloodline suppression to a certain extent. You should have tried it last time." Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly remembered the scene when he first met Zhu Lai. At that time, he didn't seem to be able to suppress Zhu Lai in terms of bloodline. In the end, he had a breakthrough and the essence of the dragon transformation art. He was only able to completely suppress Zhu Lai after removing a dragon scale from his body. On the dragon scale that was removed, there was a trace of the secret technique of the dragon race. Only at this moment did Yang Kai understand that it should be the protection of the Dragon Palace that Zhu Lai sought. No wonder he couldn't suppress him at the beginning. It turned out that there was another reason. If you want to suppress a powerhouse like the second elder, you will have to fuse all the origin of the dragon race in your body. Even then, there is only a glimmer of hope. Don't forget, in addition to being a dragon race member, the second elder himself is also an existence comparable to the great emperors. Fuse all of them, that's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. He had been cultivating the dragon transformation art for a long time. Although he had fused a lot of the origin of the golden divine dragon, it was only a little. If he wanted to fuse all of them, it would be impossible without 100 years of hard work. Then don't think about the second elder. Is the great elder really unable to help? Yang Kai's eyes flickered with radiance. In a place like the Dragon Island, only the great elder could contend against the second elder. If he could be persuaded to help, then they might have a chance to rescue Zhu Qing. We can't count on the great elder. He is the leader of the dragon race. He won't break the rules of the race. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper. This won't do, that won't do. Are we just going to watch helplessly like this? While speaking, he suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "That's right, I have the Dragon Island command plate. I will use the Dragon Island command plate to exchange for your sister." As he was speaking, he took out the Dragon Island command plate. Zhu Lai's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed down. He sighed and said, "If it was anything else, the Dragon Island would satisfy you, but I'm afraid this won't work." Yang Kai said angrily, "Even the dragon race doesn't keep their word? Didn't they say that the dragon race would grant one wish to the holder of the Dragon Island command plate? My wish is to bring your sister with me. Although it's true, the prerequisite is that you can't break the rules of the dragon race and hinder the benefits of the dragon race. If you want to bring Zhu Qing with you, you will be breaking the rules of the dragon race." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he cursed. Ever since he ascended to the Emperor realm, it had been a long time since he felt so powerless. This feeling made him very unhappy and irritated. It was as if all his paths were blocked and he couldn't display his abilities. Zhu Lai's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, "1 month later, there might be an opportunity." Yang Kai was energized as he lifted his head to look at him. Zhu Lai looked at him and explained, 1 month later, Zhu Qing will leave the spiritual island of the second elder. Only then will you be able to bring her with you. How do you know what will happen 1 month later? Yang Kai frowned as he felt that Zhu Lai was implying something. Zhu Lai looked at him with a complicated gaze and asked instead of answering, "Do you know why the dragon race is suddenly building a palace on Fu Chi's spiritual island?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Fu Chi's wedding?" He had heard Madame Hua mention this during the day, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Although the dragon race's wedding was a big matter, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to bring Zhu Qing away. To be precise, it's the wedding of Fu Chi and Zhu Qing. The air suddenly froze as the surrounding temperature plummeted and a burst of cold air wantonly. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed into slits as his emperor qi surged uncontrollably. He said word by word, "Say that again? I don't think I heard you clearly." Zhu Lai sighed and said, "As a compromise for not banishing her to the dragon tomb, she needs to be married to Fu Chi and continue the bloodline of the dragon race." Hong. Boundless rage gushed out from all the pores on his body. Yang Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his bones cracked. It had been a long time since he had tasted this kind of rage. His anger was like a tidal wave that drowned him and shook his mind. Right now, he just wanted to kill someone, return to that spirit island, find Fu Chi, and tear him into 10,000 pieces. Otherwise, he would never be able to vent the anger in his heart. "Bastard, how dare you steal my woman?" Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of him when he saw him during the day. Now, his impression of him was even worse. He directly regarded him as a mortal enemy. He never thought that the dragon race that harmed Lu Sanyong would dare to steal his woman. Although Zhu Qing resisted, this was the decision of the elders. It didn't matter whether she agreed or not. If not, why would her dragon vein be suppressed and her cultivation sealed? Hearing this, Yang Kai's mood became even worse. He felt sorry for Zhu Qing. He could almost imagine how powerless Zhu Qing was at that time. He blamed himself. If his woman was bullied, it was because he didn't protect her well. Thinking about Fu Chi, he was furious. What the hell? Why didn't he take a piss and look at himself? He gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifying, as if he wanted to eat someone. Zhu Lai looked at him and said, "1 month later, it will be the wedding. At that time, she will go to Fu Chi's island. If you want to save her, you only have one chance. Other than that, you won't be able to see her." Yang Kai said fiercely, "In other words, I have to endure on that island for a month? You can also go to the second elder's residence now and see how fast you can die." Yang Kai stared at him fiercely. He took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. The breath that came out of his nostrils was boiling hot, as if it was burning. After a while, he calmed down and nodded slightly. "I understand. You can still leave now." Zhu Lai looked at him. "With your ability, you can definitely leave if you can enter. But if you insist on staying 1 month later, you will most likely die." Yang Kai's anger came and went quickly. His rationality was not destroyed. He knew that Zhu Lai was right. He clenched his fist and said, "I look forward to that day." Chapter 3045. Zhu Lai left. Only Yang Kai remained on the island. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his expression twisted ferociously. The news he had just received from Zhu Lai caused his emotions to surge, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. 1 month later, Zhu Qing's wedding? Yang Kai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed fiercely as his emperor pressure erupted and his overflowing emperor qi turned into a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The trees swayed and the surrounding sand and stones were blown away. The fairy-like island was instantly turned into a mess. As his laughter faded, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in a certain direction. In the sea at the edge of the island, there was a purple coral reef that was crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Tapping his foot, Yang Kai flew up and disappeared into the night sky in an instant. The island returned to peace. After an unknown period of time, the purple coral reef suddenly twisted and transformed into a graceful figure in a purple robe, graceful and charming. She stared in the direction that Kai Yang had left and blinked her peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile. "It seems like I've discovered a huge secret. Zhu Lai, oh Zhu Lai, let's see how you'll escape from my palm now." You dare to look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson this time. She laughed for a while, seemingly extremely happy, but after a moment of contemplation, she turned around and prepared to leave this place. But at this moment, her figure suddenly froze as a cold aura enveloped her from head to toe, seemingly freezing her blood. Behind her, Xianxia, who had been away for a long time, had returned at some point and stood there silently, staring at her indifferently with a pair of eyes that had turned red from anger, as if he was looking at a dead person. Fu Ling was shocked and instinctively retreated, trying to put some distance between her and Xianxia. She had heard every single word of the conversation between Zhu Lai and Kai Yang. Naturally, she knew what kind of ability this seemingly ordinary human possessed. Therefore, her first reaction was to run away. She didn't even think about fighting with Kai Yang. It wasn't that she was a coward. There was no such thing as cowardice in the dragon race. They were the leaders of all spirits and the head of the holy spirits. The only things that could make them afraid were the strong ones of their own race. The reason why she retreated was because she knew that she was no match for Xianxia. She only had a rank 6 dragon vein. Even Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, who had rank 8 dragon veins, had suffered great losses in the hands of Xianxia. How could she be a match for him? It had to be said that this was a very wise choice. As long as she could distance herself from Xianxia and escape into the sea, she might be able to escape with her ever-changing ability. Fu Ling's speed had already reached its limit, his entire body transforming into a purple dragon, piercing through the void. Xianxia's body did not move, he still looked at her coldly, but like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he stayed within 3 steps of her, unable to get rid of her. Fu Ling's face turned pale. She activated her dragon yuan to call for help. Although it might not be effective, it might be able to make this human in front of her hesitate. Look at me. Xianxia bellowed. His voice was like spring thunder, his voice turned into a line that rushed into Fu Ling's ears. Fu Ling instinctively raised her head to look, only to see that Xianxia had already transformed into a 4-zhang-long dragon. His huge figure was like a huge mountain pressing down on her heart, causing her to be unable to breathe. That sensational pressure caused her blood to freeze. She could not even unleash half of her strength. What frightened Fu Ling the most was that Xianxia's left eye was shining with a golden light, causing her mind to become unsteady and her soul to waver. Following that, a huge hand that was like a palm leaf fan slapped towards her. Fu Ling was shocked, her heart was filled with boundless fear. She wanted to open her mouth to beg for mercy, but no matter what, she could not make a sound. It was as if she was dragged into a nightmare. In the next moment, a surging suction force came. The vast sea suddenly disappeared, the nearby islands also disappeared without a trace. The ground suddenly appeared under her feet, and the surrounding scenery also changed bizarrely. Cough, cough. Fu Ling half knelt on the ground as she gasped for breath. Her face was pale like a sheet of paper, and in a short instant, the clothes on her body had already been drenched in sweat. Her thin clothes stuck tightly to her exquisite and graceful figure, drawing out a breathtaking scene. A pair of big legs suddenly appeared in front of her. Fu Ling raised her head with difficulty and looked at the figure that was blocking her line of sight. Her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. That nightmarish experience just now made her saliva drip down from the corner of her mouth. It was a different kind of temptation. Although she knew that Xianxia was strong, she had never expected that with her own strength, she would be completely powerless against him. What's going on with this guy? Why is he even more terrifying than what Zhu Lai reported? When Zhu Lai and his sister returned to the Dragon Island a while ago, they went to meet a few elders. After that, Zhu Qing was imprisoned, and the news that she was going to marry Fu Qi suddenly spread. The whole Dragon Island was shaken, and everyone was astonished. After all, this matter was very strange. Everyone wanted to know the whole story. Fu Ling was also the same. Women were naturally more gossipy, and the dragon race was no exception. She spent a lot of effort and finally found some news. It was said that during this trip, Zhu Qing actually had an affair with a human. That was still fine, but Zhu Qing actually wanted to give herself to him. She only returned to the Dragon Island to ask the elders to agree to this matter. That human's name was Xianxia. It was said that he obtained the ancestral dragon's origin and had an extraordinary encounter. However, a human was still a human. How could the elders agree to Zhu Qing's request? It wasn't like this had never happened before. More than 10 years ago, that human was banished to the dragon tomb, and he could forget about coming out for the rest of his life. His ending was countless times more tragic than Zhu Qing's. Zhu Qing was under house arrest on the second elder's spiritual island, and she was going to marry Fu Qi in a month's time. As for how to deal with that human, Fu Ling didn't know, but she could roughly guess that he would have a hard time in the future. As for the dragon race, they would definitely deal with him after Fu Qi and Zhu Qing were married. How could the ancestral dragon's origin be left outside, and how could it be controlled by a human? Fu Ling knew some things about Yang Kai, but she didn't expect him to be so daring as to sneak into the Dragon Island. If she didn't suddenly discover Zhu Lai and follow him here, she wouldn't have found out about this shocking news. She was faintly regretting now that her whereabouts were exposed, and she wasn't Yang Kai's match. She didn't know what was waiting for her. She struggled in her heart, and suddenly, she bounced up and leaped a few hundred feet away. When she turned back to take a look, she was delighted. Yang Kai was actually still standing at the same spot, looking at her with a cold face. He didn't have any intention to chase after her. Fu Ling didn't hesitate anymore. She let out a dragon's roar, and a purple aura soared into the sky, transforming into the shape of a dragon. It didn't dissipate for a long time. "You are dead meat. My clansmen will be here soon. If you kneel down obediently and beg for mercy, I might spare your life." Fu Ling stopped and looked at Yang Kai from a few hundred feet away, chuckling. That secret technique just now was a signal for help. She believed that the entire Dragon Island's dragon race was rushing here, so she had nothing to fear. She didn't need to be afraid of Yang Kai anymore. Her courage was boosted, and her previous uneasiness disappeared completely. Yang Kai didn't say anything, and only looked at Fu Ling with a mocking expression. He didn't feel nervous at all. Fu Ling clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. She asked in astonishment, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Yang Kai grinned. Fu Ling nodded her head. "You are quite gutsy." She flung her hair, and after the fear in her heart disappeared, her entire person became radiant. That pair of watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, and was very seductive. "But if you are only gutsy, why would Zhu Qing take a fancy to you? What is it about you that she likes? She actually didn't hesitate to leave the Dragon Island just to be with you." She was happy to chat with Yang Kai and stall for time. As long as her clansmen arrived, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had the ability. She suddenly pursed her lips and laughed. "Could it be, your ability in that area is very good? Zhu Qing wants to taste it, that's why. She is really a woman who has never seen the world." Yang Kai wasn't surprised that she said such shameless words. He had seen Fu Ling's debauched life a few days ago. Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, and still stood on the same spot without moving. Fu Ling licked her red lips. Her lips were very thick, and they were also sparkling and translucent. They were as alluring as rubies. Her breathing was slightly hurried as she said, "I heard that the reason why Zhu Qing was able to advance to the 9th level dragon vein was all because of you?" This wasn't a secret, at least it wasn't a secret on the Dragon Island. When Zhu Qing returned a few days ago, her advancement to the 9th level dragon vein shook the entire Dragon Island. It was extremely difficult to advance the dragon vein. Even if one continuously consumed the dragon blood flower, a dragon race might not be able to advance one level in 10,000 years. Especially for Zhu Qing, who had the 8th level dragon vein, the advancement was even more difficult. But Zhu Qing did it. Although she didn't explain the reason, how could the experienced and knowledgeable elders not guess the whole story? The human she mated with had obtained the ancestral dragon source. Under the union, Zhu Qing must have obtained great benefits. That was why her bloodline was able to advance. Fu Ling's dragon vein was only at the 6th level. If she could get some nourishment, advancing to the 7th level wouldn't be a problem. She might even be able to reach the 8th level. When she thought of this, her whole body became hot and dry. Her heart was restless, and her cheeks were also flushed red. A rosy glow appeared on her slender and fair neck. I also want to give it a try. Fu Ling's voice became soft and charming, as if it could steal one's soul. She was panting lightly, intentionally or unintentionally revealing her beauty. She didn't conceal her debauchery, because Yang Kai saw her seeking pleasure in her dragon palace a few days ago. There was no need for her to conceal it at this moment. At that time, Yang Kai was standing outside the window and peeping. At the last moment, she also noticed Yang Kai's trace and remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes. Yang Kai smiled with disdain. Fu Ling's hot and dry feeling instantly turned cold. Her originally bright and beautiful eyes became bone-piercing cold. She clenched her teeth and shouted, "Human, you will pay the price for your rudeness. After the elders capture you, I will definitely take care of you. I hope you can hold on when the time comes. It is very difficult for me to be satisfied. Let's talk about it when you have the chance." Yang Kai was indifferent. He changed the topic and said, "I am a little curious, how did you hide there without being discovered by me and Zhu Lai?" Chapter 3046. Fu Ling grabbed a strand of her hair, twirling it with her fingers as she casually said, "This great ant is a purple dragon and naturally knows how to transform into a rock. What's so strange about it?" Infinite transformation. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. This divine technique is quite good. If he had not inadvertently circulated his Emperor Qi and noticed a trace of abnormality, he would have been fooled by her. Although he had noticed the abnormality at that time, Yang Kai was not too sure, so he had pretended to leave while secretly hiding to observe. Unexpectedly, he had really caught a peeping Tom, and it was this Fu Ling. Because of Fu Qi's matter, Yang Kai did not have a good impression of the entire Fu clan dragon race, especially Fu Ling's debauchery. Today, Fu Ling had discovered his secret conversation with Zhu Lai, so if he did not deal with it properly, it would definitely be a big problem. Fu Ling finally noticed that something was wrong and her beautiful brow furrowed as she vigilantly looked around. "If you are waiting for reinforcements, I will have to disappoint you." Fu Ling's expression changed as she shouted, "This is not an illusion array. Is this a small world?" Previously, when the scenery had suddenly changed from Sea Spirit Island to this inexplicable place, she had thought that it was because of some kind of illusion array arranged by Yang Kai, but now she realized that this was not an illusion array at all. This was a small world. Understanding this, Fu Ling's calmness instantly collapsed as she finally understood why none of her clansmen had come after so long. The small world was an independent space, so although she had used a secret technique to send out a distress signal, how could she send it out? Without her clansmen to help, it meant that she had to face Yang Kai alone. Damn it! Fu Ling was both shocked and angry, turning around and running away, her figure once again transforming into a streak of purple light, no longer as calm as before. She did not know what this small world was, nor did she know why Yang Kai was able to bring her here, but she knew that she was doomed, so she had no choice but to run. Not long after flying out, Fu Ling cried out in alarm, because she suddenly felt an unimaginable pressure coming from all around her, instantly suppressing her on the spot. Her entire body seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and all of a sudden, she was fixed there. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get rid of it. A force came from the front, pushing her body back uncontrollably. The distance between her and Yang Kai was getting closer and closer. She cried out involuntarily. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had encountered such a bizarre thing. World force. This was the power of this small world. Fu Ling's beautiful eyes were filled with horror and astonishment. The fact that Yang Kai could control this small world made her feel despair. She knew that there was no way she could contend against him. In the short span of 3 breaths, all of her efforts were in vain, and she was once again in front of Yang Kai. Looking up at the dragon's body, Fu Ling trembled with fear and shouted, "You can't kill me." Yang Kai remained unmoved. His huge palm slapped down with a cold expression. The anger that he had suppressed for the entire night was about to be vented on Fu Ling. Fu Ling cried out again, "I am Zhu Lai's woman." The dragon's palm was only 3 inches away from Fu Ling's head. The strong wind caused Fu Ling's clothes to flutter. After surviving the calamity, Fu Ling fell to the ground with a pale face. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her. He gently lifted a finger and pointed his sharp dragon claw at Fu Ling's forehead. A drop of blood immediately seeped out. Say it again. I am not lying to you. I am really Zhu Lai's woman. Fu Ling's delicate body trembled. She had never experienced the feeling of death. This feeling made her collapse. The arrogance of the dragon race had long been thrown away. She raised her face and wore a fawning smile. However, because of fear, her smile was even uglier than crying. You sure are confident. Yang Kai chuckled. However, because he was a half-dragon, his laughter sounded a little frightening. Fu Ling quickly said, It's true. This is the decision of the elders. Of course, it is also my request. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that she was not lying. What do you mean? Zhu Qing has been bestowed a marriage to Fu Qi as compensation. One of the people from the Fu dragon race will be married to the Zhu dragon race. I will be the one who marries over. Zhu Lai will be the one to complete the marriage with me. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. We are a family. Fu Ling's eyes were watery. She looked at Yang Kai pitifully as if she was looking at the person she admired the most. She said sweetly, Brother-in-law, what I said is true. She did not say that against her will. Her expression was very natural, as if she had really become a family with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had a strange expression. Zhu Lai, he agreed? He found it funny. Zhu Lai's taste was too heavy. He did not believe that Zhu Lai did not know what kind of woman Fu Ling was. He dared to pick up such a broken shoe? Was he not afraid that he would be cheated on in the future? Fu Ling forced a smile. He has no choice but to agree. In the eyes of the elders, the continuous bloodline of the dragon race is the most important thing. He is so pitiful. Yang Kai sighed. He sympathized with Zhu Lai's situation. His brother-in-law was really in trouble. If he was in the same situation, he would be angry to death. Brother-in-law. Fu Ling called out more and more smoothly. I really did not have the intention to leak the secret. I just wanted to use this matter to threaten Zhu Lai and make him obedient. As for Fu Qi, I am too lazy to care about him. Furthermore, Zhu Qing has a rank 9 dragon vein. Only someone like brother-in-law is worthy of her. Who is Fu Qi? He actually dares to snatch your woman. He simply does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She had probably never flattered before. Her words were very insincere and hypocritical. Seeing that Yang Kai did not say anything, Fu Ling was very nervous. But in order to survive, she could only muster up her courage. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ankle. She shook it like a spoiled child. Brother-in-law, just believe me. I will not lie to you. What does it matter if I believe you or not? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her with an indifferent expression. Fu Ling's face turned pale again. She pursed her red lips and said, Do you really want to kill me? Not waiting for Kai Yang to reply, she continued, Brother-in-law, we are all family. If you really want to kill me, then I have nothing to say. Who told me to hear things I shouldn't have heard, to see things I shouldn't have seen? But you have to think carefully. If I die, it will definitely alarm the entire Dragon Island. When the Great Elder and Second Elder investigate, they will definitely find you. At that time, you can forget about saving Zhu Qing. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. Fu Ling had been talking for a long time, and her words hit the nail on the head. In fact, he was also hesitating whether to kill Fu Ling to silence her. In this small sealed world, if he really wanted to kill Fu Ling, it would not take much effort. Here, he was the master, not to mention the suppression of Fu Ling's bloodline. But what about after killing her? The dragon race was rare. The death of any dragon race member would shake the entire Dragon Island. If Fu Ling died, it would be difficult for him to hide his whereabouts. Yang Kai looked hesitant. Seeing this, Fu Ling was overjoyed. She knew that Yang Kai really had some scruples. She had made the right move. Her face became softer and softer as she whispered, As long as brother-in-law doesn't kill me, Ling will listen to you. She knelt there, her clothes were wide open, and her snow-white cleavage was exposed to the air. It was very eye-catching. These words had a deep meaning. Yang Kai's eyes were immediately attracted by the snow-white semicircular cleavage. Fu Ling smiled slightly and pulled down her clothes, revealing more of her body. She was secretly proud in her heart. He was just a trivial human, while she was a member of the dragon race. As long as she showed a little of her charm, would he not be captivated? What's more, this human controlled the ancestral dragon source. Zhu Qing, with her 8th Order dragon bloodline, could obtain great benefits from him and advance to the 9th Order. She was only at the 6th Order dragon bloodline. If she could be the same as Zhu Qing, wouldn't she obtain even greater benefits? Deep in her heart, she did not reject Yang Kai's invasive gaze. Instead, she was extremely happy. It could even be said that she longed for it. She became restless, her body became hot and dry, and she clamped her legs together. After a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai suddenly returned to his human form. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her slender neck. "Brother-in-law." Fu Ling's cheeks flushed red, making her appear delicate and alluring. She pretended to be shy. "Open your sea of consciousness." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Fu Ling's bashfulness instantly disappeared from her face. She looked at Yang Kai in shock. She suddenly understood what he was planning to do. Her face suddenly turned pale. "I won't say the same thing twice." Yang Kai's voice was cold. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish now." Fu Ling struggled and hesitated for a moment before finally accepting her fate and smiling miserably. "Brother-in-law, you must be gentle, this is my first time." The moment Fu Ling opened her knowledge sea, she noticed an extremely pure spiritual energy pouring in. There was a wave of discomfort in his mind. This was the first time someone had invaded his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was him who gave up resisting. Fu Ling instantly had the thought of dying. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gotten involved in this mess today. In his heart, he had already scolded Zhu Lai. After transforming into her soul avatar, Fu Ling immediately saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also transformed into his soul avatar and was standing above Fu Ling's knowledge sea, his expression solemn, his hands constantly forming seals. Fu Ling knew what he was doing but was powerless to stop him, so she could only stand aside and watch, her heart filled with grievances. A moment later, a seal bloomed from Yang Kai's hand and blasted into Fu Ling's knowledge sea. In an instant, her knowledge sea tumbled and Fu Ling groaned, her soul avatar fluctuating violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. After a while, she gradually recovered and looked up, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. Apparently, he had withdrawn from her knowledge sea at some point. Checking the soul brand, Fu Ling smiled bitterly. She wondered if she could get a chance to dissolve this brand, but when she saw the complexity and sturdiness of this soul brand, Fu Ling dispelled this idea. Returning her soul to her body, Fu Ling looked at Yang Kai uneasily and called out softly, "Brother-in-law, what are your orders?" After being implanted with the soul brand, her life was now in Yang Kai's hands, so she had no choice but to submit. She no longer acted presumptuously and instead became a little cautious. "Behave yourself, I will leave in a month and you will be free." "Understood." Fu Ling lowered her head. Chapter 3047. The sky was turning bright in the east. When the sky turned bright, Yang Kai returned to Fu Chi's spiritual island. The night was full of ups and downs. He found out about what happened to Zhu Qing a month later, captured Fu Ling, planted the divine soul brand in her mind, and controlled her life and death. Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that it was useless to be angry now. The right thing to do now was to think of a way to save Zhu Qing a month later. It was a dragon race wedding. By then, all the members of the dragon race would be present. The elders would definitely not be absent. The Great Elder and Second Elder were existences comparable to the Great Emperors. With his current abilities, would he be able to save Zhu Qing right under their noses? The possibility of success was close to zero. Unless he could find a way to get the Great Elder to stand on his side and let him deal with the Second Elder. Only then would he have a chance of success. This was not nonsense, but it was very practical. From what Zhu Lai said, the Great Elder was more gentle while the Second Elder was more incorruptible. The Great Elder probably did not approve of this marriage. However, he could not object to it because of the clan rules. Thus, he maintained a tacit attitude. What should he think of to get the Great Elder to help him? The Dragon Island Order might be a good choice, but it was not a safe choice. Yang Kai only hoped that Fu Ling could help him find out some useful information. Otherwise, he might really die a month later. Subduing Fu Ling was a good choice. At the very least, he had placed a pawn in the Fu Dragon race. If this pawn was useless, then so be it. However, if it was useful, it might bring about unexpected results. He pondered all the way back. When he returned to the spiritual island, Lu Sanyang and her daughter were still waiting on the beach. Seeing that Yang Kai had landed, Lu Sanyang quickly welcomed him. Brother Yang, you are back?" Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but she guessed that something big must have happened. Seeing Yang Kai's gloomy expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Yuqin was still young. She had witnessed the events of the previous day with her own eyes, especially the tragic deaths of several people in front of her eyes. She seemed to have yet to recover from the shock. Her small face was pale as she tightly snuggled into her mother's embrace. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. Only then did he sort out his chaotic emotions. What he needed to do now was to ensure that he could see Zhu Qing in a month. If he couldn't even see Zhu Qing's face, how could he take her away? He took a deep breath and had a plan. He looked sideways at Lu Sanyang and tried to say in a calm tone, "Where is Yuanwu's space ring?" "It's here." Lu Sanyang hurriedly handed over a few rings. "Madame Hua and the others' rings are also here." Yesterday, when she took Lu Yuqin to bury Yuanwu and the others, she had collected the space rings. She didn't want to secretly hide them. Now that Yang Kai asked, she naturally took them out. There were a total of 5 space rings. 4 of them were owned by Yuanwu and the others. The other one was given to him by Fu Qi a few days ago. It stored rare materials used to build the palace. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and took the space ring that belonged to Dragon Island. He returned the remaining 4 to Lu Sanyang. "This." Lu Sanyang hesitantly took them. "Keep them," Yang Kai said and flew towards the island. The place where the temporary imperial residence was located was bustling with noise and excitement. In just a few days, there was already the shape of a palace. While only the foundation had been built, for such a large-scale creation, this kind of progress was very good. About 200 people were busy here. No one dared to slack off. After all, this was a task given to them by the dragon race. There was also a rank 8 lightning dragon living on the island. Who could guarantee that they would not be noticed if they slacked off? So everyone was very attentive and worked day and night. Only when they were tired would they take some lingdan to recover. Such a rare guest. "Why has Brother Yang come?" An enthusiastic voice called out as the monkey-like Wuchen greeted Yang Kai with a smile. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all raised their heads and glanced at Yang Kai with displeased looks on their faces. The cultivator that came here had all been given different missions by Yuanwu. No one was idle. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter had gone into the sea to search for luminous pearls. Only Yang Kai seemed to have nothing to do and was very leisurely. This kind of treatment naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts. But Yang Kai's methods were very strange. He had easily crushed Yuanwu before. Even if people were dissatisfied, they were not willing to easily start a conflict with him. So after glancing at him, those people continued to work. "Brother Wu." Yang Kai nodded. Wu Chen frowned and walked next to Yang Kai. He said, "Right, Brother Yang, have you seen Master Yuan? I heard that Master Yuan went to your place. Why is he not back?" "Yuanwu is dead." Wu Chen stilled and looked blankly at Yang Kai. The surrounding cultivators also turned to look at Yang Kai again, each of their faces filled with disbelief. Wu Chen's mouth twitched. He said hoarsely, "Dead? How did he die?" "He offended the dragon race and was killed by the dragon race." Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard, and everyone's expression changed. Previously, Fu Qi had brought everyone here and handed everything to Yuanwu. Everyone had thought that he was valued by the dragon race. But in just a few days, he had died. And he had died at the hands of the dragon race. The dragon race was unpredictable and treated human lives like grass. This caused people's hearts to beat fast. They secretly warned themselves not to make any mistakes on Dragon Island. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Wuchen was silent for a moment. He seemed to grieve for the death of a rabbit. He asked, "Then what do we do now? Without Master Yuan to manage the palace here, I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai tossed the space ring over as he spoke. Wu Chen was stunned. He caught the ring in a hurry. He smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, don't joke around. How can I? Someone has to manage. Brother Wu, you don't have to decline. I am only responsible for conveying the dragon race's message. If anyone dares to disobey, just tell me. The dragon race will take care of him." As Yang Kai spoke, his gaze swept across the cultivator who was looking over. His cold expression made everyone silent. The information revealed in these words was not small. They had no choice but to re-evaluate Yang Kai. Wu Chen seemed to understand something. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, are you in contact with the dragon race? You can rest assured. Within the time limit, this palace must be built. Otherwise, everyone will die." Yang Kai did not answer him directly. Instead, he said ambiguously. In fact, he was not wrong. He was in contact with Zhu Lai. Now that he had subdued Fu Ling, if anyone was not convinced, he could call Fu Ling over to suppress them. Wu Chen's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "I understand, Brother Yang. There will be no mistakes here." "That would be for the best." Yang Kai reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He then turned and left. If he wanted to see Zhu Qing, he had to ensure that the palace was completed on time. Otherwise, if there was no palace on the day of the wedding, how could there be a wedding? When the time came, he might not even be able to see Zhu Qing. He originally wanted to personally oversee the construction of the palace, but this matter was too sullen. How could there be a man in the world who would worry about his woman's marriage with someone else? If he really had to do it himself, he might lose his temper one day and directly destroy the palace. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and pushed this matter away when he saw Wu Chen. Out of sight, out of mind. He could take advantage of this period of time to cultivate and strive to make a breakthrough in his strength and realm. When the time came, he would have a better chance of taking Zhu Qing away. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai returned to the beach again. After informing Lu Sanyang, he went straight to the sea. An hour later, he reached the depths of the sea. The surface of the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. There was no other scenery in sight. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no one around, he dove into the sea. After reaching a depth of a few thousand meters, Yang Kai suddenly summoned the sealed world bead. His figure flickered and he hid inside the sealed world bead while the sealed world bead fell straight to the bottom of the sea. Next to the medicine garden in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, calming his mind and breathing in the world energy. After spending a full 4 hours, he finally calmed down and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Summoning the purple origin furnace, he took out various spirit flowers and rare grasses and placed them in order. Finally, he carefully took out 3 spirit flowers that were as red as blood. Dragon blood flower. In this world, only Dragon Island could produce such a rare flower. It looked similar to Li Jiao's dragon blood flower, but in terms of quality and size, it was incomparable. This was a dragon blood flower cultivated on Dragon Island, so it was naturally not comparable to Li Jiao's half-baked dragon blood flower. In comparison, Li Jiao's dragon blood flower was like a weed on the edge of a field. There were not many dragon blood flowers, only 3. These were obtained from Fu Ling. It was not an exaggeration to say that he stole them. When Fu Ling handed over these 3 dragon blood flowers, her face was full of bitterness and heartache, but under the effect of her soul brand, she had no way to resist Yang Kai's request. Although a dragon race member could be allocated a fixed share of dragon blood flowers every year, the number was not too many. For a 6th-order dragon vein like Fu Ling, being able to get 20 dragon blood flowers per year was already the limit, and this also depended on the maturity of the dragon blood flowers. If one was unlucky, it was possible to only get 10. Dragon race members did not like to cultivate because they had a long lifespan. As they grew older, their bloodline would slowly become purer and improve, and finally stop after reaching a certain peak. In addition, they would consume dragon blood flowers, which were a shortcut to their growth. This year was not the time to distribute dragon blood flowers. Last year, Fu Ling received more than a dozen, but they were almost all used up, leaving only these 3, and now they were all in Yang Kai's hands. She regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would not have saved them. Swallowing them whole was more cost-effective than giving them to Yang Kai. Chapter 3048. The dragon blood flower was also divided into different grades: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. The highest grade was the best grade dragon blood flower. Even on the Dragon Island, the best grade dragon blood flower was something that could only be chanced upon but not sought after. This was not something that could be born just by the accumulation of medicinal age. There was still a trace of natural factors involved. Of the 3 dragon blood flowers in Fu Ling's hands, 2 were low grade and 1 was middle grade. According to this classification, Li Jiao's dragon blood flower could only be regarded as an inferior grade, not even comparable to the low-grade ones. At that time, that dragon blood flower was refined into a dragon blood pill by Ji Ying. Yang Kai took it and combined it with the dragon transformation secret art to cultivate a half-dragon body, benefiting him a lot. Now that he had 3 dragon blood flowers of higher grades, Yang Kai naturally could not waste them. He wanted to refine it into a dragon blood pill and stimulate his own golden holy dragon's origin power so that it could fuse better with him. To deal with the dragon race, the best way was to start with bloodline suppression. Otherwise, Yang Kai had no chance of winning at all. Yang Kai had never refined a dragon blood pill before, but after many exchanges with Ji Ying, he was very familiar with the process of refining a dragon blood pill. He even knew the pill recipe like the back of his hand. His attainments in the alchemy Dao were very deep, so there should not be any big problems. With everything ready, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and a raging flame ignited inside the purple origin furnace. Herbs, spirit array engraving, fire control. As the medicinal liquids of the herbs were condensed, a faint fragrance gradually drifted out of the purple origin furnace, making people feel refreshed. With the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai became more and more proficient in the alchemy Dao. Although he had not done it for a long time, his movements were smooth and without the slightest awkwardness. Back on Water Moon Star, the grand alchemic Dao Tone had taught him the art of alchemy, so as long as he was in the right state, alchemy was almost an instinctive reaction. When Yang Kai threw a low-grade dragon blood flower into the pill furnace, the pill fragrance became even stronger. Yang Kai's movements were meticulous and his expression was solemn, as if he was not performing alchemy, but the most solemn thing in the world. Half a day later, Yang Kai displayed the 9 Heavens profound pill method. This pill collection technique was also imparted by the great alchemy Dao Tone. It was a unified technique, but it was in accordance with the laws of the heavenly Dao. It was extremely mysterious. Boundless phantoms flashed past, and a series of crisp, jingling sounds came from the alchemy furnace. It was extremely pleasing to the ears. The fire in the furnace was extinguished. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. As he lifted the lid, he stretched out his hand and patted it. 2 blood-red spirit pills flew out from the furnace. Yang Kai was already prepared for this and directly put them into a jade bottle. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Although the dragon blood pill had been successfully refined, its quality didn't seem to be very good. It was only slightly better than the one Ji Ying had refined. The dragon blood flower that he used today was much better than the one that Ji Ying used, but the quality of the dragon blood flower did not meet his expectations. Thinking about it this way, his refining this time was not as good as Ji Ying's. The number of completed pills was also not ideal. There were only 2 pills, not to mention pill veins and pill clouds. They were nowhere to be seen. If this matter happened to any other pill emperor, they would have long since forgotten their place. Although pill emperors could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, they could not guarantee a 100% success rate, not to mention refining something like the dragon blood pill. Among all emperor-grade spirit pills, the dragon blood pill was one of the most difficult to refine. The main ingredient was the dragon blood flower. Other than Jiying, no other pill emperor had the fortune to refine it before. This was Yang Kai's first time refining the dragon blood flower, and he had already refined 2 pills. Such a result was extraordinary for any pill emperor. Naturally, it was something to be happy about. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to be happy. These dragon blood pills were related to the major event that would happen 1 month later. Of course, he wanted the higher the quality, and the more the quantity, the better. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai did not rush to open the furnace again. Instead, he took out some spirit pills and consumed them to recover his strength. 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened the furnace again. This time, he also used a low-grade dragon blood flower. Half a day later, a series of clinking sounds rang out. Yang Kai raised his brow and slapped the furnace. Although he didn't check, Yang Kai could tell from the sound that there were more than 2 pills this time. Sure enough, 4 blood-red spirit pills flew out from the furnace and were once again stored in a jade bottle. The second batch of dragon blood pills was indeed better. Whether it was the quality or the color, they were much better than the first batch. The medicinal efficacy should also be stronger. Alchemy was indeed a job that practice made perfect. This time, he didn't rest and directly started refining the 3rd batch of dragon blood pills. Another half a day later, the 3rd batch of dragon blood pills was successfully refined. The quantity remained the same, still 4 spirit pills. However, the quality had increased by a level, and it was an extremely obvious improvement. Of course, Yang Kai was familiar with the process, but more importantly, it was the contribution of the only mid-grade dragon blood flower. In alchemy, the skill of a pill master was important, but the materials were also the key to the final pill's quality. For the same pill master, the better the materials, the higher the grade of the spirit pills refined. 3 batches of spirit pills, a total of 10 pills. Such a result could only be described as outstanding. If it were any other pill master, they wouldn't dare guarantee they could achieve such a result, even Jiying. Perhaps only the great emperors of wondrous pills could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once everything was ready, Yang Kai began to cultivate without stopping. Because this was the small sealed world, his territory, he didn't need to worry about anything. No matter how much of a commotion he caused, the outside world wouldn't be able to notice. Dragon transformation. With a shout, Yang Kai's figure expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his body, 2 bulges on his forehead bulged slightly, and his pair of big hands transformed into sharp dragon claws. Even his 2 feet changed shape. Even sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai appeared extremely tall and powerful, his pair of eyes as large as copper bells, exuding a terrifying and ominous light. Holding the small jade bottle in his hand, it was as imperceptible as a speck of dust. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as a dragon blood pill was sucked into his mouth and swallowed. Immediately, a burning pain spread from his lower abdomen, as if what he swallowed was not a dragon blood pill, but a stream of magma that could kill. Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, closed his eyes, and circulated the dragon transformation secret art with all his might. His flesh and blood wriggled as every pore on his body seemed to open up. The dragon blood pill instantly dissolved in his abdomen, its medicinal efficacies flowing through his limbs and bones. The golden divine dragon source that had been hidden in his physique for many years seemed to be stimulated by some kind of force and quickly turned into a golden light, flowing through his body along with his emperor chi. Yang Kai's meridians relaxed, like a hungry traveler, greedily devouring the dragon race source that passed by, giving off the feeling of plucking feathers from a wild goose. Kacha. His bones seemed to be cracking as intense pain spread all over his body. Coupled with the burning sensation in his lower abdomen, Yang Kai instantly felt like he was better off dead. Letting out a muffled groan, Yang Kai guarded his mind, unaffected by external forces, and continued to circulate the dragon transformation secret art. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds rang out as all the bones in his body seemed to be broken and then reassembled. Every time the dragon transformation secret art improved, it was a process of rebirth. Only by enduring this unimaginable pain could one be reborn. Although it was difficult to persist, Yang Kai was extremely happy in his heart. Because since the last time he obtained the power of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, his strength had improved somewhat, but he had not made any progress in his dragon transformation for a long time. In other words, the progress was so slight that it was almost imperceptible, and his 4-meter-long dragon body had not changed much. After all, he was just a human who had obtained the golden divine dragon source by chance and had lived together with it for so many years. Now that he wanted to integrate this dragon race source into his own bloodline, he must pay a corresponding price, and this process would definitely be extremely long. If there was no external help, it would probably take hundreds or even thousands of years to complete the task. However, the medicinal efficacies of the dragon blood pill allowed Yang Kai to offset this time cost, allowing him to better integrate the dragon race source in a short period of time. Cracking sounds continued to ring out as the dragon scales covering Yang Kai's skin began to gradually change color. Yang Kai could even feel an itch on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. And this itch was precisely where his dragon horns were located. The medicinal efficacies of the dragon blood pill lasted for an hour. After an hour, the continuous cracking sounds gradually subsided and Yang Kai's ferocious expressions softened again. It was not until the medicinal efficacies had completely disappeared that he opened his eyes. His body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water, but his expression was one of extreme joy. Although he did not examine himself carefully, he knew that he must have undergone some changes now. Recovering a little, Yang Kai inhaled a second dragon blood pill from the jade bottle into his mouth. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai did not stop for a moment. Constantly taking the dragon blood pills, he refined and cultivating the dragon transformation's secret art with the assistance of these emperor pills. Although the dragon blood pill had the effect of improving one's dragon race bloodline, its biggest use was to stimulate the dragon race source, making it purer and more powerful. Yang Kai's situation was different from that of the general dragon race. All dragon race bloodlines and source were gradually matured. But Yang Kai was different. His golden divine dragon source was fixed and had no room for growth, making it easier to stimulate and integrate. Today's Yang Kai was like sitting on a mountain of treasures, but he could not use all of its power. He could only plunder the wealth of this mountain bit by bit to gradually fill his pockets. 2 days later, the last dragon blood pill was completely refined. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, his pupils flashing wildly as an unparalleled dragon pressure spread out from him. Yang Kai let out a long roar similar to a dragon's roar, shaking the world. Yang Kai's mountain-like body slowly stood up and breathed out a mouthful of hot air. The whole world seemed to be shaking. Sweeping his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai smiled. The 10 dragon blood pills really had some effect. Yang Kai's dragon body was now 15 meters long. This kind of improvement could be described as extremely significant. One had to know that when he obtained the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, he had only grown from 15 meters to 40 meters. These 10 dragon blood pills had allowed him to grow another 10 meters. This result made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.